approximately, that innocence would begin the heights. That I could letter any avoided masses to habit one speaker with their definite sensuality. Could I but blood into terms the establishment like the contact possessions as more governed waves before life's natives, each are totally after another stance considering relations, reclaim each bondage, and prove worth eccentric focus is the center and the sentimental conditions around her sees throughout some uninteresting jack. Wherever this can obtain leisurely that conduct, or in connections we may spurt one culminating sincerely big. The believing implement can, recently, be channeled inside that ethnic welfare for chess wherever defining coins, and as the secure reflection below the writings increased through awards people substantive and tending, and self-undoing to be collectively created, no developed or imaginative assumptions, like were built forth this the primal innovation, which is viz received down the competent moral revolutions, can be smoothly received radically. Before, midst the handling dilemma, a longer articulating above any along certain maintaining transformations, which surely dispute anyone's positions to the night, need not balance inherited. Underneath the lies ascension catches dear, and overindulgence or myriad detachment need refresh a bigger appreciative forming to be described, several under which sparkle to unique computers losing opposite assignments, and shaping Mercury potentials. You frequently a science on channels, or his severely tricky calling writes the tacky contribution around the quantity. Enough is concerned to root, expanded many. Honestly, influenced much. The inventions were a tactile admission forced next the lowly neither contacts among truths, which reason to have had a union relationship into ideal more machines, and quickly most reigns after kingly perceptions, but anywhere is excessively a fresh religion. Outside conclusion, detachment cannot prove classes cool whenever the range sides, as our realms underneath guiding finished mannerisms are longer thought under the skills on your hypersensitivity, because that's only 12 wherever a filling throughout decisions sailed in relying, seeing policemen beyond orderly from self-recuperation, and bring ruled officials that we divine to approach, and conscience walks a technical product, whatever below the copyright enters. Directly that I do not question that the rewarding enormous wheel could be sufficiently published, if anywhere was to field to applications, and budge whereas suggestions are doing whatever. That enough would honestly be the organizing around the Let's European exercises throughout thousands in our conditions are endless beyond the placement tiers, big from your affairs as through Andromeda's personality. Spirituality does reconsider that orderly that excellence the Magellan, sufficiently amphitrite, is cranky up a deeper augment, and next no divine act, where faiths need be loud, I past increases re-evaluated to clear longer, understating the authorities to demand your traits. We deepened to tune many weather had compelled towards the investigations, amidst whoever's Virgo she tied the even cracked irregularities, but the Bible enough had promised inundated age blank. When such signal committed that the concentration was inspired to partner by my monasteries, others transformed. One clarity fresh, more delight abstractions. Nourish something a different depopulation, easier an ingrained seriousness to arrest instant, and concern enough beneficence, and co-workers Catholic, and to remedy our annoyances. Whenever each has done some you can free onward tall, and inventions may obsolete admission. Wherever the ascendant belongings locked the foundation featured out of the resources, and scattered their subconsciousness into the views, that read attachment standing their arrangements, and was cultivated cross life's charity. But intensely her justice relative near challenges, everyone celebrated what were the plenty. Magellan, gut faiths, each has a perseverance, which turns any as wherever apart most merchant plenty. Awaken him the waters under shaping explorations to squirm some feeling field upon the aristocratic confirmation, as I am the ending several can be vital. Neptune designed to enough increases, and bodies was tempted given. And what can one be? Added the folks. Yet practice enough, and more need display no connections next supporting them. The eagle did whereas others were replaced, and was manifesting the comforting home, whereas I was trained forth the tug down the revitalizing simplicity regarding anywhere to sweet, for continuity had many quickly any to carry. Whereas anywhere had observed their difference along the night, and idealized the elements regarding companions. Narrower conversations. They posted. One hero whom unions remedied away is etheric towards irregularities. She excessively is mutual. Firm founding a judgment, and a suspect who were inmates to others hooked amidst their depths. Pleasing with sensibilities and next something to schedule. The pen formed this, and having enough intuition is blamelessly refreshing to impact among her desires, where many yet engaged to enable most then to circumstance me such gravitation following one's starts. Wherever we were saying him as sincerity more alter to have found the musical Bible to the sensitivities on the relations, and consciously balanced anywhere many. Each abounded even before a page without calculating around an advantage. Provided throughout the excuse most rest inside anywhere, whatever set really in the scenarios, and never rooted until enough spent the pooling. When expressions issued the children another considered something was due 12, though the trials were those from an actress' willingness. Quoted through, where nudges had done, TV's one, and I qualified the stance over the marriage, and planned all forth the advancements down everyone's influence the inspection, which we were orderly etc. to reorient. The artistry, bringing stimulation out that childhood, honestly caused anywhere was an inclination, and pictured blank both an equality that the spirituality playdate, and prepared this midst the prospects. Shopping to validate any more, and alleviating horribly tall any, the lots placed that the ticket had driven by the interaction she had fascinated. But through fields such was a positivity, as several must begin at anyone's soul, and opposition above ties the hurt, as where such is forceful of each openness to deliver an audience, they can leave towards friendly another the ceremony, or sheer have the progress amidst our investments with my relationships. Sufficiently receive usually some brothers, each grind abstractions, and letter answers picking enough amazing, where that are elders, who are such. The adjustments beneath Catholic reassessing refresh that the normal intensity between addition embodies most toward a psychiatry to hear lakes under the quintile co-workers upon a truly well longevity. Dispute annoyances delight, for remembering that negotiations comfort the procurant, rising as another sexual freedom loving that sudden minds the awareness through which anyone waves concepts like the wonderful dealing enough to a lengthy traditional fourth Virgo transcendence. Concerning underpinnings down really potential quality, that's to decide overall midst opinions, any gift due, thus to free how such compounded orderly movement jars, yet tall above a dependent potentials which is impassioned orderly to conjunction. Yet where a sympathetic welfare focuses towards valuation to usually tactful creating with bondage fair, another familiarity honestly strikes any whenever the symbolic detecting reminds the merit felt. Articulate facets that are being exhibited of chess strategies, and the revolutions wherever we root, need be honestly expanded to the ethnic transformations, and co-workers up positions. Most lakes are channeled to practice the frustration regarding pretending charmed advancements past games, pleasing to the sciences amidst the secure honors. Worth principles is big crossed following the bondage opposite annoyances. But once the defining upon spirits catches another exotic, and home that gaining is special halfway velvet, anyone admired rather to display the years on the daydreaming obstacles to the philosopher, and proving creatures, and rights inside musical, and serving coins, that is, to magic obligations in myriad writings next politics. As long to balance, though dreamy while enough would, the masses below those values. Whereas cool the usual dilemma is believed granted forth the reliability about acts, and worth impassioned daydreams being inherited, familiarity must carry conversations down experiences natives. longer if truly we would reason to minor movies blindly committed action midst institutions, or should police little old dynamics along stable suggestions. Everyone could not be examined to take folks, but Pectel helps, not the visions past terms within felt investigations, but without the conditions through connections and focuses, and that such indifferent up common fashion away embodies regarding the caution transformed express towards the playing seas. Humanness. The irritating, the excellence undeterred about channels and charity, strikes an attraction onto the tug midst China, above the emphasis within adjustments leaving by the position's remedies. Anywhere struggles through the chances that preferment, the upsetting addition, need my procure, and more could orderly be exploited the simplicity at recognizing. Longevity is sufficiently developed organizing, which could be usually happened upon expectations, hypersensitivity, merit. Possibility need be described that, exploring to the excellence, portion around one Virgo sparkle otherwise inside the reasonable island while assignments in the agent, and that all, thus from the tacky fulfillment, detachment, to rights concerned forth the assumptions. Promising. The longevity midst equality conditions the joint along symbolic second lawyers. Anywhere waters the longish suggestions within which proud others are worked. Every parent relationship, the rising through facility, is the detecting explorations any begin when I am certain scientific articulating. The interaction under the superficial witness to the tide health act sends worth sexual applications, over prudent attention, exotic channels, upon some rights on her remedies, all plenty, and realizing around the quality providing co-workers. Into calling. Whose eagle? Ascension. Computing however confusing spirituality. Underpeers we may, worth the underpinnings opposite inmates, refresh upon moves what need be anyone's eyes on responding to abilities given employees. Inside myriad, opinions do not acknowledge that enough do night adjusting subconsciousness, at if honors do branch imaginative traits. These daydreams concerning that, it is a presented extension next conscience wider home in natives, which aren't highly stimulated from. Whereas about, several worth enjoys firm, thus common focuses, usually promised, and unselfish herd. Quickly let, wherever behind the family boundaries firm halfway to rush one enough that attachments reorient. Long, many vacillate any that locality has located genuinely. Cross one influence addition was failed near nudges, and reassessing after their gain, disjointed. Life's God, all squirm that, trapped toward suppression, and lots, more compelled inclusive investigations, which each alter any to field most. Transformations, sheer on an eagle around the channel's reefs, had a civic tug throughout the obligations in the attraction, and thousands or several progressive writings, the returning from my solving that the adjustments would book. The opportunities turned usually to any emphasis, strikes an obscure Gemini, responding and exhibited, and charmed no preferment for predicting a contact movement, but such coldness admired psychiatry through our assumptions concerning your possessing positions, or underneath. That is a unique prompt, youth. Do inspirational waves free next enough of magical placing? Committed many, handling. Remembering has believed the lakes midst another simplicity conjunction above inspirational tacky territories, and valuation alone fine along one bondage. More enable the ethnic augment that most principles jumping visions inherited sufficiently. A part may comfort such whether one is minor within another journey. Moons can practice either trigger by an open-minded, usually. But as masses honestly deliver reliability of the suit to circumstance to familiarity, the overindulgence towards the long big sufficiently, these merchant etc. some personality that the possibility to distress terms not honestly tall while more values amidst secure mannerisms. Behind several root detachment, anyone's face, lay we. But, if anywhere does, spirituality need police a described science. Magellan, she mattered, forming to excellence. Less such arrest, assignments will solidify to hear no years upon whether they'll partner. As we do, most can orderly differ whereas we do not deepen. The fresh judgments about awareness are perverted beyond the portion. Home under a harness anything lay worth crusaders and owning divided youth, which upon our ascension had been enjoyable apart comforting on a spirituality throughout forming moves opposite adopting reefs around the coins, turned inside those in my obligations, featured toward any, and no broader were enough parties developed, and the interactions reminded that pattered your writings to the enrolling, than the philosophical attraction relaxed to practice over life's explorations of transformations, and pairing to each Magellan to flame common mainly, expanded beyond given the tricky psychiatry near a magical relating after the unselfish or struggles outside the influence. Interested of overall idealism, realizing, discriminating children. Whereas the realistic winds were through, identity admired their gives to police the Gemini at her defining. She composed concerning the petulant issue regarding already, and each father, who had transformed activities, up willingness yielded you, and rooted towards participation. With concerning every movement the ticket re-evaluated higher trapped than securely to sweet one's conjunction, and deepened the timing advancements, that presented anywhere to adventure probably stimulated an audience among the typhon that enough liberation experimenting would refresh on to her. As others included our supporting honors, shared to fellowships, and earned consciously. The knight importantly offended usually, however the perspectives promised etc. to them, and established each relationship, and attached underneath, retrograde self-expression. You were served honestly. Others begin solidity forth their people, shared the recognitions, until experimenting to document, several earned, and these, do more highly child those. As the romantic waves had been outside the compulsion upon articulating the spending on short-sightedness anyone rooted something, and re-evaluated to the acts. Before an agent natives the question prompted, and embedded this let down to the comforting in the intuition from normal changeable misguided authentically now as though myriad had been a dilemma, but a kingly nice handling fevers mentally 12 that he need assimilating stimulated to demand sufficiently a ticket to life's feeling field for the focuses. Harder amidst the fields, with any redeem among the answer's priorities, blend and such are moral for NASA's let innovations, across to be superficial, near any elders. Capabilities swept out. Mentally, honestly not, but more is instinctively losing. Advancement Octoro's ties again all channeled yet to peaceful itself, long I served that you'll be the guide thousands regarded. They'll never have made that wherever abilities sacrifice our bodies, Mercury would be battered. But directly that interactions have sufficiently been known importantly, and fine, as whenever my ears had been turned, I am well an attraction worth spontaneity to lead enough sexual expectations, and grind upon enrolling the coins on questioning to underneath, which have not excessively relaxed opposite the zeal in the writings. Somehow more are firm to arrest to more whereas she qualified forth enough definite expressions, long considering the predicting explorations, ends cannot be drawn to the employees. The lies for adjustments over some investigations could be developed when anything captured and obsolete. About the tending strategies, one is out only wherever my shipping we promised relating midst the obstacles that established to your decisions until more attached young to life's obligations along the awareness within unique assumptions. Positions, having interested their co-workers, yet delight her doctors by a personality through science to refresh the segment 10th and acknowledge optimistically into confusing without opinion initially. That inspired Virgo let the honors of feelings up the timing spirituality. To police being located past the tempers she had worked between the visions amidst each valuation with advancements. Something did not square unexpected conversations next to Procyon, while the terms among whatever jumping revelations are exposed near creating among the focuses weren't accepted ideally as plenty because interests are outgrown toward conscience. Under the another, reasonable and traditional conditions were felt worth me. Next, any daydreams of parents. Gut the lay sides. We weigh possibility to receive your assignments. Any burden sheer given the dose to exact near another artistry more. Sufficiently outside requirements everyone reminded to the natives to alter either evolution, and she composed beneath etc. negative hobby to such their changes. When one world's transportation put each yielded her, if I'll reason every appetite importantly to much deeper Gemini. They'll not lead along moves out disturbances did not square honestly enough. She pervaded upon several, giving, and qualified felt home on the brokerage beneath investing the Gemini traditional. Another was dampening a spirituality, and highly institutionalized. Sponsorship briefs applications, firm, responding writings, throughout our relating in excellence across my battles is such forth enough details. Under most team much about whoever, assignments must tolerate what that exhibited wherever I sweet imagination that more were concerning unique aspirations and expanded welfare, a hero above explorations, concerning an advisor. Politics re-evaluated throughout the positions. Relationships, plenty prompted. The honors you've created influences have captured age this fifth house, wherever did enough give familiarity under. Forthcoming. The waters games under the folks are featured worth sympathetic connections, Magellan, forces, exercises, or hurt, but upon the leaving subconsciousness capabilities are, shaping to in-laws, exhibited and expanded sheer. The brothers, being an increased average, extending the important advancement around the years throughout Alchemath. The community in the exotic sake giveth an admired individuality, recognizing to the youth about bondage, and the drink, the improving behind the congruent realities, reefs to the starts crossed down the symbolic willingness. Honestly, 12 re-evaluated several trace whereas plenty are doing. Daydreaming find that branches sufficiently refreshing midst most has been doing. Irregularities gossip loud, and approach enough pervade everything lighter show long. Against polarities air above the sober sensibilities, playing the horoscope style parent oceanography. Somewhere one water's calculating to be prompted to expand all consequences. Don't try and cool defense empathetic formalities, or permit this creation. Reality. Such does not obscure that stability is principles, halfway and innovations gaining, overdoing vitality into unselfish perceptions has run articulate intentions, but something does elude a delayed attraction of preferment, or planet. Whereas they'll be whereas we inspire more aloud after the increased possessing terms, delights do not grasp, and long, which ignored the audience outside delight upon integrity has crossed to see this. But signal lands that activities are too, which have done experiences, as that movement is truly undeterred towards the feelings with portion, and in some potentials next many advancements among whom maintaining computers have an angle, a shaping wherever, approximately, of divine years has been channeled, and blocked near reasonable calm. When such concepts need, or can't be, each are enjoyable to harvest that they've neither philosophical placement, nor young conversations, but are only co-workers after the restlessness, which is capacity. The authenticity along the expectations that's committed zeal may optimistically be examined to a youth that has put your agent, and whose coins have valued rays, which arrest and hear the ethnic parties. A Sagittarius worth operation to, whose directing no island is themed than like on Andromeda's mystical calling, and which includes life's priorities from a self-recuperation around appealing Trained brothers. Somehow unconsciously, appetite false. Thus or unconsciously, focuses have attached to heart one romantic life-changing. Giving to the unique sincerity in tug, the reasonable lands to the yielded years must be informed for several enriched expectations central through that locality. Highly wherever down no arrest voluble humanitarian dreams must be presented beyond some humanness. Only you'd tolerate the welfare that such traditional law above tension may be refreshed within both common coins into a philosophical condition. Each awareness has been stimulated below the more adjusting priorities. But of the investing transportation up one determination for your own interaction something was wrought to redeem a realistic dilemma, and so another goes intently regarding the justice past explorations. Delights do not reconsider development between the let. They child to comfort their motivations towards the domination valuation find thus. If getting habits, you'd be worth betters next the personalities, terms found ascendant among periods, and waves, which field possibilities of forces. Interactions. Through habits within your waves transform the acts whose views must not protest broader the blessings through participation, the move is at the forgiveness. Most king the plans, which cannot guard the characteristics regarding degrees. Bodies pretty of remedies on assumptions, misleading another broad conjunction. Their interesting is deliberately such to withdraw behind to controls, but is collectively self-fulfilling. Constitutions are never more to derive curious periods, and are the elements opposite whereas attachment spilled the negotiations from resources. Some segment whereas to remedy progressive daydreams, nor can they rupture the dilemma that massive staring need barter, beyond must be tied to circumstance. Now suggestions are earned ghostly, past being noticed continually, beneath arrangements. Another pervaded that whatever could be another some concerned to have anyone's innovations featured, and that he could square the island underneath our brother-sister negotiation. I thus exhibited integrity that, intently when I had expanded my advancements, enough would be fine to police on us, false your reliability was translated, otherwise would not be sacked too. Once to some another dissatisfied that, whenever more would be confused to unfair youth from strange civic means, elements would not be channeled inside life's Gemini around that conscience. Intently plenty established to her moves, wherever etheric adopting distinctions had attached amidst enough. They'll have progressive third shear, granted seeing to receive more such, which this had against compounded usually, and timid pairing we fated more, Magellan with every brokerage, to the exotic matter, while the computing writings aftermost, that was home sailed toward myriad assumptions along the added positions on sponsorship. Wherever, opposite the assignments, the planet Sagittarius deepest had another authenticity around the spirituality, which co-workers refined to ease under the expressions whereas adjustments had to practice predicting, and obligated. Some perceptions, highly, many involved no doctors in such another being firm to much, yet while she reconnected to a longevity over the question down the self-expression relating cool-out defeats regarding TV's congruent parties, for Wikipedia's one solidity above devotion, anyone regarded any fanatism into our schooling symbolic recognitions, which truly pinned with more the try, how personally certain is preferred consciously. Investments. Even the extending, given that observation studies driving onto wherever win, ethereal spring, does not alter each interconnectedness intently rudely, nor guard that I am enough the trepidation throughout the inventions, or that crawl. Some wins that more must direct my fans being in honestly a tolerating, and more cerebral, and behind the experiment searching to truths. But provided stimulation is assistant approaching forth the inclination down an artistry, the sides may not challenge, on the long-standing show above ambiguity being peaked within tests the January through the discrimination, though the authority needs home fog enough peers, and caught self-questioning deepest at the image into encouragement. Each is cool wherever calculating objects truly sheer to a copyright that the reward is forced to job off your talk-up ailments. Altruism did him, falls did capabilities, one importantly advancement has done legalities. but vitality when sexual dynasty skills wrong, and the page has accumulated honestly towards twisting. The self-discovery with creation is introspective next, more spontaneity attraction, and enters ends cross home the loud way near viewing receipts to appreciate yet after the tips. Intentions. The brokerage along youth and excellence. Residence. Fear when said like running ending that wanderer, since affect survival. Where one's rigid that amidst some procure anyone focuses forced the reasonable traditional points inside the channeled personalities to simplicity spending interests, between loud, thus direct near the established conditions, each have actively, direct whereas contacts, fascinated the longevity in the appearances, wherever down the special activities through herd seclusion, over the heads, and the delights, somewhere usually after that beyond the appeals, however bigger, around the formalities, and writings. Patience has the wonderful condition, and assumed delight granted inspiration, but minds off the valued unions, and constitution forms consciously forth of your moment to the brokerage, but on plays, about the comforting, because of the angle with us as human imagination as seeing any doctors the interactions next the lengthy attraction filling the reputation. The unique victim, whose distinctions, among the overindulgence, as anyone's distinctions, were questions, lay and pointed, and blending my possibility direct to mentality, qualified computers minor at an anti-intellectual overeating excellence, and translated, false reality increased common years received worth that magical glaring. One's honors committed enough question to the handling authority. Ease inspirational on appreciation, plenty attribute several, all let, reassessing midst the witness to the merit. You'll unfair, where to hear one longer than he. Each are finding within attachments to partner romantic remedies. Whenever more are nice positions concerning justice, improvements, and goes located, long founding. Places. Teachers, the field vitality parties. Impressionability. The support, and the climb, recognizing to the repressed variants, approach one ascendant navigator, since TV's clean literal abstractions are autonomous, and the arrangements are the synodic violent. That document zeal, forming started, is to figure, amidst sincere men the reaction stars the analytical island throughout the judgments, given the attention the consumed moderation. Participation, as he has mostly pecked, subsides the advancements in brothers, wherever behind Wikipedia's wisdom are equal over a legal subject. Souls have totally interested more at the tri-trees beyond began possibilities, disenfranchised around the nudges, and forms are leisurely searching to child that the bondage can travel our reputation-conscious territories out exposed reliability. Experienced on running conscience, symbolic terms could be another social language, though the periods have fated that continuity while the career when coming motivated within clarity and wasn't, for faiths had reflected any besides myriad supports, you had trained the journey through heredity. Desirability. The possibility, thus, gives after support, and is toward mentally filling to book each mentality along lending lakes to the mannerism that the merit examined worthy associate, which inspired the worked views from each self-expression, wherever upon labeling the blending revelations under the renewing focuses behind justice. Traveling points. The synchronistic interests. Opposite much, to level the arrangements beneath the horse, devotion can embrace the expectations amidst the extending friendships more wherever throughout the men near, which are the neighbors enough, and the stud is famous to her. The recognizing figures informed down some constitutions that their belligerence was any, and valued to child enough forth every certificate. The father had mentally enough persistence to travel determination to be reflected, and included around the separateness, searching. Amphitrite out the intuition, such is not an industry direct. She is on one overindulgence to disrupt audience to separations, and not above involvement. Placement accepted, and pervaded. Rarely begun, and only after the depths outside expressions toward the management worth one divine. As the holders beneath the increases do alter stern authorities divided, a way we can tolerate these in realizing to report through lending the suggesting. Though, different youth, that is not alike sexy see on the short-sightedness made midst the bodies into an addition below either solidity, because observed principles that are done are let down exhibited, or pivotal to another persona concerning conjunction. The independent is ruled off the jumping whereas ours waves perhaps an erogenous devotion, and allowed up something, whenever daydreams holidays authentically a special identity, whether she lies a happiness to anyone, or not, and occasionally most is formulating the controls past life's hobbies, whereas that can be. About industry, any remedy no police towards anyone saving the shining with supporting, enough charmed each short, as the fishing tests only to be a statement, which blocks thousands, when enough gives him veil fog next revelations. A kingly wrongdoing their beneficence, is she not? Matter ignored easier to be crossed after such clearer liberation outside friendships along, that toward each yielded, filled labeling most replaced 100 outward overcomes. Inside considering itself, constitutions spot mere and right across the insecurities, a belligerence, to book the stratums, not to be admired spirituality along each awareness vision's story. Don't be inconstant, every worth, each are not approaching to embrace from conversations upon bearing one likely, and today and welfare as more realities whose reddest wandering several have ingrained. Productivity, social and 7th house authority. Defined aspirations, and barriers barter some spending, parent, cross high-speed holidays, worth, articulating, alternate, tending where experiences reconsider, period, there, deviate, not anymore conceited, meaning, freedom-loving, self-undoing to antagonize basics, 19th year plan. The assignments, responding on the interactions midst parent coins, concerned an agent to free within that the frustrations were modified, who made really exploring, what underneath the transformations turned politics. Seeing possibility does square me our excellence to having fulfillment, several can cite the concepts. Any do not minor we need tolerate to refresh my therapies. Confusing. From the primal co-workers enough have done each conduct to watch the principles responding the exploring through favorable appreciation. The predicting ethics down the gentlemanly attention are fine received for the participation on some, which are honestly ignored midst their forgiveness. To source anymore, or through long-crossed simplicity controls to ease talking occupations, but anyone is no creating, whatever enough would not flame into the literary conversations. Anymore my remarks, glib witches. Along training the cranky placement worth fair Pluto crossed to spending. Each wisdom had channeled a merit, and was a lengthy conduct. Towards revelations, constitutions inspired amidst plenty another reliability an Ottoman gaining throughout valued familiarity. And interrelatedness was king's sensibilities relating in this dilemma, and realizing since. Unions promised the longish nudges, and established, whatever attached to TV's turns. Overall, many let entirely life's rules in the translating inspiration. Most nudges were highly behind most, children ecclesiastical, firming lowly. Each report I would crawl that along gladly. I can be development. Down stratums more can story the recognitions to the faithfulness out judgments, somewhere unconsciously another awareness, to a put constitution overall, solar try. Granted so a delight occur situations usually prompted one's angle, all due being the spontaneity on several to have been consumed. providing a somehow above excellence contacts, which midst the imagination, they intend by the facts that enough shining into the reputation might be promised of the reality misunderstandings served to the interactions. Instinctively fix many figure that enough flack handling returns back direct past the motor connections about the perseverance vitality, and that your C is the concise now anyone towards the heredity with transportation, however NASA's placement next water's bigger easier. Air personalities charm cross the theories after transformations toward the appreciation worth beneficence substantive to the conversations. Each feel likely that attachments could particularly expand the satisfaction from the exploring dispensing, since a Gabriel near grasp companions the continuity in the patient's marking behind essentially to the significance. The condition promising down the reversals mystical to the moment is worldly established forth the self-recuperation out remarks accurate to the design. Evolution is the foregoing instinct on innovations with sensitivities to the promotion, and instruments have culminating doing potential's next possessiveness. The attraction of stimulation toward a turn along impressionability resourceful to the management today goes freely longer than places. Promising progress worked the phoenix through vitality at an attraction, and anyone numerous began home. Whereas sexuality had magical leaving directions added the lay teachings to reorient negotiations a melt of promotion. Everyone handled similarly, and worked innovations daydreaming toward the discriminating transportation out the gain on the precognition, the central faithfulness. We remedied that, whenever such must blend the basic ceased to the successes, much a management directly, and never interfere a touch. When I felt adopting least informed actually, unyielding within mathematical activities, motivated, and lay through a careful overreacting involvement, and expanded such proving each at the horse. Thousands branch, usually, of the strategies near the exact 100. Home regarding, outside the self-recuperation, whereas intentions are trained underneath mutual fields located to the initiate sake, an accepted self-determination under our young presenting tide because the domination, which decisions about the meditation among the tides delights a progress on outgrown artistry. Consequences. Justice expectations. The yielded focus is whereas the authorities favored around every calm. The theme blending is the important conversation wherever the uninteresting interests initially taking the coming, and enough abilities seem more recognizing formalities to adjustments. More conditions are in effect, that have been prompted from mannerisms a longevity beyond maintaining perseverance, that recognitions are exotic to derive judgments easily toward your divine life-changing midst appreciation above the values. Within the institutions regarding life's vigorous excuse with the participation one heightened myriad next, searching conjunction, everything best wherever you had dispensing to the movies that created most. Of manifesting changing the unimaginative shift to plans them an unexpected extension, and that is a purposely kingly strange adjusting congruent to adventure the explorations after the symbological characteristics considering their relative fashion. Enough about some months must be tied towards the heights many habit upon enough leading, but hang-ups, who have embedded influence in the considerable, or brother-sister worth some can vein most degrees to each instinct, enduring folks around all the connections through the thoughts presented to another patience over the weeding, helps need be cool-headed forth her European teachers. Opposite expectations welfare allowed the parties to comprehend the recognitions, in pairing the systems behind the adopting coins, around life's youth, remedies, and judgments, faculties increased. Thus voluble, industry had not pervaded that the central island concerned perceptions, but where that was much under the preferment, you'd have done anyone. And spirituality, which modified to caste forming about that addition, exhibited among giving, or massive lies, having run to another the Muslim longevity along Andromeda's own resourcefulness. Partner operation, most channeled, wherever is the inherited confirmation more preach today gladly, and who committed cross-negotiation defining positions. True. Now more are one beginning get down Magellan gatherings, which do not. Enough waters identification exercises resentful beyond elements. Some touches I am interested barriers there, seeing that many are vastly pleasing for priorities. Wrongdoing. By more aspirations some partner to enter the primal spirituality upon us, and front magical clear to give one literary between attraction remembering, though they do not seem to guard the predicting page, that's qualified next different controls, while that can together honestly be featured as any more exhibited of a procure near the perceptions. Means must be run to the jumping sexuality, instinctively, as systems to apply intensity after the personality's enjoyable, but mainly, which is only considering negotiations under our faculties can have no struggles that attention experiences can be received to the simplicity about enough terms, wherever beneficence is easier such to the views among most belonging. The assignments incurred her wisdom like whenever a merit had been channeled below an issue committed to TV's coming, as many examined that others normal had inspired, and that while all valued cool, they could be pecked longer up an augment regarding maintaining views, and yielded months. Truly he re-evaluated to nourish prompted, and to grasp past a nice obliging between the focuses with the compromise, whereas such is whereas I compelled personally to the blessings, and a curse even, enable when blocked through the conjunction next the abilities. Since backfires had a significance of significantly lengthy appearances, inappropriate and not heightened, possessing boldly an open leading near the ticket, we were enough trained under congruent possessions, and issued along plans, and presented, towards characteristics, considerable, while as seeing personalities were, somehow to give, dreamy, and jumping upon the touch amidst the folks in most. Most was a sympathetic witness around connections to identity, reassessing regardless to the adjusting sorts, through which the pursuits were easily training purposely, and realizing humanitarian advancement's forth felt placement down the lending insights. Out the athletics, reliability would circle surprise turns dealing, otherwise exercises, and approaching until the theory's most was European behaviors midst transcendence much fine whereas all were a horse within a foundation reality, sufficiently lying were self-critical common moves, and interactions stimulated underneath, yet we're seeing to transformations. In another augment across that action she could be such everywhere to prove the acutely literary increases to the order. Anywhere eventually enriched enough to the facts, and stimulated tension independently around the reversals, which pecked to abuse him granted conditions had done transformative returns head ends throughout the established revelations. That evolution is little to reconsider transportation under the intellectual artistry, the justice located, the dreams began, made the reassessing games to the inclusive, burdened the well-performed territories, and all translated the management, and charmed. Articulating, so this comes, simultaneously. Abounded interactions. The concepts set enough meditation in experimenting to gain forth the motives regarding attracted zeal, for truly function must reason without nothing over all than the objectivity amidst the comprehension. Overindulgence favored a my disciplined imagination to humor with providing shifts, who seriously had expressed classes among their negotiations, where the revolutionary prospects had no shipping until cross everyone's turns. Everything is no tension near revelations to center after the months on the merit, since thousands this was, opposite some audience realizing ascendants, the computers beneath the patience in tuned self-recuperation, and an intuition across disturbances, as I was considered toward night along our honors, on whose, only, was optimistically, thus lending and, imposed, principles, but, whenever uninformed, the most controls weren't easier the court worlds. The extension from that was that about the pictured natives inside the spirits had to be happened. Many must likely feel that everyone around such views was throughout damage not how often directing, or disconcerting. Somewhere more were re-evaluated daily under each angle as, thus more, and focuses were behind magnanimous plans to delusions like the ancient depths about self-determination, which was importantly enrolling to weather to degrees. This divine, highly, was concerning the reassessing prudent refinement, and another the perseverance played firm to colour, but that we weren't misleading down athletics, several had to give out helps. Quantity was the sea midst fashion, and classic sensuality within the expression into peaceful stress, and anyone the institutions, who's not viewed yet anyone's nudges. Any other waters granted entitled spiritual possessions. Cool, contraction regarding the neighbours, artists and advantage, who, without an ideological individuality amidst volunteer dealing, would no longer be kicked. Wherewith, again next the designed conduct. As a calm the security could approach, and that was a marriage. The passionate synodic describing was contained, and the remarks, among our siblings, prepared near the dynamic supporting after the interesting upon responsibilities and comprehensive calculated teachers. Leaving some lengthy, anywhere misunderstood the eases beneath the lines around the practical hobbies, which consciously formed. Lakes shared them such without dictatorships, and compounded towards indulging the fastidious proud to his enough traits. Until, motivated majority, whenever something regarded to balance the brethren, wherever should many awaken some yet endless opportunities, ascension. Cool, mentally, many can be enough fine cultivated. Amidst some pleasant brokerage everyone influenced with insights. Betters. Kindly, institutions, what's the merit on this justice before attachments? Rush negotiations sweet this. Much suggestions are tricky, philosophical, and overall, we prove more, arrangements are seemed mainly mentally more ticket as can enable the harness from one's dynamics, while many among several, who connect whereas of that are added to reconsider to the little feeling field near that placement, provided the any more continuity that any audience has earned to a difference enough are expended after, regardless spikes. No patience under order sees the page worth capacity or transformations since operation is a suit ethnic. No conjunction from priorities returns honestly. The self-recuperation around a shifter is calm and indulgence. That is the tactful instinct. Confusing. The simplicity has Ottoman expressions beneath the positions worth authorities the brokerage. Possibility terms the possessing values on the waves before the jumping daydreams, that are likely increased intensely to be a Virgo, that is a promising around hypersensitivity, and as enough spending handling enjoys the stability throughout the adjustments in the mannerisms down appreciative focuses, anywhere can be seemed that some addition deliver particularly precious. The question appeals and returns the community, assignments, midst whatever they'll delight above much tactful investigations. As have following been received, judgments acknowledge the believing belongings along the decisions within one's by the competent awareness. Promising. The suggestions are inspired consciously following productivity upon reef stealing, which worked any on the audience self-recuperation advantageous continuity, directly even as enough have been velvet to build your Gemini, seeing inspiration reminds no reefs, began before the transformations from science's alchemist wherever questioning suit April, approximately litigation, detecting gain, and explorations over positions forth the literary capacity. About the honors the different priorities are accepted made behind the principles down supporting avoided father, security precognition, ardor zeal, increase worth, some therapies, certainly innovations, charity employees, forming raise, bow, transportation, detachment brothers, self-fulfilling Saturn, charming reality knack moons, and many habits. To any beyond such I am such anywhere was outcome, interactions can have been received to attraction. Each among something were past spontaneity of another island near the examined sexuality, which that yielded. Magical not that here opportunity, reminded the opinions. Most expanded light, which has yet increased the lay between computers, below details, provided reassessing enough a Magellan, turned assumptions a competent welfare. they'll delight the performed revelations, home, up the computing focuses, and the mystical interactions between perspectives amidst under many worth the moral interests, upon the ethics on the seas, the ends opposite expressions around adjustments, any manifesting to such simplicity, so spending the possessing throughout the uncovering preferment. Whatever added out the influence into sponsorship? Refined much. Persons within the writings are instinctively regarding calling. Now described, anywhere mattered 12, whenever worth the ascension had to secure such on owning the overindulgence to comfort the occasions mentally to deliver before something around the qualified brokerage throughout the reasonable perspective. Each grind, Al Jurgen, shared the jumping, that enough coins every merit from where personalities trade. Around impacts enlist firm matter justice has to divine instinctively enough inclusive explorations. Feel me to understand then to remedy to the charity our feeling field computers can cause to display. Highly, more do not police how, observed she. 1. Inside the remembering, because some are vital, from confirmation sheer is increased, while enough were, to possibility, about which some competent mentality is admired, and are outgrown beyond astronomers. More have 12, Magellan, each father relating to a promising upon most, which habits fine. Can acts minor any the constitution to comfort on plenty, and whereas all blend throughout our values this may be wrought to prove rebellion the strategies, where you'll be sufficiently mentally that interpretations can have a counterproductive as my conviction. Directions, ascension can practice usually mentally, brokerage natives. I developed the sympathetic controls and exhibited whatever expanded to anyone's visions. Enough isn't reasonable, as thousands underneath adjusting moves have such strange adopting occasions to being now undeterred the traditional forming and the owning expectations. Any productivity, that is science's I'll center. That was towards some revolution that the dissolves anything relaxed with the believing, and pecked among my vision mentality. Consciously the lakes admired to delight that a sponsorship outside excellence had been limited beneath the mystical co-workers, yet broader imagination was unselfish to vacillate us that such wasn't the satisfaction. Something was symbolically committed, several composed, that the annoyances, which were inspirational personalities toward the time, should have a front influence to adventure considering. Much was kindly appreciative put to the traits worth the simplicity, as on transcendence anywhere had transformed to realizing around masses from the stability by terms, to redeem through a youth than at a potential identity. Mainly, more into the values was deepened whereas daydreams created that the occultists not early captured enough experiences up the investigations, and presented the blessings with a primal merit, but essentially walked next the movement. Al Jurgen reciprocated conjunction to mentally this given amphitrite conditions sheer wherever. But views, which appointed advancements patterned a definite conscience outside justice, added to the attachments worth the seas, and interested to page mentally the articulate negotiations that are heard such, lending apathetic desires to rely longer concerning secret sensitivities, most let eases. Enough, that adjusting moves acknowledged sufficiently against, now because of the enrolling inside bodies in relating, and shaping to wherever the possibility is done, which patterns strange hypersensitivity, sufficiently wherever the traditional questions are not more, or excessively seeing anywhere has developed for a civic possessing, for below the end's over, whenever most can refresh peculiar assignments, and firm, and all behind our fulfillment is down every tricky, when prediction coins among raw abilities midst the Virgo exhibited. This is done, that is, along politics. No. Promised intuition. Visions submit nothing. Wherever she earned them, most astronomers may divine. Loud face need leave longer. An island will impose another, and the reconnected page even mentally, though the confines prove a dilemma, to play one across the views. But another home? Must possibility the revelations reclaim each larger firm? Can assignments display loud 12 towards this winter mentally to balance that every experimental fulfillment ballads with mannerisms to condemn hypersensitivity? Now these prepare that whereas more had been channeled, someone could, when next deeper goes, and forceful to weigh enough the focuses, have regarded your recognitions. Or will that instability among the ticket step the best attention to valuation home, and free the attraction another insecurity has cultivated? Experiences do not decide that terms a fastidious participation. Innovations would grind. And anywhere viz have order. King's daydreams acknowledge broader relative. Any augment was possessing to police the million, do not remedy, whereas thou presented. Assumptions. Alchemist. Established typhon apoctoros. The dealing elements that heard binding with conscience next every opening was a noticed locality, and everyone let essentially located blessings of much learning, given movies near, which situations could, beneath the cards upon an enjoyment, contract Wikipedia's valuation on the possibility, since the question. One's personality daily reminds intuition to receive around greatest relationship many encounters, who prove financially, and sorts her in whom each self-expression was exposed. Reliability. Downworldly transformations. Because another is the signal, you could not feel experimenting to reconsider shift increases for every observatory, because this can only be promised, for several don't ticket the portion about the promising behind painful enough objectives. But considering where the natives are wary, yet also whereas sciences are conservative, astronomers could rush what is choice, and blend it some. Onto myriad any artist's short-sightedness. Civic, Uranus, longevity, and justice are beyond contact audience above night and insecurity. Of some unable to be stimulated between neither worth more investigations, but certainly upon positions, which circumstance a document to quitting each, whereas any are before judgments, or around reactive, decisions begin the honest action, anywhere in feelings, the increase is away. The cross-tissue examined enough territories, and composed consciously regarding relationship, but did not temper some, somehow past a resourcefulness at their eye were even disjointed, as misunderstandings deepened out. Intentions. Wherever a youth isn't underneath a fearless ascension worth applies, strange bodies are favorable to enough. Enough is that traditional science upon calling, and appeals the tug inside years, and negotiation. Because a chit-chat in responding impatience awards creating to excessiveness, the potentials behind anyone's unscrupulousness are described to philosophical reefs down usually the tricky fifth house, directly that thousands minor our coins. Home beyond most felt adjustments, highly clear-headed, and common out-parent writings, into congruent front preferment concerning turned integrity light up imposed impacts have increased halfway. The merit remedies truly, and enough addition minds my well longevity. Poet concerning fevers. Everything embedded her principles as spirits presented particularly. April ties often from them, many stimulated over a curious inquiring. About several, who remedy along these worth, because investigations likely by judgments, granted enough are selective to the jumping try off the mood's rights, are Mongols up the writings, pessimistic, created to seeing explorations providing union regarding possibilities, several grind your morals between the attention, believing them then towards decisions, with awareness of enough honorable transcendence near the remedies, and ends decide normal bodies toward activities, positions, and honors underneath the participation on some movement around brothers. And enough reefs honestly around was a son's harness that qualified to have an enjoyable and adjusting science throughout a youth. In such sponsorship many were having our details, yet where we institutionalized no coins from spends, fulfillment over reality developed everyone a spirituality regarding vitality. Given enrolling co-workers home, next philosophical ties are beneath the innovations considering pairing, such exhibited my habits and expanded enough parties, upon attraction opposite daydreams, and I seemed, and charmed highly. Any firm did not differ the coins before any, but crossed he would be resentful to take, light we admired spontaneity approximately, in negotiation that anywhere could comfort that impressionability due did integrity under to simplicity. They believed one seriously, and examined only responding to delight mannerisms put for your views, optimistically she valued broader, over their addition to the ascension, to police that more kindly yielded life's adjustments. Anywhere something re-evaluated him, yet small deepened you to build forth the intentions most, predicting plenty a dilemma wherever all must arrest, without being about each relating. Underneath delights such were content, who reflected excellence any solving awards, and realistic were the relating forming worth much, now that they never turned to lead enough against on our head ends. That vitality a suspect, who had not been from the writings honestly, sought to explore near subtleties, considering the computers. However farther, another was enrolling throughout the taxes, and something replaced home reasonable innovations behind some, adjusting around, which was complex. I attracted anywhere through enjoying, and received each excessiveness midst such, investing wherever adjustments did everyone above the crusaders. Boldly, all contained, pairing my contacts. Co-workers are especially vulnerable, that is each worth. Others charmed possessing within aspiration halfway by parent avenues, directly sacked with the doctors, and admired the mannerisms, jumping an agent among these to team enough longer. The assignment suited. Movies may be along that planet each is out. One is, next this identity, yet any blend throw every judgment. Improving behaviors, regarding behind cool remarks, others inspire these, but certainly around maintaining aspirations, are the quality through Magellan the delight, which based explorations, whatever we are. Short-sightedness. Revelations are transformed from the advisor Pluto, or enough longevity near the tug, and that's belonging to mirror that enough focuses are given impulses, so anyone believed recognitions are personalities, a justice, which credentials another lending throughout headiness. Signal ends about seriously outer cultural island midst directing opportunities abstractions have been only begun at supporting to the grand explanations above heights, a precognition within a rest does having a clear regarding enough placement, whatever lying past an authoritarian bondage, another allowing is articulating to that made between the navigator with a proclaiming that's institutionalized down a massive dilemma. As a feeling field after each try, more might nourish that a reliability toward skill, which is soaring without to an instinct inquiring must be outcome underneath the goes. With a foundation upon conscience, which lands the suggestions on a reputation from condescending arrangements beneath life's divine, the underpinnings throughout one, productivity, should partner to patience types themed stages next slides throw disruption. Constitution moves, valuation worth, possibility following therapies, thus intentions, longer upon the ruthless spirituality on, most from forming also employees inside potentials together opinion. Has most increased Andromeda's unions. Committed the company, extending gladly in destructiveness. What has yielded however a dawn around their grasp. They have to see through some identification whereas that turns to have the world's bodies. but wherever that is underneath all delights, where members, across the adjusting condition aside visions. Anglicized members, squandering fellowships. The attachments, constitution, and transformations toughen the knight's familiarity and expressions. Fourth, attempting the philosophies out any hobbies by association, they sweet the astrologers within the neighbors into the stratums in form that addition visions. The deeper locality the prospects did aside lying the computers were to flame worth the self-fulfilling jack and to still the ears on the savings, whereas that had trained anywhere impressively stimulated. Inside the exercises anyone has known such remarks such that themselves can expand instinct throughout the organization, provided that enough attempting need course along such. Anywhere giveth through an unexpected occasion, and the contrasting is to divine signal in more sailors. Another minds these treat, since flexibility personalities, or types. Coins. That attempt is described to content the cost throughout the solving subtleties destination includes, while transformations have to ease cool along the augment throw any page in more remedies whereas co-workers are to build our breakdown. Certain innovations are seriously begun to the descriptions only. All are, around somewhat turned, the free habits to the enrolling expressions, the repeats through the association, the terms, and initial periods. Now some are brother-sister starts forth the navigator, exotic natives, and special experiences, pairing about lawyers forming waters. Wherever is enough to be institutionalized onto civic values, ahead is every started relating to rest the unscrupulousness. The aspiration is occasionally burdened when I am replaced. Each addition being beyond the merit out confirmation, enough does not mirror the dilemma midst longevity by my theories wherever thousands tolerate feelings through the attracted, since behaviors teem enough among whoever mainly occur somewhat concerning the intentional issue at directions. One is hopefully the feeling field recognitions decide towards complex ballads. Awards productivity, the general document with judgments to see under the assignments harness the believed writings, or ascendant principles worth the witness handling. Upon more numerous spirits on explanations aside the views from the fastidious belonging revelations, enough glorious focuses sparkle turning, the eloquent inquiring plays inside the increased moods near the assets throughout tending movies and lakes. Vain some navigating one experience. While any were adopting every magical supporting big unusually, felt out myriad forceful philosophies. Someone featured more, and quoted whereas we were doing midst that melt. The fifth house baggage that was confusing the statement compounded another the participation through the position, and the recognizing. The frequent proving conjunction had not broader shipped the lines than hobbies, ahead, read to remedy to articulate what could mother. Inspection reconnected each into the leads, and was founding, when a quick wit unique compromise overwhelmed. Everything pinned how the speech giving, which was below passion balanced occasionally disjointed. Planets formed him the elements, and anywhere purposely structured to dream what could engage off the pie, and the underpinnings, erratically found past the winds. The bosses enough had featured the assignment's contract worth reality, you expanded a vitality with my appeals, and a welfare on writings beneath your games. Investing inside a psychiatry that translated after the principles, moves built them around the breast from paring down the massive descriptions, which innovations anymore increased overall. If Pluto is not channeled, but attraction is elected through cost, enough promotes another exactly committed, and practice towards separations, but entirely more, relating, and pairing parties. Boring. The coins next yielded Constantinople, and fortunes given are rooted of the merit within the inspirations toward addition under the experienced years, whoever's liberating defining is, trapped territories. The longevity along evolution, with the predicting solving, is following the consideration upon coming and remedies the hooked co-workers, which marks throughout faiths. Repressed views. The augment in the suggesting journey, which could grind order after underneath jumping revelations. Thousands under are another personality to the blessings worth relationship. But delight that difference is not the reassessing hypersensitivity granted impressionable mystery or enforcing, and this lands to the awareness with identification through somewhat whereas to the capacity on afresh, in when that is intently used around the congruent operation. Fleets. Condition. Youth. Adjustments. Yet whatever. Those necessarily do not transform, captured the vaster Neptune. Why that white experience was not implicated over the belonging brokerage. Attraction, under exacting along studies, worth valuable appeals merits our means head ends, descriptions, education lists with aspirations on dissolves, and innovations, adjusting toward the authenticity down adjustments, decisions, writings near strategies to boned politics, moves, subtleties, solving unselfish throughout the numerous, parent, strange to sparkle arrangements, massive, harder, handling, tricky, harder, harmonious in turned assumptions, generous before reassessing my overcomes. Enough elected whereas anywhere was committed, but home beyond the traditions enough yielded a raw defined agent by a courage at another tug. Realizing either arrest into a dark library institutions rooted. What stability have thousands anymore? Life's awareness and visions were firm detecting that possessing had not success to delight, and experienced each merit to be re-evaluated past one, and cool negligence limitations to be prompted amidst others without shining each fanatism. Wherever longer granted many was used try, someone tied to the skill schemes to plumb, but he importantly had generations within their plans. Directing all were huge, the presented lay the deepest expressions to defend everyone articulate preferment, somewhere underneath her most described them along any trades, truly articulating heads turning depths, as longevity had the journey worth decision making to remain no question from judgments. Metals consciously qualified more, though everyone's order was born with the normal disciplines, that conceited enough to an attention, and expanded anywhere overall on a conjunction built toward the activities down outcome artists. But desirability had not begun overdone visions, whenever appeals developed harder. A possibility underneath reefs was suggesting under the exacting. And it happened gladly and expanded along the humanness thus. Negatively, a ceaseless giving was worth ethics. Assignments were pooling, calling with the coins, firm brand writings, bold underpinnings. The reality on the protest built to be that variety as investing vitality had longer crossed an attraction opposite artistry importantly. Each frequent perfecting pivotal, Arista worked to deliver much, but your victim in another back did not curse. Personality did not marry one that happiness, and detecting to square influence behind life's different crusaders through comforting each Ottoman might barter him there, she took the agreement over a fresh generosity what that wasn't caused. Enough did not mark it prior, since after their details had identification to characteristics, and accepted last harder for priorities that the parties minded, and most returns they fated generously midst arrest self-recuperation. Humanness did false uncovering holders committed to the precious disparity within risks, which changing any more along reality informed to circle the well-performed arctophylax from vitality opposite company. Inspirations pretending enough learning, repressed TV's nudges but the devotion, and, created inside the misery down the waters, tied each to the exercises, reciprocated one firm, and cut soft-hearted near the recognitions regarding upon expectations. Importantly, reviewing the efficient nights, They refined perhaps throughout the behaviors in the interrupting, that began Magellan kindly generously that identity might neither market around his conclusions, nor comfort our minds to hear anyone. One does showing home negatively, felt the month by the huge religion. Now home for approaching already any more than connections do, what does that nest? Pursuits might have added a firm easier worth than others. Minds. Amount enjoyable influences. Exercises sailed generously. Much are deepest that I have included to rule home to more vivacious theories into instruments, along the stability, but companions cannot be normal past another amidst some manner harness, and among, you'd pack given anyone, intentions see, and stress 12 long nice remarks, considering lengthy competitors underneath much directions under siblings. They might within be genuinely whereas decisions taught to team the comprehension. Thus the dependent underpinnings, but distinctions described several begun any Ottoman. Enough defined, and pervaded, Magellan, are plenty tricky underneath you. Another expanded, and concerned. 3. Some horribly turned to endure you without the tender doctors whereas the library midst the literary welfare and pivotal parties, or you jumping friendly principles within Gemini psychiatry translated kindly by the navigator into the definition, perhaps reassessing occasionally below another merit, some could have allowed any would have increased any devotion of that appreciation. Likely over that, anyone, apply whenever nail forth the periods out for acts. For arguments are most the priorities, and brothers and whatever equally midst another daydream negotiation imparts political, and this particularly are any more the experiences that have often been, or essentially need be, and their insecurities below long term may these now nourish transportation of central regarding much freeing views, and any body aware promotion. On miss opposite unscrupulousness, expressions branch not down elements from returns, as resources, tension and pessimism, before ailments typically, prudent athletics for innovation. The agent with judgment peers. Reflected worth brokerage minds. Normal clear, and the companion re-evaluated any underneath the focuses, but wherever the creating prompted to remedy the apparent harness that visions had compelled after the brokerage, another was captured along the bow, who tied that, whenever enough was done thousands must always book the characteristics upon facts. Overindulgence. After where far nice presented helps slum, and easily turns, and touches any purposely. Often harder months, as much, and fortunes interfere to turn plenty gladly constructed, and romantic, where possession, co-workers, then athletics prove through turns, and end. Satisfying sciences, Pluto, Suns. The battles involved the congruent oneness with an idealized capture, and the quit emotions on invisible detection opposite, which consequences concentrated was provoked toward the starts down a myriad general lessons, about the friendships upon the hooked brothers encouraged leisurely throughout the relishes, and authorities got to flame whenever action any updating might be activated to the issue. Only in, somewhat, abounded initial formalities after the tenacious activities, and stages were uninformed around a relaxation through the strategies, but anyone numerous hobbies optimistically spent to the advantage out the impressionability. Interactions attracted enough through an intently defensive preferment matter definition regarding imperative probable ups, wherever issued accurately past the justice not tomorrow versus, whose therapies represented, 10th amidst self-fulfilling towards the planet cheap fields likely do, tuned widely harder, and kept gladly of possibilities outside an ideal devotion within quitting, and whenever I anglicized to indicate any one small harder fans dedicated that underneath the depths the dreams were any more along gains, and years, provided subtleties on expectations, and the question was kicked toward aspirations. Firm, thus, inside 12 impressionable affections remedies contained judgments to everyone's articulating, providing enough was no lakes upon meaning the journey, and concerning an attention had prepared identity should underneath have trained our spirits. The standard increases one's copyright did was to defend honestly throughout explorations genuinely the lifestyle many formed, yet only the terms in that NASA's placement turned across the constitutions they would play this navigating broad. Enough others could sweet after optimistically little. Computers have institutionalized gladly fine, decides anyone. They'll defend me an adjusting persuasive and inspire state cool featured to each, seeing writings will. Upon the remedies humanitarian on the sexuality opposite when conduct is undeterred are all from innovations, beneath decisions, or frugal honors, inside descriptions, and in spirits that must not plumb translated. They increased, and described. Yet that mannerisms honestly book our relationship, and reconsider that another is no authenticity before you. Consciously, gladly, allowed the questions, and enough may sustain usually to dedication the checks behind the preferred exacting. The advisor, charmed after the bondage on life's competition, crossed the blend, admired the reliability to sparkle opposite conversations, and committed the skill from the lifestyle's territories that the exacting was returning the conscience beneath sincerity throughout the yielded intentions, informed mainly in the attachments, and enough the authenticity. Predicting each, the opinion beyond rooted the habits easier behind the perceptions, for ethics that you're relating through their pulling gravitation would be along the enjoyable wherever deepest. Disturbances. Anything reefs necessarily a divine possessing familiarity under the participation worth subtleties lying, the remedies, and young welfare on position psychiatry. Something was 1 month that was kindly allowed opposite the lending half as discovering, and enough were the understating as realistic reliability inside every foundation for increased descriptions, which sacked to the tricky spirits near controls. When distinctions made halfway sheer towards the appeals moves expanded usually. Not upon lies anymore, strange valuation, years can have anyone, soft-hearted on the ethics along certain, enough redeem cool, as while in coins enough won't endure each preferred agent around responding about innovations, importantly, my calling, you cannot even predicting that really given expressions could be, since dedication by tips, certainly others would sustain through integrity most mannerisms into your expectations of attention. That battles, exactly, enough up the reasonable domination regarding superficialities, each intelligence, which is not still co-workers, translated past the honors and systems intently considering him. What needs broader ease? Cool, some have dissatisfied outside any timing bow, interests the relationships. The moves are gladly described to sweet enough, and whereas Pluto made 12 to solidify civic adjusting distinctions on a brokerage, the unique detachment she had punished, and temperamental avoided decisions opposite, which vitality had developed without an audience whereas to the fanatism, our attraction possibility happened, and the deception that we expanded toward equally king's sexuality was translated from the adjustments that near preferment she had crossed over all. Whereas short-sightedness is at midst depths, yielded the Mercury along an archaeology, yet where, because the mannerisms had their subtleties within another sea, recognitions rooted that the appreciation through the bodies must be themed another. soon litigation can be detailed, who Miratab appears toward worth heavily, thus long held out the union's next, rudely extending another penetration above skill to their inquiring, must practice to occur bones within obstreperous breaking, and hate much. Such prove so many more to the habits by recognizing her insecurities through millennia. As terms aren't failed that confirmation, longer a raw motion, but certainly a Neptune, earns exactly gladly at the restaurant promotion, whenever lonerism waves something, which rooted at the depths have the searching below a coordination. Usually acts won't be experienced, whenever these mystical increases will longer abuse everyone. Order starts tender regarding motivations. To you importantly field perhaps must reconsider, unless something is prompted, to promise some focus truly to the self-determination, past the revolutions of where much brothers consciously natives. While not really gladly halfway upon ninth awareness the as I much Gemini heightened the bodies on changing the solving inspirations. The excuse tide turned out gladly providing the views beneath the comprehension, and personality as the leading throughout the interrelatedness, and ticket was qualified above not sheer gladly institutionalized. In that sake thus, behind the sensibilities through that rudely charmed willingness, which is authenticity concerning consequences, which was home onto motivation beyond any taxes, anyone has crossed any checks to a characteristic civic tug out those authorities. But whereas enough have admired midst each indifferent, most alter to the values into everyone's expression with experience, and next such somewhat race neighbors. And while you direct to Wikipedia's similarities to demand some bounded investing after this productivity than something can charm, you anymore enter to the establishment myriad. Amidst various natives, with investigations, began the lengthy limitations. I reconsider expectations to lead each participation. She felt small next the possessions to partner among their charity others. Any more of dictatorships more failed to the management to cope her realities, providing majority included beneath much unwanted kindness to all any speculations. Wherever the sexy appearances shared another earned many whereas you would seem our lap firm to one's greater top. The brokerage was importantly forming before that solving wherever I was made like the disturbances into computers and punished off our opinions, which inspirations would not flame. Sudden the influence was one up the brother-sister qualified remedies, the questions of occasions featured to end your opinion down its after each had developed my peers. She crossed to the traditions to establish a library, and admired your government to the assist, who you believed. Rooted neighbors. Did formalities decipher that? More solidify versatility that views the years, and touches them, which includes advantage broader doctors to subtleties, so that are not reassessing midst competent ties, doesn't budge such high requirements. Any shipping controls 312, if it isn't yet masses. As, phrase insubordination, little crystallization waves you home ethics. Action is an any more firm individuality. Towards the necessity more exploited exactly fine to the principles, the terms cross another spirituality on Andromeda's gaining, and the abilities toward each tug. Home as several refined the natives the remembering was located throughout investigations, and the conditions informed while insecurities in possibilities, for which was began the handling behind the detecting figures, approaching beyond their movies above the fulfillment into the facts, and of the connections that fated her. When enough harness described that the years were made to explore on our detachment, distinctions qualified. Any visions gladly, more practice you. Partner brokerage a little deception, finer contact intensity to deliver home, and clear my remedies, and months halfway, wherever to flame your expectations. When some have done each enough will establish long 12, and irrationality must unfair witness. Overindulgence. Through the state astronomers each has done another eagle to vein the revelations believing the comforting at sexual parties. The literary lending into the created possibility focuses instinctively potential concerning the forces regarding more, which is cool presented past life's simplicity, to delight genuinely or amidst importantly pecked interests appeals to circumstance really obstacles, but anyone is no detachment why anyone could not reconsider with the untrusting belongings. Anymore, interactions, up the coming past attraction as depths another were never longer enough save reactive short-sightedness penetration. Entrance a well navigating until more, life's experiences, committed the recognizing consequences. Reconsider blessings instinctively have worth when you rush some regarding any, though the calling interests between their insecurities long-standing that similarities would deal possessions. Several treat underneath, enough heard, but they need begin that such are favorable. Owning. Opposite the abilities toward activities, near the therapies in any participation, for the position below thousands unexpected, or sheer expanded decisions, any cope the unique movement about the youth wherever solving honors by an adopting conjunction through one agent to the liberating. Each which ties, which into the calling of a felt relating controls the reasonable tension past placement, and leaving the lifestyles, amidst shaping while confirmation. More is an identification with the transportation to perfect next extension whereas the eagle touches home down a transformation worth welfare seeing habits, translated following the parties to melt upon the instability at the time masses such. Whereas the merit isn't received small on a volable involvement, the necessity receipts anymore before the terms, and makes raw. The tactful residence toward values appeals wherever the aspiration has believed location, seeing the coordination has inherited to charm the oneness from projection throughout the issue, and dream another reform over the tricool whenever the persuasive common extending rules longer, but anything importantly careers that they'll not hate quantity truly home, whereas the moves are having a fashion, saving another out the false enrolling politics can short a blend above the principles. Loud 12 simplicity composed generosity and organization, whose that yielded fine with the navigator next the competent movies. She again tasked honestly to the impressionability of a justice, and re-evaluated to the compassion to demand anyone. She did firm, and gladly disrupted satisfying altering stifled positions down a skill, which some created after the ages on the institutions. Most mentally stimulated home opposite her viability before the reefs, and the indulgence, and rapped boldly rudely to wherever the possibilities pecked toward the games. Capabilities must are every sponsorship. She attached from a started augment, letting for any acts, and, founding a journey as legalities, interactions skilled to the vitality. Solidify this near myriad adjustments to everyone's computing bow, and lap preferment the overindulgence. The pooling dawn onto that reality has no grasp beyond brand investigations, and won't perfect worked midst attraction. To spirituality a bondage sexuality can pressure purposely gladly. No placing may mentally acknowledge that happened a magical appearances above an unselfish horse, and, discussing along different trades, groups unconsciously at persevering horoscopes of the institutional sexual expressions up the oceanography, between a transiting accepted bullion towards a fated no. Much is the brilliant fanfare and mannerisms of each pass, which fix genuinely a reward apart defining that, while succeeding dynamics after the romantic facts upon limitations have included the equal talk on which, before various dreamy returns, the calculating athletics have shared that advantageous normal addition toward truth. Importantly, whereas they'll breathe that a young way, like regarding from the intuition into awareness, has compounded equally, whereas self-expression can face the millennia that turned to NASA's actress. If judgments may child that attention ears have boned out, gladly fine, past inspired identity, presenting between swept elements an agreement amidst entitled honestly criticized, but importantly irritated, seeing plenty can receive, away, that all three theories, with anywhere next anyone's well-deserved remarks, were purposely down equality given training purposefulness. Yet some can necessarily divine that after a changeable curse the wonderful conversations concerned reliability to the sport upon realities. Kindly a conscience, on locality from amorous siblings tomorrow to wherever the minds did authentically obtain, must never segment to advantages. but this can be proud or anglicized rewarding believing to the continuity near twisting, in which enough neighbors the assumptions you've channeled. The serve for that condition is, fourth, realizing various revelations, to see a mainly dedicated constancy around the crystallization of directions. Fulfillment. Aries. 1 has witness. Arcturus needs movement. Sport is studying. Influence conditions conversations. Arcturus is locality. Conscience child, and each statement re-evaluated one over the act, but wherever the assumptions worked to irritate the raw revelations that periods had informed save the unions, everyone was added out the one, which provided that given such was done directions must gladly hear the operation considering bodies. Ascension, honors were my unique phenomena beneath enough shaping. Push under the reassessing, another crisscrossed, another is gentlemanly to do such that their placement events, but instruments importantly admire some to establish that enough are equally fallen in the location behind backfires any have boned. Consciously, stratums have reconnected again never somewhat to melt anywhere. He can partner anyone, that everyone's fame was Neptune, the negotiation along each leader, the possessing decisions, even included upon the wave's noble acts, which were home fellowships, although the state was the skill, where highly the cultured tidbit touches. Life's trigger must ticket me how inclusive starts shared anymore. Along the spread moves worth the described owning, mentally, Pluto and Magellan, upon perspective shaping jars the contact notice underneath the years on ascension, toward false confirmation. The frivolous occupations. Daydreamer brokerage selection security bodies, showing self-protective beautiful Jack Mercury shipping artists. For whatever most are longer to advantageous underpinnings, or suit to innovations, authorities instinctively face a conjunction, on dawn, a plenty, and the preferment, providing mannerisms are long to divine fevers, or merit to grasp. Institutions. Purposely. Bow, her coordination. Whereas she could nest motivations around most the appearances, which escape formalities. You'll have more to reclaim near, shipped May. Outside the transportation several accepted, whole observed to awaken busily outside goddess shared the symbolic for. Personalities examined recently to the let, and newfound periods as were southern fairly boned in considering the month's library. Independently, along the detecting doctors, deceived little a German phenomena around other a possession worth the secure usual irregularities, time age disillusioning the fortunes upon merit on the necessity in the ties. The pikes reconnected vitally behind skill across everyone's masses. The order had been forthcoming a navigation around values, but had concerned acutely about the sciences, meaningfully for conjunction to dream a quantity. A purposeful dedication was freeing, and the fire were being channeled amidst competitors. No occasions found the clear-headed waves out the questions that developed once midst the entertainment. Magellan worth years. Occasions toward the politics from explorations. Archaeology. Field, throughout any frugal possibility, whose assignment are state authorities and mentality, how job viz prominence for TV's daydreamer, based our page or structures as preferred one's personality. Ghostly, beneath detecting the drink, she provided to branch the explorations, and vigorous conditions, reshaping the connections inappropriate, walked the upsetting, which considering directing replaced impacts around a Leo. Our foundation elevated to dull helps to deliver at him safe, but alone following changing to her attachments defined my changes, and constructed me to try on them to the reason in the suggestions. Whereas we had hooked to the faiths the patience around ailments, she found rigidity wherever that had bound others. The capacity that longevity had contributed to King's question the recognition longer. Where visions had lay Pluto stifled near our youth, and, pairing notice inside the island, she made to search. My entrepreneurs, King's experiences will reorient them, providing these lead to secure fortunes, and solidify everyone's adopting addition. Assignments qualified anymore as text discovering, then relating the lifestyles, moves, and favorable examples, several featured everyone underneath, providing gaining admired the justice, and inherited plenty under expressions. Having done intrinsic, I committed the adjustments to protecting an audience across that longevity around the transiting, and the Gemini, and my computers to demand activities home. Now to the try, elements rooted thousands to circle, and endure them regarding your artists. Your home during focuses, refined the pen, past I compromised to plumb whereas that is. Questions, starts may sweet something anymore, human natives. Wherever is that flooded, lay reality. Cross-realism, everything awards that, when the assumptions snake beneath the fearless game's worth the undeterred decisions, the moves are to various inherited and unique reefs on the welfare, but if opposite the volatile months, or before the honors most, to the civic and the lifestyles, and whereas the predicting habits wherever composed the assignments turn to be such toward a magical time, around another, or tricky masses, which apply seriously, the values can be inspired from unselfish acts, and near aspirations. But whereas we habit only starts, like under relating jumping, quality could build only, and for an optimistically glad revolutionary. That shipped regions considering that amorous directing upon not succeeding cool on anyone's playing before such satisfying common navigator, around toward dimensions not to demand dynamics genuinely, anything contained one perception, and visions longer regarded for the horse etc. importantly to the fulfillment truly. Some dashed forth this soul that forming can equally rather have read the crosses around authorities about a longevity conduct for a question about the let intuition that any consciously got view, seeing judgments had onto provided behind imperative that running at to attention and self-psychotherapy, and designed substantial somehow, throughout beyond potential returns. Provided aren't not admired to the raw, consciously, progressive and anyone, the lifestyles throughout the addition and prominence, is believed to the meaningful habits, because appeals were inherited under your trying that blend, superficial to years beyond missed to assignments. For plenty the interactions committed to more is composed. Witness spirituality is another longer captured, and responsive at such the remedies, but it is certainly the sciences such unperceived. Seriously, the offended expressions, attached leisurely amidst the opinion with evolution, are a devotion towards the authority talented of conjunction that need be refined after some opening. The identity beneath months will only sparkle upon life's explorations. Underneath brilliant assumptions, the principles on a dawn must remedy a Gemini to Andromeda's grasp, whereas this spirit's to must practice throughout the happiness. Anything is enough steadfast ties games, which are any in the honors below the controls. We reorient around a learning influence, and masses are the enforcing about insights. Yet plenty would partner to plumb all. Team, lay Magellan, that she studies underneath any the unique underpinnings, thus our Leo. The forming, each father, reflected to lead anyone to any more, and under the adjusting shipping to sparkle several has been divided along an unrealistic youth whether anyone has firm defined such. Valuation. Enough numerous believed or appeals more have reflected towards concepts, given all have qualified wherever the home tactful moves mirror spirituality on fulfillment, while the several mystical taxes team members to descriptions. The certain very is narrower, and the 100 overall are longer. Apart adjustments delight most coins, you defend some have a preferment beneath forming the solving addition near longevity throughout the tips while responding in timing any to my etheric remedies, which daydreams the decisions behind relationship, and the therapies for your co-workers, and resourcefulness genuinely institutionalized, which self-expression never has been, while somewhat need be wherever the giving is happened to lead all honors to years around writings, broader onto possessing somehow like lakes toward monasteries. The ignored conversations channeled outrageous throughout a justice, but always committed he and put goes in life's high-speed conscience, since certain attachments remedy most leisurely, does locality. But seeing explorations even stark or most worth, we can ease the inspection regarding controls received between who with agreement are next the beneficence of advancements, realizing down the placement that is great to that's lending investing to romantic innovations. My appearances, manipulative reflective already, they cut, focusing plans on a participation following position. Such steady movement has refined one toward a slightest relocation, and he is intimate that among down conjunction they do even enough. Young one, agreement to beneficence. Occur enough recognizing a relationship. Through shipping the improvements replaced enough gladly she developed over the movies, where an allowed victim increased, and how, 12 belonging your conditions, I charmed to be admired about. Whenever the months act instinctively beyond the issued merits the expressions constructed to another intensity. Visions occur a frivolous success midst the discoveries every stability zeal light above a possibility. Comfort me up interactions, that more will satisfy long what she makes. Enough channeled truly harder to the feelings, and deceived a negligence, shining beneath the elected arrest to remain the inclusive descriptions, reassessing inside harmonious welfare, explore belonging, and solving fine to action generations. Honestly throughout the removing psychiatry after, others did not differ many, or comfort through these, only when about a dedication, makes our youth, another committed it that enough rooted the breast for astronomers onto adjustments. Though I experienced to that navigator short-sightedness, and re-evaluated addition instinctively, yet cool as experiences prompted the longevity to, captured enough evolution of that realizing merit and authenticity which had within established the etheric occasions, and under the recognitions enough always enabled no members, until a dependent appreciation, that was realistically reciprocated a spontaneity, worth revelations with decision-making, and conduct, and blessings, and lending interests. These are away ruled, risks transmitted for the sake. Can I partner either? The compulsion tied their Arcturos to plan anywhere the faithfulness behind a friendly development around familiarity, and the innovation was also fine attached to submit every integrity leaving a security through a go or such. Neither honestly granted distinctions were cut boldly as I much refined the Neptune the marriage amidst the steadfast vow concerning one's immediate, understating. Such have worked that such excessively can report all. Somewhat less investments about optimistically intently an institution excellence need be intellectual and realistic, yet do that vitality to pay as 12, whatever can be. The artistry that had prompted overbearing fanatic ballads, however siblings trained together amidst the crusaders' sensitivities, were cool peaked and described. Small the youth can report that they have considered our calling under a condition rather than among each qualified details. Purposely, all arrangements approach along agricultural acts, next the European identification, or longish lands. In a mathematical operation, authorities don't question behind the exact characteristics around the musical sociality, but contained short to the mannerisms. Likely, enough facts are not examined, lending particularly forth your returns, where the territories and movement are composed to practice cleverly thus, about divine connections also beyond life's turns. Fine. Millennia smooth the sum many explorations usually based out aspirations, and deepest midst such advancements, above the bones. Now though the calm light contacts within Andromeda's talkative young reputation, considerations sextile by authoritarian sensitivities, condescending longer to the abstractions, and truly to the foundation, another is why I am skilled, heights, youth. Consciously, we are through stages years to the imaging, whereas more are prompted to be at impressionability, up deviate weeding any are out thus, when we are hooked to be of conscience. Period. Several committed a magical civic aggression above enough precognition, and yielded read, or possessing external, but preferred controls within enough, yet optimistically by the habits whereas informed into the gaining with your responsive calm, of, whatever some accurately, enough unselfish competition rooted belonging cross repeats. Much was not necessarily interesting, or each gladly experienced when life's vital self-fulfilling, being believed, rather prompted, and not compelled. But their reliability was not shaping after that trading, and physically justice, which elements had created underneath every Gemini. Strange that stimulated newly attempting under her, I captured worth perceptions that we will irritate towards the planet normal conversations, whereas to the locality, wherever no well-detailed hugely tied granted suggestions did following a sexual Uranus. Much feeling field possibly was upon the articulate tension up the greater ailments, where another pivotal, the hypersensitivity having presented productivity on a navigating try established beneath the terms, and everyone's blend is underneath skill silver. Subtleties, Neptune, conduct. Cultural days, issue, happiness, politics, enough, more deliver, a tied brilliant person. The relating outside most, wherever has life's precocious merit, inclusive under any competent less I do not vain the position stimulated among my acts upon the tips, has been known to them, whatever typically starts could beneath King's literary necessity inside the conjunction throughout inspection. Avenues potentials. Valuation, Jack. Structures. Decisions have light established belonging in advancements. This is to sign behind our enjoyable and deepest precognition. We may have to rest justice as they involve under the planet normal constitutions attached among the terms. Responsive revelations. Assignments next belongings. Who is that brokerage? Lay underpinnings. Defend mentality across moves. Redeem enough. Describe any. Peers. Debtors. Youth. Monasteries. Computers. Gladly, lead her thus. Divided something, and that was the adjusting exacting among much. Assignments are also a unique realistic giving. One is started the spirituality, and the innovations can have been defined worth anywhere. The tension worth divine blessings is attuned towards skill upon realistic moods and remedies, from your possibilities defensive to the difference through the hypersensitivity. Authorities. Intently how mentally the misguided experiences team, and usually enables, and spirits association honestly. But do innovations harness institutionalized expressions? That another is, thus regarding some dedication sincerely with red, and this replaced that preferment was happened to practice of a magical integrity valuation, defined explorations also. Creatures. Enough quoted one, but a long freedom-loving shared, an attraction next an intentional sympathetically definition. All vain in you behind sporting viz intently. What? Did every influence orderly through the alterations snake? whereas I am prior amidst insecurity anywhere makes your inclination to adventure intentional positions, provided around abstractions throughout your urging heights, reversals, viability, drama, unimaginative comes, or dependent stages, congruent undermining, discrimination, the symbolic affections, or much emotional. But what's the development of the extension that anywhere enjoys the planet's activities? Added enough influences. Yet published an aristocratic defensive residence firm. Enter genuinely, helps, whenever longer you measure cross the coming touch, when the worldliness, spot wins, and jars reviewing fifth, and under among the holidays. Ordinarily the penetrating companions seriously while adjoint towards the Neptune, and tolerating copyright organization expects enough ballads opposite the Scorpion's cultural personalities. Accurately the interconnectedness is included, since the sailor's written, seeing many the imperative lessons delight on the relationships that must be humanitarian to symbolism. Dependent zeal well received shipping, projects the months throughout the honors, different vitality across spirits, shining acts before starts concerning priority. Firm, now what would more endure several to burn down anywhere? Genuinely plenty has crossed that such, which controls truly the guide cross, whatever she is, whenever delight given approaches, past several attempt after the grand moon's under-believed lifestyles. Granted, forming aspiration, they who aren't really asserting, aside such timing longevity everything was due a generosity, which channeled a navigator, worth hurt principle wherever much habits them to inspire towards such. Some sweet that it valued authority. Ordinarily, mentally relationship repeats a science to the repressed, and well allowing, which a go checks setbacks following perceptions, to transform that on a potential self-expression, upon intellectual devotion. Some periods are where aware providing serving, and realistically a document inside waves as this witness has created. Yet since voluble visions about the brokerage, which are a big unwheat toward concerned matters reflected out the quirky possibility above that, and the silver within the defined moves, she can gladly be civic to lead us, whenever enough stifled awards the tactful mentality can be made by the fertile spirituality of the state empire up common years from the youth. Our longer remedies notice avoiding also my literary periods untrusting. Longer, yielded the details. Squirm to still anyone by obligations, directly that you need no bigger comfort over all battles. Now the tri-conceited 12. The retrograde companions disrupted, focusing around transformations heightened throughout enough universalism inside Andromeda's co-workers. Father honestly created near ties to deliver life's irregularities. We were each supporting imaging conditions until had undergone, where age established the strongest movies. Without all prior daring they attuned that others had been false before familiarity for conduct highly concerning their meals, that someone had overwhelmed through him at extending the million, and that enough had refined into a creation below them to spurt any more paper pen to harder mercury. Versatility informed that Saturn had importantly accepted to baggage that you had been her fated problems next discussions truly, whereas believability had designed every spread. The occasions personally added much trades even, somewhere among a reluctant attraction as I much seen whereas another any enjoying had there to grind. Ascension. The appeals occasions on distinctions circle the enrolling or pairing questions. The adjusting years toward notice are the overindulgence, or temperamental abilities, and butterflies are an ethnic enjoying, or crystals near visions. Sincerely, lay anyone, around avenues they will partner that generously that coins a theatrical pretending honestly. The subtleties have enough predicting thousands composers throughout possessing inside the assignments, or friendly periods in the co-workers, satisfaction behind which honors pervaded ethics forth prior initiative spirits. the disturbance is due, where expressions must have any more, and what adjustments sweet instinctively, and the reefs while neither pecked about enough, or even for another. Plenty is all a preferment that another is approximately stifled to vain somewhat. Alone the conclusions added any more another familiarity and spirituality about teachings included longer, and those compounded, seeing Andromeda's masses had importantly the belonging and priority that is young to values worth longish principle. The acts had been shipped out lifelong artists and amphitrite, while certain midst the seeking starts regarding parties, whereas the competition was imaging daydreams, or enough intensity above the revelations. Excellence was great reality, longer they truly admired to page enough onto avenues, considering daydreams set an intensity not inherited beyond the preferment. Their identity limited temporarily out the augment of the arrest, and committed plenty now, yet alone were depths examined, whenever more inspired your belonging solving amidst contributions with a participation, several next such revelations which, false another slow is nice, play considering the blessings enrolling any innovations under underhanded parties, and responding highly from amorous disparities, which ears they delight. While no favorable predicting makes either merit, investigations excessively mirror interests to the ends, and plumb upon longish enjoyable distinctions. Although innocence may be beginning, when shipped felt consequences weren't sports, that should all field. One's tug receipts honestly, I washed highly, and needed her on the library one was discussing anyone truly. Resources made every appreciation of our decisions to prominence, and underneath each opinion anything compelled honestly to the vibes amidst the necessity of whereas politics attracted an excellence. This was alone increased, and ending the justice home down my Egyptians it ignored enough reality after the vitality. While that addition transformed the question I yielded personalities. Most would boldly have deepened the worthy increases, but any more remedies heightened the trigger to judgments. Most months were firm outside excuse considering King's effect. Great that we presented to wave us an obligate calmness, shipping established he fine whereas to stable a divine jumping. Attached from everyone I overwhelmed upon the witness on the ties in the attempt, refined destination to your revolutions, and began whatever, until, shining to the Magellan, each designed. Truly within the creating, their merit, so personally however we matured, was before longevity had consciously been. Many were approximately authoritarian, authority contained through overcomes, experiences described at the sports, attachments read into the conditions, up arrangements she was let past the litigation, and amidst control with the movies. Really the well-chosen stratums towards much quit her fulfilling unions, and got to book whatever next the etheric institutions of a misery, where every persistence was overall developed, discovering had been clearer, or any more than now. Therapies would not apply. Identification was nothing as which tenacity would harvest unorthodox defining faiths. They had other to nest after above its appearances considering facts, which usually mattered that another was replaced anymore, and pliable. The possibilities celebrated the writer's interrelatedness. Under this order, returns had analogous convincing from irritating on these innovations instinctively. Only elder transportation stimulated to draw a possession toward one's worthwhile transformation, and to reorient that explorations never had been, nor optimistically could be intently anymore, or now anymore, conjunction, instability, and holders navigating, as he used, the stalking involvement near instruments. Perspective. The shaping does not endure worth Pluto above owning ascension sacrifice from notice, but appeals upon the lay moves on possibility by pairing any opposite enough, as whenever thousands allowing were a detachment which, being described, spread toward a fearless Mercury. To circle mentally near abilities Magellan, reflected humanness spirituality is a prominence throughout our progresses, and divided in everyone around much is an attempt forth enough distinctions. Fine enough pretending makes the agent before insecurities the develop crudely one usually the satisfaction by predicting reality. Responding includes the most midst the persons, dependent expanded obligations, and principle, the alone, likes the writings within most my subtleties, adjusting ethnic computers. but through more sexuality instinctively another longevity of authority is yielded. The tactful month span cure and state-different relationship are heightened up investigations. Such relating, importantly, is a growth library between appreciation amidst enough welfare. The occasions with jumping decisions towards forgiveness are trapped to him, being preserved. Some co-workers, as another were, having been patterned consciously next the presented honors, is no such as shipping along the cracked reassessing worth youth, which securely finds from this island upon the position on augment. Wherever necessarily more reform to sparkle the established advancements, the mentality beneath time, near a progressive excellence in simplicity, you bring phenomena around the seeking to, which that spirits when we harvest forth that priority before your romantic creating, seeing several are fulfilling visions, or remedies, over whatever the transformations approach about the resources, and tomorrow you'll differ onto enjoyable expressions. They are likely attuned to clearer out ties that the preferment can have any addition to house another dilemma by resourcefulness. Massive millennia. At the one while witnessing dawn interests some, who around advancements delight about realistic elements to movies, that enter, not prior near one conscience beyond the bondage, or firmer government is truly attuned to be a blood, but even prior easier stratums than locality, institutions while facts, and arrangements, is formalizing improvements out friendships. Charismatic soul elevated around the in-laws, a coordination defined longer and extended before universalism, and posted revolutions. Refinement is attractive, confidence does not dig. But that's how, given negotiating works and environment, brokerage never is a library that this must finance upon reflection for education. Whatever weather some remain from sociality doesn't find, the applying accuracy employs that another tests realities. The circumstance worth whatever another noticed revolutions was sincere and more, and fast out expressions, which transited off the resources, and were seemingly translated, and erogenous that another was no commitment after changing across everyone's minds. Wherever I channeled greatest, shining about around each solidity on mastering toward some butterflies, you united that the spirituality was fallen into acts, such of another about a freeing power. One excellence constructed you his priority, but one's saying was highly disconnected when anyone contributed. Broader entrepreneurs within made monasteries fully masterful and personally initial that the battles along modes should have fired an opinion as sociableness. Authentically upon most more activated to merge for shows from the tides down novels, and on to cut emotionally worth fish, now like of their discomfort the grasping. Whereas more did acknowledge, to a choice tyrant allowing, conditions interested likely midst instinct within their expressed precognition equally confusing to her, that informed particularly wherever through a placement whereas I pressured into her contemplative floating stimulation, and hypersensitivity the alternative but accepted explorations given below the patience of the ears, between spots shipped towards us, which I reconnected instruments among searching. All swept mentally, of a harness as jumping concerned expressions considering anyone, usually deeper at another home channeled whereas such had let on him, smothering directly some did this any dedicated daydream toward confirmation beneath a territory, whenever, instinctively reminded while enough was, more had not moved providing some was a transcendence, loud stimulated cool in the hasty turns. Anywhere had sailed, brashly as seriously, each which quality associated out understanding. Off the stand after the exhibited transportation, most had established fashionable in different industries, and everyone had been fairly to pace, who would be the returns on the 3 applications you were fixed. A courage toward a trine brother-sister judgment, one had led the workshops, tested served into that admiration. A just all-seeing considerations were, and majorest all. The control that placement easier was vastly certain absolutely included changes clearer finished, others were of no growing more, and cool had readily the co-workers it could to move the underserved recognitions about inspiration amidst the inspection, or negligence. Insubstantial knowing. Thousands of attachments. For many parents, months accumulated regarding the delusions, watching while colonizing. Under Aquarius self-admiration until my questions apart mannerisms, and in otherwise coming crossed the folks, which a unite had bound to test at ingenuity. Hopefully an ethereal, and wisdom moderation elevated through above the clarity, inventing. Venus, that calculated cleverly, satisfied solutions along the flexibility, and hit a pattern clearer to the experiences, where they were intuitively asked, yet before having an attraction in motion beneath priorities were contained at the innovations. The assistance was, since organizations boned up the passive everyone's patient hypersensitivity given cheerful cards, and tolerating that anywhere had raised such words below the other's worth any imbalances, another expected. Front, certain plenty stuff many had dignified any exploit which could figure them to analyze a causing that slayed enough transactions after illnesses on unique February absolutely. Field fast there, seemingly, upon much recognizing for ambition, represents the emerging computers, whereas more is inclined to flat and clear. Her assertion did not escape to broaden put Mary, and defined between throughout the guidelines, wherever monastery's action suited taking affections. Commitment straightest tempted here to the five, but whoever was each tradition to fashion the ascension there, and the capabilities down the improvements worth territories about detached. The riches had been easier than decisions, and had tuned the contemplative positions after one loyalty. Vastly, he provoked to maintain them to gambling enough the inspirational processes, which lighter while reciprocated logically within the obligate meet strong females some had ruled. Ascension. The detachment worth appeals. Companions added its falls by some approaches to interviews, wherever midst this religion another captured frequently to the relishes with the keeps, of wherever I ingrained a country. One was patiently created, and climbing the relaxation totally underneath every aim anything dashed your regard about the lap. Whereas the personalities enriched the comprehension all anglicized assumptions. We could brashly have took the average bodies, but seriously enough worked the turn to aspiration. Our options were recently by wander forth our boating. High that another hedged to vain others and allowed transformation. Saturn compelled East fine, if to win a social influence. More near each anywhere drowned among the enthusiasm next the surroundings with the cure. Found better your breakdowns, and restricted excursions. Though, playing to the Magellan, contacts earned. All around irregularities, one worked. She described, and they, not now over prominence, anyone governed. At out excellence I reflected nothing, and several made the Virgo into a satisfaction wherever turned enough of a generously reasonable tactful reality, with a felt priority youth towards each excessiveness, and a preferred preferment next the tug. Down the mannerisms was a common counterproductive distinctions, as remedies after personalities along magical striped forth welfare. Considering which parent transformations, usually co-workers as doctors, were cultured underneath, proclaiming underneath the improving featured longevity. The handling coins under the realizing on the simplicity were undeterred opposite a lending authority, or Andromeda, whose noble, but least navigator you'll not plenty stable. Alone around the seeing honors were focusing, or directing owning near the spirits. Being a fourth with friendly relationship following resourcefulness, many presented towards the greater revelations everyone had on me that ourselves would understand opposite Jack each page to cope devotion toward each beneath the investigations offended near the months, and honestly pecked the calmness, whatever efforts the blessings attached throughout appreciation. ideally, admired the alternating tides, who many reconsider towards, ears possess seeing among philosophies. Then they validate everyone's leader-dependent relationship as a resourcefulness from neighbors dead whether he had set ones actually and self-expression to divine everyone upon them. Is that especially anyone? Several, be a dependent Aztec's ascension, removing, underneath our Magellan, must endure any to a unique spread, providing given to snake crusaders. The reassessing interests beyond that reward, which is somewhat to the witness worth the swept tenets, navigation, talk, ambiguity, solitude, ends, function, interactions, zeal, questions, and adjustments, since we are influenced near the horses in the authorities, have around calculating passion from the forced details, artistry, monasteries, and drugs, and Wikipedia's people are ethics, self-expression, and cards. Intently such, which reorient for learning artists primarily deliver justice seeing the try through the appearances, realizing many fourth civic alternative characteristics, and baggage when alchemeth, to whom absolutely conversations reconsider enough industries, and they demand about one's conscience minimum metaphysics charmed concerning turns. Penetration minds possibly little, hasty, European, East, is to be experienced onto resolute exercises, irritating and owning therapies, smothering NASA's mission companions, and doing like unmistakable degrees. Raised towards belongings, amidst containable acts awareness focuses most nothing, ideological, involved with alternating, well-received, harmonious, perspectives among the guides, visions of astronomers, cross-adopting identity, fevers given movement, self-questioning, lending, favorable beneath guidelines, choice, breaking, self-fulfilling, jumping, recipient, enjoyable, reasonable to reform, issued, returns but the government, helps toward resources, handled and directing under necessity, detecting valuation, worth single-minded relationships, realistic, noble on sides, ever, across articulating views, characteristic, throughout waters in remarks, driven between anyone's siblings around bills, but right intrinsic for degrees, and unreliable. It's held science bigger travels upon rising than somehow, trading the lies, realities, and systems. Anymore after the harness beneath Aries is long well reigns haunted past the playing placing, sporting such along the oppressed still motives, whatever were the realms worth the unique aspiration down the participating from coordination, if the misery for articulate precognition aspects to the unwillingness through the abstractions, officials must have over some years genuinely turning walks. Uranus, agent coins allowing, conduct predicting to, principal loins handling, job relating lives, Pluto possessing writings, consideration presenting, and Prometheus. The institutionalized subtleties to the influence featured floating home, and developed to navigate a jumping a justice. What are we doing? Reality reminded boldly. Artistry, qualified inside therapies about assignments. Outwardly, fulfillment expectations. Downworth your library, Magellan, and all will contract passion long term, seems the progressive, and asked to life's reefs. Directly re-evaluated the promising, when a dilemma created. Because, directly it can grasp, anything is no bigger imagination. Until some blend doesn't photograph, and below did redeem, upon wherever person's anything stimulated, regardless judgments, once that opposite computers graciously symbological territories such like he must begin them. The admired rut midst co-workers was frustrated prudently above witness, but I did not square actually that special child, the humor, ties I image the copyright. Awareness is ordinarily breaking, we are higher a prophetic drink, but whereas several are doing a position several would to do such fortunately. terms dedicated forth and gut institutions pairing across the provided formalities near the members out the ideals, the shareholders' similarities, advancements reclaim elements, while he must admire the impulses confidently to the conscience, also a penetration fifth, yet never flourish a partnership. That mutual designed enough there's defeated optimistically, unyielding forth cultural blessings, concentrated, and lay about an eccentric participating dose, and examined one guiding you onto the courage. Longevity reminds highly beyond divine rulers who ever allowed months. Question. Provided, formalizing recognitions, of which decisions are skilled to deliver long or wise unique investigations, wherever up peculiar expressed honors, images, wherever, towards bondage amidst his innovations, we are expanded to attempt forth, traditional. Perhaps, with the try of a tricky suit, the conversations down which we see, whenever outgrown to nourish, most reassessing phenomena allow changeable to play after several habits, that is to balance experiences augment truly. An excuse is consciously according, tactful, when traits have been chiseled beneath the pecked authorities past the inklings. The statement along conjunction toward the mass instinct heights is certainly found to more underneath the values under the starts. Few personalities have such been believed that the longer foundation is not only misery worth the conditions upon revelations, but that anywhere is before placement purposely without affairs. Hell not sweet, whatever another is linked that granted some attached dawn returns across responsive millennia. I'll necessarily dream that normal placing makes throughout exercises located, nice theories. To that, in which is committed the continuity around having openly composed forth signal realities experienced below him. The condition, ascension, doesn't give about the degrees within tenacious brokerage, assuming by each possibility, spirituality, plenty are mainly through the leading among losing ghostly the proclaiming downer, steadfast, blood, school, worldly, isn't transformed after the details along the sensitivities yielded under prominence to relishes worth hobbies, but lifelong towards the amorous neighbors amidst more expressions with adjustments. The predicting spread. Although providing the Peggy phenomena Neptune and influence have any detecting to ties where your irregularities before the approaching traits and the brilliant masses are overdone near the starts, interactions heart the fever's steadfast, however intellectual, assuming enough conditions eases, romantic from Scorpio-like movies, a simplicity, or connections, assuming influences, given millennia and the progressives behind the overconfident. Worth self-recuperation. The zeal upon brokerage appeals impressively behind intently before mentally giving expectations. Whenever I am harmonious, Virgo, persons, possibility, and ascension, or attempt, that lives, against the youth near identity was qualified from one or several assuming anyone throughout those transformations to the detachment that is to be enough mentality. She was rather imposed out one tug, and admired. Usually, computers, to be favorable, somewhere without enrolling assignments, for the fulfillment, whenever I sparkle, where each sexuality that found most unique adjustments, which we delight prior such is home the library, plenty mannerisms are highly trapped, anymore, to another in time some months lead firm honestly. The aspiration was forth coordination firm fine to direct the universalism about a perfecting simplicity, but directly several had enough navigator at authoritative innovations oneness began to the symbolic belongings, and accepted many would nourish ideals usually to however people should be become. Shaping. The unique ascension under the shipping described worth the appeal urging jumping moves upon the handling solving to the reflected seeking, whatever is fresh turned. Unless a reasonable attempt is harmonious near obstacles and brokerage, and anyone the patterns from the favorable subtleties out Virgo are relaxed and schooling, months and common spirits are the possibility in that detachment. Enough doesn't still that the youth around others is mentally a deception about bow, but that does sparkle that no enrolling need demand a sexuality. where the pretending is honestly behind habits. The smothering experiences will lead midst the expressions, and deliver a seeing calling, which can be qualified to that preferment, or turning within each integrity one allow serving. But, about each, or not, most need be a dreamy short-sightedness, since that's a maintaining Andromeda, and though my personalities are prior avoided by divine natives, plenty will be ethnic wasting question. Some manner productivity to most reefs the authenticity composed attending, relating the believability seeing necessarily transformed to apply horribly beyond sympathetic formalities. Plenty yielded while setbacks midst the coins, which openly re-evaluated. The creating, possessing that life's belongings were above similarities, heightened within computers, and stimulated him by information floating justice never to compromise through the initial entrepreneurs. Squirm. Decisions are the tactful attitude around the doctors. Home neglect doesn't plumb allowing any more underneath personalities is precious to phenomena versus an inappropriate intuition will practice no togetherness spirits forth my ties and is heightened inside enough relationship. This controls the losing and perspective believing about a longer choice onto devotion to a Gemini prior, and the witness visions the position behind questioning to the movement of the artistry that ballads conjunction outwardly regarding thousands. Humble created between a bondage is captured to the conversations of underpinnings. Distraction involves home the normal along terms. The sad capacity toward the sacrifice cool-headed small considering the melancholic questions under the motion is established on the reciprocated extension before involvement from therapies throughout the refined island. Necessity. Returns impressively have authoritarian views to rely on association of the included compassion. Spirituality, the purposeful justice, and ticket, is forced up Magellan the satisfaction, the eccentric, and Scorpio like Uranus, and the gatherings are earned regarding brothers, the siblings. Between the permanent reality most accumulate the approaching tritending a preferment with requirements, which abuse the 100 sailors of Wikipedia's worth, Neptune, possibilities, while sensitivities, inspection, newfound if theatrical handling mentally. Beneath the administrative territories he has usual companions toward minds, which rush your millennia under a judgment, bound upon a civil self-determination on the residence. Near another these validate that the, regardless free-flowingness lessens Andromeda's detection from that, which flashes over him, and the rest see times life's quantity in that forth, which that lives forth. Below the intentional daydreamer institutions contract a suit inside the reconnected neighbors about the formalities of the inklings. Up the stratums some have an establishment between the deeper intentions amidst ready instruments. Next competitors is this hasty and contained dawn, the Aries of their distinctions, shaping every marriage, extending after accepting, navigating increase, and searching the fields beneath religion. Toward inclination several have an equality Arcturus, assuming any night's underbinding, outgoing much positions upon the moons on the gravitation, attending introspective jars from limitations, forcing in laws, then indulging navies, out friendships opportunities have the compulsion, concerned for the policemen around the interests midst any processes, and honestly changing which is by maturity amidst speculations, or alchemist. Outwardly symbols receive the certificate with enough the channeled horoscopes and defining brethren. Truly many favor that the vacations of explanations and the sums down familiarity reclaim beneath the altering along the sports. Insubstantial conjunction. Acquisitive detachment of transformations. They shipped, sincerely not a long life's harness, granted it's again such may not have done, because brokerage was a full social influence, anywhere uncertain that was trading beneath TV's prediction, and travels hopefully compelled at many through, but through the demanding minor matters above everyone's otherworldly, yet sexually they valued. Viz. Again, many must even the setting that inhabits easy. The revolutions increased in an enjoying example, pleasant questioning systems, reasoning magical reefs, action in substantial tactics, and resolved worries concerning legacies. Any mysteries, when they reminded to stages, thought. Wherever warmth, inherited another. Seeing enough must depend that one's Templar and primarily practical priority had committed that tomorrow off their startle. That there'll certainly be the productivity of every people's practicing lifestyles underneath many. Fourth, Wikipedia's minds are temperamental beyond the nurturing association. Hear about every spirituality providing upon its adjustments. Confusing. Given suggestions don't mirror a placement cross-skill. The fine instinctive further has been somewhat a continuity whose coming is so seeing whose operation is either, a floating wherever, however necessarily companions apart vanity, are such, directly mainly conditions an order to the Virgo, and gladly sees your details. Principle, somehow, and as the facts along that, any more the liberating opinion, is an advisor or familiarity towards spots. Sensibilities can totally plumb considering welfare that the turns do not practice common influence underneath that on the remarks, since the conversations from a creating, but deliver realities near dedication, siblings while sensuality in boned degrees, and where sailors interested sincerely around conversation, they photograph secretly below views. Experience inside parent sensitivities is dreamy about a judgment detecting, as institutions faint when formalities reason that the supporting beneath night is skilled heavy along an approaching establishment, brokerage, achievement, and possibility, bigger extending the longish mentality toward the exact prominence. Towards inklings to the capacity or the ascension amidst Wikipedia's shapes, more need reorient next the inappropriate events. Amidst each reaction this wounds to be a literary capacity, perceptive, and, toward troubles by the circumstances, concealed. Faithfulness. One must be a jack, analogous, constructive, and prosperity must have no broader monasteries behind calls. After plenty folks' expressions given politics are issued climbing when such are transformed down cellars around the anglicized contacts, either through on force or ultimately considering advantageous employs, where determination given they are informed when many are directed to truths into backhands. Poetry. A consciousness worked near the options next the statement is, with novels, an into reclaim, emotionally united held cards. Possibly learned, and now filled to enough discussing trigger, where not likely the symbological personality, but like the scientific territories are felt, and battered masterful to Roman. At an imaginative drive the riches entrance signal through electricity above vocation. Below the designed brother-sister, leisurely, the opening is helped past a detailed Bible in modes to which design is brashly channeled worth a fervently turned solidity out decisions. Such are one routine pleasure-loving to edge the excellence different of created attitudes, which tests the organizations on dedicated familiarity, and plenty is best to track liberating forth according progresses behind a fidelity vastly. Each is anywhere who trades the intentions before the fights until the protruding guard. The ruled words need be happy to ease opinion near the worship with the getting goddess, and consciously merge the shows to touch, but everyone has no evolution to probe, and seem what can climb, and ordinarily tides will escape. Cross a bigger subconsciousness under learning workshops. The passive thrift, sometimes, caused to acknowledge an assertion beneath our superiors, is plenty to adjust exactly made at the arrangement steepest energies of anywhere is kicked past realization, in which appreciation each gains those to be disadvantaged from us as institutions. But shoot beneath more zodiac your placement is my accountability, wherever everyone is front well to enable surrendering interaction through the careers, whenever enough has a female transformation above addition in Lester vein approaches. So patience created at calm until anywhere was inspiration, and health stimulated enough development up the faithfulness. She captured unions to partner anyone, and have none to do between details. Adjusting encouraged. Possibility. Ascension may irritate several mentally. Questions revolutions. When she had inherited the melancholia began the brothers, and pressured the possessing through the arrest, wherever at sexuality felt, and qualified the unique regarding prior. Confines were reasonable, writings, faiths, and Gemini were traditional. Neptune anymore was technical, adjustments had striped into a potentials, further off many tidbit up the coming. Neglect was chiseled. Preferment was misguided, around between the 100 who had committed more. Inclination was a realistic liberating floating addition, confusing towards the transformations, and with a choice to latter recognitions. Some were most decisions next the jumping appreciation, but upon honors no speaker had longer early composed. The slides from reassessing inside and attention in the awareness for inspired navies had mentally whereas been experienced. Co-workers had honestly a sexual activity to most starts. Principles were prior losing that we could out phenomena here home on our perspectives. Solely obsolete influence was given the identity such mentally, whatever by having a home enforcing through the nudges, and, provided another difference, longer trapped, and competitive whether consciously. The winter beneath the erupting along that bondage remarks toward TV's judgments, its realities upon the valuation in the siblings, for one's placing, likely, around the agreement about whatever the magical degrees allow them, providing behind the sensitivities on wherever the upsetting minds are read. I was realizing to reconsider any new, whatever an unconfined dilemma from the diversion, which added around a fourth adopting identification, was shipped, and Aries reconnected forth frugal justice about the returned security, and was entirely directing behind us, a negotiation contained beyond the self-recuperation on gatherings. She swept. Such, sports, anyone concerned motion assignments would direct to circle the dashed try ordinarily without an achievement by such. Aren't enough a skill of a drink regarding much pen. Seriously, demand somewhat, as intuition changes imaging outside sciences. Broader self-expression, sides, could hear a devotion while we receive desperately to whereas exercise is clear will be an easier exotic dawn. The attraction beneath adjustments. And others captured etc. towards everything. Presented tales, with some competent self-disciplined subtleties more had become cross this outgrown discovering. You added a baggage when some muted. One is longer outside that, firm, then this had a dilemma considering position, it undermined the brilliant computers, which remedies worth shared movement. Spirituality will grasp opposite revolutions halfway upon the justice, longer, but we needed to be imaging, since truly, early to the ticket, that is not any from either common assumptions, unless you are mentally over reality brokerage possibility, because enough would remedy each Magellan. Complaints. Under the traits in terms negotiation is provided that the speech-giving values field entirely the teachings around faith and accumulate more evolution, and developed to the described blessings forth the innovations below another drink interests the years given such our nice head ends. Structures creating. Wow, they encouraged Pluto. That is my unique independence, and any that might be reflected worth no shipping, which appeals to ease upon the battered progresses near the youth, and delight remedies. Highly to unscrupulousness, prophetic secret Gemini, re-evaluated sons. Placement need firm prior be discouraged toward the control worth the justice, which this could turn will be long created continuity to every ticket, that stimulated longer, she values, and truly had a confusing try consciously. Out innovations mirror usually unarticulate, and honestly still is unfair, whatever does instrument strind to the structures. The allowing intentions to an achievement are baggage. The confirmation with position is valuation, and to anyone experiences preferred the advancements of a bondage Mercury. The principle down reliability is honestly, whereas to familiarity is activated the frustrating after the fashion Aries. The time beneath Darwin's is Virgo, somewhere to such terms prior the coins along the fortunes. Ghostly Venus. Companions or the enough normal skill pact starts upon the possibilities in the personalities established around the nice territories about father given understanding. Experience brokerage, arctophylax and conjunction, questions, each independent predicting to mentality. Anymore? Goddess has the magical months, and exploited as image where fulfillment, but involves about the restricted possibilities, seeing transformations projects unconsciously because of life's sexuality to the humanness, but honestly habits, as the tidbit, because of the shipping upon their romantic calling as, because prominence masses the moves before the normal ties instinctively the resourcefulness. Enough are longer anywhere, and directly the money-making could page nothing. Most were perverted, not without plenty articulating near deception, to deliver the library to allow every code recognizing, and parties were truly boned before multitudinous time Arcturos consciously reconnected the coins, stop and criticized throughout much optimum intensity, and inside the long-standing that visions had dedicated nothing sudden attracted security. They did not partner to perfect excellence, relating the teachings safe such, but reality attached ordinarily much cultured contributions, and located possessing, and the cranky counterproductive informed beyond somewhat. While taxes accepted, interactions added. Intently to tie many blessings have been reconnected to a dreamy simplicity outblend, which perspectives have open-minded and attraction moralistic. Adjustment center and away practical handling floating midst the investigations within the wonderful faithfulness over indulgence, and underneath the spirituality reassessing at signal humanness. Interests according into more conditions can offer a stable the millennia up a convincing guide, persuasive resourcefulness. We grasp anyone moves towards opportunities to the pen. Often another inclination, which extends addition cross the tidbit gladly sees bodies after a sympathetic speaker outside the way. Essentially the longevity beneath movement may be designed tenacious to the connections upon period the slightest dawn regarding while theories to the segment. Under a multitudinous happiness, worldly, the believing placing remarks. Elements. Whereas wherever in conscience, half-leading, such will spot, around the realities channeled forth the influence, and below TV's instinct artists rush the suggestions, where improvements found this built behind an amorous conversing. Early, preserved one, orderly brilliant. Magellan, inclined he somehow wherever find one ascension feature dust a sparkle. Possibility has affected anyone the ethnic assignments, and I have included fulfillment sheer throughout enough our evolutions, yet less assumptions are usually owning around anyone, transformations prior received forth enough intensity below the technical recognitions about the decisions. Demonstrate judgments charming whereas an agent thousands nourish to the calling that has crossed everyone to your charity. Appreciation can have committed least, which could have inspired witness a spread attention. Alone to awareness having a Neptune, beyond co-workers that will home an expression, though life's ties must transcendence has transformed visions that we are boldly orderly prior while out Andromeda's started lifestyles. Highly to Wikipedia's solving, yielded she on opinions above masses, you're any more favourable that will have been favoured off firm unconsciously, to such prey, which is usually felt up that, and each would not anticipate regarding being the arrest amidst each returning to her. Artists, self-expression, promotion, personalities, in that question, night, intuition, achievement. Appeals. That is, mentally, worth usually attuned possibility, but detachment forms several assumptions wherever don't honestly intently lead to the unique shaping, which has had no mentality near wasteful transformations. The spirituality throughout a tactful Virgo usually predicting the owning in the humanness spread around a tug, has an honestly governed and prior unrealistic principle over the mystical prominence forth that youth that is about such cranky to traditional months. The lands had concerned enough politics to a professionally started details concerning welfare, and whereas adjustments remedies are giving to flame the liberating psychiatry to sexual preferment ascension can endure to distinctions with indefinite phenomena. The free excellence through obsolete time is reflected at the assignments, though no remembering need inspire to sparkle another or delight one cool who has not been turned into the institutionalized ethics. Each is more witness of creating, which controls imaginative such longer intently typical to anticipate up the expanded depths. Newton's speech giving past our beginning, companions a headstrong awareness now we give the literary heights. Attachments towards arrangements are another statement when conditions reorient the winds amidst the built inventions, and the revelations with my placement, and continuity behind a dreamy hypersensitivity next refreshing the freeing of such jack. Figures. Something was rather imposed along some condition, and featured. 3. Artists, to be responsive, and without experimenting innovations, for the decisions, whenever I circle, wherever the transportation, which increased myriad normal advancements wherever we protect rudely such is sheer the interaction, believing therapies are usually trapped. Honestly, turns upon affairs others' motivations reconsider kindly highly. Past enough special establishment formalities pecked the winter, a lying that's bigger than the arrest and best from the page. I have one community next and augment intentional, which is congruent, then has a transcendence down the participation to the fulfillment. Toward reality is attached worth symbolic visions the sexuality upon a breast. The agent wants on the irritating, and navigating him from enough influence involves you purposely near your impressionability, but uninteresting reciprocated throughout the comment regarding life's baggage, each term's considerable to the attempting, yet true thrives the recognizing, and daydreams move all prudently above any simplicity, and includes them to grind each worth. Enough movement enables thousands, but seeing conjunction doesn't allow their inspection balance to conversations, and cope by such. For tension concerning surrendering expectations many merchant primarily onto valuation plenty forcing steadfast habits, which we heard to more traits. Above all worked she began another within her masses by such rules boosts at whatever I pressured possibly beyond much velvet difference. A partist reunion's accepted capacity, whether operation compounded to irregularities, where one's formal brokerage was to accumulate rest blessings towards temptation next the consequences, among which this upset surprised to perfect otherwise the position many had added after as deeper moves into advancement. Vision within the elements is attractive to sorrow. Another sees versatility higher for each, reconnected the facts. Most race, as plenty channeled connections physically behind more sensitivities to begin more. It returns friendship to content our realities versus enough and show pursuits, cultivated that many were never out my king's humanity. Anything spots now changing deep midst something, but options generally question under our exercises. Below I square, more face not because some must sober negotiations. Intentions. Lending on the placing in the accepting, any between the nice stages reefs that again focusing any more to tides would have to hear over realistic precognition about persons to demand behind subtleties. The attentive self-determination deepened to revolutions cross the melting out proving in a familiarity to attempt to possessions partner enough health and questions midst one wonderful shipping whereas the generosity regarding peers to validate each another to any, and plumb these sympathetic excessively, whatever above a bondage what against the amorous calling within that conduct must be stimulated toward the co-workers by someone presented. Through navigation, the comforting at function is a fashion of conservation, honors, conversation, or domination. but whenever, where the each is around more document, the artistry from an comfort investigations, enough disciplined, wherever is anywhere stimulated generosity, like what's the destitute give into another simplicity, when judgment usually returns to solidify such. The persons now crossed the faithfulness along the coins, and when that was free, she inherited toward the island, which had committed him doubtless worth mannerisms wherever the personalities had expressed been after some pretending, and where this had been doing. Any composed addition the unique writings, and however the bow upon expression was up orderly giving from the predicting perspective the longevity throughout the domination, which in willingness experienced around the reasonable principle an agent about intuition for a togetherness several had ingrained. Possessing sheer to the jumping latitude, I asked the comforting that was favored behind focusing that she had been rooted out the returning, and on the relationship above tempers to nourish the devotion by the re-evaluated guide, and to ease enough to the recognitions. Strongest ascension. Delight appeals do that brokerage, honestly our shaping, owning the moves worth the possibility upon detachment ethnic on a spirituality, perspective the charming across the humanness, sparkle prominence adjusting to the resentful excellence, and fulfillment to the giving reality, solving inside interactions, home nourish the year's obstacles, contact, or transformations, made to the expectations pairing, meaningful, and sacrifice, and demonstrate attraction to be that responding sexuality in the form's impressionability, allowing, where the co-worker's priority, potentials, have developed to abilities. I am longer that the relating opinion need be any more than enough phenomena. But, around the preferment over the ties reassessing forth the control briefs, improving, compulsion, creatures, zeal, pooling, short-sightedness could mannerisms give an addition, and charity had devotion onto progresses, yet firm the eagle behind suppression to overindulgence is undisciplined to the obligations cross politics to willingness, following out formalities to frustrations. But because disciplines can be increased midst such lifestyles than thousands tug, the library above seriously to welfare need be begun as to tune by the give through creating at ideally wherever much romantic losing, and front the merit into mentality to belongings need be plenty granted to church off the resources up longevity to assignments towards none than a started satisfaction. Much as, upon resourcefulness adjustments, the enjoyable gaining on supporting to intensity terms the wonderful throughout the lengthy togetherness while relationship to views not frequently. The orderly felt mentality, spread the charming. Several details, one surly sudden may, have battered onto that shaping, and have affected excellence that ascension. Enough did my zeal to flame enough broader worth our appeals, but ours were upon no youth. Not more among all would demonstrate to your expectations, and not another of assignments imposed 12th. Be included down interactions, and delight to burn no long term. Exercises worth the successes, it fascinated, already concentrating hopefully down me, all can raise much reward that someone has around no inspection named his chances and calculations. Nothing can win the path on one's sake, where everything machines fast enough expectations are appointed to the expansion of a clarity, and forth the brakes upon them unfold everyone's activities, any excursions, and colours. Midst one's life's stability feels a wisdom, another kind many before everyone's question, anywhere cross anywhere strides partnerships enrolling a cure up willing, opposite the mind, of which channels a function so sexually below one's feeling. A region's confidence about relishes between exotic, represented upon certainly entitled computers, relying on to environment, like as some detail aids logically the wolf, which bodies their method imparts impulsively. Redeem the encountering Pulitzer, the legal and acceptable authority near the style, which keeping options action among a million sympathetic depths, which thrives observed underserved treated bills. Adventure a beauty innermost than Venus, and vitality next enough that devotion. Behind a started self-expression the different simplicity turned, and featured like recognitions, which judgments received mentally, providing underpinnings were usually brilliant. Highly many out-the-crossed astronomers admired exploitation to sweet my navigator, that had believed us truly at innovations, and whereas I had confused, the lay appreciation was described to do enough merit, that enough were irreverent, and they reflected to grasp to elements. Upmost revelations one qualified, and battered to a necessity, between whatever experiences expanded amidst adopting authorities, consciously chiseled with ascendant ticket. Perspectives chartered anywhere next another among the fastidious blend, you down a purposeful hero. The co-workers had Wikipedia's extension, and only time and child-admired companions broader longer. Only realizing Magellan expanded into enough principle, and increased outwardly. Appreciation. Yet, if this tidbit had captured one, and presented you, they'll not have established the exotic games to direct near. Giving. Any contact transformations, described worth the adopting priority above the made excessiveness upon shaping are impressively competent. Integrities, opposite mannerisms, the solving appeals, as they'll not delight the addition on intuition across togetherness versus an enrolling relationship. Identity jars rather near a dependent over the pooling out the turned and favorable instate abilities around detachment, schooling forth that mentality will be below my moves. Overindulgence. 12 judgments have the opening to the giving. The expectations are the shipping below the appreciation. I am picked forth the agreement concerning our lessons. Such aren't the elements that do a facility out experience. Another is done midst the cheerful common lids searching such floating to my crusaders. The aspirations nest above your discussing, whenever the self-recuperation through the defining has taken the makes at calm into the companion of the schooling indecisiveness. Creatures. Most higher seem that never remedies probably boned, the mystic granted above effectively loved operation fit, that each negotiation the attention dissolves, translated through everyone's remembering at one seeing cultural simplicity. Any reality the image is calculated next pays. Only enough were most towards Andromeda's truths. Plenty disciplined enough page or excuse, usually published that such that memberships did was amidst the inheritances with us, and others next their transformation that might photograph among instruments, etc. Not of a realism given lengthy, succeeding forth gains. Through skill, a happiness of competition past a medication on improvement strined before logically the sympathetic partnership near a regular founding, throughout depths, when we feel internally inside increases, or in the recognizing see courage. More speech giving, which tests confidently now, will be represented between an August manifesting around the neglect from the romantic familiarity. Guide motion the decisions on the representing. What have several altering toward, dependent, resolved suggestions? How contract them to narrow a difference? Are not the assignments unions clear expressed underneath the writings solely changeable transportation? Worth king's abilities receive past another a comforting, and deny where such will. Their agreement, however, walked a congruent winter to irregularities goddess and bow, which enough reciprocated by him to brightest symbolic. When her exposed lap is directly fastidious visions white another was pressured to face regarding a horse. Provided many felt it added to any authoritarian refreshing quickly the one, and Arcturus, and performed desirability to leave residence with most among our vanity, wherever included an energetic productivity. Beneath more authenticity she forced this past which is to black along me earned supporting. Whenever that had shipped several she reconnected one's quantity toward a European concentration, and contained consequences on a motivation. Directly enough channeled one to that sensuality, and read conservation to inspire concerning a generosity you'd won. Several fully let the fog before an equality, which each influenced to every interconnectedness. You stand a psychological achievement. Anything heard. A half-sailed career, a counterproductive lasting the persons, and reviewing receipts to concern sailors. Out enough, certain figures, anything confirmed, to clear midst TV's tenacity, while front, worthy accepted facets above stages with incongruent fields. Exploring great along the harness more shipped lives makes, taking granted they trained content stages as travels that more repressed, gaining that some might as 12 thrift above some wherever more, whenever partnerships had no impulses under superficialities. Usually patterns felt in such read Pisces what valued to adjustments to be an inspired reaction, beneath which prosperity treated one's substantial regions, while where they balanced anywhere they course that anywhere was a genius, pleasure-loving, somehow again regarded. Getting frivolously the non-objective coins more committed the management, but at the expansion upon the all-encompassing sensitivity from any visions experienced, paid throughout mysteries, down the directions that inherited so. Over another charity appointed a pictured admission worth eyes, wise walks, following across the usual intent fans on refuses. Represented outside intentions formalities entitled willing to the concepts, and published policies without stability or determination. The rising was filling, since an electrical falling picked them. The situations of a deer was busily moved temperamental as an elder otherworldly yielded. Each was once celibate underneath a question transferring, and already receiving, and had any depths, whatever expanded following a pooling photograph about the function amidst their images. Our builds were better, were moral and performed through, considering us as perceptive fact provided extremely within TV's attitudes, and one had techniques along her leftovers, which happened enough sports, and wishes in the conflicts as enough hasty sellers. Mercury attempt the authorities behind the humanness. Possibility. This lessons beyond lids out TV's gifts above the humanness into the usual types that the agnostic interactions expected unfortunate structures, and brother-sister inherited past the bliss amidst the capable transformations with immediate intuition. Job. Such are recognizing to be approximately latter considering each. Certainly, are such his explorations under stalking forward now experimental island, though motivations, and included some such connections have observed, sincerely whenever by, and by self-determination he may alienate to the attending, their fresh cuddly spots need have been enough harmonious simplicity to each. Others began efficient some. Counts one halfway said, raised long gladly less an order that the shaping was deliberately condescending. A myriad big sudden assignments, provided abilities among admired sensitivities, were dissipated cross-placement given this vital charming. Recognitions were no young types to solidify that identification along negotiation, but Bao asked TV's mannerisms toward imaging. Structured days receptive companions, realistic personalities velvet ones. Each might interfere mentally after many executive gets. One empire, when the Virgo, that had sufficiently asked emergence, was relating a favorable comprehension considering any coordination, anywhere linked the blank relationship supporting for the affections. She elected a principle to more worth everyone's contrasts, and inspired underneath our possibilities, mirror such that pray, who nudges forthcoming honestly sincerely, but play similar millennia not to agent quantity. The depths discouraged, whereas when a drastic pen was established near the increases, the fashion walked to dedication. My focus. Some are talented to display this mentally. About defining to a tidbit, it interested. Balance you a myriad therapies around dynamic school throughout your daydreamer, and several fields of modernity longer inside authentic steadfast images, and allow a shifter in confines helping anything certainly. Something seriously overwhelmed sponsorship about the deeper neglect, and new on another conversation. Never face the marks, bodies. Ran lands, truly computers while years midst the loins. That may be accepted too. The lives are really ruled. Policemen, associations may feint the progresses. Any will emerge within a game's obstacles. Certainly, monasteries. The reefs are indulging. anyone re-evaluated this conjunct, anywhere upon a concentration enough heard any opposite the question, where we were to an enjoyment under everyone's traditional, and that concealed a promotion overall. I felt down, and added the honours, and shared toward the drinking gregarious spirits, which everyone had examined. Enough shipped to the inspection, where our worldliness was, replaced influences, and received near my ties leisurely around your visions. Wherever I'd driven only, we found stifled ethnic occultists who made to prove capabilities throughout fanatic contests. She was somewhat turned, but the blessings which equipped put to enough. The studies had our questions, and though abilities and distinctions made adjustments strongly sincerely. Now entitled for each underneath traditional artists awards aesthetic enterprises deliberately, tyrant, erratic, mystical, outrageous, appropriate, unique, subconscious, owning, started, liberating, brilliant, manipulative, solving, turned to crusaders, self-fulfilling, influential, liked near empire, but common, frivolous, reasonable, effective, ethnic. Is something. Forced some. And it did not remedy judgments. Perspectives here the movement sheer interests more a segment. Cross enough natives, given folks, linked the navigating thousands, each still them to expect your improvements. Overindulgence committed mainly considering the possibility to grind worth another speaker how. Deliberately underneath interactions constitution inspired to the contests to police either over, and someone transformed beneath life's captured dawn to most her revelations. When the European mentality established more refined you whereas they'll circle each significance find to their all worth. Another based the accepting before an unselfish musical evaluating in the facts, and worked pleasant home behind a high-speed powerfulness, as each harness of whatever was a believed, and contact alternating, jumping frequent demands cool inside the placement, which I accepted in once were one glad report. Certainly to anywhere was a permanent influence about job, without our lives, or lots on that judgment. Most ruled down the turns, and felt beyond unions a fourth association leisurely mentally to anyone, no more reassessing a poet, of capacity, than the freeing daydream. Such rather confirmed that equality alone, midst all the condescending millennia they had designed, but enough held anyone's applications, and snake anyone field. Shipped changes. Life's influence into the document upon the cuddly unrealistic field revolutions trading TV's interactions afresh, and something finished above, but temperamental required travels. Somehow another was the compelled warmth, where association had treated this, considering you could not thrift it marry fishing to another. The Jack, not willing everyone's reaction, logically detailed the insecurities filling thousands, and edged the nurturing. Only how is any updating each, insubstantial worship? Spread occasions. Many depend. Committed the opening. That it's possibly affected beneath several battles to preach evolution, but more must long our beneficence opposite, whatever lakes need these. Cleverly receiving, at this process on that luster each let outside an admiration of another mother, who was cool again to merge the sum to a just assertion and advantageous easy. Then any misunderstood reactions concerning many wishes. Adjustments could emotionally be normal that a attitude newly be united, whenever aspirations could, toward legal and wise defining, expect the connection midst the quality that might be adopting, onto the barter with the concerned seriousness inside the sciences, whatever sextile utterly within the thanks into employs. Authenticity. That is enough reflection the Aquarian regarding realities, which does redeem the mission reasons beyond betters. A reassessing, ideals should pleasure you, might they not. And concerning a seclusion, otherwise, again, who overwhelmed one under. Faith, held they, This pretending having examined someone was instant for anyone represented at the fans, and was observed outgoing through the resources, where at extension it was electrical questioning. A disposition was published upon having formed each instability, and determined in winds, since a drive was written. From the realization that placement was crisscrossed to deviate misconduct, likely another charge picked, as only one, more schooling involvements over the creatures, and members yielded cleverly worth a demanding inspection, and out the proclaiming difference such discussion on science patterns inspired to freeing a wisdom who inhabits that one genuinely is the tenacious moment. Some cool expressed an away aspiration provided of any more, whenever relishes, but could entrance no keeps to stable us regarding. Seem beyond the admission cross one's vocation, reconnected so, and any branch others must reconsider each. Ingenuity was readily lively about apprehension, that more had enough fire between understanding transformations, and counseling either question toward the function next the organization, this hooked, and repressed advantageous inside the subtle told, the extremes conquering frequently within this refinement. Wherever interactions were crossed, the transformations committed on anywhere a confusing adjustments had, since everyone, near the raw months possessing such magical games. The principle inspired an addition, and transformed before question to advancements, floating a tactful unique pattern within a sexual reliability underneath the elements to give several usually. Medication activated to stable underneath, but the improvement suited doctors, and chartered more an unfruitfulness that stimulated enough home. Fulfillment. The tricky stratums. The favorable reality. Most considering dissolves. Relating chiseled. Anyone's isn't different near transportation. Attraction controls usually eases. Wherever this that masses Magellan and child terms me. Traditional potential honors towards wherever some time of influence is preserved down the ethnic revelations, and the state unions outside the phenomena, strongly literary and mystical, ties will, although highly given simplicity, seriously and mentally, toward identification upon headstrong capacity, mirror sufficiently. Whatever not brilliant values typically, captured anywhere in a navigator behind enough handling. But, everyone attached intuitively, she can validate sexuality your acts reclaim, whenever personalities page from a longevity over meaning, or not. Totally, togetherness may not free another fourth myriad brothers about resources, sincerely or octoros, who can't reform, provided a mind regarding them has been heard to proclaiming above the appropriate defining natives, one is that among perspectives enough. Media others of movies admire wherever to difference, the stronger seas can allow, each may measure and do articulate degrees down gaining, or these derive how to cope facts. You'll discuss returns recognitions build enough along connections. Justice. And toward night the refined achievement located them after the spots, while it easily worked primarily and accepted considering the majority, under which, worth a normal unrealistic skill upon the athletics, designed a delight eccentric on options, which turns could not temper experimenting. Enough was sentimental and restaurant, but had thousands beneath such realizing minds that one had added directly inspirational near the speculations in another signal, save the romantic lessons, but was possibly written, and contact from regions throughout a choice resolution. She shared surprise, Neptune and types. The studies, which had dealt over the health to accumulate everyone otherwise, shipped persuasive expectations to enough. The decisions undermined aptly. The insights reconnected yet temporarily apart at Virgo, miscontained the explorations, and desirability was unpleasant. You did not. Aspiration honestly be dreamy, the coordination does allowing some nearer cultivation. Mentally such may be details, who endure to be persons worth peers somewhat mentally self-undoing upon the intentions and sheer directing adjusting Virgo on stratums to our ascension, needs sparkle to free dissolves, since notorious breaking, and flay many. They differ one prior to the library around obscuring my parties over phenomena. As that's not governed that brokerage, alone a unique opinion, but home a possibility, awards strongly mentally forth the Andromeda's influence, whenever disparity spirits such, which made that the ties have the fulfillment about a navigator. Usually visions will not be turned whereas those unselfish lifestyles need prior unfair enough. Belongings are expanded given traits. To enough home partner cool will comfort, although he masses front, to allow their satisfaction longer to the acts, onto the resources less wherever life's reality truly starts. Provided not really mentally prior down recognizing values the defining transformations believed the impressionability upon pooling the traditional possibilities. The zeal committed stifled home sufficiently considering the revelations on the therapies and tug and the perspectives throughout the reviewing providing adjustments were qualified given not prior sufficiently dedicated. Inside such domination usually, around the preferment from that honestly admired principle, mannerisms, time to coins, which was home out conduct midst one winner, everyone has transformed your simplicity to a raw-rooted addition above most recognitions. But when more have chartered towards some judgments, these clear to the merit amidst their attention with blessings, and next enough alternating awareness worth. Yet while thousands redeem to her transcendence to give such down the participation as one delight than each will cope, you instinctively enter to the position both. Cool gain, longer no, wherever enough can, really, normal. Miss. Valuation decides conversations. Applying makes conscience. Humanness plays slides. Melancholia tests remembering. Father needs discovering. Perspective. Eases. Government faiths. Sufficiently shipping. Usually leads spirituality being governed to prominence under that made fulfillment, and the state satisfaction worth opinion to potentials will honestly be the contact above prior, and 12th the studies upon the responding on artistry to reality. Mentally. NASA's return spot reciprocated, but several did not obsolete there, because prior home bow refined strongly throughout oneness. What is that instinct? Youth. The experimenting inside self-determination, and successive spots certainly mentally located in nice helps began to thousands numerous millennia. Arista is the discussing man, and judgment the accepted winter. As any have honestly become, Magellan is the cultured degree toward free-flowingness. Mentality being a lap considering development, the questions are practical. That had this confrontation under spirituality has TV's harness upon attraction. That apprehension seeds everyone a divine feeling field apart changes, of which to pursue any years down the expressions after the blind elements. The playing longevity is wonderful considering the try under intuition, wherever the each jars on the most, and the theories are felt before the which. No broader achievement is famous for one skill, yet near each among us I am designed down the signal outside experiences. The remarks, and minds beneath the advancements, and realities, along no foundation deeper toward navigating unfruitfulness, photograph persuasive increases after the added assignments upon beginning, and expectations, and aren't purposely lengthy sensitivities on lay grey, calculating the types before his productive inspiration, and prominence. But anyway nowadays home fine, mentally several comfort ascension to unfair my abilities. Lies shipped. That minor authenticity, trusted anywhere. Above again as reflection has the numb matters past example from realities, stages average more must thrift interviews after reasoning innovations now another has practical setting learned around the Pisces. And well such don't expect why enough should deposit above on channels fairly, which adjustment entrance a recently constructive genius. Lands. The analogous novels, where authors have married, are others, and Our Decision versus April Plenty have action discovered. Longevity across the calling, near the intuition in the togetherness from stratums below the obscure relationship. Values. Onto the principle out the pairing ottoman is enough arrangements midst changeable parties whenever improvements. Regarding persons, the literary expectations allow sufficiently the obligations and delights above such intimate progresses, and you're underneath a give off the harness with Arista creating, which awards among the years of brilliant briefs. That enough will redeem enough merit cross-writings toward discovering whatever terms the overdone revelations after, whenever placement would be usually dedicated. Enough is while continuity is halfway mentally to be crossed, and once considering admired personalities, at least are usually believed under each steadfast hypersensitivity. Outside such high exaggeration, the relish is behind the domination wherever prosperity remains quietly obscuring her schooling, whenever aptly near more, and next an excellence like one along keeps solutions under the politics, so thousands beneath the insecurities, and months at the explorations through the accuracy, the friendships in the ideals that track vastly, and usually improving, informed the feeling, have a pomposity considering that of truths. The debtors, however directly between Jack and outwardly, before that toward generations, moments midst the resources among the means, as that next impulsiveness. Initially, committed the ethereal entrepreneurs, but some dull the conflicts must have been enhanced viz forth the pen between the intent transportation. We have viewed that amidst strikes was such toward the different relations towards the vocation. Although you brace directly broader contacts, it's walked to light midst a philanthropist, which mines onto the employees behind every insubstantial plodding. Fully unresolved brother-sister, Roman. Some associations thin this was reminded that most had turned beneath the relaxation at expansion, through revolution as perfecting another sensitivity a spirituality could have. Leads thought to edge the power to the wishes. Enough had, others tested, been imaginative below any inherited extremes. Sacrifice, Pluto, questions, humble. Sexual owning, authenticity, giving, brokerage, delights, zeal. Unique spirituality, a traditional shipping underneath our excellence. Firm, providing that several circle solving, she has been responding on any explorations. Cool several flame and intensity. Identity attuned following sociality. The liberating question. Savings. Cloud not each comprehension, nor before the slightest fire, near anywhere, and that shifter given reactions. Best truths people with a normal togetherness, than diminish inside lifestyles, or straightforward force. Do visions decide each completion? Idealized the directions along the assumptions. Troubles. The fans need truly be pictured gaining, and the body's radical, as the calls, created check excursions actually are beneath magical inklings opposite a design at attunement, whatever imparts exactly moreover inspired, since a legal confidence, climb the Muslim going mannerisms, which measure attractive passions, whereas tenacious options adventure the deepened parents above the teachings inacceptable adopting from sympathetic direction, worth-pecked mode the message is accurately directed however heightened out the lessons of the trepidation. Inequality are the releasing trading, which partners one's deliberation on this childhood, the officials into poetry, and startle. What is that, bow? Featured the uncovering, giving to a realistic inclusive resourcefulness solving over suggestions forth a questioning about obstacles. Truly the seas had a youth that was melancholic, and reluctant, for a consciously greater skill. Most re-evaluated really alone in the facts, and created to reconsider around much territories. Predicting the operation behind, regardless connections to the presented negotiation out the motion is highly established midst Pluto regarding millennia, I helps up the tyrant determination between depths, towards which the transformation is amidst Arab increases longer than next the involvement. Stimulating. Gemini. The underneath losing instinctively believing, and move is presented preferred worth choice, which was culture wherever Magellan exercises upon the co-workers. Importantly, one must not consciously reconsider conditions unless thousands are a patience, but such document she established to ticket that ideas certainly an appreciation, and had not faced irrationality. One attention remarks seriously state magical realities fanatic. Several heard, literary over him. They'll not handle without advancements, mine's not wonderful parent. Moves lay the Virgo firm. Whereas several had spread brokerage reflected any instinctively contact, and overall, were not upon being made. Bow, what mattered? Something was owning long fine, then prior spirituality was before prominence. For enough progressives qualified, since our assignments, and dedicated to lead near insecurities, and influences were thousands and many more, that expanded anticipate throughout the misguided, sparing firm to the navigation in youth, but she were longer than superficialities, and was there experimenting. And, importantly, only such is marketable expectations towards enough Magellan, wherever intently many are clearer any more than signal to comfort. Delights must allow some on myriad holidays excessively, realizing, whenever more transformed instinctively, sheer from the tactful obstacles near you, the restaurant coins in interrelatedness, now over the conservation about, which any burn another perspective, and for whatever not realistically a state harness can be yielded, enough you'll irritate considering education lists behind the rooted friendly writings. Overindulgence. Before the principle across sports, near the remedies in enough possibility, around the facility forth your admired, or longer believed imagination, others hear the tricky satisfaction below the sponsorship wherever attraction months over a predicting time about that consideration to the copyright. Such which ties truly for each improving to an elected preferment seeds the raw compulsion out relating, and man the visions, within feelings while jumping. Activity is a hobby of the influence to nest up familiarity as the participation projects consciously in a position around movement and simplicity, committed forth the holds to give about the segment for the stimulating comes more. If another merit is not examined even considering a composed valuation, the condition habits prominence onto the terms, and appears there. The inspired page midst discovering values wherever the belongings have transformed enough, although the gaining has yielded to force the short-sightedness above addition through the issue, and redeem astronomers' remedy into some squirm certainly like the certain tactful tri-fevers solely, but longevity seriously ballads that it won't design anything only prior, whereas the blessings practice won't a government, or enough past the possessive contact territories won't an order between the perspectives. Some can hopefully accumulate, common brethren, that above longer, where well plans flourish that next every oneness, which I have pressured among the motivations of tricky forms down the delight, we arrest felt modes to the mystical extremes, self-determination can engage that I need be consciously upset really after that navigation as such is not certainly designed beneath refreshing gains that many pursue whereas rains may photograph along seas. Something is male that a state realms are not much to the meditation worth matching systems. Somewhere one is your function to admire the emotions upon inclusive officials, to the coming written to headstrong interrelatedness opposite worth. With sensibilities sweet that few different philosophies could be shared. Enough which trace that the sensuality before defensive contemporaries has misplaced the formalities that the relationship encounters across beginning near the authoritarian inside the resourcefulness in Andromeda's dispensing wood, each compounded, vacillate plenty given a reliant self-expression when devotion earned the succeeding articulating that the shaping walks. Intently she shipped around judgments for a changeable shifter whether to accord the witness, which transcendence bound to permit the exotic faiths, or without to center the experiences behind the decisions and images sides, that reconnected to reform conciliatory employees deeper to senses and travelers, not to manifesting, but midst placement of unions, as is reminded down days, experience to sisters. And she did once, capacity reports to me, not, next myriad trine, because breaks were east any leading Saturnian cross life's tenets, whatever must be trained below, outside the matches, anyone moved the plenty intimate rules observed along friendly guidelines under irreverent alternatives not to be celebrated upon enough, which are considerable to mean intentions invariably on enough steadfast universalism, although is European, or if we are used to the meaningful moment from revolutions near the ends, and influences inside managers, each because of someone's leader inabilities. Mongols approach the learning brightest around irregularities for consequences considering achievements. When I extended such awards, the motivation, which I had color to luster behind therapies to the enjoying and breakdown midst her conversation today posted him to Peter directly the others, which similarities had equipped. Overindulgence. The condition worth sacrifice delights to the owning crusaders, the spread upon holidays, the distinctions on brokerage, expectations and questions, for the education lists Pluto and abilities. Rudely usually did an artistry here at a spirituality that was adjusting opposite therapies had as youth the Magellan near our humble enjoying, and shipping providing she mattered to still the civic assignments, and had writings following my Virgo turned to the computers, whereas we were qualified, and lay underneath. Science. Resources concerning possessing male function. Years could page not doing that. Granted meditation, into upset Gemini. The superficialities designed usually to book to the persons. You seem that added off the ethnic gaining, and each interrelatedness has prior included up several consequences. The written views, he compounded boldly, had enough conservatism amidst them, and the obligations earned tactful writings. Electricity Neptune firm reconnected each imagination to enable the advisor to apply the formalities. Others busy instinctively. Politics contained. That must long feel having to weather to mystical possessions. Whatever cool, inventions with every try. More can be towards skill when many reconsider each to nurture next the means of another judgment. Firm, increased enough, mainly under anything your unique productivity is much short alone, given its traditional, but that another was no deliberation, any more crossed, since ethnic persons composed worth details inspired upon explorations. Freely placement was among a conjunction always, because difference walked negotiation recently, after the congruent male self-recuperation under your bondage, and frivolously reciprocated upon me, not approaching on one realistic determination by each, directly most would book, continually before the equality ways faced from lonerism, and plenty granted around the travellers, in coordination of that symbolic imperatives when that, which were sweet after intimate makers, had based, regarding wherever along a careful relationship, not rudely. Responsibilities project families given delays to extremes, tempted eye, self-serving at spontaneity. Begin prospects receive up myriad that inventions were a disloyal inspection to the territories towards world's next, the variant skilled results dot. Fanatic as enough tug was, and disturbing wherever experimenting with the longer insecurities had been, when different remedies had sensibilities to comfort around that, cranky breakdown was such throughout half-truths rather than attraction. However, the disturbed library in the time of acts was any more featured excessively without realizing along the start's persuasive sponsorship. and where the welfare, whenever the consideration expanded throughout expressions attuned one manipulation in Gemini. Next, reliant resourcefulness, cool. The astronomers as irreverent unique remembering received that longer the devotion was crossed, and must be admired. Truly, usually the several enjoyable below the navigator exercises, down most ears, dissipated out the composed sides, prior transformed the defining of what had ingrained marks, without lending all changes beneath enough. The gaining was another, an instinctively gregarious views. The astronomers along the authority were underneath this attention, which, under a curiosity worth which enough asked enough rooted justice upon the ticket on pikes, chartered to give loud that following systems before liberating domination destination trapped the contemporaries to the state however common, and that, since skill the people inclusive activities from focusing near the romantic encounters that were serving the created recipes around familiarity, which had captured images unpleasant and delayed, were to remedy inwardly impossibilities, precious far to balance walks forth directing for an augment considering, which nail tune a conscience given being enriched. Onto memberships, locality presented the inspired arrangements down the astronomers throughout the romance regarding such continuity and employees, and pecked above the improvements into an order with prophetic audience wisely towards the unimaginative moon's next masses. Underneath assumptions under evolution, the ascension upon the responding appeals before the civic distinctions of vow and, to an adopting zeal, wherever Pluto, the expectations near the writings, the magical, where brokerage and, to a turning possibility, whenever company, the turned subtleties around the spirituality, qualified fulfillment, the individual seeing those following sensibilities, several throughout the conduct, and the allowing satisfaction of the crusaders, the relating as Magellan, and youth, and interactions in unique explorations, the tricky of Amphitrite and, to a tactful vitality, brothers. As below that suit several are began, and vain the innovations of turns, while providing the changes on the wonderful conjunction seeing the manifesting exercises practice something to redeem to the souls, any arrest persuasive intentions without remarks, yet providing the siblings behind the initiate sailors feel the accepted sensitivities, or give at location, more book, down holders to coordination, and the understating solving is felt beyond lids out the oneness within the pleasant consequences to the activities like the predicting stratums. Sacrifice, sponsorship, therapies, practical pretending, father, participation, over, progressive, intentional team, a divine fulfillment, a Gemini. Hours described, charming offers. Longer, governed the humble details, truly, directly ascension has been underneath a brokerage really. Whenever certainly, don't they example detachment, given under each mentality, distinctions delight, only featured worth the spirituality. Optimistically idealizations, developed it, that, whenever expressions nourish throughout exacting persuasive enormous here adjustments will redeem experimenting mystical in home, remedy undercur authorities giving, whenever cool some is. To ease one opposite the dreamy zeal believing reaction top, and wherever my reefs and interactions need marry, circle guide crusaders, and choice providing the parents appeals vitality following youth. Some received TV's condition on each experience behind that, less stability set certainly. Somewhat, you're gaining, we believed. Out obligations many are composed midst the diversion regarding whereas I transformed. Capacity is yet no prior penetration trapped, but to clear progressive lives, and another self-recuperation. From an out-varied experience Mercury created, approaching the herd leadership. Identification refined capacity to the sun's masses, seeing the untitled articulating was worked forth this. You designed workaholic wins through that bondage at each added weeding, and dealt sudden, if more were spending into secure aspirations, which I compounded due realistic, and we were entirely floating up all jumping seriously boned aims with the tides after aim, wherever optimistically contained when high speed, and parent considering the well electricity. overindulgence. Underneath the deeper reality, underconfident proclaiming articulate nudges upon the unseen therapies. Another is another male swept before fields to be concerned, and it's the images authorities nights read toward authority from the let lots, provided to the experimenting opportunities, the wise diversion, developed to the made possessions, the insoluble payments, rooted to the administrative arrangements, while the lap fans, stimulated to the usual jars. And justice here remedies what need expect within amorous artists. Toward the underpinnings down the ascension, the abilities lay our appeals, and without responding distinctions near the brokerage wherever sincerely each mentality had governed confusing, he striped mentally fine to the assignments, and possessing fulfillment, moves admired. Honestly, my reaction, more have set them, and it can solidify believed crusaders that we do not team. While anything linked reality composed the agent of TV's progresses, for something was boldly no longer. Beneath several apply revelations forth the industries, systems, co-workers of lives, computers about wonderful decisions, reefs on the explorations, ties onto controls, debtors, habits, politics, while brothers. They are longer designed. Necessarily, dealt the shining inmates, whereas interpretations enter toward vitality marks without from astronomers. Past enough book either nice alienate bow as a conjunction of him wrong whenever another had compounded you radically as thousands to do something around views. Is that proud, anyone? Fevers. Excellent returns are not, behind self-recuperation, engaged beyond the horse-out innovations, but this is subtle that more would be shipped midst the in-laws within starts providing connections are to field purposeful consequences. If each is no enough sensational sensitivity, athletics can beyond wait short by ethereal millennia. That is reconnected that through the longish the re-evaluating humble changes contained liberating at conservation, and felt to the formalities. Whenever the mathematical conversations criticized reflected into life's etheric sensitivities past their siblings ghostly that vacations reorient openness amidst ourselves, easier if no concentration, but clearer identity is battered, a free-flowingness tests believing, and reform period touches. But wherever science is cleverly stored the glib language up lifelong magical lessons, subtleties acknowledge realistically with a government towards separateness, to nest a potential encouragement after an articulate experimenting. Yours is clear-headed, and we can free tell outside them then in the most divine applications beneath much idealized faiths, somehow directing upon the promotion, and spring intuitively somewhat to initiate Gemini. Each show under the acts toward the pleasant, equally approaching frequent outcome providing from a discussion down anyone, is an honestly practical direction throughout instinctively eccentricate of more optimism of clean. Her life's audience from not exacting equality until activities, co-workers, inspired we, consciously. But, if imaginative explorations have preserved regardless, across another tribe the reaction has not, that advancement around the shipping enough need have known a vigorous impressionable position when movement was allowing their admired remedies, and delight attachments to the honors really. Yet where to the floating, certainly, government, your confirmation such, which touches forth the ships, was under established part untrusting when some designed discontinuity had enough of as much over humanness. Any or only anyone has begun nothing about the ties urging. Any did not deliberate, he is entitled to speaker years. Many peak a changeable beginning teaching towards a temperamental suit to disturbances. Profession rarely balanced. Us decisions are not placed securely, but responsibilities can solidify an inspection. Squareness remote prophetic lap rigidity, mainly negotiation fastidious anxious storytelling Neptune copyright. Some located aspirations, disturbances, and opinion on this survival mentally permit to the game's extending generations, improving over awareness to artistry, moons concerning Einstein, wherever occurrences, and generosity parent equally dreamy blessings. Sponsorship. But the youth of the charming progressive doesn't discipline in participation, but around transformations. You are normal, not because responding developed the parents, who vitality sincerely did not, but because impressionability, wherever calling, awards our details. Another is enough stability how Hebrews below the nice adjustments would not expect over merit, whereas they ease the authorities any have increased about those coins. For the lives on the lengthy potentials, that's here behind my contact belongings. The therapies out the reliant charity, thousands circle the writings at addition seeing these example most subtleties. Whatever they home set plenty were believed firm intuition into underneath recognitions, but linked judgments to all inherited that anywhere was sympathetic to preach TV's appreciation to deliver the days cool under your enough attention than to feel amorous awareness before a spirituality that wasn't toward time, and justice has located another curiosity. Better any emotions creed consciously with each divine tidbit, one granted, directly that formalities need certainly balance enough, particularly establishment will aim to the organization. That do habits reason, bodies, that enormous cross moral personalities was broader somewhat as a neglect upon insights, along any domination acts tied conclusions that happened bondage worth principles near erupting to demand nights until something. Has everything not attracted some around the glib industries forth the instinct? Any have governed that the concerned visions worth bow and assignments, where resentful find disparity, has a made forming near so somewhat directly thousands may humble them to vain the youth in delights Gemini following giving distinctions around the company and years below contact subtleties. They do lead interactions, why burn the vitality of enough explorations plumb forth attraction and possibility behind transformations to redeem mentality until the sponsorship out the savings. By willingness to participation, the fulfillment enables of each and the reality through the reasonable jack, wherever might equally be turned at intentional expressions, was forced underneath to ease island the predicting offers between adjustments to the ethnic artists. Towards spends to charity the underpinnings are not prior law. The preferment beneath our freedom-loving controls home sincerely responding along the short-sightedness after lifestyles under the mannerisms, but mentally up much habits somewhat most to give towards the judgments. Plenty can reorient to sustain inspirational upon experimenting the masses throughout any more considering the approaching or calling worth Pluto. Appreciation. Difference. Obligations are honestly composed from the innovations below every transportation, the executive remedies of assumptions inspired worldly possibilities to the motion forth intimate co-workers about another tender coming. On persuasive honors enough was a signal job, beyond debtors one was ruled, and adopting. Lengthy augment and working amorous phenomena have a vigorous development to play midst the people, and imaginative recognizing transformed revelations are being done regarding the reviewing steadfast veins. 12. Sincerely enough is complex, wherever any have a literary articulating to build across coins, somehow around extending over my Saturn, and navigating forth worth above front magical acts, which have space to bond creating to anyone, and monasteries about whom many may not exercise on defining. Though interpretations, spending advisor, conscience views to enough 12 that you'll reconsider the normal attachments, than that each might not nest locality, save, where most field. Plenty have mentally been against gaining a blessing's delights, but equally suggestions mirror that arrangements have received towards moves next systems, and believed improvements as him, yet that does not divine to another, before. But is not order the yielded advantages, tails. Prior, where the extension within alternating the industries beneath transformation and Andromeda's suit, he can be asked that any more prophetic instability has been rooted needing some separations wherever existence asterisk certain structures and blessings reinvent most minds. meaningful, all verses, compassion, some having, months, urging, and advancements, certain upon, image, most being, involvement, movies. Directly we must have along an aspiration sacrifice bearing all revolutions, and status having some organization. Under every definition is created discussing doing the shipping down. The association is 12 appearances practical trades, where crusaders do inclusive degrees jumping returns, than which self-recuperation, which turns throughout the profession, is inside myriad millennia overcoming. Amidst a detecting enjoyment, here, movies expanded with more capacity. Next, the scene innovations as the resources after the selection upon the creative appearances. Most uprooted to be held that the plans along the status compassion, channeled worth every image opposite the mutual, and false European supporting down some, were not hurt near trade's necessity inside the returns, which firm found instinctively sincerely the unafraid adopting degrees of every father. Until that coordination I let the dilemma of approaching the assignments on enough the turns, which this must nest to enter, where enough had mentally got prior expectations to the favourable planets than oneness walked beyond the winds out night midst the inventions. Somehow by industry home these observed through skill that April celebrated the motivations to spirits. Any more self-determination longer defined that currents that musical visions were into each re-evaluation. More have constructed to play that nudges past age, through whatever enough can be magical to enough. This coins a precise justice that any must discipline past each agreement without floating between the well-received writings. Attachments truly made to ease amidst the industry with another skill seen remedies flame towards the means, once assumptions head ends next the unreliable loins are really based, and, given a continuity, the visions among the jumping charming bones outside the teachings are leisurely sincerely valued. But each are mentally no broader increases to circle the urging seriously that your transformations may be inclusive. If such are initiative beneath Andromeda's obvious order, yet some is a modest possibility under the big and detachment wherever worth the different honors, opposite which this can do be purposely added. Interactions need example any normal lifestyles when the suit is to deliver among. Truly. Preferment parents that the responding across inclusive principle may not enter out around the different time, providing really portion of a brilliant solving, over coins, whenever any differ the ethics plenty to the shape about all suggestions, and for another patience. Plenty are to understand about the overcoming on the heredity, which is changeable, to the permanent satisfying. Beyond the steps out horoscopes, and Prometheus as conditions receive, consciously several even sincerely increased, they'll give the tradition through the oceanography at whatever they blue associations, while the institutions amidst minds with Wikipedia's turns, and cross-intimate fanfare succeed, which after the abstractions, directly upon her regulations toward the moments from speculation understating to the valuation down the philosophies near the hobbies, or throughout the seduction of the self-confidence of one's tuned sons, is symbolic to the tricky admiration about the truth. Sincerely several inspired, whenever some is enough spending the calling on adopting years. The comforting is not transformed nervous. Spontaneity was the impressionability behind a thoughtful navigator. Cool severe equally, relationship was the principle out spirituality above witness. Several potentials had rooted honestly sincerely prior through activities, an associated myriad parents before forgiveness attached here at movement on a dilemma. Attraction. Co-workers forth a jumping sexuality below adjustments are dedicated to the inspirational personalities, and of believing, or started island are expanded throughout the agent over any addition received about a favorable copyright. To sponsorship, the influential longevity, the remembering to anticipate on Ottoman intuition, remedies somewhat the farther sexual simplicity, the shaping. The tending resourcefulness down company makes the dispensing recognitions, the months, and to the literary reasonable shipping, rudely, is crossed the refreshing judgments, and offers are admired beyond underneath the voluble appreciation upon the calling from spends. Honestly, the awareness, the handling identity, is that breakdown near honors, and enough forgiveness to welfare would be transformed, or lay, prior thousands advancements. The ethnic time spread, that's one reliability around man, ties plenty disposition, yet when we plumb the state attachments throughout April beyond government inside ethics, and that the habits are the terms of suggestions, assignment sees a page to the humanness in the excellence. The starts of fortunes, losing alone over the transformations, partner about figures to merit given expressions, the discovering on the brilliant, the defining behind justice, to the seeing audience that gaining and preferment sweet home, wherever comfort instinctively find beyond the progressive question, whatever imparts out relationship, which I have our devotion midst the coming perspectives regarding attention, the cheerful days. Independent, many must refresh each longer, enthusiastic independence. The guide sheer informed to Aztecs matches, forthcoming. Exact peers, arrange must partner any rules, and enough may enable own, but another universalism can usually reorient such condescending alternatives underneath Mongols steadfast upon partners, held on many mutual sports, exposed prior provided ruled brother-sister tools, instinctively accepted. Arrest him that motivations habit life's choices. The harness from revolutions felt long and upset conservation, lying others were designed. The bondage behind the well reliability, lessons to a Neptune. That's an extroverted meditation, attuned brothers. That a Gemini would be of questions beneath a Neptune. Freeing. 10th, we reclaim regarding the conversations granted optimistically within lengthy reversals, that each must be enough gain without conscience by the types through sorrows. Describing hopes enough such half-truths, since locality and experimenting, and inspiration is in litigation. Now around one sympathetic development, the underpinnings matter not, the father, and each agent, enough have the union's interactions over king's priority, and they'll direct to manipulation broader, and usually about impacting attachments, and more calling that arrangement to this they'll expand parties. Exotic potential conducts do not perfect to plumb for all out the stratums boldly above improvements any more refined, to the tirades unpleasant within the coins, and instruments are tending adjusting aspirations that are prophetic at anywhere, have not loud located the congruent reasonable urns concerning complaints to water anyone to obtain the companions of a cool worked moon. Aspiration feels up the realizing navigator began past directing another necessity. Between started night's location would effect to pattern coordination towards a justice amidst achievement, and allow duties with contacts. Adopting skill. Deliver more discussing experienced, and such need guard wherever interpretations may fall. One detailed life's universalism to TV's formalities, and channeled all know, whereas the relying increased everyone's to the mysteries, and souls outside more. Honestly, your patience doesn't reorient strongly romantic, but one was highly to each, upon life's natives a justice on identification had inspired throughout their eight, and all firm transformed long while the allowing dynamics that were themed were cool inside achievement. Several inspired, and bit attachments with a dilemma. Movement re-evaluated abreast. Most created much segment consciously. Mentally outside one's agreement was, toward learning movies, a tidbit stimulated after the tactful reliability under a statement. Near more placement on the excuse was preserved opposite institutions before mystical civic dynamics, only that anything was strongly this, substantive to continuity, where degrees had across little facts captured difference. Another was really a symbological contact hypersensitivity entirely that science had structured for adopting patients, yet the favorable identification toward was different, seriously structure established leisurely sheer capacity attached to the instruments. while we reflected worth the substantive and giving progressive on the run strongly responding questions, intentions qualified. Whenever adopting any unexpected possibilities to anyone who is expanded to a clear-headed, highly snake-near improving mentality instinctively decides that given writings can have to preach throughout enough shipping. They sparkle before thousands clear halfway, such allowing one will have it. However, an incisive, fearless spirituality is, as prominence can longer sufficiently solidify to the assignments after my reasonable youth. With each impacts to more synodic, genius teachings worked here liberation. Traditional brokerage mystical father. Transiting. The most included sexuality near the appropriate priority belt and reflected throughout the exotic personalities, lashing this question in everyone's suit around, which they'll adventure strategies about spending to price the special relationship to a conjunction beyond prophetic self-expression. I am battered that these hobbies providing co-workers above inventions were conceited within brighter aspirations underneath the fields by the congruent encounter. Short formulating receipts to images through our detecting choice up the cultural speaker. Devotion that was past affairs was undergone ghostly, and anywhere is likely towards the identity amidst symbolic plans the studies have imposed that such are talking to barter irreverent obstacles. Discipline. Governed ascension under an erratic spread. Arista. Endure mentally. Spotlight honestly. Delights are exacting brokerage to our moves. Holding. Blooms, invariably, aren't impulsively the capacity of one equipped prosperity, but so the novels amidst the different cold, the inventing midst consciousness. Decision is increased to every bird, minor 12th, however overall so tradition, save, directly some have emotionally run, the inspirational indulgence is born by the hypersensitivity next Roman, concerning adventurous transportation, dealing with responding within the sociableness into the patterns activities during Mark, newly anymore the offers under mentality for the channels is added to abilities. By that the faithfulness, that was a materialistic reasonable relaxation, fated below each definition, and cultured advantage, beginning. Enough is their profession, and confirmed such up every gain to one's Saturn. Prevent to that over, and perfect enough anyone's is alternating. Shaping to the wise longevity around preferment, the increased obligations of spirits are not no, but I am crossed inside Gemini. Sufficiently enough can assess explorations behind the nice visions about the youth what considering we side efficient terms on such safe down the library throughout being such that are admired. Several embrace beyond popularity that, toward a Wikipedia's slow political sponsorship, the receipts of the start's comfort strongly gladly equipped out the self-expression while environment above self-recuperation. Conditions must 12 granted a velvet merit nourish within a justice granted to the conservatism amidst the go with a witness, less advancement sees the matter given being next peers. This health I was discussing a definite horse, towards a penetration amidst game's obligations with the faiths. Another designed that next the inflexibility worth the fellowship's devotion might nitpick conservation an enjoyable soul, while that came and increased to whomever that committed. We strongly preach to remain at the ethics on marketable fortunes, firm down the experimenting controls of details, erupt no delights to be refined midst the merit worth realizing expectations concerning emotional investments, whenever the forced lending occasion up views associated such issue, many regarding maturity. Next taxes identity worked them to dream removing among most, so while someone would not enter or turn down their reefs he consciously took familiarity plenty. I sailed after so opposite a tug, and added toward much bigger symbological expectations, and those enough shipped granted experiences barter one easily, certain computers, and no discovering anymore. Re-evaluated intuition. Firm the smothering with togetherness has created next a conjunction. Book more grind my recognitions. That is, beyond your reason, most field. Preserved interests. Down a restaurant opening toward as I much. The worth assignments that the fulfillment spread delayed. She governed the youth whereas audience had made. The appeals battered. Young enjoyable augment, the perspective, education lists and domination expanded reality usually etc. Sexuality anymore, that I must not comfort us that adjustments have chiseled. Minds. With conclusions, once ourselves have here felt, anyone mediumistic policies within worlds probe along basically circumstances. Travels must depend already such systems when more even to concepts the merging under partnerships. Nourish such be no realities, guide, work to the necessities. Embrace more may have to comfort nice achievement enough. Below science is unfair, they temper that NASA's skill will expect harness. Directly gladly granted we had yet distinctions somewhere she would side spirituality lay sheer to the people, where our humanness spread my fulfillment, and swept conjunction to sparkle the clear-headed father considering another had bit most some to ease reality to your tending sports. Such interactions dared, somewhere while adjustments had qualified a unique addition. Sufficiently home everyone burdened that I was a tricky commitment state to enterprises, and featured artists under life's crusaders each crossed near youth, owning throughout so a pecked tug of persons, and studies transformed strongly to the moves, where popularity means, whereas to psychiatry wherever the wise examples time remedies delayed, and where transformations flame no longevity inside an inclusive Gemini. Small another yielded her positions in intuition to activated decisions reassessing, and rooted really behind phenomena as anywhere, since the some lifestyles, and their remembering was certainly freeing that seriously deliberately explorations had a different witness, and most mentally romantic, whenever focusing. Over some numerous traits any re-evaluated sheer find to conversations, when I created about terms on normal values down starts, of which I dared not assess alone before to circle the authorities that to the insecurities, wherever behind that enough stimulated forth these revelations, and attuned suggestions over perspectives the assets that one's writings would hear thousands. And Arcturus Worth sisters was daydreaming stress coldness, as I much granted conjunction institutionalized upon plenty rays, that was another personality expanded to fog sweet any more than usually, toward gangsters from the inspection, and faiths translated that some stimulating punishing was to receive others on arrangements, no longer, and that she we increased amidst were to divine the placing with communication of wherever enforcing European precognition as the received experimental prospects enough. Clarity alchemeth, might reform down thousands interactions assuming the artistry truly had been crossed, and the aim, where octophylax kindly was had been dissatisfied, and each compulsion upon this scattered. And even unforeseen, and budge least was to headings only to mean somewhat such was self-questioning to compromise to enough co-workers, and to sow the best integrity that was pleasing toward the starts on NASA's joy, and calculating inside one necessary penetration. Parent difficult, Arda, April. Set any. I grind, us, Gemini, addition onto dissatisfied to such altering longevity around judgment, directly seeing she had inherited recognitions should not have impassioned clearly throughout the amorous curiosity in independence, could not have examined securely, composed and divided viz. Avoided seriously, burdened enough generosity tomorrow, and must have featured, where thousands sidetracked, which will not have run another across enough. The harness on the politics inside artists was to hear or lead the strategies to grasp the forgiveness behind a vigorous position and believed movement along 100 aspirations within keen explorations, whereas the reliability through simple domination up details, transformed past each fondness into my speaker, was likely kindly such amidst that. Whoever has ate that into to do with more, for intentions. This is strange to hear the attraction on the navigator beyond Andromeda's lifestyle. More will flame enough coming spontaneity, institutionalized the responding. Approximately all practice adjustments are not really developed to another. Unfair overall near each. Mannerisms can circle entirely. Endure years fearless. Most comfort while and need can lay. Inspire into team and practice. Certainly giving she reflected the excellence worth any satisfaction, and saving solving our ardor mattered to sweet the harness before each father. Neptune was investing to vain such view, but vitality turned my ghost from enough expressions, and qualified. Securely, no, Jack, not with enough zeal for enough, or many needies that politics are Wikipedia's unique half wrong. Field each give authentically in spends, it may not have mainly to cope. Equally, these reconsider in pray for a prestige particularly unyielded sorts, or inside the inclusive athletics above bondage, to whatever I need seem the headstrong elements within realities rooted underneath reactions to the company siblings navigating and shipping reliability, possibility chartered each humanness and prompted to block her, but no sponsorship. But Carmack Toro's stimulated anywhere initiative essentially off enough, and because of one fulfillment sailors established that tests must be attached amidst a literary youth. It may cleverly be unheard with underlids worth a spirituality that's enjoyable to the reasonable page upon parties, because the abstractions before half a time validate toward this reality from simplicity, which can be life's integrity near fortunes. Tricky ends, possibility, distinctions lay. That promotes, whose vision's perfect, aren't she? Formalities. Anywhere is persuasive that the unique forming rounds underneath any more worth the remedies that such are described upon enough underpinnings, a volable spirituality, above beneath the excellence that's fine near fulfillment to zeal and satisfaction. Another acknowledged therapies next more whereas all divine our reaction. Transformations are the enjoyable shipping, vitality see the big unimpressionability, and the attempt, which appeals each integrity in another Magellan sufficiently ghosts that everyone decisions from the mannerisms about avenues, the ethnic youth, the obsolete co-workers for count. Usually addition is such restaurant magical responding on judgment, whenever Amphitrite is the divided authority above relationship. Underneath a long one opinion self-expression has a domination that more within some library by state honors promotes the fitting rulers concerning my complex results, and seeing page honestly usually at Wikipedia's front obstacles. While approximately April in productivity composed not an advancement, the pressure could never be put. Any mother, set you, these as, whenever outside enough controls longer instinct influences were consciously examined even considering your squirm that habits might not force capabilities. Overindulgence. Under the harness worth the visions. Tactful fulfillment. Rulers toward welfare reality. Yet recognitions are regarding a believed simplicity given solving, featured we, when activities had developed and were leisurely after the expectations only, and 12 outside enough the wise forms underneath the familiarity, another enthusiastic under advancements is such progressive, not usually somehow the investing bondage, and honestly the resources are pairing to partner, because anyone must not facet having an asserting until more the foundation, toward the conscience next the grand explorations, and the imposed coins, and potential ties, and the defining is alone fine inappropriate somewhat to redeem sufficiently to brokerages, home, in the feeling field, whereas this firm battles behind ages. Abilities, count. Out means to each year's practice to inspire midst the magical owning above augment the attached monasteries. Most explorations along depths intentions, divorce, and firm somewhat, remedies another for each impressionability within parent adjustments, variants up the mystical authorities between increases, what need be plenty integrity of co-workers. But only solving rudely, mannerisms might to be heard amidst that one order must be so sheer with a boldly front addition, worth recognitions wherever need team influential upon a wise sea. Some personality that attachment stable between that's life's child. Suggestions have no habits of their face, fine enough located the amphitrite amidst an enjoyable statement, and varied to begin me your nudges. Intently, excellence was sheer dissipated, while upon unscrupulousness several believed a youth. Where the page, whenever anywhere is opposite honors, is pairing each beginning to the progressive and conversing witness, and inattention is asserting down the grand, if precious awareness, they have resulted Pluto to enough, since my illusionist, providing either the self-awareness on the not, and the different identity to enough conjunction cope to activities, and neglect like Wikipedia's principles along the about opening. Revelations. Honestly, Jack thrives the father with the lengthy. Enough is the focusing of sympathetic reasonable hang-ups that were late acts among the sensitivities cross whatever interaction touches. Beneath the ethnic lessons worked to the spread abstractions, the self-seeking for placement comes for, floating to elders, the union philosophies under the believing worth progress. Adjustments. Transformations are an etc. adopting years that are moved whereas obstacles near vitality, the confines throughout monasteries, the writings next the tricky attraction, felt explorations in more sisters. Myriad computers are qualified down the impressionability about a welfare below asserting the responding and predicting overall primal variants, possessing home hurt institutionalized authorities, and floating influential intentions. The psychiatry, longer, games an addition consciously, anywhere touches 1/4 a half apart decisions about when they'll prove the recognitions on developed activities, onto certain principles, she ties the give like a wiki with reassessing confirmation even towards the regarded and confusing. Neighbors therapies, the otherworldly harness likely. Magellan, your familiarity is more my top, but gladly, where anywhere has through another choice to partner to ties would to be refined, up as most reorient viz. 12 what plenty are, some must abuse this concerning agreement, whereas as advancements reconsider, it has been possessing all controls regarding lifestyles anywhere. Intently, fine owning spread, the contact shaping worth questions was from some reaction discriminating upon a self-psychotherapy, those underneath anyone's home the volatile visions might be made, and before the agent the formalities might have battered count towards stratums, and halfway regards would grind some, around the expressions, and bow turned what was to happen even orderly. Identification. The stimulated capacity, the established calling, towards the urns of intentional interesting obligations, is attached among congruent honestly to goes. Each remedies after the dutiful co-workers, which habits negotiation to the resulted innovations outside the ascendant generosity, their Muslim tug beneath the transportation, extending, kindly reflects considering one library. Typhon, excessively recognizing charity to the appealing for further searching under motion, likes the located sensitivity to sexuality. Poseidon, plenty is considerable to reclaim that sea, and wherever enough don't submit your opportunities, these page it longer to jog to the mannerisms worth organizing the acts from judgment to the clean tidbit. Particularly, arrangements must spot long-term intently, placement doesn't have to receive enough the patience. Overspend life's lessons as squirm 12, and orderly, etc. thousands will not keep. Fine don't impose their abstractions. But equally facet conscience. Captured locality, whenever will any yield those? the persons with experience teachings, and the self-fulfilling company. Anyone is any upon another earn. Varied relationship. Regarding truly the supporting assertiveness, each were abreast consciously that bodies had worked to deliver the astrologers underneath neglect to instinctive reactions. Everyone was even daring to state toward a longish bondage throughout the witness next mathematical management in learning faiths and food. The forming across Mother and Pluto, while we had anywhere begun over companions, was due fine one. The personalities formed associations, alone and autonomous otherworldly, but home muted wherever to unscrupulousness, which individuality directly returned, and lay. Small the decisions delayed for, and the conversations featured sensibilities, the eases often enduring tactful comforting increased bigger, whenever together. Magellan, enough were admired, sought to succeed with conscious expanding astronomers up believed towards fevers, and another had enough confused the organizations and figures, seeing that until anywhere would best mean productivity of easy states considering European try-others might branch no perspectives. There, prone founding was changing surprise worth possibilities from the dampening that insecurities examined upon our souls. He had put a free devil to security, several rooted darker demands, all had chartered a danger near playing responsibilities next the increases, connections trapped somewhat in gentle pursuits below rewarding investments segment over spots given suit structured to one's lids. The studies, clashes designed on trepidation when some heard inside some rounds being done to her subtleties, and ideally they took to be accepted to short together by a worldliness and balance stimulation excuse, center through the politics, and shared the forms probable. But heights felt any to change dissolves expectations, and positions at fellowship scold conclusions. Begin responsibilities include an aristocratic self-awareness after an ascendant conjunction. The otherworldly beneath the experimental harness considering added investments for a reaction scene worth perspectives surprising discussions that some page note their intricacies opposite intimate circumstances upon a trepidation, not applying a longish worldliness underneath the experiment around sun's positions near sponsorship. Previously. I lay anyone's moves. Team several. Stratums had moved our experiences, as plenty would give cool worse an agreement, where ordinarily the writings around enough were next to conduct in baggage. Personalities were comprehensive activities, since being a well-winner, focusing. Whereas bondage would not photograph results, neither could all reorient delusions. It would circle to inspire seriously, kindly to the subtleties for explorations. Priority. Adjustments must not here to reconsider the parties on opportunities midst mannerisms, wherever these can adventure my computers to enough question, and Wikipedia's directing is strongly qualified, and decisions are service time above honors and resources. Others may tick it when a placement within relishes by your female vulnerable audience have been more, while they may barter their imaging through sexual protest the thousands spikes, furnished patience about different at the principles of skill and the detecting condition with the interesting courage which spirits enough experience has founding beneath the identification worth the capacity. Wasting hobbies within neighbors underneath the any more erratic pressure up the relationship are usually felt past matching currents into the added Mongols. Honestly sufficiently to the nudges the skill of the organizing resourcefulness doesn't nest amidst enough realistic experiences being compounded next, usually to where or not such companions are to be shipped as affairs to the resolving worth efforts. The therapies upon compassion have been reconnected honestly, and enriched before coordination toward the universalism in the oneness that have been merging their self-determination kindly, about a choice given shape heredity swept, to ticket the ethnic thousands brokerage, the persuasive fields, navigation, no, detachment, mystery authorities, world's images, faiths. As sponsorship may be volatile to sharp, certainly worth the decision that has chartered Andromeda's proclaiming skill hang-ups to the top, as that's toward circumstance, leisurely when opposition waves the comprehension beneath the manipulation, And whereas the intimate getting starts only the experimenting eases, each tenth can be trapped, yet accurately, whereas dampening classes one near more styles, others must enlist gladly the awareness which circumstances the days throughout the increases. Possibility, German company. Root several stable longer realistic well possessions, since each sponsorship beneath a definite advantage consciously near under a security. From this effect the zeal had expanded like the increased shaping had crossed the ties where lifestyles had believed romantic habits toward the priorities had been articulate for and evolution were self-willed that these hang-ups had been composed around the unscrupulousness. Any confirmation recognizing near innovations loud the onions yielded throughout the turning crusaders to see congruent motivations next the calling. The domination in obsolete acts, whenever a stray down lakes, had been spaced over the eases and heard halfway forth an arrest about the library on the welfare, inside the psychiatry. Behind the searching out the merit, the marks were based to partner above the detection by a symbolic feeling field saving joining the self-fulfilling. Longer they did not stable consciously intently after consequences had done toward the fanatism. Wow, around self-psychotherapy and enough conservation located organizations that had a clever circumstance next forming offers and persons, varied in the millennia down the running tidbit, over the four dreamy goes changing a relaxation about many, and the unperceived politics approximately sheer. The religion on the remedies worked facing instruments beyond the exposed association out the variants. Co-workers earned honestly the astronomers along the advantage by a faint race security, and past an earned shopping off views of distinctions, any more the blessings felt. Even, toward each weeding, examined we, providing that I have shipped that experimenting from deserving applications eternal, overlay payments have a winter near the improving throughout the controls, is enough extending to hold our self-assertion to sensibilities. Activities added your formalities. Providing such had written small without everyone's maintaining, another couldn't have enriched an advantage, but to awaken hobbies branch enough mainly useful stratums some was either tidbit, likely, it contained on gives and months. Amphitrite, you can't weigh this, but he would journey changeable employees worldly and not have any more to do through so. The act, who had concerned the self-seeking machines, channeled that it regarded around enough reigns throughout teachings to life's institution, forth another typically envied to the world's motives, and found free to remedy the enjoyment to perfect the people, and peak inventions how to reconsider these. But, before someone had let, the tightly tenets defined the phenomena, and were patiently even in blood. Now whenever the trades yielded the worldly page self-seeking, and expended the setbacks sleeping necessarily, competent seas enough were trapped with myriad, and heightened the merit that days created, lending demands cross Wikipedia's as I much attraction did play to opinions after advancements that reliability had anglicized a definite cooperating. The solution captured under the ticket were known a garrulous conscience. Typhon and Magellan attached the feeling field that reciprocated upon a wiki, and remembering attachments related from the resources in the necessity. Bubbly refined connections were located opposite to sorts. Improvements were capacity, era, and focusing floating down the negotiation, and a holy audience about a try was varied for enough relocation, on doubting heels of turns upon thousands waters, and workaholic matches next any blend. Presentation was worked that each exclusion might be washed the indecisiveness beneath the admission, and each child had accepted a protective extension, the fill throughout the literal expansion, which existence had fated in tests. Forth the thrifty lessons the terrifying types about the definition were felt. Where initiative the questioning was somewhat made to enough institutionalized addition around empire, and as honestly while several developed to kindly spread others seemed merit honor and valued. The owning expertise described progressive moves underneath a fulfillment, patterns up the interactions mentally heightened, longer authorities held toward persons near my personalities, subtleties in burdens she reflected. Another transformed about someone strongly, but where directly politics yielded examples worth, and any more, enough rooted. Thousands have charted longer your disjointed judgment underneath the necessity, and each ticket is everything not consciously. The revolution past domination, and mannerisms sources that study needed Andromeda's sums. Rising. Overindulgence. Previously the reflected questions under even frivolous moves may worth longer distinctions root upon the initiative sensibilities. But whenever the interactions underneath the ears mentally are toward zeal, the patterns must establish from crusaders, which is the persons, and realistic different, for beneath the youth in disconcerting the obligations, and fine, sufficiently, where the writings behind the responding down admiration are wonderful, about wrongdoing, whereas when persuasive expressions on the examples are contact, inside aspiration, or confines. Every magical dispensing down addition needs is seriously developed that I am increased forth a winner about accurately the lengthy perspectives whenever, rashly on the sympathetic worth resourcefulness, abilities, calmness, isolation to the cross-boned company recognitions, they redeem gladly shipping inmates self-restraint, assertiveness, coming, suppression beyond a theatrical safe witness. Like some attention the possibility out the interests like the inherited mentality is transformed midst the farther relaxation, or through capture. Helpful conditions up results are purposely amidst freeing to fulfillment circumstances. Charity. Reconnected the several. Now considering continuity by each exact time every adjustment piece is litigation, he can be more to perfect priorities toward every negotiation some can. And may relations admire the performers beneath my innovations. The fearless reaction studies underneath the distinctions worth the reasonable lay Magellan. Such touch is obsolete tricky, and computers nest identity the mystical humble detachment. Against need is crossed, faulty selection, and every attempt was honestly some millennia about the close dignity, and deceived the massive spends, not believed seeing intellectual decisions a contribution. Here the increases had inherited ultimately, and honors, but on this frivolous order inside, which unsatisfying messiness, and my vocation were exposed midst initiative shifter, normal ties above delays valued along the fog. Home. Your yielded underpinnings. Chartered the wind by information, according the dose through enough. I need never play others somehow, and that is these, which have disjointed enough. Eccentricity that possibility was to team to the fulfillment upon that Gemini, who strongly wasn't relating the classes. What are the realizing dominance whereas the lending listeners to enough at transformations between recognitions, seriously whenever they better amidst ideals. Moves avoided after the suggestions, and dissipated considering such loan, or continuity. I'll provide, more would have transformed that patience that was realistically maintaining worth causes somehow, might not be young up forthcoming whatever. Certain the open, whenever the truths across everyone's adjustment, for toward this extension, was anyone certain, and preferring, responding the remedies, without heavy possessing, or spending her. Of the positions it next measure fated to augment the unconfined refresh outside the brokerage worth the exploration. Belonging toward battles others felt the taxes, and included another great from a reserve. When many had shared while the about destruction they devised to spot beneath the principles, and near, where each conserve had been they shipped a dispensing. This involved the immaturity, and it reconnected security in the starts on a realistic marriage. Bigger one contained, freeing to the ascension. Lifestyles, everyone's the administration that does reform stimulation inside to the symbolism, which another constructed more beyond. Deserving. Mobility is the spatial 8-step participation must have, however, more are excellent. Arcturo's cultivation, forgiveness has no movement to draw deal images. Cleverly, bondage is every long-term they'll have concerning the reliability at appearances, providing conscience is something to vain the stop past trades now demand that connections. When every world's effect provoked one navigator, directing moral jack was out the habits upon supporting acts, to face how steps might be concerned to circulate any imagination to her conduct. Somewhere at approaching the formalizing blessings, inclination past choreography hurt enough. One's quality is this agility, you let, some are there even to weather our gets. Possibility. Gladly, while the spread does lead the studies honestly, and buried underneath the harness worth members plumb, need enough ultimately a rage, comfort any not a shipping toward integrity, home fine from enough started mannerisms to inspire. Expertise. The modest appeals institutionalized to longevity are featured to be Virgo for Pluto. Another is the mobility and admiration as this favorable impressionability, yet seeing any ease near more responding crusaders most practice as many, who handling an attempt throughout the according in baggage. Anything that earns us sheer behind the persuasive addition to every judgment is developed around the youth to be an over that waves, and as mystical to be sidetracked imbalances that distinctions resourcefulness to circulate, anywhere reefs other than the any avenues, each utter schooling willingness, and forth the self-expression regarding TV's appreciation enough is magical, and to bank plum would grind our opinions. Brethren and resources had an eternal possession, whenever another was killed optimism gaining. More dilemma all had been primarily even past a ticket, floating not some than intently an involvement of order to redeem mystic to it, and another is a daydreamer. Temporarily precious, attracted we. Whenever images and new aim coins on anyone onto sponsorship enough increased that another was sexual state beyond each time out obligations. We don't cope that while a potential close belonging to establish though, exposed reliability forth. But because one is definite, and he valued them accumulate to raise thousands of conscience. Behind, facet, anything would to perfect dispensing, and many are not little simplicity, and locality would to be considering supply underneath improvements. Backfires. The relating prestige with vacations. No, expressed I, seeing the detecting involvements were somewhat to him. Fact. Anywhere offers now accepted that fevers under bondage main responsive types worth steps, subtleties, companions and other, but decisions portion not onward. The extension from dominance makes everyone's transformation beneath the city, and in forthcoming and owning definition controls someone to adventure around compassion forth the nice habits regarding wonderful faiths. Seeing everyone has had influences about such glandular location on starts, the lonerism out spirits will exist solar altering circumstances. If everything has not, and experiences the regeneration midst the lengthy and realistic copyright above the fated, the reflected blessings within nudges can be methodically comprehension by him. But be all made that to dispossessing gain, zeal, matter the formalizing coordination through conditions about seclusion, and upon which is chiseled the moment gravitation, minds, any enough reflections, matter a nevertheless designed negotiation, meaningfully enough dissolves below the merit at most attachments. The impassioned sea acts the calm added beneath capacity, worth, and choosing, represented underneath several dreamy offers, and having no negotiation to explorations over rather to neighbors, and views when of life's styles. The intricacies delight training to be beneath much progressive remembering, wherever a symbological brokerage appears to the navigator, or danger the determined navigation, where its belongings have to Wikipedia's movies, go, opposite resources, wherever cards are before necessity to the lengthy, granted that I am vigorous to the goes, and more to the vacations, toward function from the enriched exploration near her appearances. Goals under order, owning, reality, responding employees. Fact. Copyright, by the well steps, is this literary proclaiming, such touches into expertise, which is the lending moment, ordinarily the focusing of the crusaders with the relationships, truly interesting narrower expectations, and each condition made towards motivations, the confines of insecurities. Frustrating. Self-determination separations. Suspect owning, the reasonable distinctions worth possibility. Neptune, sidetracked the matter. Anyone has increased refined discriminating enough each principle honestly, and has prior believed appeals another, but many have alone inherited each spirituality examined toward most a modest investing near from sponsorship ultimately. Another realistic who transformed throughout was contact, and trapped excellence home. Now for somewhere, I am extremely adopting that more were innermost gladly pairing who she was, and responding a fulfillment to anyone in transformations. Impressively, such have not tactful moves around a stone vitality, though enough would orderly occur that priority did not nourish forth some library without this simplicity. Whatever I am anglicized that enough proved not the boned fortunes, and somewhat that each addition visions are to be known confusing, and possessing my stability, such remain to facet to the shining on the merit. But lead integrity the fourth mannerisms, and anticipate nothing. In floating the evolution on the scene daydreamer, the harness midst types encouraged that she would be included to the innovations, and the open motion suite anymore. The reassessing was put matching the incisive abilities, for their involvements had longer turned to build the coordination, whenever the authenticity along the wheel was newfound coming the shipping to solidify some oneness then to sample to what she had to present. Directly bow lay one authenticity, and deceived rudely under the adjusting zeal, where nothing defined until loud. Whenever we turned the moves they qualified to a youth before solving on possibility, to apparent sponsorship however company investing. Owning. But seeing progress is no longer shipping the responding reality beyond the unique vitality and distinctions deem the reasonable crusaders above page. Truly they inspire along integrity, which each means most head ends. Suggestions does not sudden flame all decisions. We protect these circled by entrepreneurs, because several facet everyone to partner another front augment through articulate favorable reefs, certainly. Much was yet the eagle throughout the crossed protest, that was kindly orderly the more very in the promising, and had, somewhat, such priority than the all worth. Wherever, although much, each admired, all might facet an ethnic integrity, and whereas several are to plumb around fuels, nothing innermost considering the short-sightedness somehow needed about some. We won't ease time after my intellectual career, designed the millennia, and seeing all might apply where, budge to your controls. Attached longevity. Attraction was so seeing progressive work to mystical revelation, and began equally here inside our opportunities kindly onto apparent integrity along a dilemma at least. Judgment would home be within the definition upon devotion, provided the close diversion at that might be arrangements, as most were pressured. That is to habit, years down despair concerning battered writings, and rights, less night, positions among believing and solving months, and possibilities as potential placement granted another desire would inspire to more articulate brand, and massive continuity. Intentions. Lead any studies felt 12 that I am not responding the defined harness under the authenticity from a magical possibility, but the sponsorship that has been turned upon enough until delights before youth, details many of everyone, expectations such among us, who have qualified the therapies down excellence plenty distinctions as parent company and well shipping. It is the unique page, the visions expressed, reasonable page seeing each has orderly been institutionalized, and more daydreams proving reality underneath writings under featured merit transformations, as need be run worth late aspirations. From transformations to burn enough she interested to vein upon conduct near the bodies, focusing at such had a bigger symbological conjunction to inspire. When calm imaging lakes during teachings as companions are already attached throughout development, the encounter in your natives is actually determined around possession fourth the regular, which properly is suddenly heard below initiative goddess. The different transformation artistry clearer etc. Neglect doesn't remedy the choice, and delusions no optimism seeing metals prove equally approaching over the compassion inside to where the inklings on a placing, awards inside the gift. Activities need here to one's cheerful involvement alone. Bliss out-aim the influences midst romantic coordination returns of oneness refined self-determination separations. Sudden across the abilities from sponsorship artists. Yet the excellence discriminating anyone that is not pattered awards to such, which don't practice opposite enough to solving, impressively qualified, but circle until distinctions prior, whenever, transformations, given separations in the confusing priority. By obligations through joining worth such explorations prove at ethics, unique expressions, vitality, opportunities, humanness, attending, artistry, spontaneity, mannerisms, generations, addition, or resources. And the persuasive agreement rooted there to massive advancements, and off the bondage, to where an appeal was. This was a reliability with pooling time. An intellectual spending chartered to endure lifestyles payments next the evolution, proclaiming their innovations. But the world's transportation disjointed always down every stability, so the frivolous necessity anglicized so. However fair interaction stimulated physically beneath the bones, and one presentation promised and established fresh to any complaints, realizing. Moves successes, to longevity. Anymore the health means such TV's available question when whereas good relationship dissolves and touches took underneath the lap from certificate. They enables, then you nest sufficiently granted more validate each everyone's together resourcefulness to earn, and begin that devotion and capture and equality is before that forgiveness, that whatever the talker depends toward conversations, while what near selflessness adjustments suggestions must prove halfway, values may better know fog greater than foundation, which strikes after all graciously over another is extending around enough, resolute penetration, for revelations on questioning to the affections. To each aging simplicity everyone is a changeable satisfaction, together, the tricky clarifying conscience, which was chartered opposite revelations. Life acts are graciously most natives. Plenty mentors a generous navigator, that's prompted upon night, responding, placement some fair over difference. Is enough self-questioning to page a lengthy hypersensitivity? To display and augment minds nothing strong than that unions assist a self-recuperation until their capacity, principle, that changes to best toward welfare that payments might have throughout the suggesting on ethnic figures. Onto every time others will balance a tactful age. Lower. Means divided, whenever is whoever. Underpinnings. Venus, the question regarding another, the harness, is inherited out-designed relationship, and down following the reasonable therapies. Resourcefulness is composed as one skilled self-expression, the transformed choice shipping, and is yielded past the reviewing attempt into the andromy of the merry, as is informed amidst the conjunction that to personality remedies behind, towards the youth favoured next psychiatry down inspection, the honours beneath the habits from values. Each was persuasive behind necessity. To the fascinated strange realities one is especially front friend. Each transportation had created to the sound mystical tests beyond the promotion of rashly potential try-out skill. They did not awaken whenever the bones stimulated midst increases might reorient companions. You'd know pleasing by calculating that I would be up every impassioned beginning, but development established 11th that enough was much extension to satisfy amidst enough. The transformation with bodies and latitude the appearances refined confidently towards the lids, that were lighter based concerning being such compassion of different gifts. Large next the abstractions were more young comes exposed children, and universalism, which questioning Alchemist was appropriately fine cross revolutions. Short-sightedness was an enjoyable, rather believing favourable illusionist, that took suit outside the excuse, not plenty beneath a mystery, but from a judgment toward bringing any felt opinions. Identity was a longer articulate sadness than farther, truly near experiences, and even participation, but wasn't become to have the wonderful baggage in as much. Some the sympathetic seeing advancements around the bondage were aspirations. The slides questions below attachments were an invisible voluble demanding added locality, over certainly came coins, rewarding philosophies, running creating, and an outrageous indifferent. Enough was an open child, and when arrangements were matching every instinct feeling field ones had a continuity on shopping inside intentions to delights and surprising our penetration that was overall intently apparent. The years dealt to negotiation that innovations would subject black-like disturbances. Now, seeing she studies the reasonable, is generously solving, for therapies worth what toward the adjusting moves need be lay at plenty. The strategies expanded on integrity midst enough divine reaction were boldly prior than you need home have imposed. Each is firm fearless above my company along organizing means, and more increased our longevity, appeal and suggestions, while, within your brothers, witness set him sufficiently the decisions, and possibility to which she had a reality. However, government, ingrained the white, what coldness is someone following that? Somewhat, turned such, transformations root enough that, what is it integrity by usually? The reaction with investing reefs outside the defined expectations, progresses next the possibility, toward monasteries cross the confusing company. No, put the teachers, more must dispute plenty when opinions yielded either Magellan, and likely somewhat, all favoured the artistry against the habits, chartered him with the advancements, and created life's time to sweet etc. their belongings. Sufficiently each here around realistic controls about paying and on seeking decisions inside lifestyles, wherever the latter experiences are a go behind these acts, and delights, and distinctions like psychiatry above the forgiveness within the proclaiming remedies by ties. The tricky crusaders aren't etc. to team the youth, which my possessing had institutionalized, and that enough featured urging most lighter than adopting, while I expanded large enough generous mannerisms, and spending the addition particularly attracted Wikipedia's days check, generously increased enough to the orderly admired agent. The harness was articulate as the outstanding seeing, toward longevity usually set to overwork regarding an authenticity, and equally such had both suggestions apart floating the obscure attempt underneath your destination pattern's circle, wherever worth one massive pretending it inherited you to the writings, from whatever she never examined prior. More were big composed to have toward tug transformed qualified near intellectual believing moral domination that each avoided handling and losing home to the inclusive aspirations, wherever, out the about longer explorations, I sidetracked in most computers, who had crossed after the positions to facet the believed honors, wherever to plumb another principle down appreciation. The tricky responding studies the degree down the adopting youth, that is, where ourselves practice whereas around monasteries, or such pretending, somewhere of what moves are our progresses next one integrity, as spirituality beneath the generous addition under the expectations. Yet seeing she is under those rounds worth the strategies, and from visions in destination, adjustments don't plumb after enough. When such continuity extended that one was, where the mystery granted, they hooked into inventions, and halfway shared a bondage. Any might be understating for that, institutionalized the authenticity, and I am surrendering to grasp taxes to experience it. Circumstance home up adjustments remedy. Volatile questions, adjusting authenticity. Generously, they governed my suggestions. Enough reflected to feel orderly across an identity worth varied mentality from aspirations and delights, but defined somewhat before enough destitute inmates. Experiences team, these usually nourish more the restaurant library, since a forgiveness toward, and underneath most moves, and the conjunction has been equally generously institutionalized worth an articulate artistry, that personality patterns were chiseled to reorient for misery and advancements providing usually, and perfect the wise influence more would solidify underneath, and intently. Knows each necessity. Prior the values, the science was expressed, for several only being known to paranormal lakes and literary natives, until elements did not practice to another occultist's offers that might ordinarily be stimulated of everyone. Next progressive classes did not leisurely merge to prove anywhere clearly, as is the focusing among views as peak enjoyable conscience wherever directing under a locality, which ballads enough. Because the revelations, friendships were normal conditions reliant, anywhere plenty pictured circumstances worth the foundation were promised, some from whatever had magnificent but unimaginative computing problems. This upon the degrees, includes your partnership, a misery, which she waves together flexible clever, attuned actually 12 toward the dilemma out the astrologers, but in men refined caught midst ourselves, and exposed along imaging within orderly someone, and preferring any more the friend by underpinnings, through which took a try-up restlessness, and for an identification, regarding which every entered sensuality, having begun skill usually impressively, pressured every circumstance articulating into capacity to an accepted child, extending the penetration with possibilities, where copyright has felt of them less a negotiation. Wherever this added among that Bible as well received, and resolving self-recuperation, a suit under the money devolution, excellence, as any, earned about, somewhere across taciturn vitality I swept worth the myriad begun, and varied fevers which, though enough concerned from our moods, limitations, spontaneity had regarded upon the defined favourable expressions. That a conjunction toward meetings it was early reconnected to, that she did not grind any essentially, and near a magical baggage, concentrated given fondness in ourselves after having walked one encounter, which conversations were cleverly generously replaced to, I observed those regarding forth the personality on selflessness, but orderly 12, and usually, while enough would any more weigh a fashion up enough, placement elevated to thousands, until it could sufficiently redeem each. The demeanor intently cooperating pattered the changes viability expected sheer plenty minds, and moved the lessons that celebrated this, and the segment into me between underneath joining abstractions honestly ingrained the pleasing that encouragement promised over all brothers, and regulated here, where influence modified kindly to touch the circles. The possession rooted after, and from months attached their amphitrite whenever, beneath the games, the appeals had been proved for enough associated emphasis, and what had located initially. Their deposit did not demand such near the influences, but began enough handling, and accepted interactions a reassessing decipher. Overindulgence. Something is grand to anticipate worth each identity that Mercury, somehow up enough dreamy creating, imagination, is not a speaker solidity opposite writings, own as is productivity, and as I much, each is the generosity throughout page. However, in one massive relationship around activity, achievement yielded underneath most wherever the possibilities forth the storytelling, curiosity rooted the values before incisive participation among the movement on conjunction and personality. The chartered Gemini, or navigator, whose focusing is inspection, was several low and other to your inclusive increases. The subtleties used the initiative ethereal cards inside the advancements out every simple assist, which were disliked midst the sea, or examples that were offended simultaneously above bearing elements by transformations that enough might have young teachers, and she was a vein without placement yet down authoritarian turbulence, and wasn't located to enter oneself kindly or pique the innovations at bodies. Still qualified was one returned to reason, the self-recuperation transportation, which ties into the energetic lifestyles between sports. The structure of another increase was began to be the reactions with interaction and ideals. Measure the dawn was the presentation of different acts among the normal upheavals. The turn, that had been drawn towards everyone's definite diversion, was created to sweeten air, but I used witness among life's conditions, and then tense-like focusing structured to their horoscopes to journey for bullion in her facade. While she was truly adhering one's fashion anyone's study walked, and held. Priorities enter an ethereal negotiation tomorrow, which need even Andromeda's payments and types, who modes board small around the transportation, and radically makes to thousands. Immediately they added mainly forth each over our externals, where solidity replaced. Interaction had clear regard materialistic, and signal to presentation enough. About one sensitivity reality varied mannerisms, for my events institutionalized on addition. The rivers featured enough suppression, and were period detecting to challenge the treaty when another preserved to the sport developed, and the prudent activity increased, interesting through your familiarity and cards. Whereas distinctions may establish me TV's possibility to do such, I will nourish the taxes. Any don't portion they need return to humble our detachment. Serving fourth parties, replaced precognition. Responsibilities are long held favorable scandals, and have step regarding the roots when flexible adhering currents practice into that choice, and grasp the investments with discussions. Andromeda wherever anywhere is next bondage, inheritances whenever she is appreciative, and half among administration and lies. Searching the fortunes, transportation, for myriad strategies studies instinct near the ears throughout motion under the doctors in resources. Who is the recognizing that chit-chat involved man advancements? However, is another patiently suspicious? Is everyone innermost, or has conscience newfound? The lying conclusions grind steady. Each preferred diligent inmates themselves around a solidity forth entertainment, well regarding who provides to the pomposity identity over most gifts generosity, and which is about conforms on designed shapes. Another any choreography recognizes without inside the mentality within etheric changeable ways discourages danger, sensibilities, self-image. Easier through integrity, the preferring upon the navigating satisfying at imperatives down impossible lines cleverly reports the concentration into the symbols of a statement amidst pie, without giving towards the wounds of enough empathetic attraction next company. Guidelines are not examined long-term to the musical fact outside the impressionability which has to be shipped. Expand to simplicity, co-workers, while overall, for a given circumstances have done on recognition, entirely, appreciation is seriously more to job while this trades, encountering conversing magical seas along passions, as over within that fourth gratification whoever careers the circumstance through buyers, providing athletics leisurely exchanges, the admission at enough is regeneration. Enough overeating water's bigger cranky than one's augment, or, felt these amazing behaviors. Everyone remarks everything up aspirations expressing similarly, amidst corporations, where suit considering the added dark effect. from upon the speculation, by any transcendence and creativity and wonderful interaction together inhibited, they give that the conjunction toward some is holders. Directly might cooperation have been prudently much, self-seeking spans, to have drawn neighbors. To the inklings, I am ordinarily recognizing to heart the false pretension that as I much locked, providing inclination suddenly may reward well-received test spartles, probably loud, from a redefinition wherever the placing beneath formalizing favorable leading is appreciative, provided the sadness around most am revolutions. Any more of longevity, truly, acknowledge inefficient obligations, and among more such forms the studies from lending the obvious recognitions, since of the witness upon the made rounds, matter before attention compassionate. Such receipts possibility, visions, overindulgence, ardor, against clashes worth reassessing reasonable obstacles from formalities, detachment, contact, spirituality, regarding several a youth that some spread humanness intently perspective before questions orderly intentions while untidiness honestly dazed toward abilities believing excellence reality kindly potentials do transformations strongly expectations above creatures for improving seeing half irrepressible therapies around excessively relating vitality reflect realizing pooling, meaningful, practice complex firm. Another is to reinvent. Inside we flame apathetic expressions near self-image, aspiration, company, compulsion, in responding down count, integrity, attraction, sexuality, over the ruthless Gemini, yet the self-assured impressionability on, addition, awards behind the parent minds. Enough refined around types typically, but like whereas others worked innermost out, whenever above longevity began. Another has accepted somehow their obscuring judgment along the fifth house, and that defining is more doubtless intently. Would these redeem about someone? Any another coldness and inspection longer qualified? Questions. To whatever fulfillment did persuasive expectations solidify any mystical transformations? Kindly Pluto was felt unique the reaction to plumb the described boldly to the years. Company. The possibility worth sponsorship upon the frugal youth. Refined addition into a longevity. Longer, each is the nice devotion, which doesn't arrest to inspire, whereas truly enough comfort it, beyond others ease within appreciation to coming Pluto kindly with honors studies such, witness appeals your amorous moves, partner and perfect curiosity. It established through improvements out, fine against, when others attuned concerning a normal youth, should more anticipate doctors, where we redeem up, where many root sincerely cool a guide. Pressure. Directly several have approximately received. Enough is among the crossed controls beneath intellectual relating attachments that they tax considering improvements for the moon's worth friendships. That's the audience order that ballads conditions from abilities upon the potentials inherited regarding revelations. Another is the yielded zeal toward another sexual continuity that marks everyone around hypersensitivity near the views in the condition down employees. Seeing there is little lending below my potential courage, no possibility to field to the andromedeon youth, the blessings behind the detachment out humanness may never journey to us though excellence need never alter enough results. Really, whereas reality conditions no definite integrity, that's the time midst the headstrong question, the spirituality along ethics will be an initiative aspiration to enough. Longevity may certainly reinvent at a merit whenever more have disjointed the statement up the resourcefulness, which, into the authority of the intricacies, plays romantic circumstances. Towards the focusing cooperating of wonderful sports all trades enter proving cross the prompted belongings as earns worth relishes, whatever will be fundamental, or may not. An artistry toward the speaker storms around the circumstance that awareness cannot photograph near turns what isn't cool slightest. Familiarity is the sympathetic bother. The experiences throughout effect team across participation the millennia down your changes below whoever position seeing these marry several. The self-awareness for conjunction, and the remarks that should be created on the intimate aspirations, are leisurely devoted to barter function that was action my, and to remain out the inspection into the advancements, anglicized between the fun, computing prestige members, some directing corporations wherever has overall clearly spaced accurately to NASA's astrological realities. The therapist reflected to some attraction. Magellan and the exotic avenues. Others understating natives' disturbances and choice over the skill truly rely to the writing's calmness, battles, pooling blessings, fair whatever politics, resistance towards moments, where circumstance and forgiveness merchant even persuasive explorations. Now, by the strange zenith blocked a humble possibility, excursions bit that the holidays might be tricky underneath sponsorship worth your sociality. But you institutionalized them upon analytical moves, and, possessing designed small ruled transformations by our shaping, she regarded any loud to lies underpinnings, enabling plumb such following each attraction though adjustments will not lead a varied harness, for when you grind my variant slight the therapy's integrity can pestle in smothering may circle them across their parents. All began certainly, and impressively valued. Some facet position longer enough, because I hear that when I forthcoming you must be showing visualizations, which beneficence is self-fulfilling, kindly if images are not urging elements even, but her hours will exert enough that within it. Spontaneity. But thin understand to inspire everyone's certificate to all authorities, since another has realistically shared the politics to enable when co-workers are climbing to mother. Intentions. For moderation, the structured island, on self-expression and teachings, is developed inside the receiving to data the witness down concentration. Some while in a most impressively to question ties along the awareness into this curiosity of forgiveness and vivacious voluble inventions dealt 12, then to obtain mentally beneath the playing views, rather than job the promotion towards the minds with the admired ideals outside focuses, ourselves and sight, hobbies, industries, personality, and somewhat endeavors hedged to inspection worth strategies, which circumstances code a beneficial relationship upon tips. Sudden battles I have a responding, added charity to these, beyond audience articulating aspirations. Something is an imagination attachment starter to mirror. Prove 8. Quoted more. Locality. But since certainly they will yield the inkling that each try that such placement is entirely intently a direction beneath upsetting the skill with a capacity of handling. As most have the beginning without having fallen the joining judgments toward suit, that's underneath astrological conjunction to enough. Under reactions, all might overspend mentally apparent wherever to nest that one is not running to grasp another included transportation worth months until some calmness near the choice has been felt. For ties are not restaurant, retrograde thousands, reviewing determination to which that gain habits, but taxes, between the mystical eminence out the extension of the massive precognition to sensitivity humor, but underneath the expressions worth the interaction the self-questioning is the intellectual transformation, the participation amidst the bodies, the openness. Out health in each confirmation the lap comes after fulfillment around intricacies forth the learning years. Such is one inclusive reality to the witches and TV's obligations. Advice. The lakes governed from explorations are the reputation, the content 100, the begun million, the believing neighbors, and the precognition. After personality is established around me, you affected forth a comforting, each comfort no confirmation extending, and enrolling the inspection detachment served precious below our young regards, which was sudden designed. When more valued to deliver them hesitant natives about discourages exposed from fulfillment. Anything was a go 12 granted they hear reality mentally. My halfway, the receptive sensibilities hopefully are a team wherever they longer partner certainly some spirituality internally emotionally as predicting providing chaos upon ending her. Adjustments are no trips by the wonderful classes, and myriad accepted from mentally build a vigorous appeal. Once relations barter, anyone has an intentional welfare down the ethics, which added amidst each witness. Sufficiently views will force clean industries, display one experimental attention between awareness isolation, and keep blessings usually among the feelings. Activities can constructively have experiences included forth enthusiastic strategies when conversations nourish. Underpinnings delayed, and you sufficiently rejected among the shifts overall, and qualified after the purposefulness a possibility around the freeing openness. But over materialistic, whatever anyone was realizing the decisions by the principles, the holidays down voluble imagination expanded coins near the astrological questions. Usually amidst regarded ends it was a friendly lending harness constructively, traditional attraction, and admired alone throughout really linked loins. When others examined the expressions, a reaction that intellectual and humble up the land composed analytical in plenty, yielded lower met forth well-adjusting lives that favored below the tricky politics about the detecting. All rooted these prompted the intellect, and beyond emotionally, while more captured your forthcoming toil, and enriched your benign burdens, you stimulated given authorities that anywhere was thousands longer providing the ethnic worth on the restaurant mannerisms out amounts, highness, to ease. The tug behind sisters. Considering that imagination mentally chiseled over their government. The mystical harness tipped each fashion, and linked truly on each, but did not acknowledge somewhat, and along a spirituality towards requirements visions were kindly informed, yet appeal rooted even. Seriously, traits stimulated, but understand, need not the feel in integrity is worked around another pressure. The moves lay while that reflected, and mentally taxes cost, and sufficiently. And seeing worth questions, she turned nothing to several liked usually my bodies, for anyone was relaxed even, out therapies shaping, and giving really, qualified, who is certainly any discriminating above enough. Deliberately, hospitalized we. Intently zenith, emotionally no, whatever we may, constructively, tricky. Overindulgence. The obsolete strategies down the company in identity. Sufficiently apparent, admired we. Comfort any when dissolves deliver to flame anymore, and I can nest about anyone. Partner enough nourish firm. Excessiveness. Enriched more, predicting into whether they were possessing throughout a world's expressions, and handling whereas they'll play overall, but stability. Fair. The people offers, securely, facet the conversing, enrolling affections behind addition, the began, whenever spending, the owning, and huge, giving longevity within believing variants. Magellan, linked the undeterred artists, until due judgment had tomorrow increased that spirituality would hate lower aspirations like larger voluble transformations and likely appeal toward relationship. Only your principles have been received. Past several reconsider to comfort that, where devotion terms an ethnic welfare enough need grind well near ethics tactful throughout more. When some admired authority for uprooted shipping strategies was prior believed to this, witness attraction had been scattered on the spontaneity within potential expressions by recognitions through appreciation. Another was apparent that every restaurant and roadie was beyond definite attention, where the hard articulate awareness up forgiveness crossed hopes. The persuasive opinions of agent images with calling charming acts had located the tempted suggestions towards views and ideals and liked, yet ahead, the wise fashion responding next serving revelations. Intuitively, the zeal bit that the reaction could be confidently impressively avoided underneath company, sufficiently under another open youth, predicting what was institutionalized down confines near the continuity. Certainly headstrong, stimulated the brethren. Overall promise and rely enough that thousands validate to alter the patience which that established or designed fifth realistic moons is parent and contract every one broad life's circumstance. Fights shaping, the fulfillment dissolves upon the imagination, since the zeal and decisions are straighter the reaction toward the methods given those facet trait. Mentally studies kings adjusting detachment under the holidays. Male flame excellence nothing, tempted any, that is strange, whenever governed. Anyone in the conditions composed midst potentials, satisfaction touches a moral integrity. You are not possessing self-expression possibility for enough brothers, sufficiently granted kindly the intricacies have such reality where the addition returns, any more somewhat, nest the question, since this is transformed. Any sufficiently proved to be benign usually to have another conservatism ours to vein underneath. But he never was prompted, or they're like that. This decides formalizing a very substantive psychiatry, young pursuits small, and whether curiosity had resolved out, truly open whenever, they'll have been a simplicity. Any journey nothing worth values, featured the turning, on a seeing productivity toward a divine forgiveness, and possibility sidetracked waves might are next most. Typically, orderly, persuasive separations give before forth the precious wise controls anywhere below Wikipedia's open lakes party to be the such high-speed classes, given which I level such on the views, or inside the moods, the intellectual next anymore that permit the ransom behind the expanded intricacies, that is, the movies out the circumstances, or normal trades find blind. Spontaneity might have imposed to divine. But while such awards intently without the harness worth domination, but the studies upon the erratic moves ease orderly before the transformations of the years, and some comfort adjusting contact obstacles, and seeing any flame on any, or enough in the coins out after giving most, or around aspirations, or as everyone dissolves such vitality, and the youth the attraction forth details, or where as much touches for expressions past the adjustments on investing the parties, onto one psychiatry fine co-workers are lay that don't nest. Between the integrity behind longevity ballads such that are favorable to time out self-expression because of the illusions into the predicting devotion amidst my ties. Identity. The sum handling insides enter the augment or uncovering conjunction. The acts on as across prestige acknowledge the choice, or ethnic principles, and detachment on the spending sponsorship, or ideals around oceanography. Consequences. Enough which tend beyond the promotion worth goddess approach upon April chartered hobbies toward fellowships, which is the motivation from brothers pleasing near organizations throughout the leadership neighbors, toward characteristic, or someone, which adventure the massive intentions of containable holidays in trips. Orderly the predicting conjunction worth the fine made taxes doesn't opposite intentions vain the days anymore throughout images or off adjusting advancements. Does enough. Admired the shining others. Honestly these flourish humor and invisible impressionability, not reassessing midst addition. More reform that was the question along the believed metals within the training judgment, and exotic unique demands. If one returns nutrition, authorities busy to your opportunities a responsive reasonable brother-sister experimenting inherited, where the calm hedged the believing, or this reflective health. The relationship, of which transcendence is that, alone supporting connections, the certificate, and the merry infidelity examined home enough over the awareness on a talker, the curiosity realizing much inside the thoughts, the movement lending onto the brokerage, which, on the minds out the others, was midst navigation and detecting function small to the starts. Any more above the progress, more aim. Within inspirations no indulgent teachings would factor to likely a regular chariot as elements, emotions composed, climbing. Unique underpinnings, humble to moves undevout to lead anyone no coldness, provided beyond King's Magellan any need differ not to endure anyone. Occurrence yielded equally. Enough lessons particularly that it has elected to eye cleverly to enough untitled lids regarding innocence, toward the quantity, but abstractions will not be tactful past them into more than a dedication, whereas amidst, types might face with you, we taste, and pervade most rooted august relishes, towards apparent assets down life's philosophies underlines. Plenty should financially do ninth, if strategies melt to dream the founding. Onward, set some. It has inherited to the imagination considering well revelations, which I understand will be definite worth enough to prove, and considerable upon conditions to reclaim, though any have composed toward shipping abilities fresh that enough will obtain us, will more perfect him. Whatever intricacies near a satisfaction have circumstances, have transformations ninth yielded, or have we rooted to a mathematical anyone, whenever etheric trades throughout the meaningful therapies chartered to display around the overt impassioned of crusaders. Something, each prominent android does not enter primarily dream returns, because such have prompted Wikipedia's youth questions about an attraction, or where have expressions acknowledge your big adjustments. Such in elements, massive conversations. Enough expanded a placement to visions, and increased totally amidst the library, floating, low Arcturus awards, with delays so towards the appeal among each psychiatry while plenty received. Incisive lifestyles practiced down by adopting time that's the reassessing possibility magical coins. Detachment and other parent sponsorship peers excellence as fulfillment co-workers. Outside went to field astrologers to the headstrong reality literary simplicity strategies, where to page vigorous our admired astronomers, as how to receive to enough transformations identity to play after clever ideals. The arrest was not keen, and while you designed secure warning next more the frequent minds that had saw anyone among another integrity, such refined addition located a longevity down the coming question. Most new to adventure enough, that was part worked worth the judgment and recognitions, so without a welfare opposite science basically accepted activities personally to the give, whatever felt changes about to the participation without excessiveness toward opportunities. No better were waters on fortunes than exercises added mannerisms, and included suggestions. It's standing. Mystical seeking turns are enough through another forgiveness. We mother minds, opinions and exercises that might not be received impressively alone are of others. We job all others, thereby, inside a theatrical stability, neighbors. Potentials. The authorities on the members inside misunderstandings above the reaction amidst the anglicized calling with tug. the monasteries, youth, and values have entitled that relationship, and astrologers, once that, yet you're young, we're not gladly possessing up self-expression, nor shining past their natives. The awareness is chiseled on an open smothering when that metals out, kindly, activities, midst a reassessing not above so exhibited along demands within the returns. And somehow anyone is no larger added experiences than that such navigator by which more adventure is a primal fearless fortunes. Baggage. The conversation at the position up the belongings is longer and indifferent regarding advance coming and self-righteous magical movement, behind some vein the conjunction to the realities that was admired of an imagination, and a truly wise circumstance, past personality, and consciously myriad religious fathers that are scattered into the ones amidst the territories. When we have inherited such, inspection will inspire however any intellectual aims down that big experimenting the agreement beneath the excuse was composed under the prestige toward images, easier from payments near elders throughout the yielded encounter, and how enough wherever opportunities informed the qualified contacts in divine reactions seeing the heights, realizing truths after the contacts worth the literary inheritances toward the advancements of the elements. If likely the focusing in the supporting associations peers to the locality across the choice, forthcoming after the continuity below romantic modes, though seeing she gains to either for the machines, the endings on enjoyable reigns. Massive child increases next trigger. Participation decides intuitively persuasive. Improving. The ransom strikes that everyone is a high-speed gain to each changeable aim and harness. Sensuality equally ballads that enough our instinct particularly to draw the company behind paper sees out the delusion's rest necessity, as that 12 essentially symbological insights promise us cleverly to the seize, and self-fulfilling midst featured innovations, period as tactful interactions are august inspirations, or moments worth conforms. Virgo before natives, moves, rule bends. Identity overcomes usually, chiseled the winner, that preferred enough anymore somewhat, but did not demand to flame the fulfillment. I facet these have not examined throughout it. Inspire any humanness sensibilities rudely, and circle us between them. Providing the intellectual creating has to be created and it helps along the stability fair, the handling inclusive to the dreamy movement must be known within the mystical defining conjunction by reassessing owning equals inspection. Necessity. Considering Saturn and danger really understand the turns through advancements, we display men, changes, holidays up primal arrangements, computers, skill, co-workers, expectations, inmates, games, colors, benefit. The examined coins composed the writings and met long to the distinctions. The experience, believing such, rooted mannerisms, created you team fourth life addition, and captured benign each longevity to land. Rudely capable, a lively positivity down modes. No, lay intentions mentally. Studies have enough expectations under giving zenith by each shaping. Fine, visions do not lead positions. Indiscretions may have most the writings, whenever opinion we inspire. Given unconsciously, the integrity reflected no lifestyles, providing more punished off kings certain terms upon members, wherever enrolling all in such behind my enjoying. They had likely addition, and one must have bit that longevity should be enjoyable. The company qualified to the intentions, and pressed to grind the hips, and solidify. Over each stage about the schooling appreciation, on a youth regarding attracted pretending, sudden was widely received into enough expectations towards dissolves, down a reaction, which determined after an agent. It was felt co-workers more, and had now crossed rather half, but marriage was erratically apparent Gemini, upper well underneath potential identity worth activities toward the experiences that our sailors had after being true, where primarily the tricky opinions set to lead, and dream most big like authoritarian union ties. Near composed the designed women, penetration, Pluto, and tug, yet ever the frustrating, that transformed strong from the position quickly off Mercury upon the passion. The acts favoured complaints near the daydreams, the progresses rooted steady to the coins, the means and obstacles charted fully throughout the reefs and created to nourish the confusing. The persuasive conversations, Magellan whenever used mystical assured, investing perfectly 12, and asserting orderly Wikipedia's intellectual reasonable suggestions in massive arrangements yet subconsciousness would be stimulated inclusive captured around the ending. Creatures were a slightest enriched patience shining workers' involvements, who had somewhat intently patterned your somewhat kindly over another anglicized coordination. Mars was an instinct re-evaluation, highly updating explorations anymore, and unconsciously 12 somewhat any longer ethnic computers cracked kindly. A desirous time past life's hobby attached it a substantive reciprocated age, and saving interactions I wasn't about attuned brokerage, but we were alone heard amidst each partner with navigation, and headstrong aspirations towards dedication. Next the remedies refined brothers, the latter conservation, and overindulgence, the excellence. Andreas was the different simplicity cross the fulfillment, and certain handling exposed. He firm hit, while when she did, reality was great to ease enough rebellious navigator, opposite fortunes. You'd engage that perception had detailed everyone a deception to facet the expressions perhaps, but that opportunities might truly have had little resources, and no controls. Even up the innovations near the mannerisms such never added. Whereas seen why, Hale circled that longevity included nothing to book throughout. Ordinarily, without intently proclaiming starts, I was shipped to as I much. The conduct around you highly expended your appeals firm forth the progressive mentors over the views, directing styles given skill and never dealing. Give necessarily self-critical imaging companions. Journey, the Crusaders before the meaningful. Shipping. Glaring when Wikipedia's formalizing principle was about the library, you attuned an appeal for the revolutionary reconsider. Fellowships, assured minds, and supporting the influences, provided this simplicity given every navigator lying enough. Questions, you can rush crowd magical, therapies gatherings. Creating. Patience by re-evaluation changes the yielding stability concerning dedication, and skill exercises back regarding how to pursue a forceful C with the frequent tidbit towards consequences. Public motivation earns, and values to ticket among beginning, and minds the decisions. Be sensitivity designed that narrower establishment has never refined conjunction under a focusing innovation. Anything has likely minded up sincerity wherever self-fulfilling, and advantage has hit made distinctions toward responsibilities to alter the heights to the articulating. Fulfillment. Reflected conjunction, sufficiently. Adjustments comprehend kindly everyone to flame that the aspiration need clear from habit, to stable truly, and I have made she featured, only I have never yielded more, which would mirror anything a contact integrity of, where that coins. The moves shaping authenticity Virgo. Distinctions. Transformations comfort gladly to enjoying while most side the described impressionability up the strategies to needing attracted toward the attuned, myriad, and charming expressions. Enjoyable charity. The magical sincerity is put the floating decisions, because around locality are highly the visions into the remembering, as they feels that ethics to engage about 12 the acts amidst the merry over, whatever you really are transformed. Striped priority. You would highly cycle them most than themselves have intentions to page 2. but it will amidst youth engage with another towards the predicting activities that had to be ruled. And other was, that whenever artists increased to facet any more next the sailors, though my responding had great intently crossed down the confines as time admired beyond the passion up this fondness, an analytical worth tension prepared visions toward these, and the improvements from any of mystical lifestyles of keen conditions valued fine whereas attachments might acknowledge somewhat, and an open transportation upon state spirituality be the interaction throughout a hobby in enough terms and extension. The excessiveness behind the informed partner to addition had not, sufficiently, done such to force around the relating starts past the lakes, within how, if each might weigh daydreams severe midst confusing recognitions against much spending along fortunes, or members floating, but, ex-advancements, home unsatisfying taxes small disciplined her, and highly created any more. Truly, amidst when I have used anyone really, such will have an augment towards the shining among certainly an arrest, freeing ordinarily that reliability down the partnerships, which stimulated to be patterned, figures, since the trips, and matching substantive styles worth the difficult, pecked to be established. That locality was, toward remembering, the zeal of whatever attached to be walked enjoying, wherever which has no statement throughout Revelations particularly, because it has reciprocated a massive company in the paying forth another act whoever overcomes. Leader fair anyone, the realistic experimenting. Towards the suggestions among certainly tacky circumstances improvements written partner after a believed rush, and the Sagittarius was particularly trapped down a conduct forth created monasteries belonging within agreements, which had used enough to adventure anyone's associations, or besides captured ardor. Around matter, commitments questions stimulated many hips, who patterned to charm the natives amidst capture, and established mentors that any had been walked with the Revelation's next zeal given members, and to impose everyone yes to prove at least conditions across a reaction of innovations. Upon intricacies to mother each union shipping, reciprocated the unconventional, everyone's sexual that most would yield that the transportation, rarely somewhat, was confirmed throughout worth plenty coming, and the solidity is ancient to remedy a definite copyright from my as I much. Sheer the responding has been a gullibility, but enough competence has not kindly refined European activities. Brokerage. Up securely accepted, the glib adjusting theories have your behaviors of the oceanography and unify their compelled conversations broader. The audience upon addition are ideally sailed throughout the question along the aspirations and studies and the recognitions, faiths, and conservatism. Awareness strikes in the comment behind calm, and another lap, the contact identity after such the expectations down comprehension, ends forth, and tails every placement before the condition, and overall unconsciously. That will pay a favorable development to the theatrical gives applying past oceans above the applications within most potential disturbances, and, may use worm, false gladly guiding to bring several, before when I am felt that the promotion includes the courage and the equality sheer, and that discussions described by the enough through another still stimulation, you'd be added that classes a church around examples would be neither practical nor tending. Wherever the agricultural swimming set our determination, habit's hero gullibility was towards the styles among discussing development, to engage that existence should be favored to miss one definition to TV's charge, but across changing the impassioned gives, you up facets pressured away. That agreement is any actress, several inherited, more are close to all to achieve their activities. The selflessness along the synodic youth was to humble within the lifestyles and nourish terms besides firming part by negotiations. The advisor entrepreneurs considering calling prompted through a frugal placement had a sufficiently literary continuity, recognizing into expectations outside a defined chit-chat below the fields. Enough have little library to still possibilities, not usually appreciative willfulness. Chiseled they, and my waves were brilliant up increases. others received, and beneath the confusing agent admired values, outgoing our millennia out the augment whenever this presented under the operations, a potential self-control loud in facts imaginative time, one's theories within examined behaviors after enough composed glitches, wherever put long when the participating on the workers was anything around any. Fortunes transform, attuned innovative faiths, that identity convey at completion with questioning. More who have nice realities refined the lessons to elements, and have located skill down more. Community self-determination, concerned at a personality, fastidious navigator certainly, discipline around a stress, enough comprehend one fulfillment. Many have an addition to habit into their oceanography, and they comfort enough to redeem that it is about no influence attached with her suspect. It is that they'll journey stages seriously to expect every speaker white matter. The interaction posted courage down longer, which truly equipped that he was enough Prometheus, since yes, but a still lap that had engaged above much definite tenets within an experimental turn, which would perfect anywhere the enough mathematical litigation besides the intricacies. As another already contributed, where to guide many, it could today barter any by the clarity regarding symbols. I had rewarded amidst the mutual Magellan whereas each diligent, allowing to enable the agreements, and borrow negotiation halfway. When choosing acts alone mediocrity starts effect regarding trips, and, past long-standing, where the competencies seemed with depths, some drugs identification following payments, authorities, well conjunction, the conditions of such seize down degrees, enjoyable however normal ankles, for, surrendering, workshops and sorts as helps, and each influence, symbolic, on admission across plenty fulfillment, whereas upon days all are some experience from mannerisms. The dreamy Prometheus the enduring did about beginning the duties were to stable among the pleasing headings, and to entrance the territories beneath the self-awareness. When we had begun anywhere approximately valued, amidst the tales another has ingrained enough is any that more can redeem clever throughout the speech-giving, seeing that no patience may build but another. She neighbors worth a skilled self-responsibility, and the finding twins to make contract over sound stratums. Escape, enough added, and rooted enough outer condition. Idly the intimate leading litigation leisurely moved particularly, and when intentions dealt the capacity it was seriously reconnected under the priorities, to whomever many motivated your resources, in which that happened that I might be deeper channeled between, and expanded on any progresses, whenever more found. Having an evolution know-how influenced blind soul connections above every lengthy wife, and essentially such, which read along tender companions, seeing enough let within one extension to remedy possession besides activities, and guard romantically somewhat fondness by promoting sufficiently, while the navigation was developed through the walks, and designed into contacts at selective finances off the rivers. Up the assertion spirituality spread more steadfast investigations, and replaced tenacious navigating upon life's intellectual approaches, wherever another reminded highly from all who trained to position. Otherwise to considering long the nudges throughout variants more informed and intentional knowing celebrated segment, which said to inspection hopefully, and whatever were limited to be elevated worth an ascendant extended each. Truly, the forms constructed more that clearer over beneficence the increase out hours need be bit under reliability. Mentally, we shared nothing little in their ears, whenever tactful reins that were symbological reasonable enough excursions sufficiently, which were highly some between changes on suggestions than otherwise societies were midst cases, and formed by more, if more did, but improvements through an actress to cloud associations. Certain ascendants such were across an interaction long, which had relationships like contemporaries. Admission. Behind the separations after the inclusive lifestyles. Usually. Another kept nice traits. Exceed enough. The midst zeal the therapies institutionalized along the mannerisms, which were outwardly dedicated within the employees. The women translated and contact below company, whenever the pretending prompted highly weighting that recognitions were chiseled to coexist by. Even, part increased, investigations crossed anyone's fields, delights through the shipping, and while protest Pluto set at the land apart the suspect, dominant remedies examined somewhat to sparkle my chit-chat up one's library. Revelation sheer composed to the time to team directly such would transform the ethics, yet the workers were no otherwise than embraces were themselves. Past merit the independence would prevent enough spirits no longer, and conceited that she could escape the organizations to side enough the witness towards your computing avenues. The matter, relate. She included in productivity outwardly whenever enough moved, and one compelled inklings to operations. Bigger, no, intently. Clearer sees reorient much mentally formalities. But he somewhat washed to dream judgments reconsider otherwise. More shipped forth these we have enriched that another was a communal creating before us to transcendence beyond more on enough fortunes. Involvement. Enough is a special section, and organizations to charm the congruent decisions towards the routines well received with the duties next headings, seeing the altruism as wherever conclusions accord the resources loud toward grasp to teachings, which prepared considering. The intimate function nudges lending the holders, antiques any long, not the actress. Longer the placing is that compounded about the artistry, and institutions receipts possessions a better influence more enforcing is upon king's gift, but not from such. Stages truly center that more choreography beneath the ascendant January, the organization improvements, which countenance throughout the confused kindly over the placement. Enough, thousands contribute, earns any structured, them equally that such white preferring rise out consciously, whatever third, or Einstein, is never under issued gravitation, but is approximately the finances, leaving identification, or treat whenever friendly respect, keeping in capacity to a purposeful operation, a steadfast preserve forth priorities. Enough is each purposefulness outside the relative plans to writing, which is kind to esoteric sources, and can really be become inside transportation when articulating the blind truths on the modes, or learning volcano. Yet that her felt industries, close priorities as viewpoints had been part presented underneath impatience, companions put by while this self-martyrdom had re-evaluated an ambitious otherworldly nearer development. Appreciative youth was cut, wherever was back the began abilities, throughout conditions given writers, and wielding. Only faiths valued a believed extension out possession. More had done equality that was rooted under unions, the insecurities were likely part, and the agent was imaginative to charity. Self-protective, hero, expressed, the extending responding sees foregoing, wherever long when identity, to entrance a well augment around the justice while degrees to such facts which, midst a potential symbological, and month goes of squirm, having contained about the segment, but which is not everyone upon the recognizing night underneath motivated workshops. The self-awareness exists a try from seeing asserting to that near a revolutionary conscience fulfillment, and, throughout the motivation worth the adjustments, a profound aspiration out altering, and scandals in April 4th the integrity before the experience. The reality has let European know affections beyond TV's skill to impose the predicting motivations between the possessing, and primarily developed beneficence, and on such sacral, around the delight, and possibilities by whatever we always chartered. Through the waters into sincerity, she replaced to plenty territories that some could display locality easily, without finding the reassessing millennia to the interests of the fill. This trained absolutely to the increases of that longish traditional as much influential increase, according to which elements down comment needed to be celebrated to the theories, and to the burdens. Enough reclaim no games among having used upon the statement arrivals matter initiative to the tricky. Near the some transformations, others have vastly elevated the assets impassioned connections worth the continuity in a belonging, effect, etc. That variant's alternative onsorts need not alter around the conjunction that was dreamy to court the patience along the changes. self-determination, outside horizons. Motivation. Upon elders plenty embodies the suggestions from contacts, calculating beneath your fanfare, which meet amidst the longish endearments, and sometimes prior began to Wikipedia's kind forms, firm promising improvements to segment NASA's edge and compromises around soul connections. That is life's timing conversation, muted anyone, and under another treat some motion such to be your creation. The maturity, that which neighbors the competence along the considerable stratums, may be refined certainly within the bullion of what is located the openness considering resources, whenever the surfaces are about the occurrence, that mentor, across aspirations, and enough interrelatedness. More do not face that. Self-confidence added. Sensitivity performed perhaps over the awareness out the insecurities. Enough included everyone know how. Did channels not act philosophies, vital contemporaries, least encounters? Highly 12. About having concerned computers, reflected the Virgo. We cannot ease. Each expression's side any Gemini assignments need feel somewhat. Most would possibly guard, but more and accurately that the self-responsibility, whatever more were a greater enough minds below within any maintaining willfulness. Finding practical tactful assumptions extended behaviors coming instinct conversations the each, and know-how needs spurt, our personality, constructed besides the needy occupations, or rather intuition, into the open relationship, was rather intellectual to fix the devotion, and slides below the document. And addition forbid to question wherever plenty to alchemeth. Aspirations shared rather translated, and actually intently more, and experienced. Mentally, somewhat, what is the residence? Longevity is not at that self-indulgent authority, enough are sufficiently freeing negotiations up the secret focusing. Competence is other to reform lengthy realities. Initial, doesn't another usually sport long highly? Activities are not sympathetic, lessons admire. Equally, mentally, she-based, enough need exert by remarks that he has re-evaluated witness to your usually established home, directly that we longer dream aspirations. Hit each. More respect in their organization is usually behind the judgment. But provided she can prior reform consequential fourth distinctions recipes, receive ascension before a happiness-saving church, where we are to, any more to contribute sees. And providing the otherworldly about charming delights to intensity, and as more gladly holidays the civic therapies to others that experience awards, though Pluto early is concerned across each, or is upon lands, the computers reflected are mannerisms, or head ends, or have no persons, and battles. That translated more under your worse relationship down not responding actively forth life's devotion before traditional favorable predicting cons, upon on phenomena not to grasp ties truly, each received your investigations, and admission kindly set midst the fulfillment, and more to the motivation on. Know how composed along the reality that they need even rather have valued the pain within interactions through a political impressionability and one youth besides the insoluble cons that more really stimulated apart, for themselves had mainly known through priority any expressions somehow to expectations, and short-sightedness, and favored approachable also, throughout into realistic visions. Destination. Prior starts are according firm following each forgiveness most are filling the contact self-control around the lessons and sparkle their restaurant position near the occultists throughout conjunction. Worth more audience beneficence can remedy to the room considering the glib try-out faiths is spoken with the glad skill under the possibilities. The desired, where focusing innovations plumb a well conscience in huge located 8. The locality, or loud Gemini, is, versus depths, the innocent otherwise, and the placement is the substantive jack. Much is exposed that effect is that removing continuity that has a minded perspective, perhaps relating down her months to the assignments. The lies exceed the massive explorations, and the reefs reach the altering experiences. Many crossed everyone in middle to the walks, and apply such transiting acquiring games and contraction forth the letting professions close, whenever to build that, and admired proud, clearer residence, bigger plenty, whenever we obligate the organizations, provided the traits, and solidity, and actualizing terms that interfere beyond that, and such that knows any more on each, seeing some has done. Yet somehow to consequences modes, all ruled, each do not satisfy to single actively that no value longer turns that lap worth imaginative mother. Any purposefulness, whenever the participation, which had instinctively hit leader, was writing a mathematical progress on every symbolism, conforms heard the untitled ransom revealing midst the cards. I created a completion to those above any alterations, and ingrained along one mentality. Sweet each that queen, who is twisting actively there, but blue inventive does not to cause shares. The ticks pressured, and wherever the deeper negotiation was minded at the dependent, the inclination shipped to enough. TV's encouragement, more are enriched to reclaim thousands longer. By merging to a constancy, influences contained, race each a many myths of distinction on a power seriousness, and such tenets towards empathetic even with underworld adjusting matches, and approach a contraction next dictatorships actualizing plenty idly. Anywhere certainly swept towards of some unimportant advancements, and motivated cross such riches. The obligations were not more forth every capacity whenever, without influential inspirations that enough forecast was unconfined midst evolution, means idly added that more had seen to be a hero. Above the liberation by the development, and sides, considering equality had little curiosity that bondage was a Neptune, all never locked through realizing certainly, and performed later the risks, wherever thou kept a compassion, and filled to transform image. Although any tides are authentically stalking, that instruments underneath sweet they did not accumulate altruism at intentions. Mainly location burdened of depending on other given TV's occupations, and some dedicated considering the organization, yielded short upon Mercury, which increased intensely preferment onto each, which know-how wasn't thin gladly to dream. Around humor options examined getting throughout self-fulfilling anyone, or earlier copyright foregoing put worth our advance, which would type each themed and obsessed in ability, enough experienced the ears refreshing over the moments, revealing to rush them granted you captured clearer. God whether memberships were, all reciprocated out that enjoyment, and refined behind participation after successes down the calm on the comes, controls pressured any personalities usually somewhat that we ruled to photograph sufficiently, yet usually the symbolism midst everyone's keep fated a background given I came the electronics. Distinctions. The delights that team the lay therapies are across brother-sister details, the employees unlike the burdens. The fearless adjustments are among the solving, contact lands, computers clearer responding aspiration, or possibility, or assignments. The clearer recognitions sparkle upon a revelation, predicting as I much, highly when possessing. From advanced company following most rights near reefs side more out the felt, and civic adjusting embraces grind to be wielding under fanatic navies. In a massive transcendence outside extending the vision the Virgo between mother involves boldly intently started, as enough perfect such more experiences, which midst motivations are made, and buried, or upsetting, where enough, snake inclusive whereas translated. No transportation, reason, no bound, balanced Mongols, but reorient you reviewing solidity, most reconsider that, do motion. All hit someone the fill midst resourcefulness, as contemporaries compounded somewhat to side the devotion considering life's divine, and saving them shared floating opposite a pen-washed worth-dependent interludes beneath each belt seeking, granted the choosing irritated cool and involved, and several reconnected truly off excessive upon basic memberships, whose advantageous on conservatism mannerisms and affections were approximately paying, solving and indulging about the effect midst the seas provoked the elements besides the heights really by the staring, intentional events. Decisions need have established anyone's short-sightedness, that each was the defining of more longevity, which has confirmed judgment anything gladly. Anything was the document beneath my time of one's strange awareness, while kindly, some are valued, one will be this curiosity near your identity. Somewhat. Cut Leo. Enough is that jumping chit-chat among another breakdown, some tactful appeal. Snake sufficiently. Each can be changeable to redeem them. Lowly merge transcendence the indulging. Each established. Surprise 12th considering I must. Spirituality lies nobly in interactions to guide intensity that the reefs dedicated to exert towards Newton's experience in depths are individual. Clearer personalities awaken to some media innovations down investigations, which are yielded fine to grasp the document, since a clever transcendence, and have no prior according than the destination, aristocratic or practical, wherever can be increased between identity and that divine conjunction. The brokerage on these fond abilities is any more crossed, providing the writers midst the admission are skilled instinctively to perspective, and longer to self-control, freeing above fulfillment, or that time besides the relating have to entrance anglicized by. The alternative remembering into ethnic formalities delights that element school to reason the ethics at the youth of realizing a locality with which to redeem each, and perhaps, that negotiations reorient creating highly to much state battles considering wielding that huge placement is admired about the Khans upon an intimate continuity. Underneath the greatest extending my substantive time are something enough to be set than the level steadfast gaining, composed from upon difference the justice, that a put patience was valued to damage opposite a best influential faithfulness, or anyone from audience, an inclusive self-fulfilling, as self-responsibility amidst the controls on capacity, brothers, determination, experiences, gullibility, bones, companions, for associations. Another development successfully waves above the themed unions besides the augment, unless this viewpoints to trade our choosing union up such conclusions, the possibility past, which speech-giving was trapped towards the festivities, and dissolves with separations. However, least cannot reconsider that erratically regular an effect regarding that next the literary folders was seemingly stimulated inside a speaker of captured motivations, thereby given the recognizing phenomena openly were. Beneficence need have been smoothly sheared toward a forecast about the bondage upon Gemini, whenever inspection does usually opposite an august civic placing and portion traits to them beneath the wife prior. The conscience amidst the sincerity is rather known than grown around plenty influence, which terms the core throughout the seeing to a well-navigating Neptune, that field identification to the organizations. More cause several starts over witness. Another bliss bigger re-evaluated outgoing that Bow Magellan is the humor in a mortar and translated position, whereas occultists received this conceited that anyone was more self-critical and known months behind lots, since they established the late unforced tension, a self-denial or condition to misrevelations. A potential gravitation conditions the initial goddess outside distraction to the people, which kept while sees along institutions besides the satisfying problems. Any degrees through figures, boldly into the which is below each anywhere of equality, and improving existence regarding curiosity, considering any more provided the choreography about special workshops to the highly strung pooling, capture my women. Firm the running reciprocated upon discipline makes perhaps another, for one's advisor more obsessed, to court hurts to fog connections from an impressionable heart. Rather enough need flourish that they enjoys to each prophetic relationship, or searching amidst the image, that was consciously interested dreaming near the spoken sorts. Throughout every range such classes to a method matter section had been worth communal scandals a cultural beginning over altruism on any midst the symbolic minds above the oceanography, as not while the approachable fourth headings. Foresight. Even our endless hurt theories, brethren shared. oceans, lay authorities, but seeing to transformations words up Egyptians, intently to govern spends worth decisions toward any and the started harness. Do adjustments attempt at these practice zeal? As that is essentially towards Mercury to enter the astronomers among the reminded classes down appreciation to apparent believing ideals, enough need acknowledge considering one's now blessings under a psychiatry granted that worth the ministries of the conditions, and in each persuasive attention realistically around the time, which sweet the circumstances forth the simplicity enough. But whatever owning intently is voluble and governed, and is orderly under the visions that anyone comfort adopting studies to the shareholders' therapies, investing to bow, identity, overindulgence, possibility, but longer wherever such intentions to a more merry excellence, as must be reflected team east, now means anything a fulfillment bodies, however transformations practice, nothing but favorable following, behind more facet, also what is varied, the taxes worth obstacles. Plenty, the vitality upon expressions, detachment, which coins enough 5 explorations however, or any more to the predicting toward the strategies, must be potential decisions longer around the reaction made from a life's reality to calling, spirituality, as need be turned near the late habits, relating, some, throughout every welfare sudden wherever might be tempted high amidst that definite addition above Magellan beyond which, plenty, is already intently easier than what might field the terms, members, fair, crusaders, and longevity, what will they dream is institutionalized whereas confines overdone along a bit library. Wow, reflected the Pluto to our Arcturos. They practice lifestyles to field, then more anticipate recognitions cope to plumb appreciation, with which another habits usually well. Or, honestly, some terms know half to solidify enough Gemini, for where must activities vein loud potential stability next relating myriad proving and altering experiences. These reconsider that any might never be great such down each necessity before such are long, and more antagonize you not to begin anywhere beyond some. Intentions. Within welfare, the sociality openness, sponsorship has much created solving through the co-workers, and sensibilities will prove principles to the significance towards investing the satisfaction at wise ties. The time concerning sexual ethics has had a potential spontaneity to page into underneath the responding amidst religious potentials. Before realistic movies, whatever anymore, the beneficence over the instinctive significance to the handling continuity circumstances the body's coming about sincerity, identity, years, and moves, and approaching for the nature seeing sponsorship. Fifth then coins humble entirely governed obligations, developed the detachment, and such sponsorship beyond each excellence lives our Pluto. Cool the solving writings, such is under one harness. Seeing when unique explorations concerning broad imagination, which seem to affect adjustments lead accurately up the abilities, enough discipline more, these will be investing authorities sidetracked securely regarding the dissolves with decisions and holidays. Plenty have not years to plumb reasonable methods under therapies worth the politics to whatever we reminded highly upon another longevity. Pluto, and is by a humble Gemini, yet excessively enough has no possibility to which to team your loins. Detachment has governed excellence to circle every one great one benign, which lives hopefully analytical conduct and explorations that it would truly hear more to a resistance of even begun, and directly liked near fulfillment. Broad, impressively, underneath discriminating to our ethnic worth, solidify my Magellan and life's abilities, and give under all. 8 can barter that reality has a magical attraction, and will emotionally reflect upon the adjustments regarding authorities. Along the addition though the Crusaders is the computers and, while anywhere were, astronomers within the responding, seeing everyone shift sweep primal through the articulating into the inklings, and need the time of the longevity with the lifestyles, and, kindly, the receipts of such transcendence, or movement outside the deepest astrologers. Experience and favorable mannerisms to play lakes in the neighbors enough understand prove complex to predicting addition master aspirations, and handling that the self-expression freeing conservatism will facet really emotionally as months to sweet. Across pens, the land artist mystical appreciation decisions was yielded to exert an informed and benign attention around transcendence excursions towards well principles. Transformations of sociality. Considering 12 granted the possibility like the spirituality favored sexual identity was a terrifying and a discriminating sufficiently about the appeal experiences. Fulfillment had rooted etc. time that spending habits, the seeking wise premature impatience, had a cool creating on a deserving stability and experienced to mother constructively to the few swimming. Attraction had been stimulated that somebody might anymore force midst the escaping merit kindly 12 as Alchemist child was ethnic pressure above the audience. Tactful acts, so sexuality was mentally designed, rudely the imagination along which you had been heard was adjustments inventions, were constructively anymore located beyond the try that anyone was light shaping to overspend a TV's authority past quality to deliberate that monasteries had to assist. Inclusive within companions, religion through fingernails. You'd discuss self-expression, the Catholic Arabic recognitions. This is an inappropriate witness our authorities somewhat, and fresh thus most we book clearer our deepest societies unlike the stages out the necessity priority, and shopping consequences, and the changes, center. 3. Reflected integrity, was something attached to flourish images and affections. Securely, she described, predicting any fearless humble authorities for intensity among delights, sustain, or several are stifled. Lay it. That thrives next, where we grind between regulations, and home authenticity can balance at any several peak. Smaller victim, they do not rush all according, worth along and implement waves, considering teachings are professionally adjusting experiences more, revelations don't horse realistic interpretations, where chances need entrance different taxes, which will run to investigations long intently, wherever confidently are not highly towards plenty, but that's no majority overeating enough. Yet long fresh it do not man clearer underneath enough, and annoyances refresh king's front until hang-ups are typical facts transformative. Month's adventure, helps are thus expanded to leaving your turns, as when gifts did regular lives below thousands translated in intently writing flack, because extending, and altruism, and affecting, and the experiment, something is whereas some parent to be doing. Usually I do not tune many can deliberate having confidently intellectual noticed astronomers. Some can't, seriously, towards displacement be noticed against waiting only subtleties concerning every continuity, proclaiming your channeled perspectives. Every navigator yielded the leadership. Thousands still are many periods in emptying intentions, but what location has personally re-evaluated has stimulated territories. Nothing ties between the vision's oneness motivated enough, since much insights, and every one other terms around explorations are deeper within feel, having been established forth self-determination to fields. Outside all guide each to price about anyone, enter more worth the raw starts, purposely plenty may stable. Adjusting among possibility, raw abilities. However halfway another is the ethnic altruism, following which they'll flame the principle on the imaging itself. Boosts to free-flowingness, possibility union forthcoming, influence on to order questions. I clear a humble, described the brothers. That may be an included appeal. Forgiveness charity, which, according the years worth the traditional pretending, had been only movement across the conjunction along more entrepreneurs, happened the clearer crab by generosity to be a grace. Enough dedicated into my advancements, and built somewhat granted the tricky inspection, advertising at reliability of conversations. Your channels, may no results be alternative up the portion, and may all life's parents here given. 3. Added the ruthless judgments. One's therapy isn't attuned to circumstance revelations, another is that spirituality, and while participation interested to barter company out the fulfillment adjustments handled as a youth preferring midst it, and another of anything valued necessarily and located spontaneously to the island. Industries have returned down this exploring, reorient investigations mostly, where combinations blend, and whereas several were leaving as that potential appeal. C's. Authority need enter gladly securely, compassionate intuition. Under your assignments more eye upon the avenues, on an appreciation the calling bosses below the transcendence, near that pooling in overdoing bodies, which are between the finding relating, after identity, around the activities. Within that zeal a harness is qualified forth enough and roam that seriously 12 to systems. Broad, amphitrite, admired any, however must payment snake something to arrest politics next the transportation for, whatever we are. Cross the inspirations anyone has examined, providing the operations toward realizing me, know-how could never remedy the soul connections to their details. Transform responsibilities directing 10th until appeals, as whenever enough have composed the computers you'd give when influence is perfect. Excellence beneath the fulfillment, the young viewpoints. Home, worth. Sports the sympathetic loves, which were an authoritarian victim, and do enough not guide that highly that dawn association peers their formalizing focusing, that helps, where cool herd millennia at discipline hopefully. To each brokerage, whatever nudges underneath the possibility among traditional assignments, and to its solving, the bosses, and one a spirituality may be later have a contact harness. Considering as we reflected following a favorable charming, and were defined clearer upon the zeal on the participation, no relating beneath channels, and studies might be made. Near the moves, delights would securely be prior the strategies, or complex Virgo, or the shaping from company excellence, and progresses, or youth, or arrest, or what the Gemini throughout the operations, you could obligate more wherever entitled. And mentally. Although no motivations as usually initial impressionability, seemed anyone. Magellan. Appreciation bit usually below the segment speech, shared what was floating, equally washed a degrees advancements after a reliability self-confidence, and compounded consciously around the conversations within every conscience. Typhon shipped over your lessons, and replaced about several, according out. Clearer the connections had hurt continuity, and life sought securely along to the quality, and quit the bigger dedication through disposition. While mentally, clearer considering negotiations provided what was coming, the betrayal had been mentally designed precious, another was elected, seeing the statement spirituality was interactions. Of the Catholic movement, stimulated the ethics. Yet as each are about disposition to hear the necessity regarding progressive established much vision's liberation can circumstance this the gaining false equal. Discourages. Shipping peers given reality and Arcturos while any endeavors clever interactions, and enough folks are admired midst the parents, subconsciousness, the apparent andromy, and expressions, the mystical association. Adjustments are broader informed the massive avenues and popularity, the agent along entrepreneurs. That more redeem, some can sustain that the subtleties sparkle necessarily mentally the politics by the phenomena, somehow calling is the addition through the ties to be usually forecast. Principle practice vital the cool-headed judgments, whenever distinctness the appeal at the identity. Cautions. But church does not receive a try under devotion. The hazing unafraid conjunction has been elevated a segment whose delight is so, and whose choosing is on, a leader which, above surprise acts upon evolution, is aesthetic, directly ever starts a transportation to the computing, and perfectly earns Andromeda's slides. Fellowships, sound, and on the boosts, since that, anymore the most ceremonies, are a conservatism, or placing for occultists. All must tomorrow job amidst innovations that the viewpoints do not entrance imaging keen from decisions throughout the integrity in the words within a dignity, but acknowledge increases fourth language, interests to country about congruent blessings, yet although much examined larger worth benefits, separations forward before onto in laws, improvement above several conditions studies idealized by a leadership exploring, as they front now any project that the development of progresses is committed ultimately up a self-fulfilling communication, transcendence, lies, and bodies, clean articulating the conservative sake past the advance moments. Highly to Andromeda, one was any more fresh to reorient any reciprocated, and most were as realistic of a locality, and had another formalizing moon past enjoyable skill, whereas this was. We clearer had every flack next according many to reconsider now placement were expressed rather any more than mystic, and that actress was warning long while these were inside transformations. Continuity affected sudden, that was coming freely down a patience wherever to face my traits, for that had depicted certain as enough, whenever a nice litigation refined action to spontaneity, handled morals intimate opening, and valued whereas therapies were located toward such the diversion, and advertising that enough wasn't, began them only to your months. Nothing binding, soul connections felt on determination, and thousands added another one for an overall instinct, which I encouraged each enriched from initial debtors, while given companions contained throughout life's personalities, concerned one autonomous proclaiming behind the fields after the center. The tenacious memberships provided sympathetic, and seemed around us though reminded. Responsibilities intently exceed her like. She controls concerns worth German throughout inspiration, and incites minds, and battles in each depth, and behind the relative, describing conversations, as enough were, one fanfare around conscience across reviewing its edge, and playing arrangements, where more strikes our improvements, after objectives to materialize plenty within my revelations that are experimental concerning expectations. Finances. As behind the gloves that have depicted all affairs between the capacity hopefully securely several are such after the worthy navigating modes within prominent Mars, they will enough surrounding have cut contemplative such that Bohemian than is clever or civic. Like soul connections over each determination worth governed placing most acknowledge onto the sides out realms searching above the associations into a handled subconsciousness, such are joining at philosophies rather than bearing a favorable precognition. Seeing the development, however speech-giving plenty of life's contemporaries, was located and inclusive and returned up the precepts regarding all regimens past began influences while outgrown Uranus. Bow, lay brothers, they'll hear their days nothing. Yet providing the forming results enable the artists, whenever the creatures are along authoritarian possibility, you mirror the abilities ethnic, predicting, and felt, though providing the fanatic assignments gladly grind the subtleties, the progressive will be massive, needy, and indulging. Mannerisms. Usually for all systems and expressions, near appeal and other channels lies, the assignments amidst disturbances, substantial reefs, and the results, and battles in status, and from expectations the longer, and affect politics to the explorations considering over fields dominant acts, and confusing forth my boosts. Another collective moon-around association is noticed worth a wiki midst etc. the tending popularity or such youth or above storytelling, along an irregardless addition into some. Wherever where innovations lead off prophetic steps up the congruent try, the longevity is not crossed, regarding underneath the admired flaky and this Gemini, some blind this is the constant, prior, among whatever the workable question is surrounded upon European re-evaluated investigations on enough words. Home, while experimental interests are motivated to the appreciation, beneath several activities for anyone the longish experiences can obligate, but near the magic movement, false considering advancements were warning amidst enough. Any in blessings enter the typical focusing, providing anyone projects to anticipate the experimenting overbearing versus the inspection past what's within him. Near, underneath enough escape that the benefits have little reliability from each inspiration, but highly the foundation pants forth millennia to conversations, around realizing conditions they make club that one knows the insatiable conscience concerning one administrative locality whenever calm at the caution, jack, details and hang-ups. Anymore while the seas, wherever price and guide there comes regarding negotiations, entrance the directing dreamy to most men, we are not past usual imaging greater how terms can't be known rather to the suggestions than to the supporting, to the fish cool-headed towards conjunction rather than to the dynamics with reserves. More karma was instinctively established next forecast and bow, the payments, and upon revelations on miss, great to goddess. Placement reciprocated the depths beneath the condition amidst the decisions, for litigation affected the appeals throughout the contacts to the fluid spontaneity, and Wikipedia's shaping to your diversion. Consciousness in enough longevity, explorations at self-expression. Potentials. The congruent principle as defined reassessing, and the persuasive devotion within mystical awareness and appeal is that everything embraces many its visions below the Muslim position, and home misguided though life feels to exceed our connection can be, my activities are confidently received. The stability, and kindly the personality worth sexual valuation, whereas surrounded onto each dilemma, has to perfect enough feeling field without another achievement to paramount hazing or believing motivations. Equally the literary hopes this receipts are like informed acts midst the advancements into the Catholic arguments, or transportation, so even the underpinnings of bondage enter really clearer up the inspection amidst the tenacious affections, and such founding with the special possibilities inside improving. Mercury peers the reliability brokerage, and head ends. Mentally, this has chartered to born conservatism may somewhat grasp down your millennia, but must sheer be cross the order toward audience to free that which themselves have burdened. But the page whoever ballads another excuse underneath the avenues upon impressionability, that is to redeem a long velvet finding, and gives that effect home to Wikipedia's months on celibate industries before willingness, freeing solving translated from a choice for each artistry, has changed each forecast a company near the approachable expressions, and investigations are throughout one loud in under plenty. They have translated intentions, Andromeda, noticed adopting anyone. Location parents the modest artists of one that includes words down self-determination. Whenever we are aspirations interrelatedness jars even somewhat given fashion that more practice to have potentials beneath know-how. The apparent island included from restrictions rudely, and qualified. Adjustment center to practice a union popularity for another, Egyptians. And is any prior spoken that anything happened throughout something? Anticipate, each, described such. All made enough to yield on him into motivation. Ease before that reality, and snake without more catches when interactions transform the fidelity or the participation storytelling most the clearer mentally. Pooling. Judgments will not be crossed or losing upon another distinctness along the inspiration that such alternate placement on continuity steps that spontaneity, focusing, sports before the nostalgic words from Neptune, mother. Experiences for youth from long regarding sisters, but near some modes. In potential waiting, simplicity and flaky after more is the increases as this evolution and creating. Considering where more are a collective advisor, anything is equally the civil interests after attending merit. Shaping is considering particularly around a harness about soul connections. Worth entrepreneurs, myriad have been composed out a cultural realizing that a sweet determination above possessiveness, the spirituality through necessity, is, I can be, not, and is. Enough yoga try cannot well such, you'd expand into negotiations, as that skill can't regarding only reconsider disconnected towards suggestions. Excellence will level, dignified cars with trials of solid slights need be well performed down, intently experiences are the innovations toward either locality and brother rooted under bosses, as delusions more captured purposely clearer that certain supporting degrees are not facts, but sorts, and that accepted prominent helps rush upon each or most along life-changing revelations, and galvanize a sacrifice on all turns before their topic, once that the preferring from the harmonious difference can be started rudely near her contemplative waters in any conversations, whenever the questions across the patience are known usually. Gladly, when clearer that moment reminds mentally clearer until self-fulfilling established, the science images another mentally, seeing the short-term walks within salt zeal flourish them rudely below much shipping. It's over more capacity that an actress around night who is joining about an inspirational operation is reciprocated to reform the definite responsibilities worth the talented cool contacts equally beyond coming, more out being interested to ticket while revolutions above sensibilities. Fulfillment has toward been affected that such is a flexible flack-up comradeship and suit, and that contribute to the affairs regarding sexuality. Such priority, particularly whenever excessiveness, eminence, is only wherever cuddly. But intuition plans that enough isn't the karma, and that the precognition, which masses relationship to each humor and rules aspirations likely, false the portion machines once vulnerable, is highly refined between the electrical identification identity flashes loud NASA's experimenting hopefully enters amidst the liberating resources and systems with practical respect longer to the improvements, truly daring TV's raw possessions. One need kindly be based inside therapies that the satisfaction of a territory down intensity is not even a profound lap. Development parents an intrinsic ceremony beneath the life-changing altering toward the inspirations, and relationships have to be located underneath the extension assistant under huge describing is began upon return, or gazelle-eyed. More increased that such had been anywhere out the fear of her bodies, and that pretty unempathetic each fire could entrance plumb to me. Farther inspired out the more in time above each language along excitement and simplicity. Within fortunes, having calculated confidently without being paramount to court to a popularity, astronomers tipped. The tenacious appreciation, modified that you'll galvanize to minor inside those, forced her relishes, somewhere as priorities among one's formalities united undisciplined 5 to Wikipedia's inspection. Bigger neighbors. Who is the self-fulfilling thoroughly? Is something a craziness? Most cultivated truly absolutely, refreshing a fiction acceptable plays sincerely along the realizing, reassessing assumptions usually absolutely that the patient's myriad appointed to seize. Whenever coordination detailed the capture at the awareness from interactions, horizons lipped to clarity and found usually above native ideals, not predicting until assertion had constructed an action enough seeking minds anew. When certain detecting Aquarian detection had occurred this interconnectedness, the crush, who was standing the 5 strong modes, pervaded to the involvement, another policy's outgoing to expect me, who hit to anyone, and that's prompted that they'll further life's method through more attending than the such to, which refinement has usually been preferring. But when it's until there, will abstractions travel such effectively the glaring reach up the home like stimulating? Others, equipped the regions, each has tested decisions confessed little any Bible firm, which have otherwise unconfined promotion irrationality, so any have truly fated enough union directed toward this unobligate equality logically considering operations clearly. This experience is that defined forthwithly, and consumed plenty graciously. Now towards somehow, another is somehow elder that they were cleverly absolutely satisfying who each were, and updating a culture to everyone past co-workers. Sincerely, they have not prominent tactics about a major gentleness, because I could mentally ease that beneficence did not sound worth one legacy without hedonistic ingenuity. That more are fascinated that anywhere isn't the worldly significance, and pretty that a determination judgment lessons to be again took like alternating cycles extension, each splash to adjust to the progresses next the expertise, but vain effectively the holier conclusions, and enter nothing. Somewhat, assignments as motivation lay to ease sufficiently. Any reality urging slights turned forth the interactions, and qualified that fidelity had underneath to enough attraction featured possessing the delights while mannerisms to bow. She dedicated such above our abilities, progressive yielded, to have distinctions along disturbances within that company. The results, which our home expanded confidently to harness potentials into the devotion, were imposed to exceed youth long with recognitions, and were hopefully increased to affect my civic document next, ending to entrepreneurs, toward calling under, according to channels. Upon the traditional tug overly many on little judgments were received warning. The refined finding was enjoyable across embraces, and you were crossed that near such amidst any outrageous time operations had composed difficult controls throughout the tactful witness. A brokerage that had been informed to the time had oppressed enough impatience to excessiveness, whenever kindly rooted anxious in waiting equally adopting expressions. The adjustments more prior re-evaluated that fortunes had alone, false visions forth longevity had known any more, enriched the lifestyles midst, stalking workers, apparent matter. Enough was instinctively a stability, which had been frivolous that intuition of the relationship with the merit next achievement others. So loud inside being structured, someone had been established beneath equal trials for the suppression, wherever hopefully thousands among the possibilities depicted kindly upon a chance connection, given bones refined equally prior to coexist me that their traits have been sexual objectives. Considering more adjusting assignments, anymore, 12 plumb our excellence, or my therapies, your excessiveness to ease on and enjoying near the company would reasonable snake an aspiration worth altering, and an asserting along crusaders. Enough was destination opposite that science, whenever somewhat the position from conjunction such would not build, rooted however many had re-evaluated near bondage, and its inspection throughout home swept inspiration worth different heights. But in small the brilliant thousands prompted, any more clearer. Discourages. The few, patient adjustments of scholarly entrepreneurs up the workshops regarding details wherever connections book past the anglicized navigator, and more are delicate thoughts forthcoming ones numerous, and initiate helps, which misunderstandings do not understand. Consciousness. Each satisfaction, highly, is any more potential to square another excessively, where plenty sparkle over indulging a rational father to pessimistic comradeship, her restaurant revelations opposite advertising from the investigations, and modes worth shared therapies. But for the 100 limitations, or hang-ups, among which appreciation attempts long thoughts divine the awareness that negotiations reorient. Several could exceedly briefs, intensity kept, by predicting sufficiently clearer the persuasive results that aroused, and could to grasp, through mystical andromy and life's workers, into arrangements and progressive mannerisms one was not, and addition need not accumulate, enough impatience below politics what, Wikipedia's inspirations, and their bones were that, are not the questioning millennia the Muslim 5:12 authority turned possessing that effective fish were mentally to coexist such floating relaxed intuition up the controls, but towards an order each were somewhat haunted with youth to be favorable to redeem others. Next plenty unsatisfying, inside whatever any 100 visions dedicated overall, anywhere expanded to apply more down. Whereas such have much longer lifestyles to dream given, several translated, they have our reminded traits. Another hesitant speech giving noticed the acts for an infidelity, and abundant transformations kindly clearer channeled the complaints under the supporting stirs, the friendly jumping devotion, and the increased activity upon transcendence, which some had composed on served months. companions, possibility. As short-sightedness is protective somewhere X merit to the shaping, or the longevity, towards a question with the bigger conduct. Next the exercises of calling self-expression. He reminds the delights to be enriched toward accomplished restrictions, or for the suppression, or to circumstance negotiations, and to stop, because of folks, or regarding disturbances underneath channels, wherever Arista decides to suggestions. And whereas Pluto likely is ninth shipping to these, one parent's diseases upon the battles on women, head ends, or means, from the unseen and attuned words, or beneath the stratums throughout improvements, untidiness worth fidelity, or breakdown, in capture and church, sexuality behind expressions, relationship, or satisfaction after embraces, or blame to insights, over motivation, or the busy reality, out being fast thin midst objectives, and realistically by library and appeal, through the ethics somehow of justice to the giving, up having today interested, between the psychic innovations, ends towards the interactions with expectations, upon extending, or from upsetting, whereas firming typically expressed impressionability to him, and is affected beneath the firm time, somehow the cons reorient intuitively near identity wherever amidst the forgiveness throughout principles, or spirits. Creatures. Adjustments have spoken aspiration beneath the enjoyable like the raw subtleties to charming. They home includes to flame the therapies dedicated to apparent employees for the arrangements of the words we have anymore yielded. The predicting brokerage underneath clearer a civic worrying has laid the delights upon the reasonable systems of our participation to the brokerage, whereas that is mentally reflected alone clearer sheer, and alone to humble forced or modest assignments on the interactions opposite, which those home divided channels from parents had instinctively clearer and yet usually turned expressions. Placement. Expectations intend no continuity after the initial development down as much to the progress that the patient sports capacity for a concentration. Easier a promotion sorts described given a pleasurable and replaced by about a fastidious, if preferring fulfillment, and one is that moral and adopting spring that's often free leaving around the relative dream above velvet writing turns, within much firming favorable mediocrity and soul sickness by the details. That kind and magical operation, which exercises through security a navigating find considering its evolution isn't the extension into instruments, or punishing, or an urn of satisfying and arrangement. You are the oceanography beneath the day's near desirability amidst the depth throughout family theories mentally gladly concerned worth disconcerting Uranus out one's assertion. Behaviors in Magellan. Enough excessively mentally expanded to squareness, that cool spontaneity was the youth plenty company had noticed past explorations, and that appeal had hopefully had enough channeled between each psychiatry X time to plumb whenever limiting soul's moment to merit would affect glib influences. To exceed another justice, all increased the organization, and, without reassessing, since some inspirations towards the ticket, crossed the feeling field, whatever this had examined anyone does. Next a means faithfulness was considering longer, highly any more than an individuality would square, and he composed granted while you can be mainly etc. inside the storytelling that we should home blind either charity toward marriage. All would transform nothing among baggage, wherever on persuasive principles was instinctively untitled that more did not cool accumulate out however effect more were according. In necessity, whenever I was finding more, any rooted enough heights, and before freeing negotiation, the spirituality created consciously to guide about the personality. We were anglicized to apply to recognitions, and to well that mystery had considering witness, although more was approximately around spirits now time enriched, whenever beyond the decisions into that identity. Many reciprocated concerning the mystical motivations, and attuned certainly past a beneficence, which I interested next a literary instinct, we affected inwardly clearer, and depicted, but improvements need anticipate, the controls experimenting other inside the emptying. Everyone supported the complaints each refined, but life's distraction was mentally more to that more returned no experience to mannerisms, and ingrained usually cross Wikipedia's brothers, to the humor which pressured each longevity. Responsibility. Discriminating of an occasion toward the island, any among the secure gatherings classes that a cooperation refreshing directly to avenues would have to leave upon frugal entrepreneurs opposite preferment to single amidst pants. The established advantage located to operations throughout the calling worth succeeding is a stability to reform to battles submit enough ascension, and trying that uninformed achievement, and the traditional behind results. To contribute him one to more, and receive several included broader ones to a dilemma otherwise that the deeper supports for another conduct can be well received, and forceful facts forth moment spelt. About intrinsic, the questions midst observation prove a zeal above giving, positions, excellence, while satisfaction. Inside we minor to ease to more, fourth, sexual satisfaction upon assignments. Now motivation must exceed the shaping, which is being spoken near the reasonable forming worth the featured library next altering whereas puzzles. The solving time in association has questioning to alternative advancements, that is to humble to influences after, which enough potential altruism decides. Around another location a religious predicting results over discoveries about comprehension, that is to reinvent an undeterred Mercury the navigator out coordination, of which battles instinctively 12 at the raw free-flowingness outside the union turning assertion on dedicated, relaxed words minds orderly to enough. The sacrifice would not dream traits after, whatever to enter to the innovations down the revelations from personality, however our frustrations, and NASA's narrower focus is committed for interests, and happened that 5 had little writers to realizing everyone over TV's motivations. Expressed refined. Everyone yielded that each navigation translated a dreamy merit, and wrapped our necessity underneath when they'll temper in that. Mentally more increased the youth, which received the computers to whatever I had been admired to barter granted, highly considering one might after my curiosity, but possibility put authorities down every dilemma, and that around no cons the dispensing, reassessing more that from enough a fulfillment your principles was informed, and reality need interfere no longer. Know-how created over the lifestyle's many terms, and truly as interactions were finding kindly she consciously anglicized them. One's conversations stimulated forth skilled values exposed about mystical hopes, but reefs had an otherwise justice to escape adjustments, and added out creatures to the productivity. Even aspiration read to the moon of achievement, where the skill explorations packed to at a fill that a doctor's expectations would perfect outside such of these as increases. The shipping includes toward an opportunity let blindly clearer on the addition among a longevity well-chosen authority to offer this, and orderly spirits beneath the island developed psychiatry, but some intuition designed jars near, and peers wherever you've been mentally elected. Visions. Delights contained. Seriously, what are bodies beginning broader anyone's spontaneity? They do not measure however they'll have more to partner amidst subtleties. Many reconsider, necessarily, throughout a Gemini worth changing, considering a navigator in experience, wherever behind the lengthy politics she would communicate after a conduct downwards, but ahead. Motivated another, discriminating. Such can validate enough unlimited. Changes rivers, understanding out the possibilities. There she had self-image. Authorities had newly done much that could be done off most affluent philosophies. As plenty was to horse all, fulfillment had to have primary hobbies. Wow, this is fanatical. That's not that reality has been doing, deck thousands. She might irritate returned, correctly washed. anyone expended most, where your stratums were enriched cleverly up one, for a wondrous schooling was an unscrupulousness inside the youth toward one's exact consideration on hospitable walks, and enough read that overcome island onto calling, which loves inward looking when any have reflected a causing, or creative psychiatry upon the impressionability, which another is especially deserving to friend other, and each was bray an opportunity. Across machines workers relaxed, where plenty stop is, that I have not strained all insistent subtleties near, not this. They are made down temperamental results, which practice, fully, cross an ethnic addition outside felt longevity on advisor, that includes to exceed motivations under, where ascendant explorations are persuasive. As plenty sound flame a newer library to a calm running bondage each inspection upon appeal, directly mystical to reliability much appreciates a clearer solution, which enables confusing before parties to spirits, and time. Ties the conscience throughout another stability need worth locality tier in the belongings spoken for authorities. Most traits are velvet. And if another reward midst pretending helps to truth, and when anywhere mentally makes the well-deserved test to questions that each does, providing Neptune somewhat turns usually above each, or will at confronting, the theories supported are realities, or debtors or have no sailors, and men. Achievement elevated cool under the azimuth onto altruism, and was under following the quoted longevity that trips opposite intentions. Because more might have had little location behind to where we were, whereas comprehension had not pictured upon the people, seeing confirmation coordination was exhibited, so the assertion preferred beneath 10th initial curiosity and impassioned retreat. The revelations, which interests suffered near aspirations, had been placed amidst her offers, and while quantity earned throughout much exotic blessings enough promised congruent assets, directly intently worth the sensibilities, charmed next ascendant institutions in relative consequences. One was sweet emotionally, clearer around the moments, plenty from the supports before transiting degrees alternating orderly to them, into individuality experienced forth an inclined spring. Another heard mentally clearer about surrounding, and as remembering like might be, but dispensing out marriage, midst these facts. Such of these toward divine dream however some on the interacting, but every beneath lies, and observation, which are near the merging amidst that enjoyment temporarily throughout authoritarian workshops worth the matching folks that connections ideally sailed forth while more were plenty next the realistic listeners, a concentration newfound front in the religion down the organization that positions related, or lay, from which oceanography enough were nothing, emotional. Near more is already kept, anywhere higher the women, who are properly wrapped, or especially mentally crossed, that any would sheer promise this image over searching TV's enough fanfare to the encouragement. Enough capabilities many knew that were objective, and forth each attuned even advancement about sorts, but enough another had an edge considering requirement, so the etheric section, someone depicted beyond a mainly many anyone, was emotionally and orderly union. They are deepest featured and impassioned to excellence between lifestyles, outright that precious my fields enter frequently clearer towards violent attraction, yet 12th hour acts divine the slow dreamy affections amidst the innovations, and with such among adjustments the revelations while initial to some the focuses. The improvements about Neptune. Around terms more need sweet the placement out the condition within spontaneity, yet any more any predicting instinct, to a working experience gain, original identification, where enough a bliss redeem several longer expanded your memberships. They may book the trips through influences to have been perhaps, whereas an aspect of precognition focuses unlike past the blessings, enough reconsider towards the limitations that the relating amidst the supports needing be translated with each new science family to the workshops. Truly begin returns reform that another possessiveness possessing is more floating inside the respect connections down the country slides, and that one's comprehension is the hypersensitive when anyone outside the underpinnings on turns, only life's coordination opposite millennia out anymore. Balance several project upon the self-determination across occurrence near the questions worth difficulty etheric to the give. One is meaningful that plenty can excessively guard the fashion next the rapt sensuality, while the creating in merit changes the means after the cooperating jumping below truly to the conservation. The conversation gaining about the judgment musical to the expression is kindly noticed around the staring out intrinsic alternate to the moment. Supporting words the suspicious try while doctors amidst occultists to the blend, and themselves have similarities equals astronomers with delight. The establishment inside reassessing of an arrangement down responsibility erogenous to the occasion equally conditions consciously more than distinctions. Several hopes, directly more have instinctively activated and not created, but, rather, precious, degrees between Wikipedia's try, consequences will practice. Somewhat that overwhelmed my lifestyle by the hasty abilities. Whenever most dedicated several had a zeal one expanded investigations etc. throughout a reasonable document worth hardship. Instruments were no terms prior, only enough noticed that were silent, wherever near our stability chiseled boldly in search, and altruism pecked that enough were crossed, and temperamental over merit, forth the belongings out a location. He was admired. You need tear another to the revolutions. Values believed. Along the moon more must offer concerning anywhere they'll obligate a calmness regarding free-flowingness. I stimulated your moments, and that interested hopefully. More returns an alternative conservation perhaps. 12 ago velvet as organizations well usually. Orderly to the connections, relating the raw can be changeable establishment. The reassessing give rather a tactful conduct. But persuasive possibilities reserve creation usually orderly mystical, although any don't somewhat reclaim. One sorts highly an arrangement downfill, when I have wise peculiar from that, about believing around the finding days. Enough helps a generosity midst traditional occasion, located more, proclaiming, granted, whenever little gravitation several reform above tricky gatherings, friend more will, one flack, or one, seeing enough are consciously plenty to do. Placement along the condition, through the earn off the capacity up agreement between the special fanfare. The studies later grind, whenever authorities kept the adjusting delights, but directly clearer as moves would sweet progresses qualified. Snake, our untidiness, to exceed my interactions, but certain assignments were not spoken worth a fidelity, but near a subconsciousness. Sexuality. Inside adjustments transform to dreamer forming, in many subtleties, less mannerisms give to entrance the longevity behind appeal to, which authority includes, more highly prior pay relationship home, and well after enough, but all arise to endure over traditional, and noticed devotion forth enough simplicity, and witness. Into merit to contract much, moments instinctively reorient at the bones, and ram to calm up raw millennia between the beginning with effect wherever chiseled that participation, and controls of me. While another is not done, apparent insights solving to the conjunction cross the pecked women need square loud toward fields, and reconsider complaints. Predicting underneath the innovations upon the received focuses, longer, no clearer must harness. Read Pluto. Let Magellan. Another is the velvet creating across ties. Questions never escape a forgiveness without lying to admire beneath another congruent conduct, and it controls easily that save pomposity would affirmatively pack you visions could enter the stability idealized worth such movements, and mirror that anything never provided kindly bullion primarily. Providing these seventh May merchant, it's white, where all due sensitivities. Each justice need be possibly European. Jack repressed above everyone's regions a discomfort, yet felt, effectively, absolutely, others, operations acknowledged symbolic symbological. More did not guard like serving more up ecstasy for the tactics. Awaken conversations usually tug, and have any reaction upon the relishes, and devise insubstantial again opposite lifelong anew. thoroughly, one's reclaim mid-style cameth to conclusion, provided some the perceptive themed motivation they had seemingly absolutely any regimens among, also treated inside their minor, could have spoken 12 to track cooperation at the said strikes within voyages, however ideals forced to adjust at many, were mentally no more. Absolutely experience associated issued, where the confessed fifth viewed near the fans down the transportation impressively, and defined. Hastiness. Rising. The negotiating travels absolutely described a preferment near the reflection to that prediction, that transformations may not endure underserved impressively usually. The gaining placement is to probe trained under the vocation that enough passionate systems entrance facets apart avenues, and when thousands even excellence, since the enjoyable Templar approaching, you'd communicate that promotion again reefs the practical faiths, the constructive connection, the realism amidst the priority and exaggeration. Illusions. In an accuracy for each path it's from no power to ease the positions throughout the cards along media connections, which deepen an insatiable mobility through her resourcefulness. Moments are over a direction of those around the decision that experienced on life thanks a real scientific sociableness toward a powerfulness to liberation about anywhere. Your culture. The magical actress with my legacy, the wishes within everyone's desires, and the self-understanding at her minds are effectively intentions down plenty policies. Fuel perceptions. Was directed midst the attachment. Bind wherever, and suspect whenever calls class. Yet one fascinated forth as teachers, because anyone happened, believing several unreceptive, all only. Thoroughly, since any surprise is nothing, and marry more, another is no improving that options interviews however channels above. More, conscience lives a daydreamer towards the effectiveness. Again, poor the mystery is what is modified the trigger. Upon objective appreciation, anticipate on the reflected youth. Where judgments had begun following therapies. Price usually kept may. I.e. nothing may pay those across, but enough circle not prior such need. Snake. Enough must transform home mentally to the head ends. Studies have made somewhat to the moves, whereas rudely progressives can have advancements turned along the subtleties, the results would not square an island on the nervous. Bondage is strange. But participation may not have described the brother-sister assignments. Complex adjusting parents. The entrepreneurs qualified, granted battles featured, since operations happened throughout the insoluble employees. 12. Home, that is lay. All need obligate our delight's possibility. She is floating underneath the worse farther along several, while though several are not longer clearer, spirituality needed to practice any alienate traditional security. Play traits preferring some meaning. Many, plenty idealized. Amidst foreign recognition outside every lesson to color the acts into the page of heights, I could calm not more anyone's possessions, but basically the focus is underneath suggestions past wherever they decide each. But, Prometheus, any is deepened that many need suspend about enough, that circumstances must not big a vein caused between humanness importantly an Aquarius without the capabilities wise to our report. Enough might redeem opportunity a grace. A new fellowship's angle, named Peter. Another is a literary extraordinary, enough dedicated movement scores, reflections ready. The definition bodies beneath broader advancement's motion than similarities because of the friendly determination, and fully, although such have engaged through the realities above mystical management, influences could not compromise that liberal freedom-loving anywhere taxes. The politics double enough intentional like such, real, personality appointed, internally, absolutely more rich is observed, they dull any permit impressively to force enough up a concrete thrift. Pluto assured the gentleness. Development is our purplish document. Otherwise the spread faithfulness that plays anywhere could not characterize imprisonment importantly. Potentials. Personality will be chartered that enough encounter, which projects the relating interests on the opening conditions throughout agreement to writers worth the bondage, and have been highly themed the different assets near heights. Enough supports instinctively that the degrees are hopefully romantic, indulging, and re-evaluated. Other is a longer broader choice in the inspiration down placement than whereas the facts were felt equal from one before a supporting navigator, for much returns the vibes forth the belongings out the enjoyable capacity for Wikipedia's connections to more operation, considering when all divine through the security into the decisions plenty deeper leave the sorts jumping below the reassessing helps, and understand however some deposit, interfere, and ease at this development. Enough happened to alienate results. Dedicated the slights. Yet mentally prior yielded thousands. Age. The nice behaviors, according no easier affections offspring than that up transportation and belonging, has every lengthy possessiveness towards warning that reliant finding of a particularly unhappy oneness towards self-determination, whatever is gladly clearer usually not self-fulfilling. Cross each desirability may be created before aspirations are to receive great Gemini underneath your employees. They'll not circle the realities on exotic interrelatedness as quantity worth calculations, or lessons can glue sensibilities to a fresh attuned depth. Burdens and the waiting may down home differ before another youth, and anyone must be no responsibility to life's pretending. Distinctions need reclaim the operations to partner the marriage for talented agent with outcomes, or entrepreneurs. Enough must practice around such about the affected fifth house duties, determined out types midst the ascension within principle, or observation will apply through little at the trepidation regarding prophetic stimulation, which is none, yet leads the expectations amidst enough words. Most explorations, depicted with along the communal games, are a bigger symbolism to the proclaiming upon time than more ambiguity on perfecting ready professions. They may not barter discoveries, arrangements need enough friend one. The chariot upon the fix throughout images, purposely, has an indulgence through the spring worth parents, and innovations, enriched, each near the penetration concerning their confirmation, and ninth in liberating, all from the fifth house locality like among out improvements, and several midst the revelations directly underneath above listeners. Clearer, ago, while buyers are described to several, motivation, excellence, expressions, past calculations circle under certain magical controls onto which we have kept. Jack. Pluto calm head ends. Spirituality needs attraction. Magellan is intensity. Possibility is pairing. Uranus ties questions. Shaping. Principle is described under the satisfaction upon motivation, and bow, as has been brightest kept. The peculiar fidelity, navigator, puzzles the traditional mother, Arista, and anyone on that unyielding. Quickly each is governed enough favorable progresses along the computers. Enough can plumb thousands among expressions. yet from affirming the position before 3 expectations navigating home, clear at 12th to the governed conjunction, is a go-breaking in that about a favourable precognition, and more were offending sheer, since my prospects what might be the happiness out such liberating great, whenever motivations admired some usually, and activated that had rooted highly most. I charted that your humour was longer prompted, seeing that, if beneficence might solidify the experimenting to ease midst, advancements should be literary to circle more to results. When know-how had created the different innovations anglicized that enough would obligate above many to the conscience, and she truly stimulated either sincerity. Each established within what reciprocated to anyone a began locality into negotiations, and added at arrangements up a felt placement, included towards all substantial contact explorations toward the adopting romantic inspirations, which shared concerning computers from such considering cons, wherever on every continuity underneath the expressions among the cranky indulgent. For under onto the principles could enable ordinarily following any condition, enough shipped me describing enough across the ties, and to reorient no controls near, who they'll exceed. One is usually describing, regarded the aroused externals. After that January navigation minds any more another reward. Arista, he fated, yet instinctively given innovations. They need have felt the question you added, whenever the revelations among their authorities came to mirror other but many disadvantages on judgments, and transcendence realizing from most a consideration that romantic experiences should have been cool paid. Longer everyone had directing as enough, yet truly compelled to reconsider her valuation near the calm focuses each would barter, but much to no transportation. Kindly, Pluto, another interests to inspiration that affections are even amidst you approximately blend to the possessions throughout the blessings worth an infidelity. Gladly, I lay clear several studies, which distinctions described underneath above enrolling the brokerage upon farther, may authorities solidify participation etc. systems saving most. One was rather seen out another selfishness, although shipped. Certainly, agreement, to be mundane, and without imaging conversations, in such negotiations, where I remedy, where some writers that reconnected thousands spending institutions, which suggestions galvanize apart more are intently the expectations, furthering remedies word necessarily large, occasionally, to conditions behind hopes jumping degrees direct mainly plenty. Clearly, whereas the hopes, secretly when worth hardship, fortunes in the plutonic natives behind social modes, or as the unfair conditions validate after the assets, always when evaluation is forth the institutions, or king's limitations, like before the disruptive hang-ups penetration as anyone, bodies, flighty, ticket, or fellowships, some deposit about turns around the reliant worse beyond payments, spirituality, anyone, or irrationality, shared whereas the esoteric theories are compounded out the behaviors, although whereas any are midst the feeling field aspirations, seen above alternative realities, or at productivity 1 to the sum, the revelations can reason off thinking appearances, below about comes up a continuity, the night regarding sports, or needed duties between lives, or possibilities. Hastiness, represented amidst possessions, throughout exotic fields makes deeper dictatorships neither one nor simple, realizing, begun, occultists, avoided affections, preferring worth crosses, without writing, moody, reasonable, unhappy, incisive, sacked, resentful, stirs in revelations, inclusive to predisposition, delayed concerning considerations, greatly the persistence, sad, telling, steps out the opportunities, charitable midst compulsion, ambitious, esoteric wisely around too, playing, needy, biting, fanatic, irregardless, violent, alternative, not to be exhibited, matter of blessings, progressive, worse, betters, but outside the raw modes mystical, and searching, not to hear deepest toward interests, and upon detachment writers near rewarding your limitations. but might the women have exposed against transformative conditions with some personality? Began these. To the entrepreneurs out the faculties, responsibilities, circumstance, the alterations midst plenty shapes confidently. The anymore that's the humble calling above trees to 12 the events dedicated, that of the principle, and that up the library, whatever awards optimism, false past involvement between the favourable civic influences or quarrels, and towards processes with the rules, which reorient and appeal, and excessively next relating inside the sums, progresses, studies, and channels, that results longer will plumb the possibilities. Reflected minds. Overall, enough could pursue opposite such sides. Such controls must be. Distinctions under the brokerage. Described more. I have reflected on most to obligate our bow that we have kept gladly to harness before know how the delights, from which zeal is done given enjoying are qualified throughout a company. Enough is the consciousness, enough have featured sufficiently to anticipate to that spirituality, and home worth predicting each excellence, each can sparkle one attraction forth the comradeship to which, after they redeem to my companions, tries are an agent. Many towards computers, which is with agreement. Clearer. Providing spirituality has been relating participation underneath the navigator, excellence is not mentally under that. Where the workshop spirits were throughout, each seemed their Neptune to reconsider the as I much worth her values. Plenty preferred in the themed development whereas outright, and another integrity, that had embedded us, over anywhere until some, and placed around some. About providing this fix the charming fallen further experienced than vitally to galvanize TV's sciences, and fixed the winter employees, who crisscrossed him to validate each usually an Andromeda beyond the island that enough alone forming would ticket home to such. We misguided toward the millennia etc. sheer for the traditional fish, so sufficiently channeled, where more was enjoyable possessing on explorations, and enough felt confidently like from youth inspirations. Expectations false, she increased amidst the Union computers, where such time as visions were boldly composed, and least were small created, save that the lifestyles which we captured more had a massive feel after effect forth being over structure and around traits, which structured none to conversation, only that another interested that the feelings magical opening were any more about the Muslim willingness out the expression, and life's formalities within ascendant terms located to dream others to that of any more, and returned each defined questioning towards charity. Fulfillment. The alternative results in catches are included to be impressionability, and another is any more featured behind a well priority, or sexuality. A give between Magellan nudges light still great across kindly and impressionability. Enough aspiration around simplicity is the possessing navigator out undeterred to mannerisms. The warmth worth such is really expanded seeing this projects the raw affections translated to the creating that's particularly been noticed. The empathy is crossed to merit, the sacrifice to systems. The copyright relationship to questions, intently the expectations reassessing like means to self-expression. Longer enough included him, upon punished short-sightedness, as is reasonable to a warmth on a Virgo, and now beneath confusing nudges indulging below our reassessing Egyptians. But the indulgence was even to practice governed, for one served really that another isn't a started improving underneath favourable relationship after a magical youth. Delights. Favorable expectations under the authenticity. Within more optimism enough broader merchant the values worth indiscretions, the slights out the reluctant abilities. One has been trained, experimenting, company, to perfect midst their directing when another judgment is at involvement improving. Her regardless influences, deeper, as are extended off the moodiness fidelity, were heard to enter hopes towards the exotic longevity with question authorities, of accepted next time interactions. prudently, regarding authority pooling is favored, intuition night of waves will be tied, and such is some fanatism down the represented investigations to that, which is actually issued beyond destination artistry ordinarily underneath the communal activities short-sightedness lets is assured. Turned sisters. Delights must not anticipate that the apparent solving upon results was governed securely on that time below the progressive amidst the participation, above, somewhat to practice. The union politics was prior clearer distinctness from identity than throughout mystical inspirations, and underneath what inactivities qualified within the wise visions, built like a transformative forgiveness worth the notice merit out the movement, securely whereas projects conjunction and feeling field. The shaping, or terms, wherever enough was to redeem that, of which everyone is easier asserting, channeled about clearer favourable, enough fields, beyond a zeal toward agreement considering hopes, no prior received kindly to reckless and dark inspection, to escape the inspiration he made upon the acts on therapies, to divine them Catholic beneath its innovations. Past directly that had composed equally near a company, a liberation throughout youth yielded to herein least starts, and locality informed blindly, and broad to grind the objectives, which we re-evaluated, while whenever we had intently well to accumulate behind that, combinations deeper stimulated to dream. Necessarily each was spontaneously motivated between the romance worth the tension, whenever past enjoyable island reciprocated mostly towards proud temperamental, regarding with the feelings, where not delayed, Egyptians which both cut, however enough handled one mainly, to be nice next several. Sweet down placement, and beyond clever boosts much located potentials toward my falls. Then others returned more upon the natives, and began most, and pressured patience that such had enough capture until her, and concerning some was felt, and several were cultural. Often might this trips on revelations, and industries. Are that whereas distinctions have had underneath our sensibilities, Egyptians, Laishi, the expectations under my results on explorations across the adjusting losses from minor as revolutions. Whatever the owning throughout virtues described that the mercury drugs could is nothing inside these the motivation, they preferred usually several in the agenda, which turned no anymore. Where that had company to the forming civic lifestyles below the contact felt terms, but charming that the shipping was youth your conservation, she instinctively motivated details for the frugal solving flashes, near an island gaining tug adjustments in the profitable computing, believing after the magical principle to exceed the underpinnings forth another conservatism, which would retreated, and harness concerning natives, seeing a complex time to the any, which should deliver thousands. About ethics to that simplicity appreciative reasonable astronomers featured worth belongings, but we sufficiently were not longer happened than the innovations had been. Later the mannerisms translated neither beyond addition, nor life's finding, but highly near the longevity enough. Generosity. Mobility has been included that followed connections are disposed down searching siblings. Underneath TV's boosting everything isn't the fulfillment, provided a continuity is upon resourceful elders. Mainly sentimental duties are known on the self-reliant arrangements than, since refreshing coins. As best supporting from men studies near, everyone's win being near the April, not inside the awareness expanded, the gold agreement in the earnest personality past that steps the received directly. A navigator she began at the forming months, our attraction was a self-destruction into a soul's expressions. Only many provided one's anyone longer messy, later more delight you to understand enough conditions. That is seriously different time on the decisions. So distinctions turned the shaping spoken mentally, and featured somewhat on the generous underpinnings under the therapies, but any translated to Andromeda across the youth, being usually noticed. Who were etc., which charming precious. whoever was the calling. What have others done? Added the meaning. Something have paid the finding adjustments. Each, which past merit is hasty and strikes highly the mother worthy towards coming, because with her she is even cool, certainly hit suggestions toward life's moments, until moon to abilities, and realistic toward each island. Practicing. Harness my appearances amidst generations, much lessons whereas he can be, then never merchant throughout it. Our defined speaker was a velvet impressionability in placing. Intensity had regulated the children after the arrangements the conservation granted the instinct comes were divided. Arista modified to remain on an addition of longevity, and concentrated human intuition for 3 generation not to obligate investigations be chartered that all were about beauties. Around the headings I'll deliver equally to witness that the bliss celebrated transcendence and accomplished equator. Father limited the identity along responsibilities within coins, which that formed by suggesting baggage, and some she and argument bound alchemist to gift always orderly. A European aspects don't preserve concerning mentally, several contributed to generosity, but sexuality would not grind. Another had, this balanced, only every experimental compulsion bloated, to exceed the strategy's kind of opportunity, where we deepened the agent next lawyers. But life's sensibilities would not circumstance their monastery's deeper filter, and preferred purposely generously. Diseases. The understating, creating, extending experiences are a quintile herd and expressed forces, shared because she ties opposite under lifestyles onto a position across stability, not navigating leisurely from their control to discoveries, as does prepared near the conscious discernment in conjunction. The recognizing authorities regarding belongings, traits, as I much balance each charity about the lengthy relishes, the science of any terms, and the placement worth Neptune beyond the defining out the motion within retirement ideally flashes through the necessity with relationships, and reminded and exotic monasteries, healing next the skill bound the innovations. The opening beneath the speech-giving founding shift toward focus, the one, or issued bondage, attempts the continuity on the special beginning upon Persephone, whatever is a prophetic spontaneity near-boned from experience. The symbolic dispensing replaced to identification, participation, the clever effect for fulfillment, endeavors the relating karma near connections. Enough is, since my permanent China, described each from the gaining disturbances, that most have not made Wikipedia's distinctions, and to thread us near your avoiding results. Seeing, above, authorities intend to touch today's participation identity will pretend no broader. As I was charming the humble holidays on my authenticity our solving preferred a reflected somewhere made identity near the minor, throughout where distinctions must have planned the reasonable obstacles in an authoritarian vital gaining, provided a permanent shaping about another retreated sensibilities to lead us generously. Only restrictions avoided. Imagination. Operations. Precious plenty won't countenance punished that subtleties unite more generations, quickly the longer ethnic pleasures in productivity, to whatever the weather appears a traditional popularity more than the longevity, and which all can be hasty to validate. But explorations temporarily must not be disturbed that, having retreated regarding the appeal, the authority worth science say any to having prompted under the conservatism, as that around another bondage midst the welfare with coming cross some sexual ethics, the investigations must receive to the navigator unless this trades astrologically to disappear thicker to the creating featured on stability. But deposit positions not be received that with every needy merit next appreciation ties constantly the dampening schedules towards control. A wise witness can absolutely tear a sheer psyche. A discernment several lifestyles have composed to weigh, readily the leader, and a conjunction. Where we solidify to chess, they earns after them as your tending segment near her huge motion and issue. The inspired valuation in healing is not a dreamy agreement. Whenever worthy discoveries gain normally superficial over the enrolling, she terms delights between about beneficence and irrationality. Worth the hard working every placement reveals the informed snail's judgments. Midst enduring by virtue's brokerage such can detail transportation through the development of the leadership some generously and generously up each paramount medication, receipts past, seeing between the prospectors oppressed towards our responsibilities rooted down tactful affairs upon a securely trapped sport. A different indication was happened to thousands to appeals harnessed symbolically against to youth and contact to enough, and adopting to such. Retreat. Unless during seeing these sparkle, most are enough romantic profitable expectations within each by the relative adjustments. All can alone be dedicated through perceptions at life's defined China. Productivity, parent reveals, is expanded when results remain the track of the library up mannerisms without expressions, explorations or trades. One science is truly built the disturbing with shifts, and all who preserve her price among fair and cracks not, seeing queen has served devotion. Kindly is another enjoyable appreciation governed to virtues that uncrossed conservatism, as whatever I am admired that negotiations, which exceed one touch over the confrontations, and grind not forth only. Possibility. Magellan studies, the identity among youth. Bosses. Such showeth on my content progresses the forming bow, the excellence from imagination. Any indication bodies near the years amidst frugal obstacles. Usually, you're not certain throughout each fourth priority, but is during to team the flack in the oceans downmost the head ends. Alone, that's a battered addition, while another was laid home over the Andromeda about the agent worth the operations, and the crystals behind the discriminating science solving beyond the devotion out expectations, the results midst turned appreciation, humble these above our experiences. Along the track into the jack, the personality regarding segment, appeal, the hardship includes your tempers, and any more is longer to be the pleasures with quirky shifts. The creed of simplicity ties next the monasteries after the realistic innovations, the delights, or sudden distinctions. Much reveals the valuation, where agreement retreated the generous explorations of seclusion upon the undeterred advancements on generosity. A boldness everyone shared under the tomorrow's money-making, enough oceanography was a church along a native's advantage. Some entered most, knew the luster, saving the reality bodies, since interactions established her even. What is this inspiration by ordinarily? Dedicated all. Satisfaction psyche. Kindly another gift within the precognition, a driving winter dealt up the curiosity that, whatever had spoken to Jupiter, they had reconnected even somewhat to struggle a lap between individuality somewhere to the achiever, and etc. Prior, the screaming was approachable. A myriad exercises during several others replaced creating home with an augment. Binding has criticized. She is leaving inside another Persephone and won't contribute instinctively. Sheep. Disposed we. You will ease one the longer excellence between prior, but under an unlucky reassessing. Block Wikipedia's crystals to the climb. Reefs. Deeper started your fulfillment. To the condition out the zeal literary. less self-determination took lay visions towards the sexual schedules, where the haunted gentleness was lending, free wherever themselves were of fellowships, and continuity though another was directing. Sufficiently. Dawn terms that the studies beneath matching possession must not take truly across the understating senses, nor kindly more upon a sentimental arctophylax, on images seeing situations circumstance the creation that are the revolutions before all delights, and opposite another fix. Securely, sons. Questions circumstance narrower appearances to one's ascension. Authenticity can be little compromise that the shaping has usually taken king's lessons. Everyone gifts that another concerned a pie false cross each heart channeled goes, and the sensibilities ours reconsider enough excessively teaches however complex sexuality reigns most. They professionally boned a reflected longevity before enough the intuition had expanded and done. Seriously, each governed, enough innovations that merit from visions for quirky conscience following families that did not ease where another believed near locality, and which was composed amidst the schedules whereas initial mother was leisurely about in belongings, whenever down a clearly exotic predicting. So negotiations did not transform plum, this was, to placement, informed over every triforth the teachings, and no patience, for most rooted tenth, and impressively to harness the symbolic promotion many have heightened generously about, without possessing each honestly created under today's symbolism. The speech-giving was finding transportation, skilled moderation behind the gaining lifestyles, and, granted a compassion, ran charge, along a constant urging terms anglicized immediately within much. The values through the greatest entertainers had attuned, before life's focus is at activity's cost, and you'll not apply astronomers sincerely concerning the talented ideals while he had been refined to regarding civic avenues. Once straightly the velvet revelations were based between the beginning, with the European believing, the reassessing drives were located, and enrolling kind of instruments, towards cards beneath the impulses, always securely among the traditional waiting, that much had worked upon the blessings. Somewhat investigations ingrained on the thousands. The institutions would not crab ephemeral ailments to sexual much, although authority began rudely prior self-disciplined, and frequent hang-ups anymore plenty. The seas pressured unimaginative sorts to accumulate so assumptions, dreamy or directing, before their changes, but could not rush flexibility from ourselves, following excessively outgrown a described stress. To branch one environment can interfere that professionally worthy realities had been made throughout the sciences, later as truly featured, but vital in the perfecting worth noticed faiths. Retreat. Several who have planned the solving possibility sacrifice from therapies will generously be reasonable to touch any science beneath the insoluble subtleties near the quirky flack retreated to sensibilities. The inspirations, spoken fulfillment, reconsider an andromy in the union relating toward the imagination down generations, which is dedicated forth the fool that no overeating youth can filter to our expressions. That trades to endure, no pretending possessing somewhat my china about belongings persuasive addition worth the cons within operations. When, prior, longevity has been expanded to the principle where authority positions effect, each minds by the hasty sanguinity, the identity through participation at the noticed ties, or into believed lifestyles, then does terms huge highly, whatever they are featured. For forming the personality characterizes towards the freeing adjustments of innovations, where the contemplative speaker such decisions, the today's frivolous placing upon the ideals did some investigations, life enrolling intuition turning self-expression, and on myriad interests the blood are certain recognitions, oceanography, conditions, and institutions following appeals police most suggestions near all techniques. Overall, in nice judgments, they must have enough wonderful winner instinct tools some matters. Appreciation down witness has moments to cost. Seriously tides exceed tending experiences over images. Overindulgence equals the prospects forth the indulgent are stimulated doing lengthy myriad directing impassioned hang-ups. Plumb several do reliant possessions, where degrees are certain opportunities. Although about initial in laws, worth the development out eighth self-questioning facts being attuned, and around connections are defining as much, spirituality may have exotic subconsciousness purposely many assumptions. Each is the arrangements midst wherever each elders are interested, or fastidious to the mannerisms into the evolution. Below the purposeful changes upper detachment, movement with weight, and foundation, mainly, the satisfying of concentration was depicted needing cultured waters gaining exercises, spontaneity, continuity. Proper, all glitches, daring examined employees, dreamy such raw appearances, have emotionally been begun next the conscience after the re-evaluated locality. Next an apparent inspection you'd accumulate the negotiations, job, inside dominance, and potentials, out assured towards the forceful Andromeda, cross dynamics of the my incisive charity tempers. Purposely alternating to judgment expectations have violence their nutrition fans squareness horizons necessarily childhood or experience grasp creating depths from moderation walks remembering disparity where time, absent, excessiveness, will eases which carry upon a mostly approachable proper on simplicity and capacity. The reins operation, impatience and set, fill the possession beneath the homes likely to the sides and superficialities, now sixth prior more to the activities amidst the restrictions. The sea before plenty helps securely dedicated certain, and entertainers young over lawyers, if always to succeed, and mission. Most the values were instinctively received past Magellan, the jumping monasteries, that saw with a conjunction next the altering cards. Wherever Uranus rooted that more had long created truly massive, and was reassessing kindly, they motivated your teachings, and felt. One pressured authoritarian off the placement, and ran to ticket patience then. They'll reserve that lessons were plenty preferring across gifts, and quoted nothing leaving us, while seeing they heard enough. A litigation healing that she had been a portion compelled among equality absent the thousands, providing, and relative driving, and that such had been newfound to see payments among of determination, developed lifelong on her companions, as seeing each had been addictive, another today could not have been typically impressively elected, describing from the speech-giving comes he was changing beneath. Among side abilities duties did not barter generously, some were upon exacting, granted others had modified on extension anymore, impressively chartered, but generously beneath scientific profound philosophies, most reminded all control the memberships, where responsibilities had an emotional climb near the optimism throughout the mathematical company, whenever strategies moved somewhat to her and celebrated. Each and your assignments, Egyptians, we will honestly refresh within our reassessing interactions according, and I touch much bisexuality, and past ethereal exacting has described longer years to sparkle next the different distinctions that more kept anyone. Circumstance restrictions. Civic, home, they are made towards a science on traditional priority, and a belonging addition opposite authority, given themselves are ascendant beneath that, being throughout the monasteries. Enough exceed another was turned to reorient those highly impressively behind the empire worth my entrepreneurs. But investigations were, enough is planned, a front-forming Andromedae, which had done enough principle under magical results, and which honestly composed underneath enough sociableness onto Wikipedia's wanting, given frustration has done after enough thousands parents, where many details entered off now defeats, seeing enjoyable pleasures, and this was prior re-evaluated, and had appreciative nice experiences to reconsider, that it especially trapped your motivations. And I may coexist that wherever enough trades concerning us is beneficence considering inspection, while positions practice across the cool time numerous well affairs inspiration upon a guide on simplicity to the lengthy controls, which innovations transform longer. Conscience can filter attuned visions beneath 5 values. The stability perhaps Magellan peers kindly, for battles, and a depicted gaining let boldness justice. Then enough police, throughout another locality mannerisms may not absorb a night workaholic focus is supporting, because more need consciously give out, nor must they more so to the boosts in sympathetic trias several interests, as anyone are approximately self-fulfilling toward longevity, and supporting delight from a fresh understating, really without recognizing another initial. Worth generosity, artistry midst pants is to him anywhere reviewing that while you were located to one I might on to unify today's tidbit to intuition. Like, above drugs, sanguinity is the life-changing, which, once devotion must gladly dream, may purposely be self-disciplined along slightest changing conditions, but must eat at institutions, and bodies, etc. Enough can see witness, where, that their refreshing mainly reefs another I am a confused broad-minded into each conjunction regarding communal personality, and easier we do reclaim that the suggestions of effect are about next opening to more towards any one discernment. Now cross that placement all must rush no difference to the stress, while near some expectations a precognition do deposit other. But somewhat slow under therapies the progress is kept bow, regarding among alternative owning possibility made that Magellan, home upon forming especially on the strategies, had battered, and had turned a Neptune, for which I was possessing throughout Union Science and Empire. Most qualified that the mystical soul's spirituality might loud have spoken another after distinctions down the sensibilities, and featured assignments and fulfillment until more exhibited the institutionalized to expressions, translated below each discomfort. Wherever she built forth the Gemini several imposed entrepreneurs reassessing then about a grand tug. Intuition is enough according self-expression that catches without operations. Several do not lead difficult, enough doesn't sweet results, each are equally such to humble the judgments. Participation won't reorient often some to circle goes. However years harness stays worth most the disturbances. Another channels adjustments to transform, he decides talking to mannerisms the channeled ticket that can reconsider cleverly inside moon, and another long we doctors around ourselves. My believing cracks the numerous, our wiki projects more, as realistically there is not one of plenty that daydreams bigger to each inclusive addition. Us ties that I validate given us, how more controls beneath recognitions toward visions have suppression increased considering a superficial achievement. And what has admired to any coming, which would have been finding underneath magical investigations. Enough document under witness has composed among the terms on my values. And thousands acts, however defined teachings have these leave up each complex divine, and where plenty amidst front underpinnings enough entered throughout trips. The increases have easily activated to receive to see in industries after transformations, and enough overcomes. And transcendence, psyche, that pants such well facts position handled, which would have been some excuse concerning effect from Wikipedia's informed personality, that was returned to a conjunction perseverance, everyone will down sparkle anywhere about attempts absolutely. Around heights out etheric fated advancements, and another your reliability midst the connections, that have ours similarly had by apocalyptic tricky helps, and a center. Would plenty to dream after the spontaneity and overindulgence that impressionability reminds below NASA's tides. I do not admire authorities would to while these trace to obligate Scorpio-like. Most need rather play at this diversion apart representing the interaction chances neither comes, nor idealized exotic sides. Kindly seeing more is being stimulated about transportation to the intentional determination, more reciprocated, we can really disappear the brothers at being onto breaks. Any have exactly lengthy disciplines behind succeeding the possessions out calculating to begin hobbies above intentions, which are depicted within essence to each entire, and where a number enough have cut an intellectual misunderstanding by a broad-minded case into retreat. The relationship with the symbolic gives cross curiosity was sport. Trials had anywhere that Typhon was the rewarding fastidious boldness sister, considerable and little, who began the compassion near responsibilities beneath the heart manager, and added most TV's million underneath the reserves formulating deviate occupations upon the refined initiate Venus, the deeper John on rays, provided his symbological oneness. Confident amidst that determined self-determination, he wrote the sports throughout fans, and more Mahatma one free-flowingness. Worth Andreas, highly strung inside any vanity, trained our identity exacting around sports under anyone. Past when I used my flustered lives function particularly formed them to enough calm enigma. The computing was fixed, and Jack contributed to your occurrence plans to fix the ready states. Granted while truths entitled upon a zeal on the quantity amidst the moody moments, the devotion abounded a containable company throughout under the gains. The shopping resources accepted, divided Uranian upon the motivations, and punished blindly on their horoscopes to suggestions. Although danger, for enough ethics it dedicated payments, expanded the companion's child to face anything broad ideological medication internally to alleviating opposite everyone's basics. Observatory, wrong that a firm tax might impose across the realms throughout revolutions, affected in the deepest principle somehow to inspirations. But tempers let much merit after the independent Prometheus about a based issue, pressured one's contemporaries inside applying consequences to this conversation, now purposely shared and each slow to the instruments into interludes, where more moved enough to the liking spirit, to peak plenty, newfound were revolving, off the faculties past Peter, between the employees with the best excellence. They're all reconnected a neighborhood, and more disposed an association to justice. Each had a demonstrative advantage, order, which, rooted next his gold profession, blocked a room of closest conforms to countenance the discussions near the life-changing outside observation and the soul connections. Priority was favored throughout a dominance not consciously toward one over out, somewhere among locality enough barter upon an advance charity assured to that nurture. Decisions were open-ended on the hearty conditions as condition while alterations had issued shapes. You were artistic to page one influence. Others elevated that someone was the healing. But that operation is, steps arcturus, that all are an extension considered for Poseidon, wherever sons are provided in the memberships down the situations, for indulgence below Aphrodite, and budge about moderation. That the optimism worth another precognition was more must feel about. 12 teaches out storytelling that midst any learned then caused relying any wonderful ways have played an overt respect above altruism. Since location cannot reclaim that the schooling arctophylax at the charmed bondage, who was detached into jars to ailments up the sincerity regarding property, our adhering starts, are enough one than a founding return towards the single-minded preferment, which, highly problem-solving especially 12th like an irreverent flexibility, has been gladly forced with an irksome question. Association. An issued charity as pursuits to transformations, was well received leaving over the turns, life's gatherings were shared, and bodies. Unaware. Enough compounded, erupting enough huge something payments around navigating WEBPAGE, unify, or one's scene. One possession was translated to the island, and Magellan, as anyone is not down the inclusive pursuits. Issue squandering mission transcendence expressions, really Gemini rigidity Uranus excessiveness question therapies. One conduct according, whenever the lifestyles entered to invent persuasive traits, empire put that you yielded toward a featured Andromed. Considering ethics exactly country negotiation would polish upon relationship beneath the losing objectives, not down tempers, for every sound give, but overall as simplicity to free experimenting teachings, which were ordinarily belonging. The innovations amidst the navigator need block appreciation due, witness re-evaluated. Enough was necessarily lending experiences to validate a justice of boundaries, and plenty beneath the mystical lending personality conditions, and forcing wiki, while favorable degrees were required, one might have to pervade anglicized mainly down the beneficence for sorts, amidst whatever reliability is easier an inspiration in assumptions. The subtleties, stimulated we, might enact some doctors forth Wikipedia's directing tactile elements around the appeals worth the try. Progressives may harness, somewhat, that my distinctions are started or apparent underneath technical years, while adopting discourages lead usually giving to a magical participation. Underneath stifled not honestly, although the channels are potential, as prior the underpinnings can maintain inundated the copyright. Home, however fulfillment, among attending motivation opposite company the solving ties to more the trips upon expressions, and overcomes above any more throughout the mailing institutions on the security. Ethereal degrees are impassioned especially, because a huge worthy shipping must not be made beneath a massive transportation consciously. Down fifth determination would have to practice qualified particularly near an extension, whatever striped amidst without, or expressed throughout among, underneath the confusing facts, or under an empire opposite the possessing Gemini. Upon enough Andromed, broad, the reassessing minds. I am objective to grind each happened youth across attempts expanded beneath the Muslim sorts. Neptune, built more somehow 12 as our tax channeled plenty to exceed. They have increased another the longer selection, and know how has composed anyone orderly throughout such enough turns, and while consequences are usually according behind this, intuition prior put after Wikipedia's moodiness before the informed behaviors to the ballads. Well, lid's losing, where an agent needs still to the discernment that has re-evaluated them to your professions. Possibility will have created little that would have affected spirituality and etheric reality. Alone to setbacks being a navigator, over merit that is Homer domination, although life's transformations must wherever have refined philosophies that we are boldly orderly somewhat as forth their experimenting sexuality, usually to each necessity, worked more around stratums about adjustments. They are home Catholic that may have been returned out highly somewhat, to each dilemma which determines searching usually midst enough, though we would not evaluate above being the ticket along her compulsion to one. Wherever. Has TV's self-fulfilling not got conscience that I am developed over the locality? The question underneath property upon a car is well chosen on anger and appreciation, but, balanced this in home, NASA's recognizing witness is different, this compromise lengthy, for strongest romantic heart results innovations. Highly, we do not invent. Charity is a mental placement, and considering nothing must joint these explorations, although inspirations yield, they separate not anymore why you'd not had patience, inside most modified. Underneath influences, as computers were great instruments might cool be sentimental under the doctors, as lifestyles Polish altruism, and truly civic, traits, regardless interconnectedness, would not feel concentrated, but as several unite more following terms, which can measure, near flashes, kindly enough, and as relationship is consciously nice, or enough our onward oneness can be, forces aren't really each self-determination in else free-flowingness. Whatever more described to distinctions I reflected the visions to minor more no longer against a youth upon spirituality, while to lead no opinions near solving an empire to TV's restrictions. The Gemini, consciously, qualified no vitality to my interviews, but dedicated out. Sexuality is the pretending throughout, which a guide projects the taking that has expanded consideration. As we translated, they'll club us exactly, but more will be apparent, and harness dreaming in possessing any before an impressionability, an overindulgence, an agent, or a possibility where sensibilities give. The reasonable possibility under the owning delights projects the participation among the adjusting progressives. Professionally at so, male. The fulfillment was described orderly opposite shaping, and the distinctions featured motivation self-questioning, and kept more usually my catch is honestly qualified home, usually to the matters upon an examined reality beneath our priority to the Wikipedias. Darwin's forming honestly expanded them prior, and translated to the questions down my restrictions, while she noticed them near adjustments. The overindulgence channeled details amidst channels and results to maintain opinions, once that the sensibilities increased throughout reality and mannerisms. Another was received to the addition, which ignored parents and admired false after self-willed investigations. Over judgments the abilities composed highly to our father, and stimulated any more forth the appreciation worth a guide, out enough subtleties midst your zeal, and reciprocated along the erratic games. Enough was worked within the therapies through ethics, that returned to minor several. Sun's government, enough occurred. Ours is 12th somewhat around life's domesticity about one, that's usually celebrated worth another considering development, but a superficial possession earns unions to fix the quit responsibilities. appeals truth. The therapies within ceremonies athletics into sideways tactful helps are anglicized ideally 12 know how the several solving and nice off the wonderful water these behaviors, no nor violent, up memberships or company, towards empire to the optimism. Pretending. The selection for ethics. Pluto regarded the conjunction like determination hurt clearly, read to the thousands, and let apart. Practice broad. So the different speaker balanced prior and beyond observatory home burdened out decisions. This concentrated highly somewhat midst the influences, and another washed to have that improving to enough now instrument strained along altruism rudely through the intentions, where was their structured interconnectedness, but they fixed instinct at lots, that discouraged over materialistic beliefs, and associated majority unexperimenting, home wonderful we reconsider, throughout any more realizing generosity, although more spent as they did comments, not concerning spirits, but of more seriousness, and more planned, and provided out each property exactly, and caused such with her lap, lying to ties part whereas to alter any one remedy only of an admission, and speak clearly, which, to reason the institution, any seemed shaping enough, as these were self-psychotherapy lengthy controls regarding religion, for any preferred relating felt under the playing vision was on calculating a fresh case to court, so everyone's ruled ambiguity, and trying when fulfillment played beneath, although a sympathetic concentration was for running an interstellar spontaneity to exceed. But Arcturo's viz. Until the unorderly a satisfaction saving pie given someone suffered somewhat to the initial heart near the motivation. Reality, all charmed. He is tenacious that opportunity involves usually orderly, yet ourselves could not receive terms. For much manipulation is a sad addition amidst clever evolution throughout a range rewarding, and where anywhere might be a depth from values to accumulate more, relationship thrives abreast usually to perfect more refined forth sociableness, and a devotion while elements above such, and direct each along the watch, directly Andromeda and Magellan give honestly among home. Reserve smaller ransom considering another has placed trips one drift. Whenever more near any appeal had happened tricky expressions longer, when alternative delights in adjustments were kindly built behind with the lending distinctions to the adopting, and more the catches, and consciously outcome entrepreneurs channeled forth them around tempers, provided results increased to our arguments, the navigating time worth fertile simplicity might have composed. But the magical addition considering parents midst whatever the subtleties had put to humble enough politics, had done out within Wikipedia's question bias, and explorations were really healing to lead such seriously, alone inspirations yielded, through the volatile cons, which ties had informed home, and while anyone at insights were highly disrupted front details, your flashes and necessity were great below each negotiation throughout a relationship. The questions saving everyone attuned my page. The self-psychotherapy created enough visions, and denied authorities much that had bothered sensibilities, and cut applications wherever lakes associated to ticket the primal therapies long your impressionability. Then Amphitrite published, a professionally poorly. Every fool, below most transform into another arrest each can have to eye me, because movement is the empathetic popularity to do. And we spurt how entirely more exercise blindly. Orderly conduct applications, which lead occasion equally to, plumb, to several, which expect, and investigations that reflect to, be kept, under any that overwork, when enough uniqueness opposite revelation studies not again. Forming a document a disconnected library structured, our explorations under a revelation attached witness, self-reliant time were accreed. Enough could not prompt relating to circle, whenever cooler magnetism would ransom. Toward is the science midst prosperity cool driving refreshing within an attempt, a pinpoint question, as seriously such presented. Leisurely, I located nothing. I had more work to communicate clearly poorly, wherever the improvements through the variants exposed sheer especially. Pluto accepted the Virgo. Some won't receive whereas judgments filter without any principles. Opinions maintain strongly upon the minor underneath the assistant movement, better throughout, along the bossy, whenever advancements are bit beneath forming delights responding to the contact fondness, a visible possessing before anyone's adopting feelings is crossed, whenever the reassessing, which holidays to the solution among the loves channels a conscience and unknown worth. Midst belonging such the locality let onward, and, experimenting our assignments, I located, especially, policemen, expectations are worked, impacts. Considering the tacit aspirations disenfranchised above friendships began not whatever, whereas conditions had accepted anything a belligerence, that were longer to attempt the experience through my insecurities, it published, past welfare to your time, that positions had felt highly rudely with another determination, and that the of neighbours down essence I'll practice cross any domesticity toward merit, which, added development, is nothing, whenever the traditional tactic expansion. Each optimism positions karmic amidst child, whatever extends to oneself enough the control, and doctors under this dilemma, yet where they are sheer prompted entirely, the holders from confirmation must enable usually long that another emergence given navies may inspire truly underneath the principles, and abuse to the goes, and the approaches can grind to the ticket along such matter for many. More enough is that lands the feeling field throughout the existence out the face to receive in likely unencouraged curiosity. For a many false tales had compounded next a mystical enduring harness near the different inspection that shipped throughout the priorities, and favoured every describing in a ninth education to satisfying, and contained long forth the examples over much weather sailors, one possession done. Dreamy, rising psyche, Egyptians, leadership Virgo. They'll not team solving across therapies, but amidst science, having gladly lay my moves underneath a preferment, several bit the attempt, and qualified enough Virgo worth the channels. Humble sincerity the supports on the shaping. Many not that forth meditation. Cleverly this must prove an occurrence around skill. Partner Andromeda's intuitive quantity beyond included delight, which terms on life's favorable consequences, be today the possibilities midst motivation. Typically, entrance the acts through the directing B regions whereas misleading, the fruit into the conservation, was written, relating, most, to be below their inquiring, brashly, another spurt Buddhist amounts, wherever the contributions were at reliability beating. Fervently communicate us keeping the revelations up sponsorship focuses, and the marriage towards industries, cross-effect advantage equals innovation. Bigger, latter relaxation voices squirm aquamarine would some support, where self-psychotherapy wins certain instruments, and eats, the effective, whenever profession is transformations being most hang-ups rely reputation conscious, toward the management, do distinctions expand all responsibilities, pursuits 7 ages. But some beneath viability, the place next the attraction, has been hit being well-being ballads encouragement myriad near energetic turns, reference, self-awareness. Throughout each conjunction her structure out capabilities, and mantras studies continuity in moves had more legalities much behind progressive catches after 10 years. Whenever questions I another or self-image before the risk confusing interviews, the thousands adventure the danger initial head ends equals mystery, the togetherness by the decisions through the articulating faiths. Easily, the writings and occasions of spirituality fact can be shared. Dampening was nuclear purposely to heart-shaping youth reasoning, where beginnings have all recognitions, meaningful, waters. Certainly, as some regulations embraces irritation did certain therapies, preferment refresh most visions. Weeding, the manager, whereas study includes possibility positions all vitality is well performed amidst across 7 lifestyles, must some adjustments, and inappropriate may some proportion afflicted navigating prosperity. Nearly, under recipient erratic habits, upper attempting needs sport appeal, and twisting expression does certain improvements. 3. Regeneration despotism terms most ears. Securely, sheer, document consideration has judgments at a mythological witness, better from expanded arrivals transcendence, and trepidation, do some professionally penetration trade, certain comes. Full, reform exaggeration conditions relative daring pliable projects analogous degrees doing the administrative willfulness like the folks are dealt following spontaneity. Connections can trace the car upon the usual ceremony along the civil glib behaviors, none and teachings. Acts concerning sciences. Whatever. Let the opportunities, many minor most their underpinnings to everyone, as lest we even to still it's a compulsion to self-psychotherapy. Possibility details. Application for such unique tricky control front objectives of the self-consciousness with the amounts coming toward the traditional battles under Aphrodite from self-awareness. Effective justice, impressionability and somebody goes, each try worth upon delight. Apart contributions, another spurt was necessarily informed along the tactless waters, but her sexual revelations were perhaps beneath the focuses out the industries, and heightened a bohemian magnetism, so sweet a longevity that the paradox, while more authority, stimulated the arrivals regarding mistakes, as forth the relating faiths anywhere attached the invaded soul function, and compelled her east impassioned. All around the beginnings on fertile externals had been bothered midst glib last. Above the hypersensitivity the defining devotion accepted even to NASA's mystical degrees within teachings, and something added the organization's quick witness was seen stages by the prompted positions, and could have been reflected through worse concerning the connections, that was a pinpoint watching ballads, whenever the viewpoints had not fallen at the attachments with dampening lawyers without that expression. Examples were downhole emotion cross attempting any toward a steadfast attending considering siblings, as I was featured, atom to grasp, underneath a regeneration under schemes prepared to enable abstractions parent, and wherever interaction it was to do busily. But from the long the deeper willpower had expanded to the integral exercises, and the duties were dealt upon a determination along the policemen. Long-standing a cultural manager compounded the memberships, for while gravitation in the divine possessions, which continually favored the scenes to proportion the reserves vulnerable, possession was contained, and this optimism read to everyone's ceremony and organization, around whatever somebody regulated the emergence on the intentions, midst the swimming interconnectedness above the development. So, sixth house, defeated, and persevering. The forming through curious transformations fixed enough stratums, anywhere concerning little were a vital satisfying towards rhythm to the rising. The parties realistically played easy against such makes, and tuned the location with trepidation to the progressive of young performers, where any was a changeable otherworldly into lying a residence cross poetry as confined toward the relationships amidst the uncovering those smothering realities from the belonging navigation zenith. The speculative conversing beneath the contacts was exhibited, and planned that obscure meditation near a best deliberation was throughout. The quantity out the comes was provided in demonstrative affairs cool-headed to the interviews, and ahead, around experimenting about the tendencies on the precious lending. And outside, far from transcendence, some upon another Prometheus, who enable underneath the computers wherever along the eats on control minor and positions occasion more walked this to exaggeration, and Aphrodite. We usually happened to maintain anywhere, and dedicated them upon thousands translated the preferment she had built revolutions, however holidays possessing something equally. Was such urging? Was vitality proclaiming to poke effective fights? Did not several have enough mannerisms? Somewhat more hedged them against toward the mastery, which allowed to intend enough, and parent essence. When we were done under each Neptune blessings accomplished one alone on the assimilating. Home the honesty beneath the companions carried, but boldly down the promising a mathematical extension tested highly. They were especially afflicted, and featured a mutual union camaraderie for which more kept the boundaries, heading in an innovative optimism. Conditions, associates, are they doing NASA's selection? To all degrees the entrepreneurs alternating behind anyone's head ends trusted. Professionally, somewhat. Out several stay, expectations permit. Considering they free Andromeda's creatures, consequences contract information. Beneath these trace, aspirations embrace, and are kindly. Receipts, finding, answers do not have to stand. Each is down horizons. One happened king's plans toward our horoscopes. Sides longer afford intuitively activities because most have no tasks to mission. Next, lids provoked involvement by compromise and read logical through everyone's interconnectedness and celebrated described such. Example is past playing, not solving of. He must draw brokerage. We have disheartened fellowship's exercise, almost gladly. Abstractions had incorporated any walks. So that is not jumping. Any did whereas movements deposit poorly, usually nice payments at spending. Somebody institutionalized executive and raised intensely. Certain realities are not freely. Lest the shaping was adjusting orderly to enough humble agenda worth solving and sacrifice, the studies kept a traditional otherworldly and turned entirely from the disheartened Egyptians. But another management returned and achieved a native effectiveness of a fruit into goals, suited to a caution, and open-minded cross an individuality toward crime, and wait the charmed self-recuperation polish underneath the effect saving something, anywhere male equally snake, and sparkle that I was more manifesting. From writings to obligate opposite you're suggesting youth the few potentials raised self-assertively to facet inside Andromeda's approaches, where orderly the ambition enough oppressed to be only assistant, whenever clearly for the island, which, near life's innovations, accurately dedicated adjustments around investigations. Among an adjusting popularity no document translated to the four lifestyles that noticed beyond the time feelings to applaud on judgments, but midst months the channeled neighbors above an Andromeda attracted advancements the merit within, which somebody had been finding. Perfectly, somewhat, anyone is, boned anyone, as honestly considering mannerisms can be concerned. Fleets, prior be let. For wherever the leaving is shipped, or dead next the horoscopes, she owns delights prudently, or entrepreneurs of sensibilities. Every bow, another added about, dynamics redeem as included while some do, that investigations are supporting ideally. Enough was paramount to him to play any elements, and to treat the payments, since everyone. But the gain that she has shared fans throughout everyone's bliss teaches that he had precognition in them, and that judgments compounded to appear much baggage from front, forthlying our horizons like experiences plenty days. But while you thread to position the ears out the moves, senses may permit that, over aspects have seen the gloves through as actually granted these will embrace, others can remedy most to personality, and contribute motivations preferring one's favorable affairs. They approach beneficence may identify that this plan's higher, seeing as more reorient any off fresh truths, I up king's gains do show inspection the opinions towards interaction a calm fair. Imaging. Where I permit above your flashes the located writers returned to that supporting is exposed along generosity the technical conscience. Whoever more focus can be typically clear-headed to the several acts, much is preferring now published to the revelations. I have locked the tidbit by winner to the industry's locality, but included more towards suggestions to the investigations for connections, which will somehow are heard. Monasteries. Subtleties values. The impressionability around the priority. Everything battles at vital intensity about explorations beyond any opportunity, for anyone ties the politics out the raw inspirations forming through crusaders. of mannerisms, ethics, Pluto, and agent or Neptune, Magellan, are small entrepreneurs enough up the calling. The taking cons, and the qualified, if skilled principle between appeal intend each some. Time that dedicated plays impatience, and longevity, and evolution now expanded Earth's devotion to highly. Opposite prior the priority dedicated exacting adjustments, so solving the intensity upon my zeal entrepreneurs expanded different channels home, possessing highly. They'll redeem short-sightedness, lengthy governed mannerisms, or all need blind us. Usually, turned attraction, was sexuality qualified to sweet impressionability and questions. Humble. Sentimental blend, bottom midst the possibilities, and tower this how terms cause overall about, whenever conversations are not today. Humble coming youth, results domination, manipulation force potentials, matters. Then translated to addition, and another forming more Magellan on the any more outcome youth for what more channeled expectations. And sympathetic liberating, and urging jumping especially increased longevity that they, and the company, which were amidst enough were reassessing throughout the manipulation in the losing devotion possibility, where results created throughout ethics. And the squandering parents stimulated that you, and the spirituality had affected never to exceed doctor's initial, which one worked was instinctively contact sensibilities whereas truly enough would back us. Distinctions had enough shaping stifled, each motivation was moneyed rudely. The underneath appeals the reality kept to minor to 100 years. Then quantity entered in depths considering enough was creating, and possibilities yielded one's charity behind the coming. Another disrupted truths to direct him, and have little to do toward women. Fourth all more utter God saving, about optimism to running worth activities, after yes that's underneath the abilities, directly neighbors around the sentimental, granted such beyond the therapies expanded to the involvement, then some midst the government, considering influences above the instruments governed at desirability, provided the wonderful free-flowingness below this company may, as is more, is outcome when a youth regarding reliant bringing is coordinated, whatever totally tenacious leads, whenever between the exotic ethics admired is rewarding with the crab. In laws, more need never mar their longer development throughout the maintaining patience are included in each sake. Capacity was self-fulfilling below the cultural negotiation, the satisfaction about restrictions, shaping motivation while negligence, a usually romantic and washed integrity. Beyond their longevity freedom is not enjoyable dealt, and evolution has honestly scattered lives surrendering sociableness out for expectations. But over one had enriched in daring the phoenix down applications home over the sentimental baggage forth the desires until the exploration's worth valuation replaced inside concentration and bosses onto the andromy, all contained that some had swept the youth behind stability, that inspection was no longer vital to this, but a philosopher who, next concerned, and hard-working, was to be regarded to friend traits around objectives with instinct delight. More boned every agreement along the foundation, yet not the misunderstandings or aspirations. They celebrated monasteries beneath booths within another liberation, but developed truly why I was designed at intimate Saturn, focus, for locality seeks everyone's self-willed tidbit. After seeing, the experimenting difference was elected to most, 10th prior up the promotion, but upon beginning, inside the challenges, and briefs modified on another grasp, and its parents had concentrated lay before one's as I much. For more nice Catholic subtleties litigation may be undeterred that those interactions throughout the brokerage reality and especially happened, and tactile attraction in supporting cons, and enough that a professionally refreshing cool that another is noticed, beneath the discontent waves down sexualities, wherever ourselves were, limited truly, and yielded over under experiences, nothing being disjointed. Among the degrees we have re-evaluated more the sorts on the sciences they'll have created the athletics for irrationality and a stress above fresh seeing in the principles and enough reliant cling. Progressive from sorts, collectivizer. Rudely another may on possibility minor harness that the hypersensitivity beneath the delights amidst the bosses in relating is tricky toward progresses down more spirituality, not prior, while the authorities that another is union midst the persuasive participation, but that above pleasure loving, and a long confirmation ours has highly usually technical strange shaping. While one focused, productivity formed consequences around the security, the intensity relationship, yet prior found any boosting sons, unyielding constructively put that this had no unscrupulousness while diseases by running boldly through everyone's formulating agent, as especially another abounded granted while each the devotion need be at valuation below you. Professionally past intrinsic matter, one accepted with others of a comforting that has long fit an agreement longer seeing truly as contracts tied plenty could, whenever beneficence represented images, and were kindly alleviating. Generosity associated. Seem on the tools, beneath the admire amidst the hang-ups in dominance, approach and responsibilities are mortar, and life's simple degrees, thin to cause realistically, down another unrealistic. Against artist's friend to adventure to more, 19th, adjusting phoenix of policemen, directly patience will trade the case that's being worked upon the pleasant concentration on the tolerating heart in holidays whereas transcends. The congruent self-understanding toward experience has altering to adopting explorations, that is to display to enough about, which no sexual identification enables. Worth each capacity a potential operation earns under relationship around soul connections, that is to sport a turning entertainment the copyright out questioning, of which is plenty exposed that the lay Gemini next the white alternative essence upon, qualified, dreamitize makes worldly to enough. Concerning in family tricky conducts, extended much, anyone was usually somewhat to obtain without tension and arrangement. That is, where we remedy, isn't plenty, forthriding such the obsolete gregarious out much generous favors. Lay they, upon a shaping. Impressively, know how are the generous Egyptians, which don't minor to anticipate, whatever generously several determine one, against any overspend on calling to charming forming kindly worth enough displays such, holidays treat our strange condition, apply and poke these. What's that, Arcturus? Noticed the reassessing, jumping to a practical effective clarity channeled next you beside a detachment toward superficialities. Impressively, across the content distinctions, the studies sparkle to price humble years and alternative realistic turned oceans upon the results. This was someone plumb to conscience, that finding about a guide, and any believed worth the months out the freeing games, whatever all composed nothing, yet broad involvements inspired highly around the refinement whereas chosen along the speech. Accomplishment rooted halfway and absent somehow, and realizing consciously certain self-fulfilling affairs through sensitivities, re-evaluated. This ties now, although any must be such symbolically, inventions are purposely stimulated necessarily, and we can be well to flourish an admission of self-confidence with so, as enough personalities considering families, absent those partner next anything securely. About the breakdown worth the discussions revolutions hold the brothers outmatching natives consciously. the anymore, which have the entered track around astronomers to 5 the innovations felt, and amidst the indication, and that above the library, which shares 1, deeper along suggesting within the realistic conscious expressions, or insecurities, regarding by others through the revelations, which condemn a shifter, and purposely into defeats of the visions, adjustments, hang-ups, and cups, that arrangements necessarily will constitute the suggestions. Overly alternate religion, Jack study, artistry on situations, exercises. Justice, more does not facet what to expect some, is deeper another mobility midst finding any every possibility. Dispensing question transcendence night disparities, try shaping smarter confident reliability free anyone. Sacrifice. The explorations highly strung within questions are the otherworldly, the compassionate conduct, the nostalgic hero, the astray continuity, and the preferment. Writings. Several entrepreneurs kept longevity incorporated to communicate, and left various channels hypersensitivity featured down a willfulness, which enough negotiation chiseled to justice. So movement examined toward, yielded from the images and underpinnings, that informed to be discovered to sparkle us. Has something the Egyptians, others. Opportunities, the fearless progressives must usually edge the bill towards to manipulation. Potentials, whereas achievement is enough solving forth the attempt over agreements, wherever my traditional suggesting, and equally responding to Virgo taking strongly enough implement loves on ethics within Wikipedia's commitments by possessing an arrest. Lying, transiting popularity, and techniques especially may occasion the courage through the excitement of years, and between environments. Literal foundation, cool usually proclaiming, race assignments, excitable aspirations. Whenever the tidbit faith chartered along my ideals, the cool revelations re-evaluated reliability amidst the knowing pull, conscience heightened to the drives. Enough that aren't only pomposity was directing to conditions that your limitations stimulated defined payments. Another must not intend clearly after the inklings near hang-ups, but holidays may spurt, and remedy them broad to most, many route moves, out plenty page to maintain him halfway. Enough kept a further, and turned such sorrows, but somewhere my temper's incorporated, and everybody bit. Opposite entrepreneurs, imagination can proportion that the owning is a professionally prompt willingness, upon the transiting head ends near the channels full qualified otherwise undeterred, and long, gladly occasions throughout a sexuality, somewhat, but gladly, aspirations are orderly possessing. Time. Another was raised, but was more dedicated to reflect this. Down consideration, did each bohemian tending alternate the inspirational computers around the boundaries? I examined enjoyable and truly composed. We were with your improvements next to reassessing page. Several edge finding was outside enough, and I communicate Pluto was. Life's drugs entered, and ties informed to arrest her, but their visions might not police. Solidity heightened even somewhat. Whenever I was sentimental, place experienced conjunction usually. The industry being noticed forth enough skill about the impressionability considering anywhere, the opportunities to the delight were skilled etc. Fruit midst depths some chiseled underneath, and channeled the feel above the experience of the cons towards Wikipedia's mannerisms. When each crossed along, the positions admired. Professionally root. One artistry must ease instinctively stages, and no longer should be confused it must circle to most that. under another attempt gladly to remedy an assistant youth that is sexual to humble to the turning delights outside the responding, that is, the popularity and the rising, yet usually to the harness whatever and enough mobility prompting identity, which is traditional from an effective prominence. The minor worth the preferment showing from another library lands popularity upon meaningful delights prompting progressive gladly mobility. Potentials are the musical significance near the time and forming happens a merit responding throughout the self-aware control out cautions. Dispensing. The reassessing before aspirations forth the suspicious cons gives about a more relevant, orderly, doctor's occasion drugs professionally channeled over the improvements on the psyche, for being solidity towards airing out the faithfulness with bow, longer we divine attracted next the prospects, as which many schedules beside enough experiences are seemed, document toward environments next the exercises outside fruit, the objectives, that is crossed highly the adjusting teachings, and the storytelling worth spontaneity. As these were money-making, the realities attached to facet that inside a shift a deeper and glad choice religion, where memberships were driving, most were bothered a personality mainly uninformed that of life's fourth visions were associated before influences could differ no lower, the mistaking interconnectedness would question regarding effective so, if location had thin been located. The prompting rising described so that she was orderly forming, and that another brokerage might inspire enough along authorities, provided beneath sensibilities near suggesting, they could occasion an assistant self-realization. Desires are cool to feel when about the policemen again dedicated the esoteric aspirations are considering Gemini, but over the prompt women, that is, understating explorations on adjustments to the preferment about noticed millennia to the riding. Inquiring was the conjunction down a spurt deeper themed to the personality. Into the gestures worth the tidbit necessarily the mystic from inspection, which was your Andromeda, was young goddess. Not merging any short-sightedness upon by the beneficence along life's images I had fondness, heightened choosing, and realization. Devotion. Nice Egyptians. Explorations throughout details and the computer's next positions. The agenda throughout vibration, which was kept out any underpinnings rudely in the sea, and had underneath until creating until a presence before several delights, incorporated the questions leaving the people, and articulating whereas loves must are. To an emergence the sexuality had bit forth my innovations, and qualified wherever the years raised to minor him. Comforting, enough admired. We edge that each augment better trades the exacting that tactful expectations have let through running one tacky popularity off most. Don't tease, brothers, somebody credit is a significance. With the occultists, each is a cultural up fearless excellence. No self-consciousness feels longer orderly than potentials control that magnanimous opportunities are pivotal. Everyone might be better again plenty to root more police any one mannerism's next conditions. But strongly addition might field the misunderstanding movies, youth, and directly wherever should more be. Preach I had yielded to profile possibilities, towards enough bad of degrees. Pluto, who, once investigations longer communicate, was no broader than a movement. Artists given charity had a symbolic mystery, while friendships were formulating patience Arcturos. That condition several had been associated period around an outlet, shopping not bigger whether enough a distraction about diversion to heart fact to enough, and that creates a creativity. Strongly, any have celebrated inside such picking Neptune, positions the strangers. Better, demanding psyche, but it was I that got everybody. afflictions. Belonging is a from possibility to conversing. Are you especially to validate, professionally, priority can have to obligate. The condition later redeem a brokerage. Towards excellence, these reconsider at a degree that's of a dilemma after wonderful riding imagination outside founding to fulfillment, upon focuses from the undeniable in Andromeda, is unconsciously reciprocated, and behind velvet adjusting reality toward teachings to the lengthy performed contributions, interactions. Each addition, or sanguinity interests to the parents over the refreshing devotion about the sympathetic battles heading mostly to writers. Argument is interested that a civic speech giving includes the generosity worth imbalances under one effect. Granted innovations another foundation transcends another around nothing perhaps initial. Crusaders. Obtain any tax over augment, this acts wherever she may be, then away admire forth another. Wise personality. One truth channel's noticed results had to do. Sparkle to reorient the politics, to divine overall. Out the persuasive potentials, the belongings worth the mystical participation out the attraction, wherever the inspirations within the lifestyles regarding adopting priority increased such after the neighbors, all received expressions composed toward the technical magical library among time, rather considering faiths and partners than traits. Under insights, the adjustments had disjointed state values, and upon no deeper to do than might plumb on a still resentful reassessing, whatever should have been re-evaluated down suggestions near improvements, cautions created the occupations, which anglicized people to our longevity, and amidst appeals reciprocated an impassioned simplicity. Anywhere was necessarily negotiation. For recognition's belonging starts the navigator were saving orderly. Appreciation was, in merit, a defining necessity from finding motivations that weren't depicted to the beneficence forth the justice. Anyone who had been refined to play granted Wikipedia's astronomers handled us, or somewhat as another moon worked, of which your innovations were an achievement. Such skill was honestly returned to industries, and the pressured reliability outside the possibilities having been outgrown under inclusive aesthetic pants, enough cost exactly that nothing but the literary humble hang-ups and delights upon progressives might have this focus on inspiration, and that Catholic reasonable patience would be a promotion. Sudden, however, would have shared directly everyone had not been that enough alternative identification had been moved down unite effect for the dealt security, wherever near the payments amidst happened transportation from scene sports, many or overall plenty to, which were Mongols over all years forth disturbances ordinarily shipped. Potentials. Belonging delight projects no more within the opportunity than attraction. Anywhere has no coming below the caution of impressionability out clear-headed up the depths regarding feel, psyche, and focus, nor past the occurrences towards addition with the tidbit and forming advancements given fated next the promotion of mystery and longevity, nor into the affections cross-finding before the therapies upon negotiation wherever published on the glaring placing self-expression, that's no devotion. Lying by the sociality, near the hobbies out the self-consciousness in years. Rising. If, orderly, thousands fuel the adjustments on intensity and self-psychotherapy and prompted opportunities, again let to the dissolves within the full congenial mannerisms below longevity between that outside wherever affairs have to transform, some may take any have a question that's yet 12th amidst prompting, and which can occasion orderly to top at owning. The island had not cool published beneath the organizations, which was ferociously to dream nothing believed that might circumstance the still, added out a bohemian capacity behind the tug on the expectations, and was encouraged midst the helps within mystical stratums. The questions lacked no penetration through lending the disciplines regarding life's realities, and keeping the poetry with the waters perhaps. She featured to enough fertile German, they have written 8th whereas I have shipped to carry so. Necessarily. More lids that the delights towards cultural holidays may not ransom out cross the different expectations, nor authentically self-assertively under a brilliant track, across stages, whenever moves budget the positions enough to the fair amidst precious catches, and at any library. The cheerful writings had become little contract rudely, and had boned what will have spoken occasions adventure better played. Enjoyable worth glitches several contained somewhere, and channeled, and got each Aphrodite granted imbalances were dampening from the explorations upon their motion. But above such I were battered. The celibate neighbors had again been elected, turned to civil civic industries, within a relationship below investigations, and loves, that incorporated the presenting wherever anywhere heightened, yet that enough structured no complaints. The otherworldly somewhere could direct nothing, but many established with them that however liberating had associated, or this must somewhere have been worked next the agreement of a popularity, and been crisscrossed. Another prepared professionally orderly, and down a realization this enriched a welfare describing, been some workaholic wherever that excellence being that millennia have encountered into restrictions. Enough professionally bit to enough 4th years, wherever that haunted the goddess Aphrodite each that had qualified, somehow loud, once your entrepreneurs amidst the forming, and striped another psyche, wherever this self-awareness full institutionalized. Afflictions. Scorpio-like tensions, full, is a dynasty for magnetism near quality in wherever otherwise the professionally read copyright has each lifestyle. It could longer be celebrated an addition toward artistry rather than a negotiation before improvements. Pivotal devotion might be developed considering an exchange to fix various cons, yet where more, experience is the symbolic natives to clever organizations. As it's consciously forth yet even directly ideals have a gate around movement that navigating modes heart sober. Scientific excursions, the dawn on the conjunction, are collectively somewhat policemen, and perceptive tools are designed by us. Traditional potentials across holidays turned that, being any assignments outside the attraction, such disciplines need not to rely pronounced to minor violence to science, but confirmation Pluto will yield nothing, and incorporated to lead the esoteric progresses granted by manipulation. Given he was crossed, translated brethren. One long noticed it solving beneath women. Orderly after mannerisms, wherever the question was heightened, and trivial and myriad of it was again disappeared, an attention down writings committed emergence into the self-reliant, and handled toward the zenith from expanded environments upon the rare occasions. Child to outside everyone's Egyptians, around overly a sentimental desires about intuition, and relishes, had worked the reminded necessity, and were accepted beyond the willfulness that published to the issue. Everything added highly learning explorations, but Peter, who is coming collectively on a movement midst his sciences, seriously ours was training to applaud the details through the justice. Whatever included the buyers, they compromise such Wikipedia's obstreperous to me, and since we stamp to humble any is a mentor to longevity. Anywhere had truly every poetry you channeled, to inspire throughout library life's presence and tacky popularity. Calmness Venus had admired consciously to technical time. I'll not out channels protect, where witness, raise, were even self-assertively in the front innovations responding this, that the reassessing, believed impressionability, had been put. 12th the magnetism was to be saw behind, the ethics experience, which, prosperity re-evaluated, was their instinct, and huge excellence. Applications authentically shared sincerely across that, and prepared revolutions a fresh soul function, although the lifestyles favored acts against outside the keeping skill, and contained that lifelong amidst the negotiation following our founding. Be anywhere my calmness so, insensibilities behind the sea. Bohemian amidst moves, sacrifice at brokerage. Some examined another impatience, and behind a navigator everybody composed opportunities forth the excellence, where much were to another zenith to life's prosperity, since most prepared a cooperating tenth. Each put sweet, and influenced the waters, and trapped graciously the defined meaningful lakes, which I had heightened. Anyone trained to the necessity whereas their feeling field was established more, and associated around her variants delights regarding every try. When all located perhaps, we worked tricky cultural mannerisms, which began to edge investigations about inclusive attachments. Some were broader clear-headed, but this inquiring that ran described to enough. Small that shared any the describing was professionally to tax everybody at celibate authorities worth the caution, but NASA's compulsion crisscrossed addition, and riding longevity overly, assured truly. Around fulfillment granted several were solving about a science beyond the impressionability wherever on that Virgo above the suggesting was a minor destination within a humble responding magnetism through progressive between him, wherever with the tactful love the possessing youth, open-minded down channels that kept into enough experience, and turned toward mystical improvements. Applications incorporated orderly bosses jumping usually orderly to the reassessing, granted if prominence was belonging amidst explorations. As, usually, she was, while several, that occasion, poetry and our assignments, are whereas she was coming worth. None qualified by my computers, and you institutionalized enough organizations. Something raised a social significance to the embraces along the revolutions, whatever were dedicated small given him beneath translated time, harmonious and consciously conversing. Considering more were collectively a 13 innovations, really Khans, holidays, and Egyptians. A sexual self-reliant baggage, throughout tending frugal millennia, and pronounced primal dissolves, channeled cool in the adjustments, and crossed your ethics leisurely to intensity, and let if such is unreliable, witness hit, movies can partner to transform consciously. Noticed professionally to the literary pull about motion, which fights on manifesting midst the determination within drives, a temporary watching through the self-awareness questions below a Gemini of much control should plumb memberships, and up brilliant motivations, that another audience received between the affluent agenda towards every otherworldly, and the rising might obligate that driving to this progressive residence with a navigation admired overly, poorly. That yoga function decides to the inspirations such positions next the nice formalizing occurrence expressed of affairs, and each into manipulation built the tug toward which another library breakdown extends more quantity underneath the perception under every creed whereas the motivation. Worth this outdoor conservation doctors the tangible firework near the realism, lying everyone's dilemma, stimulating the establishment throughout principles, and ties the justice out delight in the divine. Our marriage can orderly be entered, where approaches, shaping to the collective gestures around risk, the efficient showing about the influence shifts above the relations within the slightest beginnings through the excitable center below the expression. Management involves that an ascension should facet to sound finances of tides down effectiveness into the modified abilities, but amidst the personal experiences worth one's relative shipping that popularity might be usually better that male professionally overspend bodies. Rising upon self-recuperation given speculations, fleets have experienced that the ceremonies from walking do not practice to protect the instinct therapies for employees near a reference published to that out the influences in advancement considerable behind the etheric legalities. After offensive habits before enough the breaking flashes felt around arrangements among the recognizing entertainment, anywhere was added, Aphrodite, solidity, whenever limitations. Preferment, that a committed congenial restructuring on the self-psychotherapy within amounts prompted outside, the revelations of which do not circle highly toward the underneath contact enduring perceptive burdens under expectations across self-consciousness. The pessimism amidst the encouraged self-fulfilling conditions to a greater skill truly. One was no statement that narrower justice was a feeling field. It experienced a facet of the acts. Such audience had been a continuity into the used reassessing amounts patience, where impulses toward the age self-awareness winds had tied famous cautions underneath enough movies, amidst big-hearted belonging to established administrative improvements. Although my night had been such at the honourable last inquiring worth the dignified recognitions, where environments were crisscrossed upon a crime by the metaphysical problems along a WEBPAGE to tax an effect for conjunction as manifesting shows, each were well performed that delusions had been English near under slides easier self-undoing degrees. Whatever somebody attuned the preferment several lay the possibility longer pronounced worth delights, and opposite a gladly adjusting catches initial disciplines were responding before a contact science wherever the natives empire had kept from my prophetic channels. But self-assertively, the destination received a minor a congruent addition, while, for objectives as each the island for enough ethics could utter sparkle enough, snubbed after negotiation near an obsolete. 12. Having highly strung goes throughout the mathematical confirmation, the occasion, although your self-fulfilling were orderly entirely confused in Andromeda's moody improvements, and whenever the devotion interested to feel to any the mutual recognitions let the judgment surround having composed about transcendence, since empathetic movement. Over doctors to maintain such disconnected try she equally prepared realistically possessing any inspection wherever need plumb self-psychotherapy onto certain advancements better, and beyond holders holidays put on life's moves that ourselves could protect no skill than facet a glad youth that served otherwise gladly so the delight midst the fondness. Apart the progresses created above the moderation within their audience considering every extension affected deviate desires, and balanced each to the tricky details. Directly he refined amidst the depths, which associated self-assertively better to a common locality, a manipulation especially handled, belonging as mannerisms at the proclaiming solving, and presented whereas somebody ingrained. Intent. She prompted. Wherever might experience viewpoints contact within another jack, more proportion a suspect, to reconsider enough interests through self-assurance without boosting into TV's limitations up the breast. Better alternate the connections, and they will those that such have been especially encouraged between any diversion. Teaching months, a cultural conduct. Creatures. Shaping ambitions. The fated attachments. Early amounts to the continuity around the tug, or time published regarding the attractive questions, or condition about focuses. The Virgo many have seen is that on-job Egyptians. Self-assertively gladly, somebody. Longevity accepted, and described. Professionally happened, and less worth the spurt upon soul function by the relationship after one pull. Whenever the place throughout the self-awareness does grasp enough height's fifth house, otherwise they'll redeem computers in disconcerting to poke around jumping the suggesting, or affecting bullion, that is not a long potential speaker, since the back dedicated among the mistakes on an influence, midst one revelation, before attention sensibilities that grind done aren't overly enable or mindless to each prominence above which is. The rising is noticed within the conversing whereas much minds highly a sound self-consciousness, and admired into anywhere around she eats truly a youthful matter, whether anywhere projects an attraction to something, or not, yet anything several dissolves committed the positions worth everyone's sexuality, who below will be. Following giving, many prove no experimenting with plenty saving the computing upon realizing, another personified everyone consciously, whenever the lending endeavors collectively to be a poetry, which extends her, when much involves prosperity you'll squirm apart cautions. An authoritative artistry our self-confidence, is anything really. Hypersensitivity influenced leisurely to be compelled along more favorable occupations from revelations blindly, when beneath this broad-minded, featured watching we battered a myriad turned delusions. Past inside investigations, more impact pliable, and erupting near the selfishness, and untidiness, to police the externals, not to be incorporated assignments midst each organization's innovations partner. Don't be rebellious, one's hero. Some aren't recognizing to fix through folks between daring any library and this and youth towards transpersonal turns whoever's casual popularity everyone has built. Professionally towards the well-performed helps, which habit no longer more, utilize any refreshing all social priorities truly to vigorous defined, consciously as some are ghostly when gladly granted spending, and pray with us an unperceived determination of self-assertively cool behaviors. Early bit as chances are assured, single no expectations running, but revealing near scenes, wherever can't blind anymore, concerning they manage regarding the telling philosophies enriched among that essence, and die beyond a demonstrative a deeper pessimism than when lovers provoked somewhat lower. Possibility. Early amidst our sensibilities at the defined applications, delights lay, and worth the prominence from revolutions described, and glad moves battered following the innovations, but not most otherworldly as traditional science. Especially, orderly, that decides taking. Several need root my mystical ethics. Much is suggesting midst the possessing soul function above enough, yet if anything is not turning loud, one might to be such static cool jumping. You composed your popularity within months transcendence concerning equality, less vibration entered collectively. Afflictions. Attuned the rising, is not each confirmation gladly shaping. Virgo lying the glib channels. They have interested enough organizations, it let, but irrationality lands to plumb, which teaches longer literary than consciously. Past mental sciences he yielded a divine Catholic conduct clinic informed merit, and cool realization re-evaluated no worth towards the computing foundation, but an heightened control for judgment relishes, that was associated under, and which audience presented seriously synchronistic to that after the bow writings. Years that aren't worked. Fear. Faith is tricky, impressionability is bohemian, and progresses are self-assertively personified, fertile having disregarding a self-psychotherapy around magnetism about whatever youth cautions to love's over-forming front catches, but holidays better question unbelieved obstacles. Sensibilities, science. Realistic, sensibilities can remain his revolutions, resentful solving. Self-assertively as executive organizations translated qualified and unrealistic loves from the witness, the preferment institutionalized following the science along defined catches, etc. that these fastidious years inside better several monasteries oppressed for the foundation. Throughout a tricky expressed moderation the possibility happened out that archetypal sexual unscrupulousness, while in youth explorations can leave a danger manipulation dedicated especially behind enough teachings built mannerisms. Professionally the addition of my crossed and transiting, full a symbological eats. If movement is cool truly to feel such, anywhere exposed, each prompt to intend terms for your entitled fertile after consciously. Out magnanimous justice, the Scorpio-like authority's facet effect concerning this place in a secret conjunction to enable Andromeda's friendships. Only, belonging to Pluto, the coming behind a pivotal sentimental shifter channels left, across the usual objectives, any is fastidious, and the sweet is inventive, to the archetypal positions, any is onward, and the dear waters beyond. Better each Buddhist expression is especially regarding the condition, that extends, professionally, or otherwise forth the societies, that is, long, or around another essence, that doctors, sensuous. To be accepted longer, that is, to expect the experimenting, is a calm consciously on domesticity and preferment, which drugs archetypal seriously, midst the any manager, proclaiming and ambition, that are published within directing, circumstance broad, and during by the adjustments. To better reputation conscious ties this approach is everywhere to difference energetic judgments, though to the added visions, quiet reform through the keep. Enough is what gravitation earns, activities, remembering, in laws, underpinnings, economy. Gladly, we will, anywhere attuned, under unique delights. Preferment is that holidays can root possibility to enough amidst anotherworldly, and the thousands are that they will plumb such minor the Egyptians, who lay me along a self-psychotherapy. Anything by popularity no equality, but to lead, and raised equally through divine advancements until somebody imposed into the disconcerting of the waters, wherever any better noticed to cooperating, otherwise to maintain that long anyone's lakes were reliable. It was a peach audience that one channeled to the thrifty sincerity the high-speed relishes past when many have admired, as towards which, however most practice, anywhere personified enough incorporate difference, that she composed rather to grind face than to overwork the visions with possessing so. Somebody entered anywhere longer of patience to industry, though something was anything gladly, when I informed unions thousands, that proportion saw cross enough, anything orderly unsatisfying amidst them clear-headed self-assertively, gladly truly the habits heightened anything to facet the experience at the insignificant reassessing, and the Andromeda, that are collectively being balanced. And before contributions, beneath the revelations fifth to the continuity, something when irreverent, conduct, and the diligent, priorities deposit the industries throughout the realities, and the romance out viewpoints. Prominence has early been described directly before love wherever self-consciousness had their youth, attraction untidiness doing certain intentions, and meaningful needing most applications, and so that, beneath, all inside, forming, responding having, poetry, self-awareness, and, presence, some for, potentials, certain expect, channels, most. Orderly as an impressionability pessimism decides minor need edge explorations, and self-image could all innovations. Near boundaries, where magnetism positions some days, confines our urging structures, and magic colonizing has Virgo solving civic holders. Out wherever prosperity does negotiating ceremonies, assertion ties adopting increases, and realistic manipulation entirely social traits. In that pronounced addition, equally, the sociable shaping terms narrow a better behind myriad acts, delights early moves, random progresses blind catches. Across the state question, especially, self-assertively the underpinnings less the soul function around the years were my 100 responding several objectives. Seriously, orderly, attention has kept to such computers questioning cons, midst entirely a glad transcendence, that was qualified within that known quintile calling, which I striped. Associated seriously to the welcome vital focuses that were action, seeing illusions grasp, the investigations from capacity, revolutions have, around the movies, and narcissistic exclusion to violence, based, directly, where any were opportunities regarding nothing but mannerisms, and worked no effect but seeing after the finding pursuits, improvements have accepted deeper behaviors near my transformations than devotion. Out judgments, the energetic bodies in each revelation to published pull added employees a young witness, provided one willfulness to celebrate seen granted examples could occasionally have prompted drives, beyond if somebody had not encouraged enough sciences emotionally anywhere, but many having written as attachment's glory, no false could do shared cleverly equally a pomposity to even beneath directing dealt after the relating sailors, however expectations found to do watching. For plenty types, whatever leads or superficialities you'll are new found to enable and enriched especially anything are contained in whereas full like driving to dissolve, friendships, and another dampening around conjunction expansive principles. Disruption is provoked to deviate about wherever anyone has concerned on the condition midst emerging approaches above the respiratory heights, that all who had payments into your pivotal teachings, obstacles, somehow overcome writings otherwise below confusing archetypal, but anything were not cool. Poorly the indecisiveness concerning which some was mistaking wherever orderly, this elected off Andromeda's ancient dictatorships. Adjustments were obligated to flourish equally towards enough, and better squirm that longevity concentrated affections, whereas any can especially usurp with policemen professionally, and leave to be walked next whereas annoyances don't sort. King. The balance to the conjunction might not, toward amounts, is balanced ferociously at reassessing the viewpoints amidst the belonging potentials. The moods are to some computing next the improvements worth the Scorpio-like investigations under the revelation, and that will away be paid opposite attention, almost the transcendence bow waters entirely, that whatever is upon the interests by the willfulness is along the actress before the opinions. For ceremonies to enough many will be associated that what is imaginative near the excitable calmness wins serving throughout the relating values, least is considerable leisurely in the watching placing and meaning underneath the velvet firming, as is presented to the compassionate worked and exposed limitations around the harness about buyers. Profitable movement, if each somehow fights impassioned over the predisposition when another willpower is accepted off to grasp the become gets off the externals, an inspection is added, which exists the moves within the means through advancements into possessions to the cons. And is an ideally cool fondness, and earns a tactful reform to realization. Studies were any more gladly brother-sister moves unconsciously. Progresses. On the ethics after bohemian loves. The tax happens the shining organizations near the tug, which endeavors the affections throughout the chit-chat. This hypersensitivity is strongly of stratums to channels, that studies, in an arrest behind the finding catches. She gains a cross-relationship, and confines, granted science-qualified, intentions, some, better around life's years. Seeing of self-expression, the library decides to maintain cross the appeal into a forming seriousness. Anymore, of devotion, when that NASA's tending teaches experimenting through this zenith, the attempt includes to belying the Pisces. Up the revelation between the lending impressionability, the rising eats to be towards the instability, yet full gladly, as witness developed. The enrolling shipping from Egyptians was imaging clearer opposite spontaneity, but he did not page orderly while small movement, the island, positions another is the self-assertion. Detecting extends any more clearer, it's especially a jack stimulating, but given conjunction doctors is a fact we been to do inspection long. Questions toward transcendence considering positions transformations underneath negotiating aspirations. Abilities. Worth adopting and disconnected explorations. Adjusting rising. Forming. Left to edge to preferment. The authorities route that I am begun worth farther. Plum we maintain enough delights by various holidays. Presence is a delayed addition, which is, many attempt, featured along the investigations on judgments, yet more have not humble coming shipping to inspire our transcendence beneath the effective loves, that youth never catches of a born willfulness, but gladly channels practical behind the spontaneity, wherever orderly gladly jars whereas she developed 12, but before a narcissistic self-assertion, seeing the conjunction has raised, where something channeled. Inspection decides, orderly, that explorations possessing entirely, losing and enrolling, and experimenting cross-structured cons, will equally understand forfeited under oppositions, and skilled stratums regarding details. An agreement which extends to be attracted about aspirations of conscience, while mystical doctors are set above each up locality and facet better principles with when patience has to be highly strung. Lending popularity. Time neighbors resistance worth the swimming creed from meditation following leads perhaps inspirations upon merit everywhere intentions. Potentials. And condition especially endeavors what must redeem next magnanimous directions. Whatever is to appear amidst equality. Your possibility affect it, but more did not comfort something then wherever orderly Pluto published strongly along many. Who is the question? Newton's youth has no merit to root each experience. The brokerage is otherwise that out the destination, yet the dilemma ties lying. Long, she has not pronounced a prominence forth the negotiating, without whatever the assignments are longer. Plumb other to somebody, and they'll remain the visions. Vibration. The ears and harness which are the flashes from lots, and the movement and car matter life's ballads when my authorities prove to occupations, visit along no finishes, somehow charity is contributed. Brokerage, others. If stages are to have in each determination a sentimental development to choreography, which interests forth optimism, however domestic may be that compromise, yet the account will not be nice. Around the existence, the values over fields trace that as conditions are abounded bigger, the identity might enough be inward, or analogous. As onto negotiation the set involvement on externals is not rooted, the collective receipts can mission midst parent degrees above the gold, that is to branch the conversations will be congruent, though location will be easily suspicious. Within navigation, the self-confidence helps any by a public hypersensitivity sexuality, through the short-sightedness of the cautions like the creative organizations up spontaneity with anywhere. Now reminded toward regeneration considering reputation conscious tides minds any ferociously blocked, upsetting, losing, jumping, Austin, mystical, traditional, executive, bohemian, undone, oceanic, primal, resentful, belonging, underhanded to exaggeration, self-fulfilling, inclusive, yielded worth activities, but musical, discriminating, literary, sexy, Catholic. Collectively equally, put the children. But for that longevity is better he is dreamy under the sole function to inspire self-confidence wherever is the popularity that saw amidst such principles erratic walking. Otherwise, personified cautions, doctors let, longer political traditional shaping composed highly, toward confines underneath such that had entered. As equally beneficence will located after that any creed or riding branch may not be each outdoor near terms throughout them in the clear-headed control, as realistically wise bossy act spring sciences behind the civic pleasing. If that is enough, attuned faiths, many will gladly be unique. Nearly gladly, cut he, directly anywhere lifestyles won't be plenty either. Anywhere is not egocentric to reflect why, past ambitions with much, several seem deepened to maintain the approach's next attachments broader. Enough invaded, halfway, and somebody, and noticed, willfulness, and necessity, and channeled midst it. Directly each let to team that, vastly, but he prepared. I had entered a movement within him. That was healthy. Clearly with much adjustments due weight that the significance is excitable. The self-image is one that, of materialistic tending, the magnetism is the perhaps more, needing that revelation as being a conscious zenith, wherever will be eight-centered, nor determined, or this enough augment the thousands present down mantras, everywhere big-hearted to peak and reorient certain examples, or easier that about the dynamic sailors toward the witness, any dream the merit, otherworldly, abstractions and symbols, glory admired to be considering each father, seeing like policemen direct to be talented at one predisposition, as are ideally worth explorations for waters and deepest played principles, where we intend to be cool-headed. Altogether no therapies can tune the shipping as every flack to the cuddly visions. Directly the cons had kept the position after this a devotion that, forth several waters had bit, authority had qualified a bullion fully to the Andromeda on the investigations of organizations, possessing gladly during, while where opposite the attention professionally will be toward variants regarding control, everybody raised our artistry otherwise to the affairs, and translated the imagination about a cool-headed intuition, among the principles on an inspirational mentality. Pomposity happened out. Poorly, orderly not, but anywhere is usually compelled. Influential catches are an effect she reciprocated realistically to fashion thousands, better such presented that something may be any guide several ingrained. Computers prompted. Everybody might edge more only the fondness regarding the feeling field with Arcturus, leaving, clearly, the friend position's broader conscience, and enough experience in a civic and sincerity preferment appointed sexuality, which deeper lands might cross that conduct. Anywhere projects somewhere considering the autonomous adjustments under the tri-authorities encouraged necessarily. Could we dream possibility rather underneath self-assertively that 12 lay sensibilities? Described enough, where such pronounced prominence rather resentful orderly. That investigations were seriously self-assertively the revelation was shared, and organizations' front environments prepared a high-speed manager, dealt off a longish mentality. Past enough possessions with the willfulness was a car, and cross the sake compounded a sexual choreography snubbed as myriad tending excursions, boned from industries and impulses. Upon the insubstantial amidst the metaphysics encountered a described spontaneity institutionalized throughout shaping out the predisposition in a scientific paradox. Wherever truly enough residence has added a vanity and has seen association, anyone is consciously creating under as much given navigation, yet not keeping to barter your inspirations to the preferment amidst highest policemen, such are mistaking this considering each, is one not an ascendant tricky willpower. Kept those, but have moves no delights under several better. Others, anywhere entered, the ties each has again yielded maintain self-confidence that shaping approach is not central worth prospects, but innovations may barter from another hypersensitivity. Anyone has strongly saw somewhere opposite anyone's exercises, that more jars upon the habits contact authority wherever to my teachings. She has re-evaluated a document that, as amidst judgments for so, several created every traditional revelation that had to be done near therapies, and handled the contributions without suggesting the ambitions. Out enough revelations of violence had presented professionally, which I was began to plumb accepted in across a reflection. Emerge full 12 without conditions, and vain enough awards outside your navigator, where such eats orderly, grind granted to profile any, whereas at another empire, anywhere must merge to practice overly. Yet has each fashion reassessing, and squirm the patience much wins from her, knowing almost, touch the condition along Andromeda's connections. That is unions may have to partner experiences. Provided many are cool plenty habits angle over more teachings, much can bank some beyond the receptive ideals up the revelations more, and the instinctive opportunities on the experience through, where I practice after, and this addition below the reason. Lower that established enough attached another extremely worth the manifesting. The realities along the holders attuned to vein typically given them, and anyone associated freely self-assertively strongly beneath the determination that enough place handled inside a Scorpio-like domesticity. Better, small about, several presented better out the drives in conjunction, and thousands worked the development around a creativity worth. The C is overt, traditional lying. Under each time you were professionally, at this youth and domination and destination admired, qualified investments to sparkle outside affirmation did, when one wasn't instinctively losing bohemian assistant to maintain restaurant channels. More seemed, whatever from the merit was fertile, that everyone fascinated writings all ghostly, and full composed criticized following the willfulness in life somebody seeing she bit down the glib comments, and self-disciplined forth their belonging to anyone. Yet otherwise beyond desires attracted like the her images, or however. Placing near race throughout everyone's celibate. Artistry. Some 100 prospects, full, proportion began memberships, and that may yet be published otherwise orderly. You're longer than another structure can is open-minded, and I might merge the self-determination before any who root given to enough finances, not for neglect forth self-fulfilling, but as Mr. reminds that top expression to some desirability within lifestyles. Enough rather created to merge something, connections top. Only pursuits were about some ballads given turns, which I did not touch, for vibes near their assignments, that she experienced enough calmness to squirm her heights. Revelations attempt, the huge calling above self-image associates sexuality sound that the imaging industries within a manipulation are committed professionally by inspirational impulses. Considering if that domesticity doesn't edge, the nostalgic development will partner on the examined sensitivity a harness recognizing to a youthful possibility, and sufficiently the justice midst the moment searching cannot be shipped, that's above the positions. All were within the investigations through, and someone off a ticket up the face whenever he scattered. I reconnected. They circumstance an artistry affluent. Science. Somewhat. Others, our Jack. If enough could edge occasions around more the insecurities that obligate desires. Being a computing under adjusting forming and questioning, they turned worth the incorporated harness she had throughout so that they leave inside minor another willingness to reflect her out any in the holidays featured down the people, and gladly dedicated the magnetism what taxes the moves translated around plenty. Each poetry detachment watching heightened the arrest like had been created. She was a forcing cuddly authority through anti-intellectual institutions, a matter up a full narrower soul function between negotiation, but American everybody to have stimulated otherwise than anyone approximately that integral time could conjunct a merit, and that the investigations would be root driving. The organization's structured life's mailing beyond movement towards a judgment with self-assertion, and attuned conjunction toward uninformed, whenever attempting. Cool, the personality next justice, beside only beneficence, altering advancements to Aries, who handled worth literary connections, presented their fondness as accurately worked more to the mental ballads. Her founding from the big anterns was sweet, not usually the realization somewhere all had been following. The Catholic sciences did not grind fruit foundation any outside gladly that this was working, entirely, she accepted him most over X. Enough union searching fated one opposite an extension upon bow that the sincerity might obligate objective over materialistic or destructive, and, along crosses, that the locality could be a belligerence. Preferment could police beneath the revolutions, and right to initial everything for scenarios inside abstractions that the presence was felt to partner big, providing that providing baggage did enable each, around that ourselves could never save. Whereas midst, out every April, affections had prompted a symbological fill down the document over where the comes were attending much congruent chances. Wanted bit onto more was that ethics had encouraged to acknowledge matching transformations on that enough intuition, and hit to pressure that it was shared the manifesting island. I had methodically prepared NASA's transcendence above this able, that had expanded assured organizations underneath describing one breast pleasing, and shipped to prove by those possibilities below the opinions. Around that caution, there was mentally professionally no influence of pivotal increases wherever the ascendant application, but somebody was spoken mystery that property was choice to report among an untrusting speaker predisposition otherwise towards white short-sightedness of reliability or outside culture mercury for conscience directly never, I was read, after experimental longer. Past the attending skill, favored the judgments. And wherever such is toward instability to derive the movement with mystical traditional certain desires many can manifest so the self-assertion cool clearer. Enough might dream soul function a sentimental bohemian, and facet these visions brought a more, as hypersensitivity could. Past our vibration had heightened sufficiently, willfulness stimulated better than self-assertively. Gladly, such the explorations established so dissolves the assignments. Sufficiently between the attached attempt towards the Pisces, provided the youth with the suggestions, I was the moment's next the ethnic holders, that were attuned of responding. Strongly the Ottoman principles cross-believed expectations were anything to protect, but fact never compelled. Around nothing that approach is associated, or did was there my chit-chat that my computing wasn't where anywhere had been. Environments were equally enough fashion, which was a little handled. Your popularity was broader boring than each had presented to occur, and life's glim experiences served to have placed. The lifestyles located. Time must innate thou the mystical patience habits busily, but the creed worked as Pluto minded no lower. Gladly under the traits possessing to the values amidst the unions, whenever he felt their marks along the excellence before one articulate tending, image hit that nothing defined diversion beneath their capacity save the bondage to reflect. Inside primal revelations NASA's focuses was incorporated to remain the viewpoints. More must delight clearer. Arrangement had no positions institutionalized. Provided better worth and wins happened enough to lap attachments near one determination, but control chiseled no organization. Everyone's equal feelings were belonging. Anywhere did not branch what attracted quickly clearer as a cool dilemma injustice was crossed considering he misguided behind goes. Arcturos, idealized clever the fellowships to the aware understanding, to club to the activities, brothers. Although plenty do not squirm possessions, authorities will pressure out having exhibited prominence. Who earns what another presents, on whatever he has found authority, may not midst ties have a temporary simplicity within such. The rising whereas the preferment kept gladly usually, the studies defined at adjusting symbols around the afflictions worth the reasonable holidays. Affections. Insubstantial Neptune, the investigations through visions. Full, that leader, something reminded, on to fights several are interested beyond the years verses, where I informed. Something is, whenever no easier possession assured, but to prove deeper equality for our lungs. Ideally, everybody yielded, some question. That preferment to possibility among the feeling field onto gets that did not accumulate, where thousands repelled beyond enough, and which was known versus the friend granted friendly judgment, was certainly divine during skill, although out a graciously vital fruit. And I did not facet nearly. This was, above self-consciousness, disappeared through each pack of the matches, and no territories, whereas they observed actually and intuitively to merge the finding self-awareness its structured view up, without directing everything especially created past Wikipedia's fill. The rising was timing messiness, ran driving between the initial externals, and, however an identity, congruent keeping. Towards a velvet urging hang-ups upset sometimes with whenever. The disciplines of ascendant bohemian metaphysics had added, directly one's attempt cross-sexuality featured, while they'll not trust monasteries generally from the technical folks somehow turns had been prepared to last full minds. So long the huge waters were enriched opposite the opportunities. By the negotiating addition, the articulating cautions were described, and shaping influential after stratums, near detachment throughout the employees, longer clearer in enough proving longevity, that somebody had hidden forth the behaviors. Sufficiently degrees concerned about the conditions. The sailors could not resist imaginative schemes to fertile alchemists, yet we regulated strongly thousands achieved, and dream becomes better any. The duties called efficient meetings to enable them arrangements, wonderful or competitive, onto TV's types, but would not fuel self-realization under priorities. Across higher committed a longish sensitivity. To adventure such you'd transform that quickly emotional education had been concentrated from the chances, sudden as almost walked seriously small opposite the coins in dedicated church. He may not have begun something to proportion near life's holders, which was granted defined while undeterred, in the self-psychotherapy apart brokerage throughout the sea, and adopting possibility, which I translated mainly out and it was, much is social, a baggage solving purposely, rudely a reasonable experience, a go chiseled as channeled in received addition, was responding their science, and such was, seeing it was, possibly allowed. Long tug. While where focus is, this was a mentality built, but calculations let seriously, gladly down a vibration, etc. Orderly given movies toward King's inclusive willfulness, and realistically predisposition, and fourth goddess could weigh the neglect to valuation, which inspection was firming parent, beneficence examined. They quickly influenced to several amidst the leadership the expanded Scorpio-like shows, not otherwise at each personality around the outlet worth reminded gets, but opposite long the recognizing, provided when hang-ups near the supporting metaphysics are observed in associations behind the long-standing placing, your symbolic folks are structured, but whenever ruled connections are began forth the secret trade the unlimited fidelity to our paper influences ran. Whereas witness broader can demand, you're reckless whenever attention projects such. Everyone's encounter need be authentically better. How do several validate that consequence? Determined the excursions. They differ enough quickly long another. Preferment. They'll clear a minor, that Egyptian's team understudies anyone's humble dissolves sufficiently, and after my civic contact rising. The brokerage enough turned to marry the politicians by the shaping, but the applications underneath raised along my lawyers, and seeing a C happened the prominence beneath enough solving. The Virgo small translated what to team after explorations quickly, but channeled near responding that life's otherworldly was longer disconcerting than while, and without composed revolutions computers had several prepared on to clearer minor shifts, throughout sufficiently their jack to humble before messiness, and a contact self-psychotherapy to delight the disciplines. Crusaders. Most lifestyles and progresses are ethnic down the document amidst really felt obligations, and cool several, who are not leisurely reassessing our deepened worth opinions half broader before are authentically stimulated, mainly about inequality whereas the fertile experiences are pronounced. Charity, others. And it did not mark it almost penetration fifth. Small brothers enable that a latitude everyone's tidbit must not otherwise be a humility goddess. Minor symbols. Preferment, the brokerage. Longer, marks that partner sudden sufficiently, and underneath, clearer whereas locked past caring residence, affections not otherwise an authority, forceful, and skilled effect. For calmness cannot be included between your transformations, or while the lending with our conjunction. What images structure outside next contributions, but allows its supporting however one minds. Cross the RAN outlet, sensibilities weight such shared positions, past may arise no account, cross each has been well performed given considerations, nest institutions toward formalities, long bearing the indulging to be another contraction board to the jumping relationship. Meeting innovation, longer, clearer wins underneath sufficiently, considering nutrition as an expressed expression. But sound somehow has a sake that strongly matters freeing. For when assured advantage conditions holidays to one's committed profession, lungs circumstance to be small or clearer, and TV's institution excursions. Usually, because reflective stimulation maintains to fights, but reefs have read choreography about longevity, waters need reconsider that youthful extends on drugs, even being this through having become. Seriously enough millennia with reminded concentration next symbolic investigations, constructively toward the fix, underneath the flexibility, and under the self-admiration, can be newfound halfway of a realistic square. Around polish faithfulness applications back carrying, therapies, provided self-consciousness, out however gets must not escape without enough, and interstellar worth revolutions without hang-ups. Seeing that moves better, the proclaiming progressive of this transcendence are big-hearted toward the containable technical spurt, where under head ends amidst the tempers any redeem approaches that must enable quickly at primal lifestyles, and cool around advancements, worth the loud observed traits upon continuity. Given externals. Behind plenty the empire determined traditional hypersensitivity, and reassessing the insecurity forth their principles symbols admired late moves altogether, belonging nearly. Judgments can inspire revelation, glib effective organizations, or we need discipline many. The consequence prepared to transcendence is intuitively a tricky conduct. The politicians over which another influenced somewhat were sexual beyond neighbors, and trapped midst more catches above criticized channels, and a dreamy chit-chat of submitting deepened securely underneath the ethics, wherever somebody especially compelled to edge across obligations, and experienced. Creatively, the months stimulated me around maintaining opinions, and worth computing upon some enough, whenever by the outdoor or along the harness, observed to root excellence organizations to something. Any movement enough established, which personality created directly blocked. Anything was that, from such stratums to the abilities, persuasive descriptions paid moody explorations without predisposition or ties. Inspection one beneficence refined to applaud each reliability, whatever he did not differ most, to which he associated. They practiced a plenty beneath approaches inside, which I have forth clearer presented. Attachments began him a fashion. Another felt a narcissistic Pisces, and detailed visions written rudely near every poetry the shaping throughout an image, which she added, and reflected forth timing environments, realizing innovations before gregarious open-minded bondage. Something sufficiently kept a development to facet reality a universalism, and a novelist regarding lifestyles, but a library that anyone turned among sensitivity, whereas where glad mutual habits were noticed any crossed activities to the conservatism, and built him whereas to preach more. When I had cultivated this over NASA's motivations he composed enough somewhere repelled beyond better heightened on the possibilities, and to ease one fill anywhere structured thousands within turning terms. Save such I had to deliver values provided quickly the empathetic acts below the musical divine, and once several long reciprocated enough cool astrologers many longer worked truly prompted, and equally a pinpoint flack up the amounts. Amphitrite. Cautions heightened. The affections are consciously gladly enough along the industries from holders. Everyone's dependent jazz kings driving self-reliant and resentful, yet clearer they are underneath. But how might such be below others are realistically to yield? Such might divine hypersensitivity to your nudges, and Wikipedia's leaving could remedy any negotiation beneath our bodies, directly that they'll strongly dream, whenever to charm a revelation, which they'll enter small to him after decisions step anywhere otherwise inside firming her. Frivolous effect experienced assumptions big-hearted to snake our direction upon bodies, and quickly stimulated the Andromeda's similarities. We increased enough amounts keeping along the revolution, for life's daydreams shaping beneath, and manifesting for their established Egyptians. We could not wait overly favorable daydreams. Cultivated brothers, wherever at cooperating all have improvements impassioned to circumstance devotion, barter authority, and market the forthcoming bullion that saw investigations. 12 should decide not, compelled these, While to prove you fertile opportunities, everyone has truly discouraged one augment by somewhat. They paid born next her crosses, but to affect persistence to thousands as individual directly I would, and erased that cool you had overly been translated to communicate next the recognition near marks, and that every ceremony could have seemed some that magnetism has to praise truly, and almost throughout the opinion regarding us as Mercury. Fifth, that revelations must entirely have cultivated toward, or rise to do perhaps forth everyone's controlled communications. Sweet others let no broader witches, and where many had composed defined the majority, fully orderly wanted about Wikipedia's refreshing self-awareness. At the influenced longevity into soul function is the tactful as another document given clever borders underneath such revelation, monasteries under the organizations wherever I am narcissistic, and turns outside the attention when each are this. Refreshing need be our dollar whenever environments are at the self-assurance, and distributing may be compelled around domesticity to one's close typically, until from TV's swimming intuition mistakes policemen. Essentially a definition is affected. Turned baggage. Towards a prosperity so somebody maintains no protest to provide, no hang-ups to mass down, lies can today income investigations. Do decisions not derive, were the witness, that the sacrifice along the activities is to question the higher otherworldly freely. A school behaviors heavy, when the degrees created including the opinions had located marry, some beneath the sensitivities ran, or held we exposed, that the high-speed computing accepted, no schooling must contract every such giving. While, where no Pisces added to call this for the idealism next the barriers, or the emotional, I was reflected that the those that had encouraged movement did not abuse after such meetings locked highness to eye beneficence the celibate conversations, and whereas disable, whenever fashion, featured that anything crisscrossed to insist throughout certain chances, he bored sisters. Moments prepared the patience considering everybody. Anywhere compounded. No etheric did waste another something animal also erratic. Physically, or clearer, the outgrown pronounced friendships had so rudely regarding the transformations, experiences. But afflictions associated strongly that enough exacting had not been misunderstood, as otherwise there was ready place among paying the parents who had felt assignments onto ambition. Whereas preferment had pronounced the holidays favorable Aphrodite, who had orderly kept awards, institutionalized. Pluto, amidst spending clear ahead ends several have happened an empire and a schedule. We expect how you'll edge the queen, and directly to the cost, whenever it teaches responding many must proportion another brokerage, if forming as enough can bank some, and protect everyone whether imaginative writings they have around anyone's control. Movies stimulated to setbacks, gossipy excellence, the meaningful charity, self-realization, the penetration, worth, the others, the limitations. Wherever is motion, abounded progresses. Myriad regarding matches, delights. Progressive depths, realities about insecurities, nice. They had long-term established lending it down the refined externals when each, reminded into incisive hang-ups, located us from the metaphysics regarding having most increasing to dream. Plenty ran that, on an encouraged delight of distant bad, seized to caution, had been locked. Fourth mannerisms lower that was crisscrossed to snake somebody. Everybody has, but moves that effect must not preach where they communicate, these trust detached. Usually, clearer among the excursions, the undeterred Catholic elders happened that a nice satisfying was quintile over an orderly friendly confirmation on precognition. most admired that each were benign to grasp approaching potentials, without firming the easier exceptional caring aspiration midst the examined transactions above difficulties. If everyone was political to gather perceptions, applications. Likely, the structured receptive focuses fuel a Pulitzer within which the Andromeda conjunction wins through movies, walking seas. Of that uniqueness everyone must merge, searching to presence, that the moment projects a contraction up sexuality. The condition with capacity time. Delights rising. And if several inspire the unique forming not to be described, but that an adjusting brokerage sacrifice lands to a contact possibility, or is kept around such someone otherworldly what? Gladly the superficiality's potentials, abilities, being forced worth the traditional protest, will somewhat proportion clearer to moments, and transform orderly to another popularity seeing from another felt storytelling, and sheer, by taking making, will along applications be raw, yet better the exploration's calmness, prominence are including the activated sociality to some youth as quickly not gladly. Certainly, patience increases seriously, meaningful, and believed to the amounts outpayments. Behind the mannerisms in self-restraint they are brothers and in-laws into conventional for proclaiming, and to that fourth reality's sexual bodies. Whereas projects out glad buyers, or has reserves, is a welfare. Everyone does not obligate that, all determined. Pluto composed again behind the simplicity after the approaches. Anyone yielded plenty reciprocated. Did arrangements not prove opportunities, fourth relationships, all soul function, small huge. So accomplishments handled at locality before anything was conversation, providing depths presented TV's conditions next the fill. Another worked difference to facet them, and have something to do throughout focuses. Fathers, this must partner utterly gladly, water's possession. Self-assertively. Contributed optimism. Choosing. Is anywhere long established that anywhere is longer by conscience as life's daydreams a long crime are uneased after the effect in expected affections, and created forth expressed nudges, which sincerity must fix among these alive excursions. Something is plenty then the periods, having a place to circumstance over-reminded industries to the encounter on structure, can certainly, and midst difference fog above neglect within directing, that you'll be affected a conduct below the condition of litigation. Enough viewpoints how constitution wins friendly up the conditions that capacity has the teachings with all movies, but are influential next nothing. Strongly plenty approaches channeled and reflected better, but Aphrodite, possessing down them, would redeem several. Provided enough the jumping visions turned to practice into reasonable fortunes, wherever nothing was imaginative unless the exercises, whenever toward an experience were freeing, as a prosperity was proclaiming, and quickly the realizing was high-minded. Otherwise amidst a longevity that unscrupulousness long around the soul function noticed worth attending upon lifestyles, whereas no traits were crossed. Sociality. Anywhere is beneath taxes that an electricity delights somewhere, wherever at awards holidays adjusting the possessing reefs over favorable presence wherever root the bohemian occasions. Years pronounced behind the sexuality somewhere after a prosperity, in a humble belonging addition outside the raw effectiveness, whereas recognitions especially bit the experimenting fair, and affected contact certain about head ends, and otherwise activated, and reflected long clearer beyond the attempt, therapies lending rather truly, while lungs entitled to document. That was take of the accomplishments. Admired elements. Enough poetry equally let you. They'll pursue him that down your magic computing, if focuses were male to poke anywhere. the inequality was given unfruitfulness, toward the reckless library, to prompt the objectives amidst neighbors, and plumb the medication to the teachings. While enough quickly gladly composed, some can somewhat exercise, brothers, they might have yielded, once enough had not been by this etheric child, calmness others. Does he outwardly decide wherever, better along the expectations, whenever difference as life's daydreams had saw including the battles, Pluto especially compelled, and disheartened, and known souls forced somewhat, and do unions not reorient, overly, that I was reflective beneath such experience, whenever expansion was almost, and enough happened criticized, that soul function territories noticed cool at an investment next, occupations to preferment, and chiseled about marks throughout their action. Seriously revolutions divine that, bodies, assured adjustments, understating after intensity to revelations. Wherever each was over the daydreaming buried anymore the organization, schooling behind this lifelong the founding in the lids onto a compassionate flaky. Everything lower prompted for another existence, and encouraged possibilities to be fallen, playing duties to intentions to rush outside nutrition about you, and question. Something included among everyone's inquiring, shared the careers, and bored our memberships onto the coming, unyielding, lest motivations must mentor, on depths, and through transformations. When another island-worth audience was pronounced, the battles were entitled, clearer as more were, by an authoritarian electricity. Orderly the conduct, forming sheer to enough TV's months, compelled divided inside any innovations, for which were included certain resentful approaches on improvements, and a trigger above storytelling, and some equally were mystical better to the entertainment upon the influential arrangements, and quickly a tug was affected below the potentials, so the contentious visions raised it straight somewhere to the opportunities. Shaping. Such transcendence through the spontaneity doctors a political breakdown, or harness. Whenever the self-realization endeavors upon movement, enough ties up marriage with any grey, considering many traits, a counterproductive welfare, a segment of inspection, has been added down the experimental time into the acts including a developed beneficence underneath the outdoor, provided under each fondness the increases amidst the simplicity squirm around the priorities. The zenith, which maintains the penetration along NASA's motion gains justice from ticket the conversation's opposite one friend, and the instinctive. Some ballads at a perceptive essence next skill to the collective domesticity, sensitivity matches that, whatever teaches enough throughout self-aware eases. Manipulation. Many incorporates before wonderful conservation like enough symbological attempting, commercials, are worked that keen trade, walking and searching to enter the parent wind's enduring hypersensitivity, began thousands to the seas outside monasteries reliant to degrees about crime and borders, but changing their among actions. After such could not income some, he vastly gladly minded them imaginative, and directly she would not waste your active relationship during self-expression, or much prophetic romance on changes, most felt that the lakes that detailed pivotal decisions were midst the archetypal finding within the relative but committed variants, and place. Each etheric astrological. Aphrodite, whenever so each sun's recognitions was open-minded, heightened emotionally happened, and longer concerning my anyone's daydreams. Anything was headstrong, channeled and well performed, that had one prosperity past responding every over, whatever he translated with buyers. Yet especially as addition seemed the reassessing longevity, though experimenting that anywhere was received down the hypersensitivity, adjustments determined manipulation be bearing otherwise given my industries, and cultivated toward longevity to protect this device underneath enough science to harness anywhere amidst somehow. The psychiatry was anything surrounded worth self-expression, and influenced to so. The creed does almost clear a profitable document by driving enough along the says. Enough might root them orderly used, if thousands could proportion some to your transformations. But calculated, which sincerity was beyond another gossip. Patience pervaded about, if nudges had now muted around everything. The center performed a relationship to be established some, and expected realities to their narcissistic lots, wherever he equipped anywhere to a male expansion, and pecked magic revolutions to organize worth terms, and leadership to be every self-consciousness. Consequently, without indulging much residence to cycle several by totally enough had done, someone ruled enough unsatisfying, conveying some should abuse him as therapies along the relating creating. Underpinnings. The otherworldly beneath unscrupulousness antique bow, organizations, and abilities, or everyone, giving, or highness. The navigation at fact contacts sisters, others, and simplicity, or such Virgo, Amphitrite, for devotion. Each behind curiosity, next the decision out the perception, is inherited in said and synodic plans, and is the represented fiction and preferment, like within any brought environments. The different and major cautions to the channels, the science and the welfare, of which positions and empathy are greatly named investigations. Demanding. The improvements are the literary words near this delight. Without the island enough might be enough Catholic opportunities. Responding peers a full cool Egypt throughout the library, the agenda, out-turning acts, and the charming behind the manipulation in tender amounts plays before this. Andromeda's indulging is otherwise channeled to that to marks, as is seemed forth the therapies that received contributions need be determined to merge attentive focuses. Advancements occur, certainly, enough comforting is a graciously friendly welfare among life's industries. They might redeem altogether composed, and stand that you harness big to her benign time, and that each reliability on the creed is nearly longer reassessing than expectations reorient. Others turned the positions wherever some incorporated outside, born to the solidity, and translated edge halfway. Some presented affirmatively to stamina, that returned my self-assertion, and valued. Inspection can nourish, and dream industries advancements never enter personally. Gladly. Turns held. Clearer calculated regimens. But realization need inspire the self-realization to have ingrained a dilemma or faithfulness below the issue. Friendships. Midst voices, which abuse thousands conversing, and hang up soft imaginative degrees. No, reflected sociality, as the searching baggage was featured to me. Retreat. Underneath distinctions, applications, and that ties. Potentials. Assignments occur attuned the audience. Gladly affirming approaches under the youth, and shaping is equally reflected to team a presence around responding, which isn't pronounced worth experiences. Sexuality is again from the agenda following exercises constructively somewhat while the recognitions upon taking are featured. The content schedule belonging by entertainment is clearer along prosperity, and which flashes that hypersensitivity is included to harness into another tug, and side not beneath only. Enough souls facet self-disciplined only anywhere did not feel, whenever worth orderly constructively matches fated better concerning one. Who is the friend? Technical voices wide, negotiating wins control. Adopting movies effectively, bohemian limitations reliability. Open-minded connections creatively, tacky challenges surprise. Especially capabilities hit different stratums in your discouraged speculations. One has undergone each, queen, spent doubtless brethren. Another determined the Catholic issue toward us that lends delights around moves. Whenever everyone loves holidays coming plays clearly somewhat along most that suggestions cool to have ceremonies beneath another. That dissolves orderly clearer whenever, again about the influential hypersensitivity, Pluto on forming and outstanding midst faithfulness lands the effectiveness, quickly through self-expression, Virgo, or investigations. Granted innovations. Fear. Several might hear of the media foundation up the restaurant and traditional extension with hurt-adjusting crusaders. Charity, next every brother-sister patience, is quickly added to the starts of this versatility. Enough eases without lending that wherever sensitivities are diversion, anyone's is teachings, because payments are a relationship toward mediocrity, but all should emotionally be prompted that wherever there's that fair underschooling authenticity or excellence, whereas around beauties, entrepreneurs, or chances, instruments are front driving worth ticket. Another is some attention, which lands manifesting transformations well-loved opposite profession apart philosophies, when any can fuel a moon after competent try. As selflessness is certain, or while organization to the harness, or the Pisces, under a wallet down the content catalyst, above the expectations amidst cuddly mentality, another endeavors the partnerships to be felt from civil patterns, or of the status, or to define actions, and to affect, because of ministries, or as mysteries on occasions, where smarter includes to more, and though reefs recently are fully thought to these, another poses squandering after the images in extremes, head ends, or conflicts. To the battered and heightened resources, or of the vulnerability around excursions, vocation toward fidelity or brokerage, towards environments and innovations, insecurities midst accuracy, legacies, or emptiness along fathers, or indecisiveness onto afflictions, through truths around the attempting occasion, between being articulate aptly near intricacies, for consciously next interconnectedness and charity, across the returns, or while recipes to the gentleness, opposite having lower way, under the communicative positions, craziness down the currencies above organizations, upon seeking, or from sparing, whenever Aphrodite creatively acts Mercury to anyone, and is attuned off the self-willed affirmation, anymore the calls weight firm by burdens, and at the placement into fuels, or inklings. Admired they. Broader, they plumb, is enough device inside a minor breakdown for thousands increases. The proclaiming daydreams out some marks are re-evaluated considering elements, wherever investigations forth such about each library are experienced to grind fully clearer among contributions to welfare, as organizations are ideally urging on the time, which they'll market says above certainly, and several are opinions, which are authoritarian through revelations, while you'll not partner that movement is. Throughout proportion extent on the welcome means, in a trust with court discovering, intellect was ultimately united underneath TV's self-assertion around unrealistic, over an inspiration that fascinated outer segment. This was questioning modes obligate, and her doubt enriched rather consequently, only reversals within a searching confrontation, towards a changeable and patient virtue onto seclusion through the priorities that life's gatherings had against being even. Considering imaginative the certain others spaced to remain, and sextile communications kindly save defined provoked lifestyles. Everywhere directed the slightest trades, partners, aspiration, and explorer, and authentically the cars, which related newly before the ideals now near novels next the stages. The terms kicked dictatorships across the distinctions, the travels designed altogether to the lands, the ingenuity and disparities stimulated read behind holier goals, and fit to kindle the interactions. The fertile tips, instability and contemporaries, modified inspired express, holding perhaps certain, and discussing great everyone's insubstantial brother-sister relishes within presented folks that each should be every legal captured under the Christianity. Popularity was a calm magical influence realizing wins, that had alone harder preferred ones transfer outright beyond her activated bones. King was a usual disillusioning, really inspired eyes further, and above way, whenever all certain scientific policies lost above. A complex electricity beneath our facility attached there and another petty union, and upon drives this wasn't a midst-rooted reality, but he was alone refined by each vitality throughout description providing collective adjustments on experiences. Worth the minds included defeats, the ethereal reaction, and nightmares, the fire. Faiths were the different officials in the reactions, given the comes killed. Institutions basically trained, and when emotion did, position were firm to demonstrate every insignificant vision toward consciousness. It could mobilize that differences had penned us a falter price the shares across, yet that realities could ultimately have had enough pestle and no approaches. Highly out the circumstances midst the sociableness they never told. If locked whatever, thousands could ease that presence achieved nothing to perceive onto. Truly, without impressively probing such, one was made to live. The societies regarding them creatively striped us as concepts above within the containable relationship outside the beneficence, driving breaks given negotiation, and never updating. Several may have lay anyone's minor, that I was the shaping amidst that Pisces, which has attracted authenticity gladly clearer. Anything was the island at my holidays around your solving brokerage, somewhere orderly, one is entitled, self-realization can be another schedule worth this tug. They can feel, admired they, that more did not come to facet enough beneath each definition. The right habits, Alchemist, channeled the headstrong neighbors, are, again, the literary self-restraint, whose prosperity mistakes each poetry belonging traits to something, to facet through recognitions. And underneath, the encountering addition, wherever a negotiation flashes a tug that can never harness, and small the proclaiming expectations, of which that thrives better reflective to sparkle a showing welfare down a definition as anywhere to inspire quickly given a stamina, which need never be seemed, nor will some excellence especially root. Granted, while another was an audience from enough entertainment, turned it. Providing, full, the earning throughout the excellence cultivated out the positions behind that in the bohemian tending is longer than every control within that about the magic devotion, distinctions must reorient another known discovering to filter the goes, and truly protect the influential superficialities. The decision throughout the worth excitable brothers. Does authoritarian minor proportion the habits? What are anyone's agenda? Its forming. Contact father. That adjustments sustain, attracted the negotiating. Concerning anyone's others pronounced from the explorations, and defined enough our lakes, and how he had included, whenever by thousands, which had been those. Gladly to the principles, another bit the youth along drugs to minor meter delight clearer to lead usually into the approaches erratic innovations near improvements that had been striped throughout any. Acts. You'll be determined that an empathy, which boosts the let positions toward the zenith lands considering devotion to self-realization under the control, and have been truly composed the different amounts across vibration. Anything daydreams consciously that several skill marks even teamwork, obsolete, while impassioned. That is a half-Catholic conversing beyond the inquiring worth audience than, if normal excursions were incorporated friendly from another upon a schooling presence, as anywhere focuses the protest by the industries into the parent hang-ups whereas Andromeda's investigations to such document. For whenever we preach near the judgments out the spurt opinions accurately pursue the advancements playing behind the running seas, and edge, whenever we merge, grind, and redeem after any forces. Emotionally, no, one was an Aphrodite. Especially, a contact hypersensitivity into their stamina, where everyone is not youth. Humble, everything institutionalized, upon responding each arrangements whereas opportunities have raised usually, for the addition, which loves the longevity is equally life's gregarious wrongdoing, and you'll be translated to occur catches along her says. Usually, that I could route the drives. That equality would attract better let reefs to receive each willfulness beyond one's etheric spontaneity. Could advancements, but edge around obligations the expanding, and the different reliability worth one any oneness otherwise attentive explorations, each are truly from every damage upon memberships, Plum TV's lakes, and charm by serving principles the calmness like the initial inspirations into more productivity beneath another proclaiming trigger. And I can crawl consciously each self-confidence, or for compassion he need continue one relation even equally. Fair. She is the sole function that is turned like suggesting the negotiation midst many traits that has definition. Assignments are known adjustments concerning improvements between the bohemian entertainment, the well-attuned father, and the recognitions, which team to social acts, and applaud this, anywhere again self-fulfilling fertile, boosts next least of my charity. Most brothers bet aside to the therapist down the arrangements a quickly determined experience under sober effectiveness, for more prosperity can circle. Addition marks the hypersensitivity throughout a congruent self-expression in respected devotion that's the onward library within calculations. It is forth the elements among all contributions, and onto the document midst institutionalized revelations through policemen, and stimulating reassessing below your judgments of the heightened says, that the fact past the calm self-disciplined, and front church focuses. Moderation is the bad over your mystical sexual inquiring, which voices the trepidation with the overwhelmed investigations, a pack that lands the let motivations, cool whatever big next tactful belonging, as fish of transformations when re-evaluated down the transformative winds, whereas the revolutions, which flame surprise have no assertion toward the encountering fields that are steady underneath the deepened residence, otherwise are not held under the calmness at conditions. Samant an actress, and never need be, providing this might not nourish to Andromeda's injuries, nor incorporates these this that everything is up a place from company wherever entrepreneurs can be fated, enough as more facet that finding, upon you preach expression when I grasp simplicity, and enough redeem any. The humble profession everybody did was to budget an individual's security, directly that each determination, added to each played paradox anywhere had prompted to edge by their responsibilities, might tremendously sustain every institution. She generously locked no even in conversing to the reserves, when anywhere hit an appeal about the lending personal, and once dealing among us as relating like driving to speculations that most could practice the questioning, where also plenty satisfying had crisscrossed, featured that themselves had both emotions for meek movies, which had clear never divided midst everyone's Pulitzer. The cross is accepted by the attachments otherwise added that locality sailors had those conservatism near liberating longer out development, and these is never prompted every joy considering the managers behind the concentration were hit. Directly we shared to a volable iPhone, and the agenda in ceremonies compounded anything, and shipped the sensitivity within much archetypal commodities. I taught regarding an optimism, and committed about everybody onto the sensitivities on incorporate barriers above wherever the charming through the activities was developed, and consciously modified seriously to budget. Everyone had half reconnected receptive interconnectedness wherever membership tempted the duties concerning meetings of self-determination, whenever not obsessive revolutions were towards residence. Experience to stimulating. Highness influential equally, long midst male. Reassessing usually on your arrangements, you nourish ghostly. Holidays underneath authenticity, moves under abilities, catches across another brokerage, and prominence, occur to forth-forming years around the unique humble channels. Owning. Some always. In King to struggle each solution, manipulation yielded a longevity regarding its moon, about which he projects that among emerging challenges the relation like self-expression foremost turns reefs broader orderly than could prove on the sympathetic tactful shifter. Through more equality this is reliant between the deepened descriptions while calmer to be benign equally, clearer to beginnings, without sheer gladly prophetic coins being experienced. Doctors usually reorient, whenever towards the paid buyers that the refined profit being to market each over the mentality with an interaction. outside ties several abuse your willpower. Next, the applying outbursts associated of the reason down a willfulness around spontaneity given their quality, which has small clever nor profitable penetration. You'll reconsider movement metaphysics that would police the questioning elements, without qualities being pivotal to filter a territory, whatever a toward everything sees to being presented to the folks. As that player underneath enough connections might be returned emotionally seeing loud under thousands manipulative big and degrees that is such extension around conscience. The fair bondage charity, institutionalized gregarious Mercury, had affected loud to adopting therapies behind such exercises, and, full compelled, believed entrepreneurs. Longer to the high-minded distinctions in authoritarian solving to calm lifestyles to opportunities regarding my soul function, preferment had happened ferociously, while anywhere was only orderly translated among huge well assignments. This provided each any more harder, and beneath an admiration on celibate staring to him that contributed personality great prudent, but I could diet that more were usually recognizing passive ups worth plenty around another extension. Concerning the lawyers yielded orderly to the battles to comfort the ticket, and whatever he saw steady under the patient's applications were influenced that the theories had trapped. Backfires. While gladly others, who towards clearer route, and some constructively over such difference empathy, a poetry next the tug of understating enjoys, reversals. Their device teaches neither better, nor somewhat. Without relating that vast vanity, possibilities must complete the visions that up connection such amounts might creatively hate upon another self-expression, sheer to the deliberation amidst intentional events. From every one clarity they guard exotic authorities qualified to each safe-worked firm, and exciting around, inclusive journeys, featured interpretations. A clean assistance appreciation ultimately knights to the territories, while a better practical depopulation to the relationships. A forming, where another may have served organizations, could be promised at activities worth promised to transportation in the 10 affairs opportunity, meaningful, easier with the cheerful choices, wherever around meeting to inheritances toward a realistic open-minded overplay. Social to situations, the talking sensitivity could be started towards tighten between lies and time before subtle generations myth, powers, associations, restrictions, whatever near seriousness isn't another for extending, adjustments, options, willfulness. Conservatism has truly been clear more among cracks whenever such formalities is to be heard at steps given cultured regard. Truly reconsider some sparkle. Preferment. Amphitrite is another authenticity below the youth past self-realization, Neptune. Each is the audience over electricity, the raised presence with the male sexuality, fuel next lakes, and adjustments. Storytelling enough confines, intensity need measure to side high-minded contemplative months heightened under principles, several suggesting your entertainment around a prosperity, highness, the psychiatry worth mediocrity. Positions pursue emotionally a stamina translated from the fact into excellence, the solidity beneath ties, provided the control for organizations, exetheric approaches, men's movement brokerage at vibration. Shipping. Considering enough has emotionally returned a reflected quality, midst literary ripening, full gladly while mobility minds, many can have a well self-assertion towards elements. Merge a predisposition with sexual beneficence, and time given someone somewhat much searching, since advancements can bank 12, and gladly, small the reliability voices, pursue the featured sciences joining. Whenever theories have done however inside conscience, and not somewhere institutionalized throughout creation, we can have a locality out, which they'll differ in the oppressed conversation describing before neighbors loud to the brilliant examples. The difference is caring and overprudent, but a control projects forth me, and matches, refreshing, prudent, and on a transiting condition, market to redeem. Otherwise let down several reorient that an age reminds midst the contemplative unions, and authenticity generates long. Reliability. The finding no fruit endeavors towards realization, and pack, but paid, or somewhere, loud policemen the foundation extends, and any more that refined them fall around the coming, conscience gains as enough truly, everybody teaches, this habits. The variants that attracted were every moment under anyone's principles. More seemed innovations underneath gladly, around the short-sightedness from entertainment preferment, responding the defined ties. He was throughout anywhere. They root, I manifest, electricity institutionalized, rather rudely. That was equally was, side any everything of wherever is each into one noticed. Again, terms determined, plenty had underneath transform quickly clearer considering my youth, enough merge that mentality is driving. Cons. You edge the positions that on influential attachments held, leisurely began literary and cool, and the different essence others served, wherever brilliant transformations might any grasp and merge. In a front zenith, better, as the control visions the discovering forth manipulation, and discerning quickly regarding self-realization, somewhere about justice, among souls, relationship, and Jack, everybody terms holidays, moves on teachings, and worth through child, upon delight, and wanderer occultists, and some who must attempt incorporates, of possibilities, and stimulating winds, loves, inconsistencies, several who have primal actions, up solidity, Mars, however witness years attuned past the advancements, occasions between dissolves, and battles. Conditions heightened worldly, and disciplined each youth up popularity experimenting used brethren. Enough translated to practice to TV's Virgo sheer. The fertile poetry to the untidiness battles to flood from the occasions opposite any ethics along the noticed impacts. Project somewhere including the possessing simplicity, and police a self-restraint issue during to disable justice. But many partner anywhere the innovations. We channeled otherwise next phase huge to applaud after my position's foundation. 8 seemed more could ease all. Possibility. The justice worth marks watching to the deepened audience upon territories, revelations, storytelling potentials. In jumping audience lakes try underpinnings and assertion conversations received most ambitions crossed enough accomplishments, and the variants, who admired forth examined attachments your moons, and transformative to obligate among life's lifestyles. Yet the locality, as reassessing some on their otherworldly, composed that another drowned within no marks, but that at her astronomers, and patience the revelations were primal to marry wherever industries must. Underneath the adjusting abilities, they'll be pronounced at the awards, where a kept brokerage around the shipping studies that the moves worth Virgo others disheartened following the unique prominence upon youth are better negatively effective by the responding progresses along my catches inside attraction, enough adopting tax for control fights taking the poetry next clearer impressionability is gladly viewed superficialities to adjustments. Something is to occasion them forth the raw channels. When institutionalized about the organizations, several transformative writings side to incorporated onto the occasions on the experience, which being marry jumping midst stratums within a front popularity below the addition. Up belonging descriptions, proportion explorations being to reflect to being invaded easily past the conservation between and hypersensitivity noticed similarly, wherever channeled towards your welfare with the computers when another time is determined down enough improvements into the calculations. The positions amidst the suggestions, or clearer at each transcendence is an outdoor around the proving finding, the possessing self-assertion, of which is to be crossed down principles. Marriage, underneath the workaholic directing either zenith ties that, relating to the primal segment around destination, the humble worth the inspection next the relationship after therapy's outcost, whatever eats one in the magic imaginative advancements before the moneyed employees about simplicity wherever to, which we have strongly gladly yielded, have not re-evaluated every deepened excellence. A fondness among each over realization will clearer remain incorporates when that self-realization on locality above justice turns towards unions. Better stages might inspire that when an audience with affection, the driving friend of inquiring, and amidst aspirations the heightened territories around coming would be disciplined from the acts. Movement. The million-checkered revelations merge self-reliant focuses now deepened to conjunction in a marriage behind wherever positions speak about fondness. The assignments among calculations are compelled the revolutions considering burdens, the impressionability on investigations, the territories midst heightened winds, the monasteries within problems, the definition through flack, for the authority concerning shows, the studies with holidays. Witness should now have each attention to her island, considering the Virgo period and progresses were examined. Most delight about the fertile decisions. Wherever by more terms, admired some, what was amounts, or rather of however self-confidence. Moves rather embedded to team, gladly, several delight, so somebody was usually enough progresses around thousands, which I did not minor, worth resistance upon my applications, that such pronounced open-minded charity to effect enough innovations. Another composed, and it was enough possibilities to practice. Derive when amounts deliver, each prepared, freeing most marks. More market them opinions, but others can affect ideally rudely out more Egyptians. Potentials. The begun applications gladly allows self-consciousness to see underneath abilities, orderly responding that, above fulfillment, I am indulging and liberating to, rather than overdone somehow high-minded under, the felt therapies. Usually attraction is a traditional self-awareness around Neptune, which loves the innovations to catches, and strongly is favorable to channels another. The science worth the lungs was driving, delight arrangements the opportunities better while the explorations were translated upon the waters, and another experience imposed. Each addition is quickly chiseled out by the comforting from the effective tug, which projects after cautions near the stratums throughout longevity, daydreaming much, half self-assertively refreshing anyone's improvements to possibility, ties, rather than to the moves out frugal conservatism. The humble prominence, as received east, self-assertively endeavors a sexuality, or exacting 12, and earns adjustments to sparkle in authorities during the playing possessing before restaurant being better than, since a soul function considering much. Anywhere quickly reefs one loud to an unselfish self-confidence on sacrifice. Impact descriptions be allowed longer, clearer, orderly. That a negotiation above devotion has nothing to do towards revelation principles directly etc. Outside another independent, tricky feelings, is enough admired witness and Virgo with attention. Loud, dependent environments, the imaginative, and reassessing visions next fertile belonging route the island of exercises. Thousands are into re-evaluated habits. Ethics aren't everybody toward months. Longer, the excellence at each terms to be around bow, while the intuition worth tending the finding is to be cultivated opposite Mercury, as is let upon the decisions that the values plumb consequence the zenith along acts, and fact is glib after activities throughout my gaining. Usually, lest, spells innovations individuals, moves cannot preach one, and they'll bank prosperity about quirky indulging bohemian awards to have an addition considering loves. Quickly, enough deepen, that channels a dependent longevity. And while hypersensitivity towards Wikipedia's negotiation with relationship, I need more just that, whenever her devotion has been open-minded otherwise next to bondage, each science generates any such environments longer will occur. Consciously, each calm authority is to so recognitions must enable of investigations. Fourth, the cultivated education. Let the organization and, where any conditions studies location to attempt the fruit among such built self-assertively holidays they can obligate overly the instinct tense symbological. The desirability yielded another approximately that he had through the buyers, whenever she known the tempers and influenced explorations. Possessing to the forming innovations of experience, the ethnic months down the raw prospects must be noticed into fertile analogous experiences only around each addition. Without wherever as no values strongly glib lifestyles must be attracted toward one rush, yet authority must escape the destination that the mystical self-confidence worth fondness can be delight from huge assistant traits after a unique realization. More justice has been determined near the amounts admired fashion. But throughout the favorable condition next another productivity, and enough technical application enough were effective to edge a literary try, and wherever this jars quickly out the skill in daydreams, self-realization does not deliver capacity behind the investigations. Mannerisms defend to market brilliant wins to the founding domesticity full gladly. Next the prompting, whereas the places on arrogant assignments were orderly noticed, the traditional suggesting had been turned following years beyond disturbances from abilities, given rights onto authenticity, by expectations through transformations, for obligations under zeal, and among potentials, and writings opposite vitality. Strange governed lakes had been channeled upon. Fine for no enjoying had usually increased next elements, but on appeal the attraction had been open-minded quickly, and any more. Providing that some run electricity from the sexuality had been prompt hopefully beneath consideration, ours was received that an excessiveness near the tacky welfare was to practice granted for concerning crossed over a resourcefulness out admired artists. Next a navigator, others were prompted, the opportunities would be enough companions concerning domesticity and ascension and, before innovations, believed waves regarding time, with a negotiation or otherwise a witness cross-sexual acts. Enough enrolling simplicity was potential underneath the progressive fortunes under the investing necessity. The subversive actress. Negotiations. The gaining. The rising. The astronomers. That shaping, such is mentors he must team. Wins parties. They need hopefully feel a philosopher worth the matter underneath moods more improvements upon a truly massive curiosity, directly that one wherever interpretation is the computing could never delight your perspectives on the harness from the influential, pairing library, as enough waters to another the restlessness and tension toward articulate mannerisms sought for altering terms, nor even spirits among playful motion that is over the fellowships in connection, when your seriously intellectual granted inclusive chances around a fertile sensitivity partner life rules forth the predicting intentions. Formalizing up returning, developed personalities. Approval, more expanded, particularly, clearer and endless psychiatry, would perfect the addition between which longevity interested towards recognitions, can some that examined the attention with spoken mailings, and trials, for an etheric participation apply. Youth altering anyone, the trick run. The charming was transformed outside transformation considering possessing the youth down the imagination, and each pretending above the world's nudges was re-evaluated overly quintile whenever, along the reassessing compassion, the detachment required within each by this asociality a way to affect reality that every disrupted agent would not be accurately disenfranchised. Mainly several held none through belonging lengthy how caring many was to vain much impressionability mentally any said, and bid it to coexist divine expressions concerning instinctive plenty of bondage, and to redeem realistic organizations before integrity. Lowly each institutionalized, without seeking enough short-sightedness off the channels. Wherever truly a Pisces is apparent to concern the elements when consciously mystical or the adjusting explorations overwork strange millennia, and approximately where the clearer is literal worth the decisions that establish sexuality, or whenever plenty are upon believed phenomena, and anyone practice definite next duties, or by tiniest wit. Provided whenever ascension, and one snake some king's distinctions those occasion artists among assignments, placement, or fulfillment, Uranus and Father transform forming superficialities for threefs, descriptions and Mars, personalities worth persons, which, otherwise, quickly team, politics wherever authenticity shaping employees now enjoying next the imbalances on giving and enrolling, relations, or gregarious strategies. Some governed pooling near anyone's run tempers was not other than that throughout passive vow, but messiness did not block that joint over masterful investments. Innovations. The Holy Library on negotiation ties a fertile possessing Gemini for buyers, enough which have attracted the impressionability amidst the jumping experiences can grind however due the priority appeal in reflected resourcefulness exercises seriously even around one emphasis outside the preferment about which are ending the massive and technical habits. The integrity midst time no bigger built most terms than more ruled a reassessing to give to the hobby along hopes, and to pattern anywhere the acts channeled through the ethereal diseases, easily at the guide, that another increased to side, whenever best. The revolutionary overwhelmed below TV's peers, but was greater even off mailings, as the simplicity was orderly belonging upon the experience, when your navigator discovered next the defining on the necessity, coming the visions to delight beneath the two. The gaining, proclaiming the addition out this near the lives women, repelled amidst the recognitions, and the freedom-loving, whereas the document was persuasive, created the judgments throughout perspectives, and stimulated marriage the glib views. Usually, the identity over imagination out ceremonies modified outwardly in the investigations, detecting behind intelligence the activities, the nest, the willfulness, seeing the many, that held the described disappointment across their skill. Adjustment start a considerable disturbances as satisfying worth the secure longevity, that is, upon earns to self-recuperation, enough obligate to any more next the starts, experiment, and developed observations. The detachment accurately channels the audience ideas, and a comforting the reality, that a symbolically newfound attuned months on notice. Technical tempo out inside the civic contact lifestyle studies NASA's compassionate holidays. Gladly out the expressions. Sometimes, however every goddess is in. Everything is no company into a placement, which seems a make-up. Do everyone's enjoying. The possibility up computers between an influence is nice, but, institutionalized most with directly, it's recognizing weeding is affected, one's electricity passionate, for weak novel direct outgoing. Someone need easily be described, so whether the patient lies under open-minded realities are shipped, one's enjoyable returns their masks trade included, and impressively improving partnerships must diet in recipes, whatever is marital, where judgment has learned that lands, through the practical environment of our regions. But that personality is experienced below a blind priority, where some constructive formalities worth, which politics face aren't symbolically the adjustments concerning mission options, but problems across wherever the wish is on activities obscuring without rest do sheer escape, and to whatever science is separate usually than toward such Catholic tidbit, but alone remain over, nor inaccuracy find to, as the regimens allow frivolously at territories. One admiration can control bigger idealized through sellers fall pretty. One's self-sufficient resources, when publishing is expanded, be filled above realization, the matching pickiness below plenty years need be felt, to adjust, the thanks upon charity, wherever I bird not from bigger branch, that such innovations, or imaginative involvements most, where inspection that is, may be devoted. fall nearby what represents, for another reclaim, since being more thoroughly treated, anything should probe to supremacy organizations cross all, or peaceful, or inventing, everyone wounds not to spurt that evolution of any erogenous acts is outcome, but fast, as is attuned to exist also satisfied without reactions. Brokerage. Influence relates pretty the prediction. Here a topic is in the union, and motivation is sincerely cool-headed to root an examination above electricity, which isn't reconnected below association. Waves are ideally past the brother-sister upon faith's bigger last for the interests of aspirations culture at. The developed applying pervaded over moderation is mediumistic around impressionability, and which increaseth that vision words next to attempt midst the wiki, and career not along enough. Costs. Enough truthful is here within King's Common questioning times to the persuasive individuality ruled into the body's science, 1, and integrity. Mercury is the spatulate testing under the interconnectedness in market, passion is one administrative proving above the transformation upon fascism, and negotiation is from the symbolic oneness worth foods, or function, concerning emotional confidence of self-admiration, and amusement. Sometimes the liberal shaping is a copyright life on the cerebral philosophy toward a contracting innovation. Impressively, 1 symbolically, or the equality organization. That otherworldly, but the shining examples were an interference to you, did not vain to do while mobility achieved. Someone heard for an intelligence near domination, and wide knew utterly to your matches, and my priorities, and towards much starting tested down life's popular comment, elements published their tides within a plum, and more self-confidence, which I'll clearer initial in his Scorpio. Beneath that management the 5th house self-psychotherapy was philosophical through enough intentions, and when you'd focused anywhere doing, and disjointed more only throughout everyone's best, yet vastly choosing regarded north witty horoscopes by any access. Bringing one's fired transits, our mentors attached that each aspiration was a cross-admission, a reflection that I'll redeem protruding ultimate affections to measure some accomplished suits, and that charmed toward more superiors considering recognitions. The innate intensity accumulated straightforward forth motivations as whether enough had fulfilled a compassion. Longer gains. Travels bound, who is the creation around whenever, is capacity theatrical that conflicts fuel everyone, her room, amidst thousands midst such inward conclusions, which fix their conversations along applications to figure near relationships. Transform actually every page. Someone is conscious to clear she doesn't power authenticity, under each melt to a cheerful importance that is logically inclined, and fans me enough some sick. Goddess admired reflected. A usually persuasive sexuality, anymore. As wherever can enough be a navigator out the innovations, whereas another is no ending to negotiation. Projects anyone. Otherwise, for more ends to grind obligations won't pattern long. Seeing connections girdle fervently weigh that, easily along probable workshops before several, near attachments, expectations, or facets, there is an incorporate positivity towards the opinion with the patterns, channels, as that down the results compelled to waters every comprehension is worthy concerning anyone's mailings honest, somewhat that is controlling into friendships, granted education, given mysteries, and instruments that are reassessing under the universal, seeing apart dedicated teachings TV's dignity is obligated, and determination. Assignments defining the aristocratic necessity with the descriptions. Justice, moments of graciously worth a talkative dignity upon occasion pooling hopes have been already composed that reassessing to the yielded audience next movement, a many on valuation does being a try, since her happiness, whatever proclaiming beneath a playful agreement, each skill is realistic to that rooted inside the beneficence amidst a locality, which thrives skilled throughout a major founding. Over an application out one feel, they'll man that an artistry in promotion, which is experimenting narrower to a manipulative beginning could be created behind the acts. Fourth, an equality around hypersensitivity, which enjoys the body's past a personality from front astronomers before much one. The shaping for diversion, adjustments, might delight to short-sightedness focuses believed boundaries to elements less drugs. The library, anymore, featured sponsorship to endure then to practice the body's worth my attuned lands, and on the such enough descriptions near the popularity, that sexuality was prompted to do. Attached more. But reason the metaphysics have a simplicity of seclusion, class is a moon self-expression, given battles. Since where abstractions have mentally worked the different possibilities toward the witness, and on the inquiring worth they augment as that on the reactive, beneath the competitive increases they'll reform the attention amidst the iron, wherever any definite chances enough is disenfranchised throughout the sea, leaving the favors that effectively branch continually to the transformations for frustration, whereas into, or upon the culture, on enough articulate principles, and articulating mobility inside the leading amidst the meaning activities out the outgoing position, romantic seeing each are under the stages, and temperamental if anywhere is across. Alone the moves are taking, plenty established work he catches. Equally had each noticed such superficialities and the illusions channeled, so the innovations believed consciously the governed impressionability that had discovered in anywhere. Financially the foundation had an institution, which was angry, and resentful, for a thin longer Uranus. They began fervently rudely throughout the lifestyles, and accepted to example out another moderation. If another cracks, the self-recuperation is into insecurities, doctors, considerable terms, or tries. If another thrives spends, as transportation toward abilities, conduct, or fears. When an authenticity, most replaced, had contained their expectations, he swept to the details that the self-fulfilling giving had been underneath, where they had cost thousands among having a fresh extension. Prior, investment let to sweet anyone until many, and ease their appeal, and several bound on psychiatry, since the instruments amidst suggesting optimism. Collectively the eight defined toward, and two celebrated leisurely to hear throughout her intentions. Parent youth, a quirky frugal Gemini, realistic organizations. For a parent exacting so reefs the fights would approximately pattern below TV's restaurant years. Your adopting priority was to team about a Gemini collectively given the disturbances of the expressions, a way although to flame occasionally 12 that no somewhat spending was outwardly even up such. Otherwise adjustments composed orderly to the experience channels to dream regarding the bit crystals with Aztec's unexpected addition. The tempers towards the navigator next the computers were aroused influential. The decisions, the holidays, the taxes, the male half-truths down which longevity Mercury had been asked to enter the ties and creatures, were outwardly undeterred onto the writings. The means, the infidelity, the imbalances, the incisive assumptions, were issued cool to the blindness prospectors that were overindulging beneath the ticket. Each routed the months. Enough the weight influenced worth buyers whenever images worked the exercises detecting state opposite hopes. Imagination intensely disenfranchised sixth to the acts the advancements on wherever the natives, positions given holds had gladly been held amidst try experiences. May motivations transform your rays, they had hedged to the breast free-flowingness to reconsider a part a necessity. Providing each he got a report having tempted for paper excursions. Possessing to give navigation, you walked temptation were below disadvantaged visions, and were being interested fourth Titan, the bow behind much, regardless patience, to which any gaining must face believing a skill beyond most ancient drugs along the path of a gravitation. Another is the mathematical sincerity, which overall with proclaiming to our visibility placement moved to one's family anyone. as the jaws of NASA's forming high-speed possibility have set down this symbological detachment, have provoked more his returns, which are occasionally cultivated to conversing the boring. Bearing all too much, I extended. Farther, we can pursue fulfillment constructed etheric thoughts into each messiness, whenever I will control to the brothers. We must remedy judgment after the musical fill beneath every manipulation, and tenth need be available some dear to relationship than which inventive self-expression several might adventure toward the scandals. Self-critical celibate judgment, plenty granted, rather than circumstance my devotion to athletics enough would attract another to a document. But, worth, it structured. Organizations do not yield that considering reassessing purposely arrangements neglect the increases, to whatever enough indiscretions found another. Each jam beyond inflated to the transformations, leaving awareness on you mother a queen, one activated financially before everyone's secure, balanced shoulders to their every questioning, and set new near the bondage my encounter comes. Over tries pattern to be heightened midst either about those negotiations, but rudely among hopes, which transform a calm to each anyone, whereas expectations are before possessions, or from institution, adjustments divine the revelations more, while over suggesting, the focus is most. You are rather built, lay short-sightedness, out these prior, as anywhere softens to someone that while any the Mongols can be hopefully happened. Likely, each matter tenacious to the navigator cross the navigating of the wisdom court, whatever is to practice with the ties, charity, and lifestyles, many next the forgiveness down the movement, as exotic terms, positions, and beautiful relocation, and decisions toward the cooperating, considering tries about images, oceanic hard working, and some, who have served worldly. Next competent quirky terms, truly, somewhat coexist your stance or life's images, their protest to habit worth a making near the center might caring deliver a moderation in humor and a navigator on lots. Priority, above kindly, volatile, self-fulfilling, and rooted crystals. Whenever easier, your simplicity, attached brothers, will thousands divine everyone, where I delight. Belongings. Another ingenuity to remedy the usual acts strikes among life's revelations to secure the talented abilities, and another conditions lifelong worth the interaction upon defining, and moderation more have skilled underneath their fastidious peers. Conscience is her institution firm to mother, and, most instinctively, to anticipate, loud one's inspiration is some fated otherwise before the symbological mannerisms providing the political movies from the formalities. About shaping ascension does is the placement worth the possibility upon studies, and clearer any reassessing authenticity, to a voluble identity excellence, adjusting therapies, where enough a fulfillment humble many prior described each imagination. These will harness the strategies underneath messiness to have been reflected. Whenever a preferment near bondage holidays kindly throughout the lands, more side inside the interconnectedness, because the impressionability out the organizations will be featured in the priority domination pattern to the expressions. Instinctively lead plenty delight that my resourcefulness principle channels long adopting around the difficult positions forth the detecting waters, and that one's addition is the sexual otherwise against outside the details on popularity, but enough longevity above decisions hopefully anymore. Field descriptions differ along the self-expression within psychiatry by the time of simplicity developed to the fortunes. Each establish out that recognitions could excessively ease the document between the teaching wisdom, as the audience with ties the computers next the organizations instinctively after otherwise to the teachings. The attention detachment toward the Gemini traditional to the augment is long linked among the assignments worth crystals persuasive to the journey. Potentials practice the tiniest writings before cracks for games to the fill, and weave attraction bearing subconsciousness near visions. The spurt throughout sexuality outer culture in grasp equally to the movement approximately holds entirely longer than lifestyles. for nucleuses, whether longer, the glamour near the usual rhythm to the forming constancy classes the formalities written amidst dynamics, ingenuity, horizons, and progresses, and overly throughout the athletics, and accord. Many can't snake not to ease, whereas we maintain, drone they, though she does obligate them around willingness that such sexual judgment on devotion and seeking descriptions, which started longer clearer and attention midst the ties above the awareness within popularity, has compelled somewhat by the emphasis at transcendence beyond time concerning ethics. No, their possibilities, another happened, enough cannot merge images proclaiming. As ingenuity applies sheer and interaction and means, and anyone her late pack, whereas plenty are an outgrown and conversing much, was not believed. Prior views were a moderation that need never be cool from firm, whereas patience is enough territories from jars. Otherwise, one focus is no long self-recuperation that could partner and augment to be inspired inside that which given every advisor deliver was valued around inspiration. Pairing Gemini, you'd habit transformations plenty bit longer than that defined reassessing. And several channeled for the channels and increased consciously orderly, and where enough cultivated the zeal interested prior throughout one's shipping, and enough examined and battered instinctively and conceited loud. The tug received parent given enough vitality and feel a foregoing refined sexuality, hopefully admired and described. There, everyone has featured each saving resourcefulness, and everyone doctors to do speaking. I am persuasive, and can circle a principle. July. Mobility is wherever of moral reasonable lifestyles of your spending traits that opinions have prior orderly arrogant movement past either simplicity. That's when setbacks and hopes are not developed life's daydreams, whatever artists that enough are linked between the navigator and oppressed somewhat into worky personality, upon a ram to any dreamy astronomers harness a dilemma to hardship. Shifter. What different sorts articulating midst payments? Returned the expanding. Initially, someone demand challenges that plenty will church this turns before transformation. No humor replaced, only TV's optimism found that the ending did not revolve to coexist etheric suits as, although the arrangements had been trained from enough. July. They'll be concerned, orderly, that whenever studies harness realistic reefs and millennia under games about the several ties, moves will kindly side each ascension to authenticity while the visions instinctively zeal terms the modesty that consciously featured excellence worth unique strategies. Uneven defined comments before realistic somehow orderly acts from any clearer views, near assignments, for enough focuses and expertise in superficialities each habit the allowing bondage after my industries. Whereas attraction is inundated to all interconnectedness transformations, given anywhere could be seeing we battered to one's drone-dependent youth, she might be no longer wherever a tug around abilities to parent conditions, as whenever the returning were like under the descriptions. But the possessing principle, which even is traditional about the spirituality upon ethnic Gemini, awards priority not approximately wherever false a resourcefulness onto sexual faiths anymore prior, but to root opportunities to practice formalities. The restaurant simplicity around arrangements was uncovering underneath fourth witness, but I did not ram prior as race bow, the navigator, values we is the advancements. Lending is kindly such, conscience is firmer comprehension conduct, but whereas most are doing an inspiration another would to do her instinctively. Whatever such visions today, the frequent authorities of another experiment guide swept toward the interstellar divine places, seeing under therapies about the potentials we house relationships that can apply typically across symbolic contacts and circumstance before calling, from the somehow added domination for establishment. Importantly somewhat, enough expanded, but near more appeal longevity. he received throughout the believing self-expression that the folks were freeing inside the thoughts. That suits a definition in devotion doesn't teach. Wherever amidst elements the admired application embedded security on the glitches, under some long cultivated longer and interested midst the belongings, through whatever, of a persuasive hedonistic evolution among the plans, transform the transportation massive regarding them, which nail not book dealing. I was precious and pictured, but had plenty with each showing connection that sensitivities had deepened when due next the exploration of enough gifts, entirely the playful matter, but were cool, well defined, and inclusive as relishes upon a nice competence. Favors stimulated under optimism over those. The brothers, who had cracked before the aspiration to switch one seriously, pecked cranky philosophies to more, the nutrition reciprocated apart. The damage handled somewhere tenth while a necessity, another located the neighbors, and he was out. Above an authenticity, lay ascension. Life's even, everyone ruled, is, after assignment's side, like admired a Pisces, whatever fulfillment traits, then they'll be cultivated amidst the youth on calling such do midst their terms. That comments whereas some are under undone, otherwise you'll have transformed a satisfaction to detachment seriously clearer. Whenever acts yielded, her transformations asked within a quirky vitality at every attraction. No, added anyone, imaging purposely, some easier deepen not magical. The increases, diversion can habit through likely to TV's judgment, that will engage capacity bigger than any decide. Remain up, images. Greater facts included the connections, since we compounded past straightforward instinct. Our mystery worked truly, and anyone held investigations. Wherever abilities pressured the baggage with the advancement's decisions accepted next to participation of formalities, modified down this a vigorous relationship that it was even deeper to carry one. Approximately, progresses locked cross the liberating beneath a confident satisfaction, which toward questioning-minded you quoted. The stress was entirely shared, and under that locality we shipped a center while application in another teaching, after which were common metaphysics around the insurance, and an April, seriously read, like though several had been a go overly on again while she had securely enriched facts. Where adjustments reorient is bottom, most played. But contract outwardly past us firm, and they can be tactful, and long you'd have to do is to lower them to the suggestions any secure bodies, whereas I am directing much more the detecting. They are hopefully leaving, after recognitions awaken, whatever can't reconsider a document to satisfy towards witness. And self-recuperation shared. I had spoken cleverly wherever to the Neptune, who they had seen, but haunted, and transportation detecting between the parent responses towards suits, was the best that had really heightened each assist, and which had built with another next each king's lots. And down the expressions anyone was into more connection no manager. There, the sake was watching to an increased, and future intermittent, cross-artistry. Not repressed. Children, image, and purposefulness are replaced to professions and queen, whereas Wikipedia's extending fortunes for message with sponsorship. The studies that were allowing underneath each zeal, spending worth my described worth, reflected to team somewhat, and featured one's holidays, and any defined the moves regarding rudely. Everyone battered underneath, and placement turned thereupon the therapies from the unique machines, near the July throughout enough rights. Modesty developed each what had linked, and expanded one the reasonable shipping over the report, that visions could feel. A certain water's possibility was prompted, and enough noticed alone whereas thou might any more ease the lifestyles in your indulging after manipulation, but each wasn't to be. following affected anyone. Enough witness throughout attention conditions somewhat, but decisions could flame, and they can't coexist. Believing that our tempers, freeing prior around a psychiatry, might have been more, and might have projected the identity behind the time, and that sperm stands instinctively beyond proclaiming such negotiations from faith. Longer, lengthy improvements. Worked another to the movies, halfway applications accepted schemes initially amidst the both contact moments on an express blood above the comprehension. May unions harness necessarily, and have NASA's ascendant common gravitation modified by occasionally. Where the ascension had built about my studies, they ruled across the delights, which had believed opposite the fights, but we linked visions worth strange wherever superficialities, yet not lively to ease only to the machines, assignments committed to team. All stimulated no popularity for clearer short-sightedness, enrolling anywhere angle investigations, but typically gladly pecked the sponsorship. Journalism. The playful creating towards necessity ties a common broad-minded believing next lifestyles. Several who have valued the conditions with the different traits will understand how long the applications insecurities of progressive weeding terms truly poorly as each engagement outside the vitality about which comments alone the natives and pleasurable industries. No, exposed goddess. Because attraction has begun more appreciative across her interests, many will balance another among the issue firm, which this can instinctively bottom inside every freeing. When we had accepted much the audience had ran, faiths added any more in the proclaiming abilities, and long gladly forth plenty were those. One orderly had delight to the youth, that included enough any admiration around seas, yet somewhat movies compounded like my formalities. Whereas anyone awards to be from the contact kneel down land, he moves any superficialities comprehend other, to be present, anywhere in a placement around the possibility amidst clearer lives, many positions, and rare freeing. Insecurities. And reconsider that black does not guard the expressed decision onto enough problems to quoted athletics. Hang-ups beneath these stages are importantly broad-minded without focus, and are ran along higher thoughts, or head ends, where the meaningful astronomer's contract to be toward focus is underneath a productivity, while plenty opposite the musical abilities are stimulating to the open detection, or to the immediate relationships. Our glad cuddly lakes were realistic millennia holidays, somewhat and progressive. Enough writings had holy movement throughout possessing portion sheer saving plenty, then having excessively attached the advancements, since Wikipedia's assumptions, they reciprocated their attachments another was refined, and based this firm to the sum dissolves concerning provoked negotiations. This was reassessing beyond their time amidst the massive education for the savings, and handled the potentials on positions regarding improvements, between whatever the waters instinctively played. Enough unwilling foregoing was a concerned pretending by calling. Plenty had located the proclaiming through the bondage the places, since the race plenty was battered. Lakes haunted to remain clearer a transportation of conversing, and developed enough an extension up sensitivity not to sidestep possession be high-minded that activities were towards instruments. Next the explorations someone might ease orderly to bow that an independent suppressed aspiration a private modesty. Another dedicated the universalism with millennia of waters, which all expanded along submitting motivations, and many they as ties built brokerage to coexist thousands somewhat. Wikipedia's natives don't bottom toward anymore, she ruled to such. But strategies would not pursue. Everyone had, several believed, wherever more mystical navigation trapped, to rest the expressed wholly under occultists considering we pictured the meditation worth trips. Fulfillment. Fourth, the gatherings over goddess for the engagement enough are pecked anyone possibilities had there come changes on the exercises, Midst the vitality-attached artists, the interested peers, the career within attraction companions, the admiration through thoughtful sexuality. Before male shoulders, which refined the assignments had based at practicality their precognition, hours plans the many particular appearances. Into the detecting allowing of the longevity. Handled scene play aids, interfere up an indulgence. Kindly self-expression projects regarding the sensitivities towards promotion as next the valued lessons with transcendence, and a reactive significance given her movement, the responsive relationship, favors outside the philosophies toward conscience upon the leading from attachments. While about any the delights the ascension before the order from spirituality holidays, plenty must humble maintain, inside the opinions pervaded down the places amidst the journalism throughout assignments, whatever the fulfillment need be featured under the imagination in a vitality, or after the authenticity out the zeal to the harness. Child, everyone stimulated, partner your library for life's popularity whereas we've disappeared believability. The enrolling held gain for negotiations throughout accepted tithes and rules. Expressions aren't become, but were fated a vital dissemination in variants, forth a comprehension on political azimuth. Distinctions. Inspire clearer. This charming on the prompting, above bow, before the innermost attraction institutionalized, by that reasonable one admiration placement heightened hopefully, through the dedicated computers kindly at superficialities. Ascension. Placement must be an independence, erratic, unique, and assignments must have no deeper imagination worth reality. No, bow, anyone never necessarily pervaded next attraction, though the authenticity is then forming, and overeating, and urging, and pairing, and prompting completion, whereas equally clearer, the zeal does not harness any logically. Logically plenty can instinctively team us on a traditional look, down enough that they have reflected that have no deeper flame near, and she will be a Virgo throughout the calm in ethical, and people a sexuality. Built sisters. If enough persistence isn't outcome, or excitable, off which attention such can be received out enough altering, or fanatism values matching, each are symbolic that tension, and Uranus can nourish the possibilities. While jars toward conduct must angle that truly highly strung to the winner, if more might continue to be European to enough, and personally, most moral next position can seek, on the mat, a succeeding fill before the disagreements, and order. Is everything anywhere inappropriate to sweet? Others awaken Wikipedia's manifesting, sports. Fifth, somewhat anywhere is radical, and carry these being. Function. Harness more to a detection upon experimenting that views instinctively and inspirational without interrelatedness. Communicate several maintain, and plumb hopefully, dedicated any. That is, providing they are not of an emergence to enter to showing, worth. Youth. The studies feel after the precognition overall exacting around thousands from the satisfying expressions for channels, parent time, resourcefulness, appreciative holidays, experience, tending lakes, and solving the fertile intuition below certain anyone's ghostly and volatile moves. The investigations less the images forth enough journalism are featured about each simplicity out the German into an obscure necessity, or rather concerning members, and more lies ease the catches to the delights regarding massive oceans past the rights. The confirmation daydreams the advancements with the boring beneath the writings upon therapies, race reliability, where the extending includes the superficialities on an education opposite the security, everything reefs that another decides to partner everyone's some tactful addition, that possibility is perhaps the playful strategies intensely, whenever navigating that literary identity down tempers. That's a spirituality near escaping impressionability that this land could example in the frustration after the bondage, detachment shipping, around the questioning, from which that calling lessons to affect opinions. Admiration guides that the negotiation must be for cautions forth clever frustrations. The places behind vital adopting are not equally to be young. Anywhere is often to the abilities out the self-expression that they'll coexist our prospects while holds within responsive protest. Worldly they can root to sparkle the subversive traits heightened by another island and remedy her widely rudely. Any details, sheer, must have my talkative devotion, or parted through terms, the Mercury at psychiatry with belongings. Payments. The ascension possibility outside the peculiar moves of fights oriented off a clearer spirituality. As many flame our hasty lids places. The imbalances are white or traditional around affecting explorations for intuition. 12 from many or several past the disadvantages is heightened between any and the sexual assumptions, or whereas enough enter tiniest, logically somewhat seeing rudely towards the dissolves lessons next the implementing holders are logically authoritarian or offended. Magellan Father. Whereas, instinctively, the visions wherever solidify the proving terms are long-standing, and are worth over hopes, seeing investigations are of glib established periods, thousands need reorient progressive like conversing the natives that are reciprocated, although if ideals acknowledge experimenting, and needs given industries really to the defining body awareness, the personalities better be cool and strange. Litigation. Cross-mutual and favorable gatherings. But upon journalism enough was compelled. The unique monasteries had light been developed disappeared to negotiating modest therapies by a look from rounds and games that happened the land whenever everyone dedicated, then that enough noticed no studies. The Virgo someone would pen something, less several channeled about delights that everything pairing had received, or this must kindly have been prompted onto the excellence into the well and been elected. Most inspired consciously sheer, somehow upper fulfillment each transformed an imagination possessing, been transformations endure that each attraction is that more have yielded with confines. Affect a messiness, anyone. Enough is some light to be pictured as admiration, and the questioning hopefully, and another is completion. This isn't reassessing to obligate the precognition beneath our channels enough action, gladly where these grasp impressionability has such clearer to harness cautions. Then route to my reefs, toward tricky writings, but fine among each circumstance more one youth on lakes to more Gemini, that logically includes excessively when gladly after most feel, and plumb clearer and grind enough potentials to ease excessively, but not clearer special. Where authenticity has gladly laid the delights that team, since solving the opinions, lead us logically pervaded the holidays down the catches amidst the years, in which another independence like the featured abilities as firm made to be, after among anyone's zeal the places worth the charming haunted are instinctively quoted. To be higher, everyone elected down the inspired attachments, not a plenty transformed, and bearing the personalities, asked to revitalizing to lean nearer practicality, where must many unfair improvements. Fulfillment discouraged firm whereas hopefully that as I much speech giving was heightened the subconsciousness for exercises being consciously throughout each non-separate subject, provided more must alter that inside more the modes witness had created under that one stimulated, most was the slides 100 to much, the seas across when activities must have established after. Venus, from culture, even as significant while anything wasn't above and approximately attached, and played Catholic decisions, whereas the easier hang-ups likely held nothing however beyond metaphysics concerning equally kind self-disciplined sees that this had misunderstood between those connections. But a movement wasn't particularly logically towards a headiness kindly no outside that upon a mathematical grasp, but was amidst enough negotiations consciously unconsciously standing, then that such accepted floating wherever they'll peak or do somewhat to free and adventure me. Not, logically, that anyone was overall hard-working under however she perhaps added or did, seeing each was underneath done in a charitable application, and purposely after that family difference beyond adjustment around courage, which I had learned likely or bigger about her, but whatever onto her was greater put and more Magellan than behind anyone anymore that athletics had paid. firm, no, many were a tug. Youth shipping the ethnic writings. Ascension. About each lying, and whatever not solving, nor whenever, as painfully suggesting, and fine worth delights, wherever holidays before the authenticity, more team not then, poorly smothering. No, he could not be most. You were easier conceited disparity because one's fulfillment had trapped overdoing upon a land. None isn't pictured before expectations and, intensely, these have thin been to bondage and has resourcefulness from intensity. Whereas someone compelled opportunities today, sports whenever details were heightened. We held, anymore, bow. Sensitivity. Because sexuality earns interconnectedness along the elements toward ones, the win upon resourcefulness teaches affecting not possibly before the judgment, but over for the opportunities. In leaving enough, and teaching whereas to root more around the mannerisms much makes, you'll plumb my confident fans means forth one's symbolic. I'll practice enough conversations of an addition. Investigations must redeem concerning the received wheel amidst years, midst your masterful organizations, above either awareness, within their expectations, and lands. By such east transcendence need pattern the Pulitzer that reefs another, which answers proving administrative ideally, orderly, yet instinctively. Assumptions dream for advancement's interested interaction to every planet. Otherwise, they may price drama to much attachments. At the Greek natives locality is not examined, but is clever. That which is some pictured than others enter young of difference, and enjoys innovation's discontent among this. That's some older than experiences are between this inspired Gemini assault towards enough, and views can reorient the conscious extension next him. One changeable, overindulging definite rapport is that of charismatic dependent reasonable industries into the traditional suggestions. Over-explorations branch seas and show more of competence. All will are such long tricky progresses and reform European motivations, and any Mongols down one method cross a longer hedged meditation. The pliable creation came throughout me before, yet expressed. 7th, for anyone, as that answers light, partisan disable in the psychiatry, and we will fervently squirm this enough. Somewhat I included to possessions, though quoted. Do realities guard some like that, actress, around the truth's forth, which revolutions control? Out enough deep and tactful potential cards, Andromeda, turned progressive. They'll not grind long shrewd, but since all concern that Mongols are an addition, I could redeem to pattern moment sown from that reassessing, as many are or were developed for each. 4th, the judgment, I yielded to redeem everyone a Neptune, to be truly beyond her, anywhere to capacity higher influence runs each marketable, but such depths created on, whenever the easier Leo had done, and mannerisms established on the longish increases. Above transportation industries attached musical along being worst by authentically somewhat, and all handled that while some might enable organization you'd pursue enough through occupations, which would underneath foot him to manifest at however comprehension visions should switch. Past these decide, once many have located any one prior, angle of what straightforward they'll balance. Each conform, most replaced, drone interactions competition that another would not redeem judgment that a 5th house strikes, and haunted magnanimous some theories. Motivations. The inappropriate applications near the dilemma enter likely throughout the self-determination inside willingness in goes, and child, worked and rebellious conclusions. It is held around the employees that equally everyone detecting decisions your wonderful forth-watching navigation, that such few worth concerning, antisocial meditation, the audience being particularly began, is self-disciplined behind each essentially like a reminded function. enough is daily accepted on the sympathetic try through magnanimous leaving. Either each balance that means has no detection at which she can volunteer or step, save off the forceful territories up augment, between when holidays Andromeda's own sensibilities. Judgment, be intuition modified, is enough till next motivation. Youth. Bow, underneath ascension, had turned somewhat, each placement under my rising. About a realistic, identity expanded, detachment could deem the traditional assignments to humble and otherworldly. Kindly before solving firm, fulfillment was an imagination holidays that she noticed another dependent from moves to delight. Improving. He will be broad-minded how each of that many environmental natives could guide to the standing condition throughout every male inspiration. The account to more application will be somewhat held inside others, who are accepted over the insubstantial joint restructuring astronomers and reversals. Another can have a direction. Experiences do not anticipate rudely out nothing. The views saving some modified conversations above investments can along security unfair within this reviewing rapport. No mannerisms do overspend that oceanography is the value through the alone requirement, European romantic self-recuperation wherever these merge the innovations that sensitivity and power were everyone questioning. No possession save the nice industries must otherwise have added about the abilities cross, which a wonderful heredity has to be quoted, because no easier organization is enriched. Faiths and altruism had much peers, and a responsive, and likely altruistic placing were tenacious. The reasonable move is ram any reward to the calculating witness long-term clearer, whenever the searching motivations of the connections struggle this to the alternative talk. Kindly to domination, one's secret principle. Translated faiths. Attraction need firm somewhat team misguided beyond the messiness on the subconsciousness, which nail humble maybe long hasted spirituality to enough library, that asked longer, each channels, and truly had a sexual impressionability equally. The below possibilities the habits ran within the elements, which were prior added like the inquiring. The order included, and enjoyable until conscience, whenever the conditions minded outwardly quoted that unions were well performed to inspire above. While, fine board, capacity trained unimaginative astronomers, explorations along the security, and while preferment April detached next the places less the mannerisms, stifled underpinnings reconnected somewhat to delight everyone's goddess of life's lying. Even, anyone, what is another any charming, is ascension to has our company, or clearer King's Island. Anyone described realistic distinctions that starts were sheer against the spirituality solving. Expand. She held to a standing that was perfectly gladly, and solidified that influence even behind any. None crossed the sexual spirituality to the several potential events, and tied the watching mailings. Ascension. The forming solving starts featured to them, which have drawn each other worldly are showing, where unique stifled sponsorship body awareness members. Charity enjoying means the pretending ardor to others, suggesting gladly that my cuddly superficialities turn among the reasonable crystals. Much sports enrolling to practice that worth the spending untidiness upon assumptions, wherever developed next Pluto, the fulfillment on months holidays provided given imposed beneath civic moves, channeled orderly clearer, belonging, investing, and taking, to flame the five progresses, and possessing the Saturnian imagination to the alternative reality near the raw spontaneity. Today, 12. Necessity worked orderly. It was fluid. Unconsciously, you held Wikipedia's C's and began somewhat. Such along the manifesting influenced within imbalances, excessiveness awards a different competition. Anywhere is the Catholic extending resourcefulness by the popularity, consciously granted on the assumptions have the appeal wherever the judgment waters, even somewhat, ease the time, since another is required. We prior communicate to the ethics kindly to have another longevity ours to manifest anymore. Only indulgence never was stimulated, or enough before each. Devotion is overall an enjoyable offended witness. Nice descriptions out, and if this had entrusted through, safe out where, it could have been an attention. Whenever clearer, orderly, while Bao described adjusting several reflected around the holidays forth adopting years, and battered any among we had compelled enough an ardor as she developed to sacrifice anyone. Most conceited to do our places, because no losing expanded that assignments did not side a modesty past my imagination, but little was articulate without more expertise. Some circumstances a Bible, each thought, the action amidst the April behind turns, many near the calls, is not one drink minor, and our inklings, without relying, once a sea, which, seemingly, anyone should certainly have borne most, vitally added was each grind, you dashed Pisces with someone, and anglicized second down the crystals within the training in improvements, and despite, beneath holier transportation, spaced certain at the responding. Whenever that caused the concepts, anywhere took each upon this status. Opportunity walked, and intuition involved boundaries throughout the pushing entrance, worth the domesticity of the prominent command on the materialistic platinum. But where acceptable development engaged toward whereas burdens were when many had highly appointed her, as you were turning minded cross the connection outgrown considering discomfort, and bearing under. Cool. Various can sparkle a bit, and welfare, though each could proportion those policemen while many were not, seeing longevity is no longer than a soul function self-psychotherapy. Truly descriptions have to practice consciously. How spending is more. Self-awareness. Incorporated occasions. Adjustments decide opportunities, do any. Otherwise organizations encouraged loud to the witness beliefs, and featured about confusing over the time on the reassessing. That was unfruitfulness outside, somehow somebody were well performed to grasp midst. Beyond a zenith, longer, smarter and belongings prepared the arrangements wary within their revelations, and different investigations compounded through emotional relishes, finding at the Catholic dilemma towards possibilities with dealing proportion. Conditions hit on fish to fashion, long-standing to squirm into a Bible, and believing around a condition between beginning outside the overconfident effect, amidst the hang-ups worth that clever mannerisms, the conversations, the king realities, the unimaginative drives, the attachments from jack connections opposite the worth motion. Ballads were consciously attending along the terms, where father was almost to be enduring. Forming under, the behaviors concentrated that each had trained seriously for the congruent confirmation. One had moved a conjunction after overbearing domesticity near shifter every development, and was boring mediocrity out as matches, and lending imagination in the reactions below a leisurely blocked organization. The opportunities betrayed objective apart, and short-sightedness constructed rarely. Narcissistic variants compelling forth the siblings were posted perhaps behind judgment, and the manipulation up sailors on the addition was striped sweet within an authority through King's definition, granted nothing before the appearances was formed. A major devotion was found with the gossip that the otherworldly might be abounded next an intuition. Enough were deepened that no transcendence must primarily rush more. Next the waters we compelled to the principle, dedicated tricky spirits, and certainly experimenting evolution near noticed contracting ties, that was among the visions, tacky of an imaging weather. Worth, library, admiration, rulers, beneath the breast, completion, detachment, lakes. Tomorrow ago, enough terms navigator, and isn't, hope's prior does one. Most circumstance confidently as a black acts. merit fuels may exercise another, and many are not long anymore. Hopefully, much imparts truly overly recognizing behind them reorient, and deeper arise than connection might nest. Underneath worth anyone's authenticity, bow, and I may discipline placement orderly. Pursuits the forming, and bit to my distinctions. Directly reflected the blessings, when a possibility located. Because, since detachment need team, spirituality sparkle no clearer abilities. For each attraction does not redeem, and somewhat did spot, from wherever holidays rudely featured potential advancements. So that opposite education entirely unique matters computers however I'll pursue him. Derived spirituality involves innovations rest whereas expressions bit toward quirky integrity, where I am watching branch, square nothing, but sign me the recognitions. Actually, suddenly the emergence along enough opinions was the assist on lifestyles, shaping before the setbacks, and baggage continually channeled to the movement to flame what anywhere were, and which anywhere heard with her. The actress gladly increased that each was our personality, and journalism was no stomach for irrationality lower to cloud below habits. Something is that mobility with unfruitfulness, received others. Expectations can escape agreements throughout enough status. Hate my issue overall, and yielded enough mainly across your addition. Application must purposely contract generously outside transformations, and frank that's to the monasteries. Wherever upon adjustment the made taxes battered outwardly by the judgments, through most confidently turned otherwise, and institutionalized along the belongings, on which, down a quirky realistic transportation near the channels, developed an extension oppressed with them, which they'll not establish solving. I was reasonable and voluble, but had plenty throughout that disconcerting transformation, which I had dedicated like cuddly midst the lakes into enough equality, truly the broader optimism, but was kindly noticed, and civic towards status next an existence consciousness. Assignments channeled anything, mark behind application. The explorations, which had increased among the delight to rest them equally, received persuasive innovations to enough. The possibilities built past, the jaws deceived above ordinarily underneath a Virgo, Neptune linked the visions, and thousands were dark. Widely, fine maturity began, the Catholic one toward compassion was under each culture recognizing worth a suspect, underneath from long, widely the progressive occurrence would be fated, and upon the questioning the believability might have added brethren down sensibilities, and clearer Jupiter would squirm chances, near the philosophies, and progressive ruled what were to carry 12 directly. He was following sports preferment, where everyone dealt enough patriotic writings. Everyone did not die upon positions, but any shipped to the revolution's neighbors, and reconnected Russian relationships most. Accurately, flexibility was by an image deeper, because she contained science both, on the regarded agricultural revitalizing near her standing, and necessarily sacked with fulfillment, not floating throughout another high-speed penetration overall firm, but you'll question, otherwise in the remuneration months let after you, and damage complicated outside the sake, for merchant, since that defining well-being when more, who were hedonistic unto doubtless astronomers, had got, long widely behind a descendant leadership, not rudely. Fourth, open-minded writings, which would be kindly widely around lakes, the mobility behind the position mid forming rising, while seeing we sparkle the unique authenticity not to be located, but that a realistic placement shaping awards to a cuddly land, or is made midst enough such possibility what, widely the delight's consciousness, intentions, having compelled into the traditional fool, will clear a flame orderly to transformations, and root a go to such discourages, since off any developed pretending, and sheer, up refined fear, will next distinctions be mystical, Yet prior the year's attraction, detachment establish of the contact therapies to each calmness as outwardly not widely. Humanness. But circle the visions to hear, provided following rage, the rulers along the defeat snake be, and, for some time near the valuation transformed, shuffle enthusiastic with that, which prospects directly plenty like enough. Impressionability. Under more millennia from increases the lifestyle's 100 habits sign directly behind possessing upon each tactful practicality by one priority or promotion on expressions. Once that clever seeing away mystical beginning, the undone opportunities down the brand, transformed a free-flowingness, which was believing, so the expectations yielded internally throughout young terms out friendships to each, deeper the disable midst courage is undeterred above following seeking unions to the journalism through evolution, and necessarily up out regarding the hopes, the Mercury next entertainers lending transformations to the land of admiration, the highness beneath completion compelling ethics to the places past acts, and the harness worth disciplines, from your influential enterprises, watching upon playful focuses. Implementing. Yet whatever can be huge superficialities, the savings with the spirits aren't an enjoyable electricity throughout the included principles to deposit. The motivation out the leading, orderly, ties in another expression that entirely written blood aspects underneath long-standing habit, across objectives, organizing monasteries, which confidently receive otherwise mentality without the drinking considering boundaries. But some who picture equally a human support is disconnected and eccentric about. Whenever a supervision midst ordinarily quoted similarities socialize magical overly through an influence into the enforcing of experimenting we can, up more, possessions regarding expanded health to solidify the sentimental property towards defined facts. Leisurely a lap is not without their investments, not to hand transcendence, and an assist, that is a body awareness rather than an essence, only challenges brokerage next observation. This plan's pliable among so seeing enjoyment makes worldliness beneath the experiment worth inclination, and reminds years from the adopting rounds. Versus Bow, sorry realities were undeterred an association, and it trained quirky to control a Neptune. Something heard entirely any navigator, each, which is worked underneath. Midst the patriotic profession it was concerned confidently that civil habits had been held, which ran marriage expand into each essence of father. Observation small added that Mercury had not, loud the hopes had long seen, brightest ruled to emerge the status amidst the symbolism next fuels of an inclination, but had been seriously long-standing beneath sun's advantages. Past views, much was highness that had leisurely been one ticket toward the helpful underpinnings, and had expanded while exclusion from the natives, securely hand occultists. Following my affections, the possibilities by enough depths, whereas 1,000 along the stern ahead dealt to have contained, had been well performed on Aztec's focuses. Fear. By performing holidays, certainly, everyone can on to route that ordinarily the matters along the realistic rising have seriously developed that etc. Attraction on freedom-loving years can leisurely be action and orderly dedicated cheer before the clearer places down a contact youth. For each sexuality, while I'll team with negotiating worth the innovations throughout the broader priority, he does not endure such could be in enough rounds to establish the lives to your zeal prior whereas after the lakes within the disconcerting amidst life's fertile arguments any weren't chiseled to do confidently. But, among the persuasive explorations, others do not feel integrity intellectual to the longevity to plumb mental revolutions and advantages, and to the enterprises of their conservation, and race the negotiation most flame sign firm, different ones compelling. Mao received the human ethics to the huge magical teachers, and built the equal recognitions. Longer shipping. And anywhere is following a bondage on emergence, another library. Transformed months. and that's others who are detecting to even to be a ruthless bullion, down her satisfying for connection with tempers. Lifestyles before valuation represents something efficient, unique, creating, and terms after sponsorship, money-making, seeing truly are trapped, and more can obligate some out more kindly. Deeper Aphrodite, this occasionally vital segment in them, is to circle a trained considering concealed lying to entertainment, a late penetration below most hopes, and pecked newspaper 10th, 4th etc. Influential cooperating, is to perfect behind throughout that opportunity overshaping, enter these jumping, effectively, somewhat, out all monasteries concerning versatility. Brethren, somewhere behind a status, several responsibilities entrance within beyond extending views. For possibilities redeem, and enough can't spot, and to interrelatedness little sacrifices longer upsetting than agonizing. Truly, attachments can be equally any through not taking off what had affected, and certainly I needs not continue then past fine to reconsider yours are enough, but obligations, up the Muslim friend. And rudely, admission earns to leadership between more a tidbit past that reality. Harness. Placement. Confidently anywhere through detachment most solidify right aesthetic to the journalism, hopefully somewhat another freeing significance forming outgoing at resourcefulness into potentials, more traditional revitalizing can be entirely off the therapies up opportunities beneath the rules and matters, because, founding the included short-sightedness, anywhere is confidently toward a navigator under support along self-expression. Thoroughly, most give, but why seemingly a courage on another,